Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Supreme Criminal Role-Playing System. Welcome, everyone, to Criminal Role-Playing. A stunningly beautiful host smiled at the camera. In order to better promote awareness of crime prevention, our production team has carefully selected 100 passersby to portray common criminals in everyday life, who will then be apprehended by law enforcement. Those captured will be immediately eliminated from the program. Participants in today's show will receive corresponding rewards based on their crime scores. And those who manage to survive until the end will be awarded a grand prize of 10 million. Of course, our esteemed police chief is not to be underestimated. We are honored to have the renowned Chief Wang Zhigua and criminal psychology Professor Li Yin join us. Let us give them a warm welcome. The scene shifted to several middle-aged men, with Wang Zhigua at the forefront. His expression stern as he declared, "No matter the type of criminal, they will all fall into our hands. Based on my years of experience in psychology, I predict that most participants will be apprehended within 3 days. All evil forces are mere paper tigers." The host smiled. "It seems everyone is quite confident. Let us wait and see." The scene changed. At this moment, 10 minutes had elapsed since the program began. On a certain street. "Are you all ready, guys? Head. Rest assured, we are in position." "All right, charge." "A robbery. My gold necklace." A man screamed in despair as several masked men suddenly burst into a store, smashed the display cases, and began frantically snatching jewelry. They even brought bags to carry the loot. "Have you packed it all?" "Yes. Let's go. The masked men arrived and left in a flurry, all within 5 minutes, executing their plan with precision. Shortly after, staff members arrived at the Zhou Fufu jewelry store to explain the situation to the owner, who then felt relieved. It turned out these were contestants, not actual robbers. Everything would be returned later. Meanwhile, upon receiving the report of the robbery, Wang Zhigua immediately mobilized his officers. At precisely 12:30, a robbery occurred at Zhou Fufu. Team 3, check the surveillance footage and find out what happened. Team 2, follow me. Understood. The officers remained calm. They were all elite members of the force, accustomed to handling such minor incidents. At this moment, the live stream exploded with comments. "Wow, less than 10 minutes in, and they're already robbing a store. Impressive. So professional, especially when they were packing the bags. Several bags. This will net them quite a fortune. What a show." After the contestants finished their heist, they jumped into a van. "Ha, we struck gold. Is that it? Just like that? Easy peasy. Damn, this is exhilarating. Hanley, you clever lad. How did you think to rob a store with such weak security, stocked with gold jewelry?" The boy behind the wheel removed his mask and smiled slightly. The idea to rob Zhou Fufu had originated from him. After a while, he declared, "We've arrived." Hanley parked the van, and several contestants eagerly approached the agreed-upon rendezvous with bags full of jewelry. These are all gold pieces, 3 bags, worth at least 100,000. The production team inspected the bags. On the show, stolen items could be surrendered to the team in exchange for corresponding monetary rewards. After checking, a team member stated a total of 150,000. "You will earn 300 points. Great. Let's take off." With 300 points, we'll shoot straight to the top of the crime simulation leaderboard. Just as the contestants celebrated, Hanley stepped forward. "Sorry, guys." "What?" Before the others could react, Hanley delivered a punch, knocking one of them to the ground. Bang! The man fell, unable to rise. "What are you doing? We're on the same side." "Hanley, have you lost your mind? This is getting real." The remaining contestants fought back desperately, only to discover they could not overpower a mere youth. The struggle was fierce, noise erupting as one contestant after another fell. What was happening? The production staff were bewildered. The livestream viewers were equally confused. Is it a case of black eating black? Wait, aren't they on the same team? This guy's gone mad. Criminals fighting criminals? The staff remained stunned, still holding the 150,000 in cash. "What are you doing?" Ignoring him, Hanley crouched down. 5,000, 10,000, 15,000. He turned to the staff member and asked, "So, a criminal is worth 5,000? The staff member was dumbfounded and nodded repeatedly. "What a turnaround. My mother would be shocked. For 100 years she was aiming for the bounty. Scary, really scary." Soon, the sounds of sirens echoed from the alley. When the police vehicles arrived, a large contingent of officers rushed in. "That's the vehicle. Charge. Don't move." Wang Zhigua led the charge, brandishing his weapon and shouting at the figures in the alley. To his surprise, the robbers lay on the ground, and one boy smiled back at him, as if awaiting his arrival. "What the hell is happening? Young man, did you take these people down?" Wang Zhigua's gaze was puzzled. How could a few burly men be subdued by this boy? "Fighting crime is everyone's responsibility," Hanley replied with a socially acceptable smile. Wang Zhigua learned the details of the incident from the staff. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Hanley. According to the show's regulations, Hanley's actions are permissible. He hadn't touched the stolen goods and had set out solely to apprehend criminals. Can you imagine the frustration? Impressive. Such a young mind with such meticulous thought, Wang Zhigua said, patting Hanley on the shoulder. There was no denying that Han Li's maneuver was quite the revelation. "You all should learn from this. Han Li's undercover operation is truly textbook material. Go back and study it well." "Yes." The live stream erupted once more. "Wait, he can be praised for this? Going solo at level 6, you think I'm on the first floor? Wrong. I'm in the stratosphere. Oh my, is this a performance of Infernal Affairs?" "Wang Zhigua, you lad, you be wasted not as an undercover. Damn, I was supposed to be black eating black, and now I'm seen as a good Samaritan. Can you believe it? No way. Hanli's gonna crack me up. How can this be played this way? As the staff led away the contestants, they couldn't resist giving Hanli the middle finger. You're something else. Hanli remained unfazed. Beep, congratulations. Host, you have successfully captured a robber, earning the skill, Master Thief. Indeed, from the very beginning, Hanli had awakened the supreme criminal role-playing system to play the most fearsome criminal, committing the most egregious acts. The first task issued was to capture several robbers. Rather than waste time searching for them, he decided to create a few himself. He encouraged the contestants to rob Zhou Fufu, then took them all down. Mission accomplished. This was a flawless victory. Chapter 2. Society, my brother Han, preparing to rob a bank. Can I take the money now? Wang Zhigua was taken aback by the directness of this individual. He called out to the people behind him, give him the bonus. A female officer approached, carrying several thick stacks of cash, amounting to approximately 150,000. She handed it to Hanli. Count it and see if there are any discrepancies. Hanli glanced at the beautiful officer, whose striking features were accented by a teardrop beauty mark between her brows. Could you take me to the bank? I would like to deposit this 150,000. It's rather inconvenient to carry around. Indeed, in these times, it was quite unsafe for a young person to possess such a sum of money. Zhang Zhixiu, you have no tasks ahead. Take him to the nearest bank and ensure the money is deposited. Understood. Zhang Zhixiu was swift and efficient, leading Hanli to the police vehicle. Before allowing him to enter, she conducted a thorough search to ensure he bore no dangerous items, demonstrating her utmost caution. Hanli settled into the back seat, separated by a barrier, while Zhang Zhixiu instructed him to fasten his seatbelt. Miss, I wish to go to the Dongjiao Bank. Zhang Zhixiu turned to him, puzzled. The nearest bank is just a few minutes away. Why would you want to go so far? Is that not permissible? Seeing Han Li's tearful expression, even Zhang Zhixiu found it difficult to resist. Very well, I assure you, it is not solely because of your beauty that I acquiesce. Not at all. Seriously, while everyone else is scheming to commit crimes, you are here flirting? Truth be told, this female officer is as captivating as any star. Hey, everyone, does anyone find it odd that Hanli wants to go all the way to Dongjiao Bank? My instincts tell me this is no simple matter. Throughout the journey, Hanli behaved himself, though he chattered incessantly. Miss Zhang, I truly admire officers like you. To be honest, my childhood dream was to become a valiant officer, protecting the citizens from harm. What is your role in the station? Shall we exchange WeChat? The viewers in the live stream commented, 666. Damn, is he really trying to flirt? Please, he's a criminal. Society, my brother Han, is directly flirting. Miss Zhang Zhixiu, you should quickly distance yourself from this guy. He is a notorious villain. All of this is mere flattery. I, Zhang Zhixiu, have received professional training. 5 minutes later. Miss Zhixiu, you are all armed today. It truly provides a sense of security. You truly are the guardian of the common people. Not too bad. Zhang Zixia's cheeks flushed, momentarily forgetting her earlier vow. Oh no, she has fallen for him. Miss Zhang Zhixiu, who just claimed to be professionally trained, has clearly let her guard down. In 10 minutes, I shall conquer the police flower. Bow down. Han Ge can write a book now. To the one above, you must possess Han Ji's charming and handsome visage. Before long, the vehicle arrived near the Dongjiao Bank, where the crowd was sparse. Zhang Zhixiu glanced in the rearview mirror, surprisingly wanting to converse with this man a bit longer. I must be enchanted. She quickly announced, we have arrived at the bank. Time flies when one is having a good time. Thank you for bringing me here. Hanli opened the car door and stepped out. However, he did not head toward the bank. Instead, he approached the driver's side and said to Zhang Zhixiu inside, oh, by the way, let me tell you something. What is it? Your gun is missing. Zhang Zhixiu was taken aback. My gun was clearly, Where's my gun? The pocket meant for it was completely empty. The production team had provided each officer with a special firearm, equipped with distinctive paintballs. Before Zhang Zixia's astonished gaze, Hanli raised his hand, shaking the specially designed weapon. Here it is, you silly girl. How is that possible? I was watching you closely, and there was a barrier between us. You couldn't have stolen my weapon. Ordinary individuals certainly could not. But who is Hanli? The master thief. Even if you block a wall, he can take it without you realizing. The situation escalated. The viewers in the live stream were left dumbfounded. Damn, he actually stole the gun. How did he manage that? I have considerable experience in theft, and can responsibly inform you that when Han Ge acted, even I couldn't see it, it would likely require slowing the VCR down 100-fold to catch it. I misjudged him. I always knew he was destined for greatness. Zhang Zhixiu felt numb. As an officer, losing anything was acceptable, but losing a firearm was utterly disgraceful. She immediately attempted to exit the vehicle to subdue Hanli. Yet she discovered the door wouldn't open. What's going on? Hanli smiled mischievously, raising his other hand, which held the car keys. I forgot to mention, I also took the car keys. Beep beep. All the windows shut tight. The doors welded shut. Zhang Zhixiu was utterly trapped inside. Damn, I'm getting goosebumps. This move Han Ge is simply embodying a king of thieves, invincible. Thinking it through is terrifying. I thought he was merely flirting, but it turns out he was taking advantage of her relaxed guard to swipe the gun and car keys. Mom asked why I'm watching a live stream on my knees. Han Ge, do you take apprentices? My dozens of brothers are counting on you for their livelihood. Now the officer is in a world of hurt. Hanli locked the car doors and waved goodbye to the furious Zhang Zhixiu, who was banging on the window. A man must be bad for a woman to love him. Sister Zhixiu, we cannot be together. Please stop knocking. Zhang Zhixiu was infuriated. After over a decade as an officer, she had never before been bested by someone like him. No, I must quickly call Captain Wang Jigua to inform him that Han Li poses a threat. Wait, where's my phone? Sob sob Han Li, you are bullying me. Just then, the production team swiftly arrived at the bank. They disregarded Officer Zheng Zhixio, maintaining fairness and impartiality, refusing to interfere with the crime simulation. They approached Han Li, who was squatting by the bank entrance, eagerly awaiting them. You come at the perfect time. I have 5 of Comrade Zheng Zixius bank cards, a cash wallet, a tube of Armani lipstick, and an iPhone 13. How much can I exchange for these? Goodness, you are just short of stealing her underwear. Han Li, we need to review the VCR to see how you managed to steal Officer Zheng Zixius' belongings. Is that acceptable? Han Li waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead. The staff then removed Han Li's filming equipment and began the playback. Only when slowed to 50 times did they finally discern his movements. Han Li had made several moves. Zheng Zhixio had been completely oblivious. He even stole items, returned them, and then took them again right before her eyes. It was all a game. The staff members were left in shock. Was this truly possible? The live stream exploded with excitement. At 50 times slower, we can only see it. How fast must he be? Han Li, I didn't steal. I took it right in front of her. She just didn't see. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die laughing. The staff exchanged glances. Could this guy possibly be the king of thieves? His skills were astonishingly unparalleled. May I inquire, esteemed contestant Han Li, if you were to persist in your thievery, there would be no one capable of detecting it. Our intention is to encourage you to explore alternative forms of illicit activities. In simpler terms, the production team fears that your continued theft might lead them to bankruptcy. Rest assured, I shall not engage in theft any longer. Upon hearing these words, the staff collectively exhaled in relief. However, in the next moment, Han Li addressed the assembly, declaring, for my next endeavor, I am preparing to rob a bank. WTF? Chapter 3. A phone call. Witness how I manipulate the police chief. The staff were at a loss for words. Well, to openly declare a bank heist in our presence? Han Li, is it truly wise to conspire so brazenly? The audience in the live stream was in an uproar. Brother Han, you are legendary. This fellow is astonishing. I, a police officer, am utterly taken aback. I have never encountered such audacity. For those upstairs, Brother Han will broaden your horizons. Han Li addressed the staff. I am merely simulating a criminal's bank robbery. Surely, this does not violate any program rules. Indeed, it appears not to contravene them. The intention of the criminal roleplay show is to alert the public to the horrors of crime, hence the planning of various criminal scenarios. Only in this manner can we genuinely warn those who, lulled by complacency, neglect the vigilance necessary to guard against crime. Once the staff departed, Han Li suddenly noticed an elderly man selling various masks at a roadside stall by the bank. How fortuitous. Just what I need, a mask. Old man, how much for this Peppa Pig mask? The elderly vendor, fanning himself, regarded Han Li as if he were a naive newcomer. A cunning thought crossed his mind. 20 yuan. What a ripoff. Do you take me for a fool? You might want to inquire. This area has a standard price. If you can't afford a Peppa Pig mask at your age, you should be ashamed. Today, the old man had his sights set on Han Li. This old man was quite the opportunist. Back home, we would pay only 5 yuan. This was clearly extortion. Han Li, undeterred, chuckled, old man. The weather is quite lovely today, isn't it? Lovely. Look at the overcast sky. Where do you see anything good? Seizing the moment as the old man glanced upward, Han Li employed his skill of thievery, stealthily lifting the old man's wallet. He retrieved 100 yuan and handed it to him. Consider it bad luck. Here's 100 for you. Just give me 80 and change. Well, take it then. The old man fondled the 100 yuan, reluctant to part with it. Oh, I see how it is. This 100 feels oddly familiar. Ha ha, this is too good. Taking 100 and giving 20. What a profit of 80. The old man exclaimed. This is against the rules. Oh, it seemed he had finally grasped the situation. Han Li approached a payphone and dialed 110. Hello. I wish to report a robbery at Dongjiao Bank. A police chief is trapped inside. Please hurry. When asked for his name, he replied, I prefer anonymity in doing good deeds. Remember this. My name is Ma Guobao, the one skilled in Tai Chi. Beep, beep, beep. He hung up the phone and entered a nearby noodle shop. Young man, what would you like? The kindly Anne inquired, especially enthusiastic about such a handsome lad. 6 bowls of noodles, hold the scallions, and soon a man named Wang Jigua will come with some people to eat. Oh, Han Li leaned back, crossing his legs. Glancing at his watch, it was nearly time. He set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and after settling the bill, he hailed a taxi. Master, is Huaihai Bank the destination? On the street, police vehicles arrived in rapid succession. Upon reaching the bank's entrance, a multitude of armed officers disembarked. Leading them was Captain Wang Jigua, who had received reports from the public and realized he had lost contact with Zheng Zhixio. A sense of foreboding washed over him, fearing that something truly unfortunate had transpired. Where were the criminals? Yet, aside from a handful of passers-by, there was no sign of anyone attempting to rob the bank. Could it be that we were deceived? Head, is that not Zheng Zhixio's vehicle? Quickly, let us investigate. The group approached Zheng Zhixio's car, discovering her inside. Cradling her head and weeping uncontrollably, a fine young woman reduced to tears. When the professionals arrived and unlocked the vehicle, Wang Jigua steadied the sobbing Zheng Zhixio and inquired, what on earth happened? How did you end up trapped in the car? And what about Han Li? Where has he gone? Captain, I lost my gun. What? Although it was not a real firearm, its significance was profound. Consider the implications. If you could lose your weapon during a simulated crime, what would happen if you lost a real gun while pursuing an actual criminal? Wang Jigua's complexion paled considerably. I have told you countless times, firearms are your second life. How could you allow a criminal to steal your weapon? This is an utter disgrace for our police force. How could he possibly explain this to his superiors? Wang Zhigua felt a burning sensation on his face, as if struck. From Zheng Zhixiu, he gathered the sequence of events. That rascal Han Li had hidden himself remarkably well. Zheng Zhixiu, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "Captain, he is likely planning to target the bank. We must hurry and check." Several officers dashed to the bank. Returning shortly thereafter, "Captain, everything at Dongjiao Bank is normal. There is no one attempting to rob the bank." The lobby manager also stated he has not seen anyone by the name of Han Li enter. How could this be? A report clearly indicated that someone was robbing Dongjiao Bank. Damn it, we've been tricked. The realization dawned upon everyone. The individual who made the false report was likely Han Li himself. That scoundrel was truly despicable. Team 1, take a few officers and apprehend Han Li. The rest, take a moment to rest. You all have worked hard these past few days. It's time for a meal. Since the start of the operation, the officers had hardly eaten, either chasing after impersonated criminals or on their way to capture actual ones. Nearby, there was a noodle shop. Just as Wang Zhigua and his team were about to place their order, they were approached by a cheerful lady who inquired, "Are you Wang Zhigua?" "Yes." "No need to order. A charming young man has already placed your order." "What?" "Over there at that table. You should hurry and eat before it gets cold." Wang Zhigua's gaze fell upon several steaming bowls of noodles on the table. Without a doubt, it was that scoundrel Han Li. He could vividly imagine Han Li's smug expression, slurping noodles while waiting for their arrival. "I'm afraid I can't take it anymore. Boss, are we still eating this?" Just then, a group of people suddenly returned. "Weren't you supposed to apprehend Han Li? Why are you back?" "Bad news, boss. We've received word from above that Huaihai Bank has been robbed." All the officers present were dumbfounded, unable to believe their ears. So sudden? At that moment, the television nearby interrupted its usual programming with breaking news. Huaihai Bank has been robbed, and the suspect is allegedly wearing a Peppa Pig mask. The bank has been secured, and the situation is critical. Damn it, this is a disaster. It's even on television. Han Li actually played the tiger away from the mountain. Ding dong. Wang Zhigua opened his phone to find a call from above. "Hello, boss." The caller was furious. "You damn it. Wang Zhigua, weren't we supposed to maintain the show's effect? Is that Han Li serious?" This time, the entire internet erupted. Chapter 4. Everyone down, it's me. The fierce robber is robbing the bank. Exploded. Criminal Roleplay has encountered a real fierce robber. Damn, I thought this was just a script. I never expected it to be real. Who robs a bank? I need to see this. My brother Han is tough and speaks little. Livestream room 777. Everyone hurry. My brother Han is about to shoot. The bank has already been secured. Is he really killing? Wow, if that's the case, I'm wide awake now. In an instant, a flood of netizens surged into Han Li's live stream. Along with it, the popularity of the Criminal Roleplay program soared to new heights, now occupying the top rating position. "Director, have we actually become #1? Are you kidding? Dude, I can't fathom why some people are specifically waiting in the restroom." The security guard was caught off guard. He was bewildered, just stepping out for a quick urination, when a robber wearing a Peppa Pig mask jumped out. Did he resolve it himself? Rest assured, this is just a specially made gun. We are performing for the show, so smile for the camera. The security guard, half believing, forced a smile. Before the program commenced, everyone in the city received a notification from the production team. Participants were somewhat psychologically prepared for criminal acts. Logically, you should already be dead. Hurry and lie down. Han Li, wearing the Peppa Pig mask, poked the security guard with his specially made gun. Oh, just as the security guard lay down, Han Li pulled out a toy knife and poked him a few times. "Brother, what do you mean by this?" "It's a finishing blow. As a robber, one must be cautious in their work." The security guard was stunned. "Wow, you've already shot. And now you want to finish me off? Is it necessary to be this twisted? Too ruthless, not even leaving the corpse alone. Impressive. The robber, this is just right." At that moment, the dedicated staff member tracking Han Li received news and approached him, saying, "Congratulations, contestant Han Li, your 2,000 points have been credited. According to the show's rules, we will release the crime simulation leaderboard, and each contestant will have a code name. What would you like your code name to be?" "Let's call it Peppa Pig." "Huh, is that not allowed?" "Ahem, it's fine." With Han Li confirming his code name, the latest crime simulation leaderboard has been unveiled. To everyone's astonishment, the top position belongs to none other than Han Li. First place, Peppa Pig, score, 2,500. Evaluation, a top-tier bandit. Incredible. My brother Han has clinched the first spot. Is this an official acknowledgement? Ha ha ha, I can hardly contain my laughter. Quickly, take a look at the second place. Second place, the outlaw Zhang San, score, 1,300. Evaluation, damn, this guy is too audacious. What on earth is this Zhang San? Alright, I'm up for the challenge. I just saw that this individual is quite formidable. He somehow acquired an AK and went on to rob a gas station, even causing havoc with several vehicles. Han Li mused. If given the chance, I'd like to have a word with this chap. To those above, you're far too mischievous. Ding. Congratulations to the host for becoming the first on the leaderboard. Reward skill. Orator. Your every word and action can persuade others. ISNT this brainwashing? Why do I feel as though I'm straying further from the path of crime? With his newfound skill, Han Li felt a surge of excitement and turned to his dedicated staff, saying, "My friend, don't you think it's rather exhausting to toil away all day, running around and earning less than us competitors, only to be scolded by the director? It's as if you're not regarded as human." The staff member thought the competitor was speaking nonsense, yet strangely found himself resonating with what was said. Why do I feel a sense of agreement with him? Noticing the staff's dazed expression, Han Li revealed a sly smile. "So, what do you say to pulling off something big with me?" "Damn it, I've long been displeased with the director. Let us just do it. You've got spirit. I admire a bold fellow like you. And I just so happen to have a mask. Han Li's dedicated staff removed his work attire, donned an Ultraman mask, and picked up a security baton. The duo set off with great fervor towards the bank. The audience in the live stream was bewildered. Incredible. My brother Han's charisma is truly something, captivating all. Staff member, are you out of your mind? Stick with my brother Han. And you'll be starving for 3 days out of 9. The receptionist at the counter, upon seeing 2 individuals in peculiar masks enter, didn't even wait for them to speak. Han Li presented the crime simulation program sheet to her. Then, he drew a distinctive gun. With a loud bang, he slammed it onto the counter. The receptionist accepted the program sheet and made a gesture of understanding. Subsequently, she screamed towards the bank hall, "A robbery. There's been a robbery. A robbery?" Panic ensued among those in the hall. Where are the security guards? Han Li, taken aback, aimed his distinctive handgun at the shouting manager. Bang! The manager stared at the colorful explosion on his chest. I am Peppa Pig, and this is my assistant Ultraman. The security guards have already been dealt with. We are currently executing a bank robbery simulation. Everyone, put your hands on your heads and crouch down. Anyone who makes a noise will be shot on the spot. It was only then that everyone began to comprehend. Oh, so it's a crime simulation. Had you mentioned it earlier? The production team had informed them that as long as they cooperated, there would be monetary rewards afterwards. Who would turn down money? One by one, they crouched down, hands on heads. Am I dead? Should I lie down? What position do you prefer for lying down? The hall manager inquired. Be serious. It's a robbery. Han Li exclaimed to Ultraman, go get the money. Are you serious? Of course. We are now bandits. Do you understand what that means? Han Li produced some rope from somewhere and approached the 2 receptionists, employing his oratory skills. You two, listen carefully. Bind everyone else, and then tie yourselves up as well. Understood? The receptionists, for reasons unbeknownst to them, found his command utterly compelling and nodded vigorously. In front of the astonished crowd, they began to tie up the others. To everyone's shock, the 2 receptionists even managed to bind themselves in a creative manner. Is this acceptable? One queried. Doesn't it seem odd? Han Li remarked. What kind of operation is this? They are so easily brainwashed. This is incomprehensible. I need to log off for a bit. Just a moment. I instructed you to bind yourselves, not to engage in some kind of bondage play. At that moment, in the live broadcast studio watching Han Li, the host turned to Professor Li. Professor Li, what are your thoughts on the staff being swayed by contestant Han Li? Professor Li's eyes lit up. This Han Li is truly formidable. A master reveals his skills at once. His understanding of psychology is profound. Indeed, with just a couple of simple sentences, he can persuade others. Han Li surpasses me. Host. Chapter 5. The Tiger of the Major Crimes Unit makes its move. A small bandit is ridiculous report. A robbery has occurred at Huaihai Bank, involving 1 contestant and a staff member. I am currently hiding in the restroom. You must dispatch the police quickly. The caller, Ma Hong, a police officer, happened to be at the bank to deposit money when he encountered a contestant engaged in a robbery. Fortunately, his agility allowed him to evade detection by hiding in the restroom. He quickly called to inform his superior and uploaded footage of Han Li controlling the bank to the police group chat. Is this for real? 2 people are robbing a bank. Goodness, are people really playing this big now? What a disgrace. This is a slap in the face to our police force. I request to take action. The captain of the Major Crimes Unit, Wang Zhigua, declared, we will not rest until we capture Han Li. What is Captain Wang Zhigua doing? It is no fault of his, as the contestant named Han Li is not adhering to the usual protocol. Others may stick to petty theft, but he has incited other contestants to rob a jewelry store, stolen police firearms, and created false reports to draw attention away, ultimately heading to Huaihai to rob a bank. Unbelievable. 3 major crimes have converged upon this one individual. Everyone mobilize. Let Han Li understand the might of our police force. As this video circulated, police units across the region sprang into action. However, since it was a show, they were not acting with full seriousness. They reported to the production team and set out with specially designed firearms. News of all police units being dispatched spread rapidly. The audience watching the program was directly bombarded with the news. Whispers circulated that the entire police department was mobilized to apprehend Han. This incident has certainly elevated Han's notoriety. Indeed, the police around my area are clamoring to capture Han Li. Han Li, unfazed, declared, I only engage in high-level matches. The production team, alarmed, remarked. This plot is becoming increasingly absurd. What about Zhang San? Is he not getting involved? I bet a pack of spicy strips that my Han will escape unscathed. Meanwhile, Han Li produced several black plastic bags, meticulously wrapping each bank surveillance camera to obscure their view. Where's the bank vault located? He inquired. An employee clad in an Ultraman costume wielded a metal rod, menacingly confronting the bank manager. The internal manager, unfazed, thought to himself, why not enjoy some leisure time during work hours? To prolong his break, he volunteered, I know where the work is, it's just behind here. Come. I'll lead you, lest you lose your way. The Ultraman followed him to the bank's vault. Then, he unveiled the bags, grinning. We reached the most delightful segment. Bro, what is going on? There's a lot of money, heavy too. Let me assist you. The Ultraman observed the internal manager's sincere demeanor, sensing his dissatisfaction with the bank. 10 minutes later, Han, he nearly filled the bags, totaling 5 million. 5 million. The crowd was envious. Han Li, stroking the bulging bags, nodded approvingly. Well done. However, although the money was secured, the question remained, how to exit with it. Just then, he heard the blaring sirens of police vehicles outside. Countless police cars surrounded Huaihai Bank, sealing it off completely. Armed officers disembarked, and several team leaders followed suit. The Tiger of the Major Crimes Unit will certainly capture Han Li. A man in a trench coat and sunglasses declared as he stepped out with determination. He spoke into his walkie-talkie. Snipers, take your positions. A report came in from an officer inside, stating that he was prepared for coordinated action. We still have our people inside. Excellent. Let us see how Han Li escapes this time. Captain Wu Ming, facing the notorious Han Li, who had earned the moniker of the most formidable criminal from netizens after putting Wang Zhigua in a tough spot, was asked by a reporter accompanying the police team if he was confident in apprehending him. Wu Ming SM steady now, Han Li. I advise you to lay down your weapons and surrender promptly. We can still treat you leniently. Otherwise, well, he shouted through a megaphone towards the interior. It was the usual protocol to attempt a negotiation first. After all, Han Li would not be foolish enough to actually come out. It was merely a formality. However, to everyone's astonishment, a figure clad in a coat, wearing a Peppa Pig mask, emerged from the bank, holding a terrified man hostage. Goodness, you really came out? Wu Ming was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. What kind of notorious criminal would recklessly present themselves like this, practically delivering their own head on a platter? No, please don't shoot. This Han Li kills without a second thought. Help. I have an elderly parent and a young child. My daughter is only a month old. The hostage cried, tears streaming down his face, rendering his features almost unrecognizable. The onlookers murmured, you'd make a splendid actor. What is the verdict? Wu Ming turned to confirm Han Li's identity with his companions. Indeed, it's him. Both his physique and the mask are unmistakable. All right, Eagle, are you ready? From atop a high building, the sniper known as Eagle grinned as he peered through his scope. Had he stayed inside the bank, I would VE had only an 80% chance, but now it's a full 100. Anything less would be an affront to my marksmanship. Excellent. Wu Ming flicked his coat and discreetly signaled the sniper to prepare for the shot. Meanwhile, he engaged Han Li in conversation. Han Li, no need for rashness. This is merely a show. There is no need to take such drastic measures. We could sit down and talk. I assure you leniency. Indeed. The figure in the Peppa Pig mask trembled, his grip on the weapon beginning to falter. Is leniency truly an option? The effect was palpable. The criminal began to waver. This voice, it is undoubtedly Han Li. With an upward motion of his hand, Wu Ming signaled for the sniper to take action. Bang! A precise shot found its mark. The Peppa Pig masked man gasped as a crimson splatter erupted on his chest. If this were a real confrontation, Han Li would have already met his demise. Another shot rang out. The Peppa Pig figure collapsed to the ground. Charge! Subdue him and rescue the hostage. Wu Ming commanded with a sweeping gesture. The armed officers surged forward, swiftly overpowering the masked Han Li. Report to the captain. The suspect has been subdued. Wu Ming burst into laughter, addressing the nearby reporters. In just 5 minutes, we have apprehended Han Li, the so-called first notorious criminal? Not at all. All malevolent forces are but paper tigers. There is no criminal my major case unit cannot apprehend. What is going on? Did he truly capture Brother Han? No. I've witnessed Brother Han rise to power. How can it end like this? Goodness, that marksman is incredible. To hit so accurately from such a distance. Is he even human? This is utterly hopeless. With the first notorious criminal in custody, my youth has come to an end, wailing in despair. Just as all the officers reveled in their victory, suddenly, a sharp gunshot echoed. However, it was a second shot, then a third. Wu Ming was bewildered. He hadn't ordered Eagle to continue firing. The criminal has already been taken down. Why fire again? Eagle, cease fire. Captain, I haven't fired. Then who fired the shots? Chapter 6 Congratulations, after much effort. You have killed a hostage. Who fired the shot? The report states it was the hostage. What an international joke. Wu Ming thought he had misheard. Until he saw several police officers lying on the ground ahead. The man holding the female officer hostage drew a firearm and aimed it at her neck. A single trigger pull would seal her fate. Do not move. The man revealed a maniacal grin, exclaiming, "Ha! You have been deceived. I am not a hostage. I am Ultraman." Wasn't he this the staff member accompanying Han Li? Wu Ming confirmed with the production team that this hostage was not a civilian, but rather a staff member turned by Han Li, codenamed Ultraman. Such a trick? Alas. Han Li had already been apprehended. This individual would not create significant chaos. Han Li has been shot dead. Do not struggle in vain. Shot dead. Are you certain it was Brother Han? Impossible. Wu Ming hurried forward and yanked off the Peppa Pig mask. Discovering that this person was not Han Li at all, but rather a bank manager bound with tape, a death tag hanging from his neck. Everyone was taken aback. Wu Ming tore off the tape, scolding, "Who are you? I am the bank manager. Han Li forced me to do this. He said if I didn't comply, he would kill me. He is a psychopath." No, just a moment ago, it was clearly Han Li who spoke. You mean this? The bank manager produced his phone, which was still playing. Can leniency really be granted? Oh no, this is a hostage killing. Damn it. Not only had they mistakenly killed a civilian, but also sacrificed 3 police officers, and the robber had taken another hostage. Wu Ming felt as if he might spew blood. His face burned with pain. Everyone, this is an unbelievable twist. Han Li has staged an extreme counterattack, simply astounding. The program's reporters had never witnessed such a spectacular maneuver. In an instant, the viewership for the crime roleplay live broadcast skyrocketed to over 1 million. Incredible. I told you so, Brother Han, the #1 criminal. How could he possibly be so foolish? What is a tactical master? What the hell is a tactical master? My youth has returned, it's all back. This is unbelievable. Even a drama wouldn't depict it this way. It's too melodramatic. Society, behold Brother Han, a man of few words yet fierce resolve. Look at that tiger from the serious crimes unit, laughing like he's lost his mind. Wang Zhigua stated, I told you, but you wouldn't listen. Just look. The live chat was flooded with countless messages praising Brother Han. Wu Ming was bewildered. After years of capturing criminals, this was his first encounter with such cunning. What does it mean to be cunning? This is what it means. Could anyone conceive of such a strategy? Young people these days, devoid of martial ethics. Yura. At that moment, Wang Zhigua and his team hurriedly arrived. As he stepped out of the car, he noticed the crowd's expressions resembling those suffering from constipation. What has happened? He learned the entire sequence of events from the officers. Captain Wang, I was careless, Wu Meng sighed. Wang Zhigua's expression grew grave. He had not anticipated Han Li to be this formidable, managing to outsmart even Captain Wu. Captain Wu, I sense that the situation is shifting in favor of Han Li. The adversary still holds a police officer as a hostage. I propose that we proceed with negotiations and allow the sniper to remain on standby for an opportune moment. Very well, as Captain Wang suggested, swiftly dispatch a negotiation specialist. Wu Meng is genuinely wary of this Han Li now. Report, Captain Wu, what shall we do? Asked the 3 police officers who had been struck by paintballs. Remain motionless on the ground. You are now deceased, mere corpses. All right. Can I make a phone call to my wife? I fear she may truly believe I am dead. How did this situation escalate within our police station? Wang Zhigua sighed. How could it have come to this? Han Li is merely a petty robber. How did he transform into such a ruthless criminal? Outside, there are cries of despair. Yet inside, there is an unsettling calm. Han Li fixated on the female officer, who had been brought in under the duress of Ultraman's assistant. Feeling an odd sense of familiarity. It dawned on him, Comrade Zheng Zhixia, right? My, what a predicament you found yourself in. If you cannot succeed, who can? Brother Han, do you know each other? Humph, Han Li, I wish I could tear you apart, you scoundrel. Enough flattery, or I shall feel embarrassed. Han Li instructed Ultraman's assistant to bind Zheng Zhixia, then addressed one of the hostages. Come now, I have a task for you. Retrieve the firearms from those 3 police officers outside. No, I fear blood. Are you serious? Cough, cough, just jesting. The man raised his hands high and exited the bank. Has he emerged? It's a hostage. Do not fire. Do not fire. Repeat this thrice for emphasis. Do not shoot. The man trembled as he approached the 3 officers lying on the ground. Gentlemen, may I borrow your weapons? Are we to resist? Let us not forget. We are corpses now. How can we struggle? Oh, then do as you wish. All the police officers were puzzled by the man squatting beside their fallen comrades. They watched as he rummaged around. Is he attempting to steal their guns? Good heavens, this is exceedingly audacious, brandishing weapons before us? I have never felt so humiliated as a police officer. Wu Meng gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, Han Li. He actually allowed a hostage to retrieve weapons for him. Do not act impulsively, Wang Zhigua cautioned the agitated officers. After a moment, the man picked up the 3 guns and called out, Brother, I have secured the firearms. A voice echoed from within the bank. Han Li's. Toss the guns inside. Bang. The man obediently threw the 3 specially modified guns into the bank. You performed admirably. What is your name? Wang Yukai? A fine name indeed. Congratulations, you may leave. What? The next moment, a gunshot rang out. Everyone froze. The man looked incredulously at his chest, blood staining his attire. Is this how I perish? Executed before the police officers? The viewers in the live stream gasped. Just like that, Han Li declared death without hesitation. Are you not a ruthless criminal? Oh no. Brother Han has truly immersed himself in the role. To reason, this is indeed sensible. I perceive that these officers exhibit a lackadaisical demeanor, seemingly failing to take matters seriously. Han's decisive shot has awakened them. Criminal education must rely on my Han. Fortunately, this is merely a performance, were it genuine. I shudder to think of the number of lives Han could take. Wu Meng has just come to this realization. Indeed, the bank houses ruthless criminals. Regardless of the program, they are here with true intent. This shot not only showcases his ruthless nature, but also serves as a stark warning to all the officers. If this were a real crime, many hostages would already have perished. Han Li, I commend you, a well-deserved lesson. Everyone, remain vigilant. This is not a drill. Repeat. This is not a drill. We are amidst a genuine bank heist. Yes, Wang Zhigua, hand on his forehead, queried the production team. Where did you find this fierce individual? The production team replied, we are unaware. Chapter 7. You, old rascal, I have uncovered your true nature. I did not expect contestant Han Li to be so cunning. He is effectively rubbing the faces of all the officers into the ground, trampling upon their dignity. The host turned to the criminal psychology professor beside him, asking, Professor Li, how do you believe the officers should proceed to apprehend contestant Han Li? The professor responded, I believe the officers should first stabilize the situation with the robber. Although Captain Wu Meng has faced setbacks at Han Li's hands, he remains trapped within the bank. The officers must bide their time and await negotiation opportunities. Based on my observations of Han Li's behavior, he is likely seizing this final chance to amass points and secure a greater reward. Otherwise, I cannot fathom why he would provoke the officers so recklessly. It is exceedingly unwise. Li Yin was convinced that Han Li was persistently inciting the officers. Such actions could only be detrimental to him. Should he fail to escape the bank, the crime of bank robbery would not hold, merely amounting to the killing of hostages. The audience in the live broadcast was indignant. What do you mean it wouldn't hold? My Han has been wreaking havoc. What more do you desire? These minor officers cannot challenge me. The professor appeared to be merely seeking to restore his reputation. The crowd began to berate him. Observing the audience's discontent, the host interjected, aligning with Professor Li. Professor Li is correct. Dear viewers, let us not forget, we are part of a program, and every program has its rules. Only by simulating crime, locating our crew, and conducting evaluations can we successfully complete our roleplay. However, as the crew members have sided with Han Li in this robbery, we shall dispatch new personnel. Until then, should Han Li be apprehended by the officers, this criminal portrayal will be deemed a failure. What? This is utterly infuriating. I seriously suspect the directing team feels threatened by Han's prowess and must impose restrictions. Han remarked, do you underestimate me, little Peppa Pig? Is that so? First-rate criminal. Hold your ground. At that moment, within Huaihai Bank, Han Li was astonished. Just moments ago, a voice echoed in his mind. Beep. Congratulations to the host for outsmarting the police chief. Reward skill. Top-tier hacker. Top-tier hacker. You can infiltrate any electronic device or system through your mobile phone, unimpeded. Good heavens. In the blink of an eye, I have become a top-tier hacker? Han Li's heart swelled with joy. He immediately turned to the hostage, pulled out his mobile phone, and began to fiddle with it, discovering that he truly could breach anyone's phone at will. He could even peruse their chat histories. What a mess of conversations about the neighbor Wang and his son being someone else's. At that moment, Han Li unexpectedly hacked into an unfamiliar phone. Strangely, this device was sending messages outward. How could a bound hostage send messages? Is it haunted? Boss, that robber hasn't discovered me yet. I plan to exit through the restroom and open the back door of the bank to let you in. Good news, boss, I found it. The robber is unaware of the hidden door. I will let you in soon, and we will surely apprehend the criminal. Our police chief is invincible. Han Li was taken aback. What the heck? There's an insider within the bank. He didn't even realize it. You sly fox. Almost met my downfall. You're quite capable. Too bad I've caught on. Ha ha. Let us see who prevails. Hostage. Big brother. You can't be serious. We're merely acting out a crime, understand? I feel like this guy is genuinely planning to eliminate them. Hello, mate one. Yes. I'd like to order a coach bus, please. Yes, thank you, my friend. What? You want 10,000 yuan for it? Come on. I'm not your grandpa. Don't call me that. Beep, beep, beep. Han Li glanced at his phone. Your delivery order has been accepted. The courier is en route. Brother Han, did you just order takeout? Ultraman's assistant's eyelids twitched. No, Brother Han. We're robbing a bank. Even if we pretend, at least go to the restroom to order takeout. Ordering in front of hostages? Please, can't you show some respect for the hostages? Han Li shook his head, stating seriously, no. I'm just having the courier deliver a coach bus. This left everyone dumbfounded. Wait, you had the courier deliver a coach bus? Are you out of your mind? Brother Han, that's not right. On TV, they always have the police prepare the coach bus, threatening to execute a hostage for every minute of delay. Why does it seem different here? Han Li scratched his head. Is that so? He didn't watch many robber films. Alright, you stand up. Han Li aimed his gun at one hostage's head, commanding him to rise. The hostage reluctantly stood. The police chief outside listened closely. Starting now, every 10 minutes, I will execute a hostage. Han Li deliberately let the hostage show his head, pressing the gun against it. Don't be impulsive, Han Li. Whatever demands you have, just voice them, and we will fulfill them. Wang Zhigua had just received news from an insider that once he opened the hidden door, several armed officers would enter the bank to apprehend Han Li. Requirements? I have no demands, Han Li replied defiantly. What? Wang Zhigua was taken aback, his expression shifting to one that was more painful than tears. Isn't it true, Han Li, that you executed a hostage? Surely you have demands to present to us? Han Li's voice was cold and resolute. I told you, I have no demands. From now on, every 10 minutes, I will execute a hostage. The officers were stunned. Listen to this. Is this even something a person could say? Even robbers know to make demands, yet you intend to simply execute hostages? Wang Zhigua struggled to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Damn it, how did I end up in this mess? This is too intense. The audience in the live stream erupted. Even a ruthless criminal wouldn't be this cold-blooded. From now on, we shall not address him as Brother Han, but rather as President Han. Someone, please light a cigarette for President Han. Wang Zhigua lamented. What sin have I committed to encounter such a madman as Han Li? He was too formidable. Even a desperate fugitive like him felt compelled to follow Han Li. Take my knee, great leader. After admonishing the officers, Han Li instructed his assistant to remember to execute a hostage every 10 minutes. Brother Han, why not make demands? Questioned his assistant. You don't understand. I want to incite their urgency. Where are you going? Han Li turned back, revealing an enigmatic expression. A few mice have scurried in. I must address them. Mice. His assistant gazed at Han Li's determined silhouette, realizing he had not aligned himself with the wrong person. Hey, I need to pick up my kids soon. Could you execute me first? A middle-aged man spoke up. You think you deserve special treatment, don't you? Chapter 8. George, come, let us rob the bank with Peppa. Damn it, this Han Li has gone insane. He is nothing but a madman. Who operates like this? Captain Wu Ming was torn with anxiety, itching to rush in and give Han Li a piece of his mind. Report. The insider says the hidden door is about to open. We can prepare to enter at any moment. Wu Ming's spirits soared upon hearing this. Alright, Han Li probably didn't foresee this move. Brothers, follow me. Let us capture Han Li. Hold on, Captain Wu, interjected Captain Wang. There is little time left before the first 10 minutes are up. They truly will execute the hostages. As officers, we cannot allow more hostages to perish. Time is of the essence. Wang Zhigua waved his hand, signaling for a comprehensive map of the bank. I'm not trying to stop you. Rather, I mean to say we cannot act recklessly. We need a strategy. Look here, this is the layout of the bank. And the hidden door is here. We will split into 3 teams. You lead one team in from here, while the second team enters from there. Before long, several teams of armed officers disembarked from their vehicles, their expressions grave and their equipment top-notch, each one an elite selection. They circumvented the bank's front, stealthily entering through the hidden door at the rear. It was evident that this time, the officers were prepared for a decisive confrontation. Captain Wang, are you planning a full-on assault? What is Han Li truly scheming, and how will you respond? A reporter inquired of Captain Wang Zhigua. In an effort to bolster the confidence of the police chief, Wang Zhigua earnestly stated, unfortunately, Our personnel have infiltrated the bank with 3 teams, each comprising 15 officers, personally led by the formidable Captain Wu of the Major Crimes Unit. On the other side, there are merely 2 individuals. No matter how formidable Han Li may be, it is impossible for him to annihilate an entire squad single-handedly, is it? The audience, captivated by this declaration, erupted in cheers. This was the first time I had been so thrilled by a program that it sent shivers down my spine. It was simply spectacular. With 3 teams entering the bank and only 2 adversaries present, it seemed like a guaranteed victory. How could Flying Dragon lose in this scenario? This is a breach. Han Li, prepare to meet your end. Support our police chief in capturing Han Li. Meanwhile, within the confines of the bank, Han Li had completed his preparations when his phone rang. It was the delivery man. Hello, Peppa Pig, I've delivered the bus for you. Hurry and collect it, or the police will come for me. To procure the bus for me, the delivery man had even resorted to theft. Oh, how tragic, I thought. Fear not, my friend. The police are all here with me, Han Li reassured him. The delivery man was taken aback. What do you mean, the police are with you? Upon checking the delivery address, he exclaimed, Huaihai Bank. How could I be delivering a bus to a criminal mastermind? Feeling unfortunate, he decided, I'll leave the bus here. You can drive it away later. But remember, you never ordered anything, and I've never taken an order. Leave? Where would I go? I don't even have a driver's license. A long silence ensued on the other end. The delivery man was utterly speechless. Seriously, my friend, you're robbing a bank and can't even drive a bus. What is the point of bringing it here? I have a plan. Just wait a moment. And we'll come to you. You can help us escape. How does that sound? The delivery man was left in utter disbelief. Are you serious? This is your brilliant idea? Come on, I'm just a delivery guy, not a criminal. Raise the offer to 20,000. Wait, man, even if we're playing criminals for a show, I'm still a law-abiding citizen. A law-abiding citizen? You just brazenly stole a bus and still claim you're a good citizen. 20,000. That is not how this works. 30,000. Money is secondary. What matters is that our platform prides itself on exemplary service, adhering to the principle that the customer is always right. I'm taking that bus. Excellent. Congratulations on joining our noble cause. Henceforth, you shall bear the new code name George. Do you understand? Peppa, George, what the? Received? Please respond. George received. This exchange left the viewers in Han Li's live stream utterly speechless. Another one dragged into this. When did delivery platforms start delivering buses? This city has gained yet another criminal. The delivery man, in a state of confusion, has begun to form alliances. Brother Han is steadily growing in strength. Brother Han, my dozens of brothers are relying on you for sustenance. With a single word, we will rush to Huaihai Bank. How absurd, calling himself George. Han Li, you're making me laugh to death. What benefit do you derive from this? Daddy Pig, Peppa has taken her brother George to rob a bank. What should we do? I'm waiting online. It's urgent. I can't leave. This show is toxic. Han Li hung up the phone, aiming his gun at the hostage, Zheng Zhixiu. Move quickly and refrain from any mischievous thoughts. Han Li, this isn't the way to the restroom. What do you intend to do with me? He chuckled. Of course, 3 minutes later. Ugh, Han Li, you bastard. Beads of sweat adorned Han Li's forehead. It's been ages since I exercised. Don't mention it. This girl has quite a slender waist. After considerable effort, he finally secured Zheng Zhixiu. Captain Zheng, your attire is quite troublesome. Han Li poked at the bound Zheng Zhixiu, having even sealed her mouth with tape. Ugh, stop struggling. It's futile. Han Li retrieved his phone, directing the screen toward Zheng Zhixiu. Captain Zheng, do you recognize this individual? He appears to be quite pleased. On the phone screen, a dubious man was picking a lock, a smile plastered across his face. Soon, he would unlock the hidden door. Haha, that foolish robber never anticipated this. With Captain Wu and the others entering, the robber is doomed. I'll achieve great merit. Our captain is invincible. Zheng Zhixiu was well aware that the man in the video was their inside man within the bank. She glanced at Han Li, realizing he had somehow taken control of all the bank surveillance. Isn't this something only a hacker could accomplish? And from this angle, he seems to have commandeered several systems. Even the experts at the police station don't possess such prowess. Han Li whispered in her ear, I'm aware there's an informant within the bank. He thinks I'm oblivious, while he merely goes about assisting your captain. Can you guess what amusing events await them upon entry? Zheng Zhixiu's expression shifted to one of alarm. This guy had already known about the informant within the bank. This is bad. Captain Wu and the others are in danger. Shoo, the game has only just begun. This is dire. Captain Wu and his team are in peril. Little did they know, Brother Han, had discovered this. This situation truly places the captain at a disadvantage. One fears not the brute, but the cunning brute. Brother Han is forever a legend. Captain Wu remarked. That fool Han Li remains unaware of our informant. Haha. Wang Zhigua added. This solidifies our position. Han Li declared. They all must perish. Chapter 9. Will a gas cylinder ignite? This turn of events is spectacular. Wu, you may enter. Bang. The hidden door was kicked open. And Captain Wu, fully armed, stormed in with his team. With a crooked smile, he remarked, You've done well. You'll receive commendation later. The rest, follow me. Humph. Han Li, today marks your demise. A team swiftly entered the bank, finding no suspicious circumstances. Captain Wu, leading a squad of armed officers, all professionally trained, proceeded with utmost caution, ensuring that not a single mistake was made. Excellent. Allow the second team to enter. We shall advance. With a commanding gesture, Captain Wu forged ahead, embodying the strength of a tiger from the Major Crimes Unit. Everyone, be vigilant. Leave no detail overlooked. Reconnaissance units, take the lead. Understood. Leave it to me. The lead scout, agile and precise, calculated each step meticulously, conducting a thorough search without any blind spots. Ahead lies a long corridor that, according to the bank's layout, leads directly to the main hall. Captain Wu glanced at the brightly lit corridor, devoid of any apparent danger. Once they crossed it, they could swiftly reach the hall where hostages were held and resolve the situation. It seemed almost too easy, as if it were an invitation. His brow furrowed. Humph. Hanli, do you truly believe that the tiger of the Major Crimes Unit would fall for such a ruse again? This is too typical, which makes it suspicious. Hanli is ruthless. He must have set some ambush. We must think beyond conventional reasoning. Often, the safest places are the most perilous. Captain Wu turned his gaze to the opposite corridor, shrouded in darkness, intermittently pierced by the sound of electrical currents, a sight that exuded danger. This is Channel B, which also leads to the hall, though it requires a detour through the kitchen, one of the reconnaissance officers informed. Captain Wu nodded. All right, we shall proceed through this route. The more dangerous the path, the more secure it may actually be. The group embarked into the ominous Channel B. Whereas the footage. It's too dark. This feels eerily unsettling, one remarked. Impressive, the tiger of the Major Crimes Unit is thinking outside the box. Perhaps he has indeed guessed correctly. Surely, Han Wun-Ti make a blunder this time. Look at these officers. They are the elite, not to be trifled with. Han is finished. After a prolonged journey, Captain Wu and his team encountered nothing unusual. We were right. Quickly, inform the second and third teams to enter. Prioritize the rescue of hostages. If we encounter any robbers, eliminate them on the spot. Captain Wu's resolve was unwavering. Every second counted, and hesitation was not an option. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast studio, the host, moved by the bravery of Captain Wu and his team, spoke with tears in her eyes. It is precisely because of these valiant officers that we can live without worry. Let us pay our respects to them. Captain Wu's actions were beyond reproach. Given the current circumstances, this was the optimal strategy. The reverse thinking was likely unexpected by Han Li, and this time, they might just apprehend him. Professor Li finally felt vindicated. How could they possibly lose this round? The officers are bound to succeed and capture that old dog Han, restoring our peaceful skies. Looking at it this way, it seemed that Han was indeed finished. Please. This is an entire squad of well-equipped special officers. If this were a real case, Han would have been riddled with bullets by now. Ha ha ha. What a first-rate rogue. No matter how skilled one may be, a kitchen knife can instill fear, and within 10 paces, let's see whose gun is faster. At this moment, the live broadcast studio's image returned, illuminated by a flicker of light. It became apparent that Captain Wu and his team were traversing a kitchen, seemingly a makeshift dining area previously established for bank employees. Wait, an armed officer halted his steps. What is the matter? Did you hear something? A sound? No way. Captain Wu perked up his ears, feeling a sense of foreboding. Could it be that they had fallen into Han Li's trap? However, he was overthinking it. After a moment, Captain Wu discerned that it was a sound of whimpering. It appeared to be emanating from that room over there. An armed officer, with keen hearing, identified the source of the noise. Indeed, as they approached the room, the sound became increasingly clearer. There was someone. A group of individuals arrived at the doorway. Captain Wu gestured for everyone to stop, proceeding cautiously. Xiao Wang, come here and check if there are any robbers inside. At this moment, he was genuinely apprehensive due to Han Li's cunning. He feared that it might be a ruse, intentionally drawing them in with the cries of a hostage. Once they breached the door, the waiting robbers could unleash a barrage with their specialized weapons. It would spell doom for them all. Indeed, as expected of the captain. You are truly cautious. Well, he is the squad leader after all. Xiao Wang retrieved professional equipment and inserted it into the door lock, peering through to assess the situation inside. Upon checking his computer, he discovered that there was only a woman bound with tape, able only to whimper. Besides her, there were no other individuals, let alone any robbers. Captain, there's just one hostage inside, no robbers. Phew. Captain Wu finally felt a wave of relief. Break the door down. Yes. The breacher, armed with a crowbar, struck the door. With a resounding crash, the door was easily forced open. Captain Wu raised his firearm and led the team into the room, only to be astonished to find that the hostage was none other than Zheng Zhixiu, who had been abducted. He immediately tore the tape away from her. It's all right now, comrade Zheng Zhixiu, you are safe. Little did he know, Zheng Zhixiu was not grateful. Instead, she urgently implored, hurry, get out, don't come in. What? Bang bang bang. The door, once pushed open, severed a wire connected to a large gas cylinder, which toppled over. The gas venting towards the ground ignited, emitting a flicker of flame. A squad of personnel was entirely wiped out. Repeat, an entire squad has perished. All individuals are advised to remain in place and refrain from moving. Just as Captain Wu and his team were left in utter disbelief, a man clad in a suit, adorned with a Peppa Pig motif, shouted at them through a megaphone. That voice was one he would never forget. It was Han Li. What is going on? Did an entire squad just vanish? Was it merely a fallen cylinder? How could they be declared dead? A black question mark? Han Li. Could it be that he was going to blow up Captain Wu and his team? Upstairs. You may question Han Gu's character, but you must never doubt Han Gu's capabilities. The audience in the live broadcast room was equally bewildered. What on earth had transpired? Suddenly, Captain Wu and his team had vanished. Han Li, what on earth are you doing? Team leader Wu exclaimed in anger. With a peculiar smile, Han Li responded, I have brought in a large gas cylinder from outside, intentionally allowing it to leak. I connected it to the main door with a thin wire. As soon as you open the door, the wire will snap, causing the cylinder to lose its balance and direct the gas outlet toward the ground to ignite. If this were a real situation, the regulator would fail, and the cylinder would explode instantly. The officers turned their gaze toward the large gas cylinder lying on the ground, still emitting a faint flame. Reflecting on the earlier events, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it, Han Li, are you serious? Han Li propped the fallen cylinder upright and adjusted the pressure back to normal. Coughing. He stated, "What I said is indeed correct. If this were a real scenario, once the cylinder exploded, Team Leader Wu and the others would have no time to escape, resulting in immediate death." At that moment, an expert invited by the production team explained through the intercom to Team Leader Wu and the others, hence, Team Leader Wu, and the lovely Miss Zhang Zhixio. "I regret to inform you that you are now deceased. You damn you, Han Li. Scum, you are truly a disgrace to society. Han Li, don't stop me. I am going to end him." Han Li bowed to them. "Farewell, everyone." Watching Han Li's departing figure, Team Leader Wu removed his badge and sighed helplessly. "It's over. We are all dead. This despicable Han Li, what is his background? It's all my fault." Team Leader Wu, Zhang Zhixio felt an immense sense of guilt. "Well, fortunately, this was just a drill. Once we return, we must reflect on our actions. We cannot afford to make mistakes in the next case." Yes. Hearing Team Leader Wu admit their failure, the audience in the live broadcast erupted in excitement. The cylinder fell, igniting and exploding. Unbelievable. How did I not foresee this? After all, this is a kitchen. Han Li. This time, I anticipated your anticipation. Are you convinced? The haters are going to be in for it. Unstoppable, my brother Han is invincible, effortlessly taking down 15 elite armed officers. Who would believe such a tale? Damn it. Someone kill me to cheer on Assistant Han. Mother, I'm kneeling, and once he get up again. Han Li is too impressive. Retracting that statement, if a person fails, do not blame the road for being uneven. Zhang San, are you taking disciples, Brother Han? Chapter 10. You, lad, are of no benefit to society as a police officer. What happened to Team Leader Wu's signal? The captain of the second team found it hard to believe that 15 well-equipped armed officers could be wiped out in mere minutes. "Captain, what shall we do now?" The officers around him observed the captain's solemn expression and sensed his rising anger. "It's nothing, let me confirm." The captain of the second team called Team Leader Wu. "Beep, beep, beep. Missed call?" "No way, sir. The first team is gone." The second team leader's heart raced. What on earth is happening? Were there not only 2 people on the other side? This is unacceptable. I must remain calm. Calm. Losing one's composure in such a situation could jeopardize their subsequent actions. Yu messaged Captain Wang Zhigua, informing him that Team 1 was likely to be completely annihilated, while Team 2 should remain on standby to devise a strategy. Alas, what is the matter? No signal on the phone, messages cannot be sent. Team 2's leader seized the phone, only to discover it had no signal whatsoever. This is dire. The bandits must be jamming our communications. The worst-case scenario had materialized. They were cut off from the outside world. Meanwhile, Captain Wu and his team, having been eliminated, arrived at a designated room prepared by the production team. Suddenly, the phone rang. Wu Ming looked down, and his expression soured instantly. It was a call from a high-ranking official in the police department. One could easily surmise that this was a summons for accountability. Yet, this time the fault lay squarely with him. Even if he were to be reprimanded, he was prepared to accept it. As he answered the call, Wu Ming steeled himself. "Chief, go ahead, scold me." "Xiao Wu, it's been a few days since we last met. Have you been engaging in such bizarre activities?" Wu Ming was taken aback. "Aren't you here to hold me accountable?" The leader chuckled in exasperation, retorting, "Why would I scold you? If I were in your place, I would have also fallen victim to that Han Li. I called to instruct you to gather all the information regarding Han Li's criminal simulations from the production team and bring it back to the police department. If possible, ask this young Han if he has any interest in joining us at the police department." The live broadcast of Han Li annihilating Team 1 had captivated him. It was nothing short of explosive. Such a novel approach to crime had never been seen in the archives of the police department. Surely, this warranted thorough investigation, to humble those in the department who believed themselves invincible. "Very well, I shall handle this matter. As for inviting Han Li to join, Chief, I'm not jesting. We may very well fail to apprehend him. Captain Wu, we're in trouble. Our specially designed submachine guns are missing. Report. One specially designed egg grenade remains. What about my dagger? Where has my dagger gone?" Wu Ming interjected. "It must be Han Li. He is the one who made off with my firearms. This fellow possesses remarkable thieving skills." Zhang Zhixio stepped forward and remarked, "Indeed. Audacious, meticulous, silver-tongued, intelligent, adept in physics and chemistry, a master thief, and, to top it all off, a top-tier hacker. If he weren't to become a cop, he would be of no benefit to society. Rest assured, Chief. If this Han Li does not join us, I shall see to it that he is executed to prevent future troubles. Comrade Xiao Wu, your perspective seems rather peculiar." Achoo. Han Li wiped his nose. "Who is thinking of me?" Beep. "Congratulations, the host has successfully annihilated an entire armed squad within 5 minutes. Skill reward, gunslinger. Gunslinger, my bullets can curve. Goodness, unparalleled marksmanship, isn't it exhilarating?" With a peculiar sensation, Han Li felt as if his shooting skills had reached the pinnacle of human capability. He discarded the specially designed handgun and retrieved a customized submachine gun from his backpack. Taking a deep breath, he loaded the magazine. "What should we do, Captain? Should we advance or retreat?" Damn it, a full squad of 15, led by Captain Wu, was utterly decimated in less than 5 minutes. What a farce. "I propose we withdraw and avoid any unnecessary sacrifice." To their astonishment, the most formidable team, widely acknowledged as the strongest, was silently annihilated without even a single gunshot being heard. How bizarre. The second-in-command felt a tumult of emotions, but ultimately steeled himself and declared to the others, "Everyone, we press on. The plan remains unchanged. Our priority is to rescue the hostages. Regardless of the adversary's tactics, we must heighten our vigilance. At the sight of any suspicious individual, we shoot to incapacitate. Is that understood?" "Yes," came the resolute reply. "All for one and one for all. If Han Li dares to show his face, we'll turn him into a sieve." Damn it, where did all these pillars come from? Be wary of the rooms on either side. The robbers may emerge from there. It felt convoluted, and unease settled in. The second team chose to form a protective circle, moving cautiously forward. Silence. A deathly silence. They could hear one another's rapid breaths. Creak. That was the sound of a door opening. To the left. The second in command ordered, "Everyone, stay alert on the left, and be ready to eliminate any threats." With his command, all weapons were readied. They advanced to the left. Suddenly, a strange gunshot rang out from their right, sending chills down their spines. What? There's also an enemy on the right. Where are these robbers hiding? You lot, keep an eye on the right. The rest, follow me to the left. Damn it. What is Hanli playing at? Does he think this will intimidate us? Ridiculous. Bang, bang, bang. Who is firing? It's the robbers. Open fire. Damn, I've been hit. A chorus of anguished cries echoed eerily. The second in command realized the gravity of the situation. He glanced to the right. Those gunshots were coming from there. This was bad. A feint attack. A trap. Follow me. The enemy is on the right. We've been deceived. The second in command was frantic, unable to fathom Han Li's intentions. This made no sense. His pace quickened, his composure unraveling. Just as they turned towards the right, a door to an office on the left swung open, revealing a figure wearing a Peppa Pig mask. He appeared like a ghost, raising a specially designed submachine gun. What a shocking surprise. With the precision of a god of firearms, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Chapter 11. Masterfully utilizing the terrain to annihilate the second team. Gunfire erupted. Brother. My goodness. Han's marksmanship is extraordinary. I barely saw how he fired. Am I imagining things, or did his bullets seem to curve? Bang, bang, bang. Bullets flew out, catching several officers off guard, striking them and spilling crimson. Officer 3 is down. Officer 4 is down. Officer 5 is down. The second team and another officer managed to drop to the ground just in time, narrowly escaping disaster. Wasn't he on the right? How could he appear behind us? Quick. Return fire. Captain, the man has vanished. The second captain rose, steadying himself, and returned to the center with the remaining officers. I distinctly saw him emerge from that room. The crowd turned their gazes toward the ajar door. If I am not mistaken, at this very moment, the ruthless criminal was hiding within. Captain, I am willing to investigate. One officer spoke gravely. The second captain shook his head, stating, I understand. This Hanli must have taken control of the bank sound system. The bizarre gunfire we heard earlier was not his doing. It was merely a ruse to lure us in, and then he would emerge to fire upon our backs. This Hanli is truly cunning. What shall we do now? Must we retreat? The remaining armed officers were reluctant, having already lost several comrades. They could not swallow this humiliation. The second captain's eyes brightened. Do we have tear gas? Report. We have 2 canisters. Excellent. Since the robber is hiding and unwilling to show himself, we shall force him out. Throw the tear gas into the room. Understood. The officers produced the specially designed tear gas canisters and hurled them into the room. Instantly, a thick cloud of smoke billowed forth. According to real-life protocol, the room should now be filled with tear gas, rendering it unbearable for the robber. He would either be compelled to surrender or suffocate within. As long as we secured this room, Hanli would inevitably be captured. 3 minutes passed. 5 minutes elapsed. The officers dared not relax even for a moment, gripping their weapons tightly as their arms began to ache. Something was amiss. This Hanli had yet to emerge. If he had been eliminated, the production team would surely have announced it by now. What was going on? The second captain cast a suspicious glance at the smoke-filled chamber. Could it be that Han Li was enduring against all odds? He should have been eliminated by now. Production team, we have deployed tear gas into the room. The robber cannot withstand it. He should be eliminated. However, the response the second captain received was, Contestant Han Li has not been eliminated. Repeat. Contestant Han Li has not been eliminated. What? Hasn't he been eliminated? How is that possible? At this revelation, the other officers grew increasingly tense. Their weapons aimed at the room, leaving no room for error. Captain, could he have opened a window? Are you foolish? That is tear gas. Even if a window were opened, it would be of no use after a while. Then why hasn't he been eliminated? Just as several officers were engulfed in frustration, they failed to notice the door of the room on the right slowly creaking open. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted. 3 officers turned in bewilderment to see their backs pierced by bullets. They were declared dead. Captain, we're done for. It's just you left now. WTF? The second captain gazed at his comrades, their faces pale as death. A chill ran down his spine. Could this Hanli be a ghost? Now, he was utterly alone, surveying the rooms to his left and right. His breath quickened. From which direction would Hanli emerge? The right or the left? Damn it. Why did the bank choose to establish rooms on both sides? At present, as long as he keeps a watchful eye on both sides, there remains a glimmer of hope. Captain of the second team, can you guess where I am? To his utter astonishment, the chilling voice emanated from behind him. Hanli. Bang. The captain of the second team was shot in the back, an icy sensation coursing through him. He gritted his teeth in fury. Hanli turned to all the officers of the second team and bowed respectfully. Thank you for your hard work, and now farewell. Wait, even in death, I must understand how you, Hanli, managed to appear and vanish so mysteriously, and how you evaded the tear gas. Hanli smiled and said, haven't you realized? The rooms here, both to the right and left, are interconnected. Interconnected rooms? The officers of the second team displayed expressions of shock. Goodness, is that so? They gazed at the smiling Peppa Pig mask, a flicker of fear rising within them. I may never wish to see Peppa Pig again in my lifetime. Once more, after the demise of the first team, he has now single-handedly taken down the second team. The viewers in the live stream went absolutely wild. Brother Han has annihilated 2 entire teams by himself. Mr. Han, please stop. Otherwise, all the officers will perish. Good heavens, if Mr. Han were indeed a ruthless bandit. How many lives would be lost? What a shock. Mr. Han has instilled dread in the officers of the second team. This lad should not be a police officer. He is a menace to society. At present, the crime simulation leaderboard reads, first place, Peppa Pig, score, 5,000 points. Evaluation. This lad should not be a police officer. He is a menace to society. Second place, Outlaw Zhang San. Score, 1,500 points. Evaluation. Compared to the first place, you are merely an elementary student. The first place score is even double that of the second. Such horror. After dealing with the second team, a voice suddenly echoed in Han Li's mind. Congratulations, host, you have earned the title, Officer Slayer. Reward skill, Bomb Expert, Mastery of all explosives. Explosion is an art. Han Li's mind was flooded with extensive knowledge about bombs, each possessing immense destructive power, some even capable of leveling a city. Han Li contemplated that perhaps after the program concludes, if he truly does not become a police officer, he would undoubtedly be a scourge to society. Captain of the second team, hand over the remaining tear gas. Captain of the second team? What a cruel blow to the heart. I truly fear you now, Han Li. This wave of action was utterly mesmerizing. This is what professionalism looks like. Inside the live stream room of the production team, the host was constantly monitoring the latest developments. Upon witnessing Han Li's second triumph, single-handedly annihilating the second team, she was at a loss for words. Just one word, remarkable. Who could have anticipated the officer's relentless retreat? This situation is dire. Professor Li must be heartbroken. She glanced at Professor Li, only to find him brimming with fervent excitement. Something is off. Something is definitely off. Oh my. This is the first time I have witnessed such a method of crime. A diversionary tactic, a feigned attack, tormenting the hearts of the police officers, rendering them incapable of sound judgment, exploiting the terrain, and systematically dismantling their defenses. This crime is nothing short of perfection. Professor Li's heart raced, utterly captivated by the intricacies of criminality. Observing Han Li's repeated maneuvers, he felt an overwhelming desire to rush to the scene and engage him in an intimate dialogue about crime. Professor Li, why do you appear so pleased? To be frank, the performance of contestant Han Li has piqued my interest. Given his current display, the presence of dozens of armed police officers is merely an affront to him. A battalion should be dispatched. The host was left bewildered. Wait, which side are you on? Chapter 12, Tear Gas and Chili Powder, guaranteed to elevate your spirits. At this moment, both the first and second teams lost contact, and outside, Wang Zhigui sensed that something was amiss. Quickly, contact the third team, remain on standby. And do not act recklessly. Understood. Third team, the first and second teams have lost contact. The adversary's tactics are vicious. Stay put. Do not act rashly, remember. Ding dong. The message was sent. However, it was intercepted by Han Li, who glanced at it and altered a few words. He chuckled. Inside the bank, Captain Fong received an incoming message. Third team, time is of the essence. You must advance swiftly and neutralize the robbers without hesitation. This order is not open to refusal. With equipment in hand, Fong addressed his team. Everyone, with the first and second teams eliminated, it falls upon us, the third team, to turn the tide. Guns at the ready, follow me. The assistant to Ultraman glanced outside the bank and then turned to the hostages. Brother Han, please do not get into trouble. At this moment, the hostages heard gunfire erupting from behind the bank, assuming the police had entered to apprehend Han Li. A wave of exhilaration washed over them. We are going to be rescued, exclaimed a young man, his eyes sparkling with excitement. An elderly man clutching a bag of urea shook his head and sighed. What a pity. I was hoping to earn a bit more. This is indeed a good thing. After all, they are robbers, and it's best if they are caught. Furthermore, this is a live broadcast. If it concludes, perhaps we hostages may even appear on television. Mommy, are the police uncles coming? A little girl with her hands bound blinked her big eyes and asked innocently. Yes, we will be rescued soon. The police uncles are on their way to get us. A mother gently stroked her daughter's head. But I like Peppa Pig. Ha ha, Peppa Pig is the best. Come on, big brother robber, you can do it. The hostages were overestimating the situation. Could Han Li possibly be captured? The first and second teams murmured apologies. We have already been eliminated. Just then, steady footsteps echoed. The hostages turned in unison to look in that direction. It's the police. They are here to save us, exclaimed the young man, jumping up in excitement, eager to catch a glimpse of the police officers' handsome figures. In the next moment, a smiling Peppa Pig appeared. Are you calling me? What the heck? The young man was startled, nearly losing his balance. He could hardly believe his eyes as he gazed upon the man clad in a suit, brandishing a submachine gun. It was him, Peppa Pig. Ha ha, it seems the old man, can linger a while longer. No way. Officer, you couldn't have captured him yet? The hostages struggled to comprehend. Is this robber truly that formidable? Even the officers are at a loss. Ah, everyone look. There is a splash of color on his clothing. He has been shot, and is already dead at the hands of the officer. The hostages noticed a crimson stain on the hem of Han Li's suit. This clearly suggested a gunshot wound. What do you mean by this? Oh, that's just some blood from the officers after they met their demise. Han Li addressed the hostages. What? This is the officer's blood? Impossible. You're lying. It's just you. How could you have taken down so many officers? The hostages were incredulous. Han Li tilted his head and smiled. It seems I've given you a bit of a fright, Haven Ti. Ultraman, 20 minutes have elapsed. How many hostages have you eliminated? Ultraman's assistant replied. Brother Han, I have only taken out one. The man said he needed to pick up his child, so I let him go first. Han Li, somewhat irked, addressed the hostages. Very well. I thought this was merely a drill, but allow me to demonstrate a unique skill. You there? Yes, you who chatter the most, stand up. The young man was seized by Han Li. The young man scoffed. Humph, playing the part of a criminal, and truly believing oneself to be significant. Fool. Let me tell you, outside there are officers waiting to execute you. You're quite the loudmouth. What is the matter? If you have the ability, strike me. Go on, hit me. Bang. Han Li struck the young man's head with the butt of the gun. How dare you hit me? Bang. A second blow followed, with considerable force. The young man let out a pitiful scream. Ah, blood. There's blood. Han Li, with a hint of resignation, remarked, did you hear that? This is the first time I've encountered such a perverse request. TSK. The crowd was taken aback. Is he being serious? Ultraman's assistant exclaimed in astonishment at the professionalism. Now, can we behave ourselves? Han Li shoved the gun into the young man's mouth, addressing him sternly. Please, no? The young man had not anticipated such ruthlessness. Terrified, his legs began to tremble. Han Li, utilizing his bomb expert skill, had modified the tear gas. And while the young man lost his composure, he stealthily injected it. Han Li then led him to the bank entrance and said, you may leave now. Huh? Aren't you going to execute me? The young man stood in stunned silence. A wave of joy washed over him upon realizing his freedom, and he hurriedly ran outside, fearful that Han Li might change his mind and shoot him. To his surprise, Han Li entered without a backward glance. Just look at that. Humph, what a fierce robber. And yet I, the young master, have escaped. There's a hostage. Someone has escaped. Do not shoot. Wang Zhigua, puzzled, thought, isn't Han Li the robber? He just released a hostage like that. Previously, he had insisted on executing hostages. Could this be a ruse? Almost all officers hesitated to approach the hostage, instinctively believing that he might be a decoy for the robber. I am a hostage, not a robber, officer. The young man shouted, raising his hands high. Rest assured, I have brought nothing with me. Observing the situation, it seemed that nothing untoward had transpired. Quickly, bring the hostage over, Wang Zhigua commanded those beside him. Several officers took a few steps and brought the young man closer. Wah, officer, that Han Li is terrifying. Look, he made my head bleed. At this moment, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared their fears were unfounded. Ladies and gentlemen, just now, we successfully rescued a hostage. I believe, with the relentless efforts of our officers, we will certainly save all the hostages. The reporter undoubtedly provided a shot of optimism to the crowd. Is there hope? Excellent. It must be that Han Li is back down. Officers are invincible. However, just as the officers were about to escort the young man away, a thud echoed. What just fell? One officer crouched down to inspect and gasped in shock. Isn't this tear gas? Thud. A few more canisters of tear gas tumbled down. The young man stared at the officer, and the officer gazed back at him, wide-eyed. What do you mean you brought nothing? I don't know. Hiss. Ah, everyone run. It's tear gas. That Han Li even added chili powder. Damn him. My eyes, I can't see. Ugh, cough, cough. It's so spicy, unbearable. The scene descended into chaos. How is everyone holding up? It's fine, just can't open my eyes. Report, that hostage seems to be allergic to the chili powder. He's being sent to the hospital. On the stretcher, the young man's face was flushed as he screamed in agony. Han Li, you devil. I will haunt you even in death. I'm blind. Slap. Wang Zhigua smacked himself. Is this the end? A staff member approached him, hesitating to speak. Captain Wang, does this count as a failure? Are you instructing me on my duties? Captain Wang would never concede. I won't admit it, even if it kills me, that we were outsmarted by Han Li. Ha hope? That's laughable. That young man deserved it. How dare he confront a robber while being a hostage? Who else could he target? Wang Zhigua lamented, first deceived, then deceived again. Still deceived, I have lost all face. Chapter 13, Disaster Strikes, Total Annihilation. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come to achieve great merit. Remember, the higher-ups have instructed us that hesitation leads to failure. We must be decisive. Captain Fong, with a fierce disposition, was resolute in his actions. Bang! Gunfire erupted. Not good. The robber is executing hostages. The three teams quicken their pace. Report, there is a door here, locked. Should we open it? Break it down. The breaching team received the order. 3, 2, 1. Boom. The door was blasted open. The three teams acted without hesitation, swiftly raising their weapons to prevent any assault by the robber. No unusual activity detected. Advance. As they delved deeper, the three teams arrived at the long corridor they had previously traversed. At this moment, one side was illuminated by bright lights, while the other led into the pitch-black B passage. Which path is closer? Report. Exiting this corridor leads directly to the bank hall. Ding. The third team received information from the specialized communication device connected to the outside. The robbers in the bank lobby have lost their capacity for action. We have already regained control of the situation. The third team, hurry to rescue the hostages. Captain Wang Zhigua is indeed reliable. All members of the third team, follow me. They dashed towards the corridor, unimpeded. Captain Fong leaned against the wall and gestured. 3, 2, 1. The entire third team burst through the door, raising their specialized firearms, prepared to eliminate the robbers. Where are the hostages? Why are there no hostages? However, upon entering the bank lobby, they discovered that there were no hostages at all. A figure stood silently in the lobby, facing away from them, clad in a suit. Captain Fong confirmed that the individual was the notorious robber Han Li. He seemed unaware of their presence. How strange. Did Captain Wang not say that the robbers had been controlled and that they should rescue the hostages? Captain, that must be Han Li, right? I am going to shoot. If we eliminate him, this crime will be over. An inspector, impatient, stepped forward, raising his specialized firearm and shouted, Han Li, you are surrounded. Surrender immediately and lay down your weapon. Captain Fong disregarded all caution. The robber was right before them, and shooting him would resolve the matter. What did it matter if it was a trap? The robber had his back to them, and with 10 armed inspectors aiming at him, he had no chance. No one could be quicker than 10 guns. not even the mightiest of foes. The spectators watching this scene erupted in cheers. Hooray, it's finally over. Han Li is finished, with 10 guns aimed at his back. Those sitting in front of their televisions rejoiced, nearly all believing that this moment would mark the end of the bank robbery simulation, and that Han Li would surely be captured. Captain, YISNT speaking. He must be frightened. Captain, I request permission to shoot the robber. Captain Fong assessed the situation. Han Li was clearly too terrified to turn around, likely panicking and unsure of his next move. In this case, while shooting him was certainly an option, what if they could capture the robber alive? That would be an even greater achievement. Captain Fong had longed for a significant accomplishment. No, we must capture the notorious robber alive. Han Li, if you know what is good for you, lay down your weapon and put your hands on your head, quickly. Bang. Captain Fong fired a shot near Han Li's feet as a warning. The figure facing away flinched and then obediently placed his specialized submachine gun on the ground. Excellent. You, go and handcuff him. Yes. An inspector, filled with excitement, approached the notorious robber who had tormented them for so long, ready to bring him to justice. He pulled out the handcuffs and slowly approached the back of Han Li. Huh. Your back is lined with guns. There is no escape for you now. Step by step. Ding. Suddenly, an electronic alert startled everyone. Captain Wu discovered that his communication device had received new information from the outside. Third team, retreat immediately. Terminate the operation. What? As success seemed imminent, Captain Wang unexpectedly ordered a retreat. Had he lost his mind? Captain Fong responded swiftly, irritation evident in his tone. Wang, at the outset, you instructed us not to hesitate and to continue our advance. Victory is within reach. Why the sudden withdrawal? Seconds passed, and another notification chimed in. What? Captain Fong, are you jesting? When did I ever tell you to proceed? I distinctly ordered Team 3 to retreat immediately. Han Li is far too dangerous. Captain Fong was taken aback. Wang had never deceived his comrades, especially during such critical moments. There was no reason for him to mislead them. Wait, who sent that earlier message? An unsettling feeling gripped Captain Fong. Captain Fong, you may have fallen into a trap. You must leave at once. Leave? I am on the brink of achieving greatness. You want me to retreat now? Impossible. Captain Fong's ambition overshadowed his reason. He was determined to succeed, to secure victory. We must eliminate the robber. Remember, Captain Fong. Do not hesitate. The officers froze momentarily. Han Li slowly turned, a cold smirk hidden beneath his Peppa Pig mask, uttering, hesitation leads to failure. Do you not grasp this simple truth, Captain Fong? The air crackled with tension. Captain Fong felt a chill run down his spine. Those words echoed the earlier message. Eliminate him now? But it was too late. As Team 3 aimed their weapons at the robber, explosive detonations erupted around them. Hand grenades burst at their feet, showering them in vibrant colors. Team 3 was annihilated. No, this cannot be. Captain Fong pounded the ground in fury. It dawned on him that this entire scenario had been orchestrated by Han Li. The notion of controlling the situation, rescuing hostages, and urging no hesitation, it was all a damned conspiracy. The onlookers were left in shock. What is happening? Wasn't victory assured? It was merely a matter of one shot. How could it come to this? Why are the officers down, while the robber remains unscathed? The smiles that had once adorned the crowd vanished in an instant. In moments of despair, some rejoice. As the saying goes, smiles do not disappear, but shift to other faces. Meanwhile, Han Li's online supporters celebrated as though it were a festival. Woohoo, let's take off. Brothers, search for the term Fierce Robber online. All results lead to Han Li. The officials have confirmed it. Laughter erupted. Team 1 was obliterated by grenades. Team 2 fell to Han's gunfire. And Team 3 met the same fate, utterly wiped out. Just me. Han Li, single-handedly taking down over 40 officers. Truly, a sight to behold. Hello, Mr. Han. I am from Alibaba Film Production Company. We wish to collaborate with you on a movie about fierce robbers. If interested, please contact us after the program concludes. Captain Fong lamented. I should not have been greedy. I was truly foolish. Wang Zhigua. Alright, it seems it's my turn next. Han Li. Hesitation leads to defeat. Within the room of the eliminated teams, Team 1 and Team 2 convene. Captain Wu, what a pity. Captain of Team 2, the same goes for you. Do not be disheartened, at the very least. Team 3 still stands, and there remains hope for our officers. Wu Ming reassures the many eliminated officers. Indeed, with Team 3 intact, hope persists. Our officers are invincible. Captain Fong is an experienced veteran. He will not be easily fooled. 3 minutes later, creak. The door swings open. Gentlemen, you are also here. Captain Fong sheepishly rubs his head. Wu Ming, Team 2 leader. The crowd. Chapter 14. Old man, negotiation expert, communicates with fists. Damn it. How could this happen? 3 teams. Completely obliterated. Are you joking? Report. Captain. Captain Fong says he is sorry. Wang Zhigua, filled with rage, kicks the rearview mirror, his face flushed with anger, his mood utterly despondent. The surrounding officers are equally disheartened. After all, 3 armed teams were annihilated by a single individual, systematically taken down one by one. Captain Wang. This Han Li is not to be underestimated. Even terrorists are not so fierce. In my opinion, we should deploy the sniper. No. The opponent is already aware of our sniper's position and certainly will not expose themselves recklessly. Wang Zhigua's original plan was for the 3 teams to enter through different entrances, smoothly encircling the robber, a task that should have been resolved in 5 minutes, with no possibility of failure. And what was the outcome? Team 1 is gone, Team 2 is gone, and Team 3 has likely fallen into the trap as well. All eliminated by a passerby masquerading as a robber? How humiliating. This is incomprehensible and unprecedented in the history of our officers. That Han Li is truly remarkable, relentlessly tormenting them. Wang Jigua struggles to fathom how many lives he would bear on his conscience if all of this were not merely a performance. The thought makes him feel as if he might collapse. Report, Captain Wang, the negotiation expert has arrived. Shall we communicate with the robber? At that moment, an elderly man wearing glasses, exuding professionalism, approaches. With a smile, he introduces himself. I am the negotiation expert responsible for this operation. My name is Cui Hao. Cui Hao? Could it be the infamous killer, Cui Hao? Ha ha ha, Captain Wang. The higher-ups heard you were facing some difficulties, so they sent me over. Rest assured, I am a professional. The man continues to smile. Hope reignites in Wang Jigua's eyes. He firmly grasps Cui Hao's hand, his expression filled with excitement. Excellent. With your involvement, perhaps we can turn the tide. The surrounding officers are perplexed. This seemingly frail, diminutive old man can turn the situation around? How absurd. Even Captain Wu's elite armed officer team fell at Han Li's hands. What could this fragile-looking fellow possibly achieve? One officer steps forward, voicing his doubts. Captain Wang. Han Li is exceptionally eloquent. If you rely on the expert psychology to defeat him, it will be utterly futile. Psychology? Cui Hao turned to the young comrade, smiling as he pointed to himself and asked, do you think I rely solely on my words? Is that not the case? What else would a negotiation expert depend on? Fists, perhaps? How amusing. Just as Captain Wang was about to clarify, Cui Hao interrupted him, gazing at the young comrade and inquiring, in a range of 10 steps, which is faster, a person or a gun? Of course, the gun is faster. Is it? Then I can assure you, within that distance, I will surely subdue you. Suddenly, with lightning speed, Cui Hao lunged toward the young comrade. The officer was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure. He was not to be underestimated. It is known that among the officers, he was one of the best marksmen. He immediately drew his specially customized firearm, ready to shoot. However, with a swift spinning kick, Cui Hao sent the gun soaring into the air. Bang! The crowd displayed expressions of astonishment. What just happened? They barely caught a glimpse of it. The firearm flew high, and the officer's jaw dropped. Lowering his gaze, he found Cui Hao's fist already aimed at his chest, a twinge of pain brewing within him. Cui Hao, with the other hand, caught the falling gun and, smiling, returned it to the stunned young comrade, patting his shoulder as he said, your draw speed needs some practice. Young comrade. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce him to you all. This is Cui Hao, the former commander of the Dragon Special Forces. A 5-time champion of the fighting competition. Renowned for his extraordinary reflexes and exceptional lethal skills, he is nicknamed the Killing Tiger. Currently, he serves as a negotiation expert, having resolved countless cases, all culminating in the flawless resolution of hostage situations. The Dragon, the third-ranked special forces of the Dragon Kingdom, and a former commander at that. He is an object of admiration. Resolving hostage situations? A chill ran down the officers' spines. Could it be that one? Wang Jigua beamed with pride. Indeed, it means precisely that. Oh my, is he really that formidable? The crowd once again scrutinized the seemingly frail man carrying a briefcase, adorned with a gentle smile. In an instant, they felt a shiver run down their spines. Goodness, a dagger hidden beneath a smile. Who would have thought such a person was an unparalleled master? Captain Wang. I shall proceed inside. Old Cui, you bear our last hope. Certainly, certainly. Somewhere within the bank, having secured the hostages, Han Li's phone began to ring. Hello. Who is this? Peichi, why the hell aren't you out yet? I've been circling around for over a dozen times. If I keep this up, I'll be dizzy. Oh, it's George. Damn. If you hadn't called, I might have forgotten about that. Just hang tight for a bit longer. I'll give you a cue when it's time. Beep, beep, beep. Han Li hung up the phone. Han Li, our negotiation expert has arrived. Whatever demands you have, feel free to state them. We will do our utmost to accommodate you, provided no harm comes to the hostages. The assistant's eyes lit up. Brother Han, have the officers surrendered? Well, they've already wiped out the main forces. What else could they possibly do? Excellent. They have finally relented. Han Li gazed outside the bank, instructing that the negotiation expert enter alone, without any ulterior motives. Wang Jigua silently mused. This is precisely the effect I desired. Old Cui, I implore you. Han Li observed a man, clad in a suit and carrying a briefcase, who appeared frail and unassuming, slowly approaching the bank. In the next moment, with a thud, Cui Hao stumbled, falling in a most undignified manner. Is this expert truly lacking in professionalism? Han Li quipped. Wang and the other officers could not help but admire him. Truly a seasoned veteran, this was a deliberate fall to disarm the robber's vigilance. Such mastery of psychology. Remarkable. The bank's entrance swung open, assisted by Ultraman's aide. Come in, he said cheerfully. Cui Hao wore a benevolent expression, devoid of menace. The aide expertly conducted a thorough search. And after some time, he signaled an okay gesture to Han Li. Brother Han, there are no weapons. At this moment, Cui Hao also surveyed the bank's interior. Noticing the terrified hostages seated on the floor, along with 2 robbers, one donned an Ultraman mask, while the other sported a Peppa Pig mask. Surely, that Peppa was the one who had repeatedly outsmarted the officers. Han Li, wasn't he? He flashed an innocuous smile. Greetings, robbers. I am Cui Hao, the negotiation expert. For the sake of effective communication, may we step a little closer to converse? Certainly. Excellent. They had indeed lowered their guard. Cui Hao smiled. Once he was within 10 steps, these 2 robbers would be doomed. Chapter 15. Could it be that your bullets can actually curve? Halt. At that moment, Han Li abruptly called out to Cui Hao. Rest assured, I am merely an elderly man, powerless and feeble, Cui Hao declared, raising his hands high to indicate that he bore no weapons. However, Han Li merely retorted, still pretending? Taken aback, Cui Hao froze. What did that mean? Could he possibly know my true identity? Impossible. Any information regarding me is classified. He could never discover my real self. Brother Han, what are you saying? I, an old man, do not comprehend. Han Li scolded, still pretending. The tone was severe. Cui Hao's eyes widened. This fellow had seen through him. This shouldn't be. He had acted convincingly, even orchestrating a fall to avoid revealing any flaws, tricking everyone else with his superb performance. How could Han Li see through me at a glance? What do you mean by that? Han Li's voice turned menacing. What do I mean? This. Before anyone could react, he suddenly raised his specially crafted handgun and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger at the frail, elderly man before him. What the hell? I, Han, draw my gun at the slightest disagreement. Even the elderly are not spared. As a deviant, I find this unsettling. Curious, it seemed improbable that Brother Han would fire without reason. There must be a motive. That old man was done for. The negotiation expert exclaimed, firstly, I did not provoke Han Li. I repeat, I did not provoke him. Just as the gunfire erupted, Cui Hao instinctively reacted. After executing several high-difficulty maneuvers, including backflips and serpentine movements, he completed the sequence with remarkable fluidity, barely breaking a sweat. The hostages were left in awe, exclaiming in admiration. Such feats are not easily replicated. Suddenly, Cui Hao sensed something amiss and regretted his oversight. He emptied his gun, exclaiming, by the heavens. He had fallen into a trap. Huh, you old fool, my specially made bullets have long been expended. There are no bullets left, just a ruse to intimidate you. You are hardly a negotiation expert. Now tell me, who are you truly? Such movements are beyond the capability of an ordinary person. Cui Hao turned his gaze towards Han Li and inquired. Was what you said earlier merely an attempt to scare me, old man? Indeed, it was a ploy to draw you out, and unexpectedly. I have caught quite a big fish. Han Li retrieved a specially designed submachine gun from behind him. Now, there were indeed bullets. Ha ha, how amusing. You, young one, are quite entertaining. It seems my true identity has been thoroughly revealed. I am not a negotiation expert. I am the former captain of the Dragon Special Operations Team. The hostages were left in shock, realizing that this frail old man was the former leader of a Special Forces unit. The assistant to Ultraman gazed at Han Li, unable to suppress his admiration. I yield to you, master. This probing tactic was so masterful that even he had underestimated the old man's capabilities, nearly falling for the ruse. Members of the Special Forces, even after retirement, have long been attuned to the chaos of the battlefield, developing muscle memory. Thus, when gunfire erupted, Cui Hao found himself unable to control his body's reflexes, executing high-difficulty motions. You claim to be powerless? I find that hard to believe. This old man sent chills down my spine. I initially dismissed him. To think the older generation has such depth and strategy. Han Li is truly formidable. Drawing out such a master. The Dragon Team? Aren't they the third-ranked special operations team in the country? What an extraordinary figure has come to apprehend a ruthless bandit. Surely, this enhances Master Han's reputation immensely. The interplay of tactics and counter-tactics is captivating. One cannot afford to be caught. Han Li, you must not fall into their grasp. For that would sap the excitement from the spectacle. Inside the bank, the atmosphere grew tense. Facing the guns aimed at him, Cui Hao remained remarkably composed. At this moment, he was merely 7 or 8 steps away from Han Li. Let us not forget, within 10 steps, he is invincible. In the past, he had evaded every bullet fired by robbers, and this occasion would be no different. Cui Hao's mind raced. At his level, he could simulate the duel against his opponent. Selecting the optimal offensive route from countless battles. I shall advance from the front. With a swift movement, bang. Nothing. Cui Hao was stunned. What just happened? I was shot. No, that can't be right. This time, I will approach from the left. Here I go. Bang. Still nothing. This is absurd. Perhaps from the right then. I refuse to believe it. Bang. Again, nothing. Frustrated, Cui Hao observed as the old man executed his serpentine movements. You young one, no matter how skilled, bullets cannot curve. Can they? Take this. Serpentine moves. Bang bang bang. Bullets altered their trajectories, striking with precision. The scene was rife with gun barrels, and the aftermath was gruesome. With a sudden gasp, Cui Hao's eyes flew open, sweat beading on his forehead. Terror etched across his face as he beheld Han Li, who had yet to fire a shot, as if he had seen a ghost, paralyzed by fear. Your bullets can curve. What? The hostages looked utterly bewildered. What do you mean curve? Han Li was taken aback. How does this old man know that I can make bullets curve? I never revealed such a thing. Old man, are you all right? Your face has gone pale. Best to surrender quickly, Han Li urged, puzzled by the elderly man's ashen countenance, which suggested he had witnessed something horrifying. Cui Hao gasped, trembling as he stammered. I surrender. WTF? Aren't you the former captain of the Dragon Special Forces? You're just going to surrender like this? The glimmer of hope among the hostages was extinguished once more. Old man, aren't you going to put up a fight? Han Li was at a loss for words. He expected at least a display of resistance. But Cui Hao shook his head repeatedly, sighing deeply. Young friend Han Li, even if I were to struggle, your bullets would surely find their mark. This was indeed a truth, for Han Li possessed the skill, god of guns. When it came to marksmanship, if he claimed the second position, no one would dare assert they held the first. It would be difficult not to hit the target. Resigned, Cui Hao declared, you may eliminate me. Not at all. I still need you to relay a message for me. Oh, the hostages perked up once more. Could it be that this confrontation was finally leading to negotiations? Cui Hao inquired, what conditions do you wish to propose? I demand to inform the police chief that before I make my escape, I wish to enjoy a hearty meal, and they should bring in 3 dishes and a soup. Brother Han, I desire a McDonald's family bucket. That robber brother, my child also wishes to eat. Younger brother, I would like some roast duck, piped in another hostage. One by one, the hostages voiced their culinary cravings. Damn it, I am robbing a bank here. What is this madness? Madam, for hot pot, do you prefer spicy or plain broth? Han Li queried. Minutes passed, and Cui Hao emerged, casting a glance at the police officials before presenting a list to them. Old Shui, could it be that you two have conceded defeat? Let us not dwell on it. I intend to retire. What? What had Han Li done to compel such a significant figure to announce his retirement on the spot? Blood surged in his throat. Head, look at this. Wang Zhigua held up a lengthy list and read aloud. 3 dishes and a soup, 2 family buckets from McDonald's, 1 serving of roast duck, 5 portions of dumplings, 1 platter of peanuts, and a bottle of white liquor. Mind you, one of the bottles shouldn't be too high in alcohol content. I fear the old gentleman won't manage. Lastly, 13 sets of utensils and a baby seat. You know, for the child. Are you serious? Chapter 16. A satisfying meal, preparing to flee at a Sichuan restaurant. The proprietor glanced left and right before suddenly revealing a card. Single 6. Come on, I thought long and hard, and this is what you have. Garbage. Single 2. The boss replied, Big King. Look at you, so clever. For 3s, explode. For 2s. I don't believe you can finish them all in one breath. The numbers 3 through 10, a small 2. I have no cards left. Goodness, what luck you have. Ha ha ha, brothers, quickly, take out your money. The boss is elated. Boss. Someone is here to order food. The boss scoffs. Damn it, can't you see? We're in the middle of a game, get lost. But they are police officers. What? The crowd gasps. No way. They've been so cautious, it's just a few bucks at stake. Surely, they won't report us? The boss, trembling with fear, steps outside. Only to be met by a room full of officers, nearly collapsing in fright. Gentlemen, esteemed officers, what brings you here? Boss, we want to order food. The officers have a long list. The boss exhales deeply, terrified, thinking he has been reported for illegal gambling. After hearing their request, he curiously inquires, why so much food? It's not for us. It's for the robbers inside the bank. Oh, robbers. What? Robbers. Before long, the officers return to the scene, laden with food. Head. Everything is ready. Wang Zhigua says, what are you waiting for? Deliver it inside. Damn it. This Han Li is infuriating. Head. I have a cunning plan. Why don't we tamper with the food? Wang Zhigua smirks. What is your name? Reporting. I am called Dabao. You need not come to work tomorrow. The hostages need to eat too. Are you planning to poison them all? It finally dawned on them why Han Li had repeatedly pressed them down. What were they thinking? An absurd scene unfolded within the bank. The robbers and hostages sat together, merrily consuming their meals. It hardly resembled a robbery. Those unaware would think it was a gathering. Ultraman, go tell them outside. Auntie said to add 10 more portions of tripe. 1 portion is simply not enough. Look at how pale Auntie has turned from hunger. Han Li stated earnestly. The viewers in the live stream were astounded by Han Li's antics. Damn, I feel like I'm watching a culinary show. Please. We're in the midst of a bank heist. 10 portions of tripe. Are you serious, Mr. Han? Auntie replied. I said nothing. He insisted on eating. Let us say Mr. Han is enjoying a lavish meal on the company's expense, achieving tripe freedom. Goodness, look, the old man is drunk and dancing. The officers outside were increasingly baffled. Head, Han Li just ordered 10 more portions of tripe. Wang Zhigua covered his ears. I can't hear. That's nonsense. Should we just let him go? If he keeps eating like this, we'll be the ones left out in the cold tomorrow. I've seen bank robbers demand food, but never have I witnessed one act as if they were dining at a lavish banquet. Do you think we are a buffet? Is food free? I envy them. They're eating so well. One officer gazed at the continuous flow of exquisite dishes, then glanced at the solitary sausage in his hand. Damn, the robbers are feasting better than I am. Woe is me. It was laughable. Inside there were delicacies, while outside, he had but a single sausage. How could the disparity between people be so vast? Officer, it would be splendid if I could be the hostage instead. As Wang Zhigua grappled with his thoughts, a police officer approached him discreetly and whispered, Chief, we've noticed a bus circling the bank repeatedly. It is likely providing support for the suspects. Oh, are you certain of this? What if it's merely a bus transporting elementary school children nearby? Sir, it has made over 40 laps, and the driver is currently outside. Vomiting. How peculiar, Wang remarked. Moreover, we possess a crucial piece of evidence. Observe, the man is wearing a mask of George Pig, alongside Han Li's Peppa Pig. They must be working together. Wang Zhigua was taken aback. Hey, you might be onto something. Let us apprehend them before the robbers realize, preventing their rendezvous. He halted the officer suddenly. A light bulb moment struck him. While we should indeed capture them, we ought to deliberately allow their meeting to occur, using our own personnel. The only way to ensnare Han Li is if he exits the bank. Are you suggesting we send one of our own to impersonate the driver? Precisely. We will insert our people without the enemy's knowledge. Sounds feasible, Captain Wang. Yes. Brother Han, would you like this hamburger? Ultraman and Han Li shared 2 bottles of beer, indulging in peanuts while exchanging light-hearted banter with an elder nearby, reveling in the moment. Han Li patted the shoulder of Ultraman's assistant, saying, regretting not being a staff member and joining me in robbing the bank? Somewhat, but for some reason. I find myself compelled to heed your words, the assistant confessed, sensing an inexplicable allure in Han Li's speech. If I were to ask you, the assistant, having listened to Brother Han's words, fell into a deep silence. You can decline, and I will assist you in shedding the identity of a robber, allowing you to return to your role. I want to force you. Brother Han, leave this matter to me. Han Li hesitated. Are you truly certain about this? Well, I cannot follow you in crime indefinitely. It's time for a farewell. The assistant lifted a beer, grinning. Shall we have one more? Absolutely. The two savored their drinks heartily. After finishing his last bottle, Han Li rose and hurled the empty bottle to the ground. Crash! The bottle shattered, startling the hostages. With a cold smirk, Han Li declared, Ladies and gentlemen, the game is over. Just then, a cacophony of honking resonated from outside the bank, as if summoning something. The hostages understood all too well. Han Li was making his escape. Chapter 17. A Time Bomb. The deadly kind in the live broadcast studio. The host observed a bus that had halted outside the bank, her eyes betraying concern as she glanced at Professor Lee. Professor Lee. This bus is audaciously parked at the bank's entrance. Does Han Lee hold the police in such contempt? Professor Lee, however, wore a look of admiration. Truly a formidable bandit. He knows the police cannot touch him. How decisive and impressive. Those who previously dismissed Han Lee as inconsequential are now his fervent admirers. Is this truly acceptable? Hostess. Do not forget that contestant Han Lee is serious. As an exceptional bandit, what does he intend to do after robbing the bank? The hostess replied, escape? Indeed. Having stolen the money, he must flee to enjoy his gains. Therefore, he requires a means of transportation. And I surmise he has chosen a bus to take all the hostages with him. This way, the police chief would dare not act against him. The hostess was astonished, not realizing how cunning Han Lee truly was. Thus, the police would not obstruct him, for Han Lee would never harm the hostages in his bid for freedom, ensuring their safety. Professor Lee lamented, if bandits held degrees, Han Lee would undoubtedly be a professor by now. Head, Han Lee has emerged. The command was given to dispatch several police vehicles to follow closely, while helicopters were also deployed. Everyone was instructed not to intervene and to remember not to provoke the bandit. Understood. Outside the bank, all police officers had no choice but to yield, watching helplessly as the bus casually parked at the entrance, conveniently obstructing their view. Unbeknownst to them, the driver of the bus had already been replaced by one of their own, who had placed a tracker inside the vehicle, allowing the police to locate it immediately. It was a foolproof plan. There was no way they could lose track of it. With real-time updates on the bus's movements, the criminals would be exposed to the police's eyes, leaving them no chance of escape. Why is it taking so long? The police could not see the other end of the bus, each one growing increasingly anxious. The most alarming part was that the bus windows were covered with curtains, rendering the interior situation completely unknown. Wang Zhigua picked up the secret intercom and spoke to the embedded spy. Big Bear, what is the situation? Have Han Lee and the hostages boarded? They are all on board, but that Ultraman hasn't been spotted. Ultraman. Wang Zhigua recalled that this individual was part of the inciting program staff. This person didn't board? Quite suspicious. On the bus, Peppa Pig allowed the hostages to board one by one before being the last to enter, dragging a heavy bag. He nodded at the driver, indicating that the bag contained the stolen money. The driver glanced at it and secured the bag. Peppa Pig then poked the driver's shoulder with a specially designed firearm. His voice low and ominous. Drive, George. The driver started the bus. Peppa, George, a perfect duo. It's laughable. Wow, President Han is indeed remarkable. Escaping with a bus full of hostages. Quite impressive, raising the stakes. Is he not worried about a potential deadlock where none survive? Despite Han's impressive display inside the bank, once outside, it was the police's domain. It was indeed challenging to escape from such a tight encirclement. Surely, he could not keep the hostages indefinitely, could he? I believe Han Lee is in peril. Evidently, more and more viewers were convinced that Han Lee would ultimately be apprehended. There was even a poll online, revealing that 30% of the audience believed President Han could escape, while 70% supported the police. The bus has moved. The police finally displayed a glimmer of excitement. Good. Old Wang and Han Lee, after evading capture for so long, have finally emerged. Humph. Once outside the bank, it becomes the domain of the police. Let us see how he escapes. Captain Wang, we have laid out an intricate net. Han Lee certainly cannot evade capture. He cannot possibly remain silent. You, with your misguided optimism, you have made similar claims before, only to be proven wrong. Wang Zhigua remained vigilant, his mind still wrestling with the unresolved matter of the missing Ultraman. Take a few men into the bank and deal with the trash. The takeout refuse that Han Lee ordered is still lying in there. Understood. Several officers entered the bank. Wang Zhigua kept a close watch on the bus's movements, and as expected, it began to head out of the city. Thinking of escaping? Dream on. Suddenly, a shout erupted from within the bank. Moments later, an officer burst out, panting and pale with fear. Captain Wang, we found that Ultraman. Then why aren't we apprehending him? We can't, the officer replied, troubled. Cannot. What nonsense is this? You are an officer. If you don't apprehend him, who will? Captain, he has a bomb strapped to him. A bomb. Are you serious? Following the officer, Wang Zhigua arrived at the bank's hall, where the scene before him made his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. The expressions of the surrounding officers turned grim, yet none dared to advance. Before them, a man adorned in red paint and wearing an Ultraman mask was bound to a chair, his head drooping as if he had lost consciousness. A time bomb was strapped to his waist. A time bomb. Could Han Lee really construct explosives? Wang Zhigua was utterly astonished. Where could this boy have learned such skills? His confusion began to unravel. This Ultraman was discarded by Han Lee, repurposed as a human bomb. Han Lee intends to kill his officers. He is ruthless enough to turn on his own accomplices. Fear rippled through the officers. The urgency was palpable. The timed bomb, encased in a transparent plastic box, had an exceedingly complex wiring system. A slight miscalculation could lead to detonation. The audience in the officer's exclusive live-streaming room erupted in disbelief. Is Han Lee truly capable of such a thing? This is absurd. A bomb has emerged. Could he genuinely be a terrorist? I believe it now. Production team, you aren't allowing professional contestants to participate, are you? Quick, investigate Han Lee's background thoroughly. Trace his lineage back 3 generations. I recommend sending him to a psychiatric hospital. He is clearly insane. Wang Zhigua hastily dispersed the officers and the onlookers. Soon, the bomb disposal officer arrived, equipment in hand. Upon receiving the call about a robber in a show who had constructed a bomb, he nearly laughed out loud. How ridiculous. A bomb isn't something one assembles casually like Lego. A passerby wouldn't he understand? It was likely just a haphazard wiring job to fool the officers. Captain Wang was concerned about losing face, which is why he called upon the expert. Truly, it was a matter of urgency to dismantle the device and return to rest. Where's the bomb? Captain Wang Zhigua's eyes lit up as he spoke. This side may present some complexities. Complex? Huh. I welcome the challenge of complexity, he retorted. 3 minutes later, the expert remarked, Comrade, you have been observing for 3 minutes. Are you not going to take action? This is a timed bomb. Take action. The expert turned his head, his lips quivering, on the verge of tears. Captain Wang, can you fathom why I have yet to act? Because I cannot comprehend it. I simply cannot understand. Chapter 18. True Heroes, Saluting the Officers and Soldiers. Wang Zhigua paced anxiously, pondering the predicament. The expert was utterly perplexed. Grappling with this bomb he had never encountered before, its wiring convoluted like a labyrinth. The creator of this bomb must be deranged, he exclaimed. Typically, the wiring does not exceed 3 lines, standard colors being red, yellow, and blue. Yet this one there are over 20 wires. Expert, is it manageable? Wang Zhigua gazed at the bomb as the seconds ticked by, his heart racing like a drum. According to the expert, Han Li's bomb possessed the most lethal capacity. Should it detonate, no one within 100 meters would escape. Countless officers would likely be eliminated. For every officer participating, they were akin to competitors. The more captures, the greater the reward. Moreover, none wished for their dignity to be trampled by Han Li. The expert was drenched in sweat, his tone growing grim. Captain, I possess only a 20% chance of success. No sooner had he spoken than the countdown on the transparent box began to accelerate. 9 minutes, 8 minutes, 7 minutes. It was accelerating like a water meter. What is happening? The expert was bewildered. He had yet to make a cut, yet the timer seemed to speed up. Captain, now there is no chance left, he lamented. This must have been preset by Han Li. It accelerates at a certain point. How did he manage this? Wang Ji was seethed with anger. How much time do we have left? The expert hesitated momentarily before responding. I fear we have less than 2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes? What good is that? Wang Zhigua's expression turned grave, as if he had reached a critical decision. Then can you devise a means to relocate the bomb? Are you suggesting you will carry it away yourself? The expert gazed deeply at Wang Zhigua, suddenly filled with profound respect. Now that is a true hero. But it cannot be. Captain, if you are eliminated, who will lead the officers? You are their representative in this endeavor. Your removal would shatter their last vestige of hope. What a pity it would be to lose someone of your caliber so swiftly. I am sorry. I am an officer, Wang Ji was stated with unwavering resolve. To save more lives, sacrifice is imperative. The expert bowed respectfully to him, then exerted tremendous effort to transfer the bomb from the Ultraman bandit onto Wang Zhigua. I will take this bomb to the bank vault and close the door, thereby minimizing the potential harm. At the moment the bomb was transferred, Wang Zhigua set off, exerting every ounce of his strength, racing against time. With remarkable physical prowess and the comprehensive layout of the bank etched deeply in his mind, he swiftly located the vault. He closed the valve and secured the lock, holding the bomb tightly in his arms. He noticed that only 10 seconds remained on the timer. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. Time was running out. Escape was impossible. It seemed he was destined to perish, yet he held no regrets. He silently embraced the bomb, resembling a warrior awaiting death, solemn and melancholic. Oh, how I feel this program has transcended. What is a hero? This is the true essence of heroism. If I do not descend into hell, who will? Friends, our lives are hard-earned. Behind every Wang team, there are countless others who have forged the beautiful life we enjoy today. Let us pay tribute to these brave police officers and the soldiers stationed at the borders. Wang team, eternal glory. I must apologize, Mr. Han, but this time I support Wang team. The timer on the bomb had already reached 2 seconds. Wang Zhigua looked upward. If he were truly to die, what would he say? Perhaps it would be this phrase. In this life, I have no regrets for entering China. 1 second. Don't. Wang team, I cannot bear to lose you. Without Wang team, this program would lose its very soul. Mr. Han, can you bear it? I could not bear to watch. Wang Zhigua closed his eyes, preparing to bid farewell to the program. The red flag fluttered in the wind. The sound that resonated was not an explosion, but a song. Wang Zhigua furrowed his brow, already bracing himself for a burst of color. 1 second. 2 seconds. Apart from the song, nothing occurred. He suddenly opened his eyes, staring at the bomb in his hands. It had halted at the last second. The bomb had stopped at the final moment. It did not explode. Wang Zhigua's eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment. No, it was a timed bomb. Could it truly be controlled like this? Had Han Li never intended for it to explode? He merely sought to frighten himself. Damn, Han Li, you scoundrel. Curse it. I've been played again. Wang Zhigua angrily tossed the bomb to the ground. Bang. The bomb suddenly cracked open. Wang Zhigua leaned closer to inspect. Inside the bomb was an old-fashioned radio. Damn, I can't take it. My heart can't handle this. The viewers in the live broadcast room were still sending farewell messages to Wang team, only to discover that the bomb seemed false. No one had anticipated this. Wait a minute, why call it fake? It was fake to begin with. Yes, Wang team doesn't have to leave the program. How delightful. Goodness. I was scared out of my wits by Mr. Han, and it turned out to be just an old radio. All this fuss nearly gave me a heart attack. TSK, this scheme. Only my brother Han could conceive such a thing. Overall, it should be a positive development. Alas, I had a feeling that Director Han possessed a certain level of discernment, yet he truly knows how to manipulate people's emotions. High emotional intelligence, a faux bomb. Low emotional intelligence. Hey, I'm just playing around. On another front, after the bomb strapped to him was dismantled, the unconscious Ultraman robber was carried out by the police officers. Everyone was still engulfed in the sorrow of Captain Wang's heroic sacrifice. Who would pay attention to a discarded robber? Tears filled my eyes. I truly mourn him. Captain Wong, rest assured as you depart. Fool, what are you saying? This is merely a game elimination, not a real death. Be cautious. Captain Wong might come out and reprimand you later. Captain Wong, respect. From now on, I shall no longer secretly criticize Captain Wong, unless I truly cannot contain myself. You rascal, shoot him. Several staff members from the production crew approached the officers, stating, "We will take this fellow with us. He still has work to do." The officers did not impede them, as they were indeed part of the production team. How pitiful. Even in such circumstances, he must return to work. Load him onto the vehicle. Has this guy gained weight? He feels quite heavy. Inside the van, the Ultraman mask slipped off. The fainted youth suddenly opened his eyes, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 19. I, Han Li, will navigate the treacherous waters. Upon learning that the bomb was fake and that Captain Wong had not been eliminated, the officers outside breathed a sigh of relief. Wonderful. However, this Han Li is truly despicable. Indeed, he could have eliminated Captain Wong, yet he chose to toy with the situation. It is incomprehensible why he refrained from doing so. Had he managed to eliminate the officer representative, Captain Wong, the production team would have bestowed upon Han Li unimaginable criminal points. The more points one accumulates, the greater the prize upon the conclusion of the show. Such temptation would entice any criminal portrayed by a passerby. How could Han Li refuse? Not only the officers, but even Wang Zhigua felt a pang of discomfort, sensing that this new lease on life was bestowed upon him by that scoundrel, Han Li. It was more painful than being eliminated. What about that accomplice? An officer replied. He was taken back to work by the production team. Wang Zhigua nodded. The focus now rested solely on Han Li aboard the bus. He waved his hand decisively, his tone resonant. All team members, the operation to apprehend the bus begins now. Han Li has repeatedly challenged the authority of the officers. This time, he cannot escape. Yes, the officers were filled with zeal. Finally presented with the opportunity to personally capture that scoundrel, Han Li, how could they let it slip away? On the streets, police vehicles blared their sirens. Racing towards the location of the bus, Wang Zhigua climbed aboard an armed vehicle, watching the bus's position shift across the display, fury boiling within his eyes. What is the bus's route? Report. Preliminary calculations suggest it will head towards the outskirts. According to the show's rules, to perfectly execute this crime, Han Li must venture to the outskirts. But this is also a dead end. Countless officers awaited with bated breath. He had no chance of reaching the outskirts. Han Li, you cannot escape this time, Wang Zhigua thought to himself. On the highway, a speeding bus was closely followed by numerous police vehicles, while helicopters hovered above, monitoring the situation. At that moment, a police officer leaned out, holding a megaphone, and shouted into the bus, Han Li, look outside. You are completely surrounded by our police force. And your bus cannot evade us indefinitely. We can pursue you as long as it takes. It would be wiser to surrender now. We have discussed it with the production team, and if you surrender immediately and release the hostages, your previous accumulated points can still be redeemed for a reward. Faced with such a predicament, even the most discerning individuals would relinquish resistance. Retaining the hard-earned points was preferable to losing everything. It should be noted that Han Li's previously acquired points were enough to exchange for over 700,000 in cash, a significant sum for an ordinary person. This was also part of Captain Wang's strategy, to psychologically pressure the robber while simultaneously offering a glimmer of hope. However, the bus showed no intention of stopping. What was wrong with Han Li? Was he truly so obstinate? Did he still believe he could turn the tables with the hostages? Such a delay would yield no change in the outcome. Captain Wang continued to persuade him, stating he was on his way. The officers persisted in their attempts at negotiation. Yet the bus remained undeterred. Meanwhile, on the other side, after all the police had vacated the bank, no one noticed a van that had been parked for a long time slowly approaching the hidden door at the back of the bank. With a thud, the van door swung open, revealing a handsome young man who removed his Ultraman mask and glanced around, a smug smile spreading across his face. If Wang Zhigua were to see him now, he would likely faint from rage. Was this permissible within the program's rules? Han Li turned to look inside the vehicle. The crew members were at a loss for words. Just when they thought they were bringing back a staff member, they discovered that this Ultraman was, in fact, the very Han Li being pursued by countless police officers. Can you believe it? Han Li had effortlessly deceived everyone, including the production team, as he leisurely returned to the scene of the crime. What a clever ruse. Truly, he was quite the scoundrel, though he had not technically violated the program's rules. The crew members increasingly viewed Han Li with disdain. Why? Perhaps because he had just humiliated them all by outsmarting them. However, Han Li, I must remind you that according to the program's regulations, a criminal must hand over the stolen goods to our staff to complete the crime. Since your money is still on that bus, you have ultimately lost. One staff member smiled smugly. No matter how impressive your maneuver, without handing over the money to us, what can you achieve? Han Li paused for a moment. But can you guess why I returned to the bank? Suddenly, several crew members had a realization, their scalps prickling with unease. Indeed, the money had always been in the bank. A sinister smile crept across Han Li's lips, particularly unsettling in the shadows. At that moment, the audience, uniquely belonging to Han Li's livestream, was left utterly speechless, even forgetting to voice their critiques. After a prolonged silence, the eruption came. Wow, I can't keep up with Han's thought process anymore. The sheer audacity of his deception was impressive. Upon reflection, one couldn't help but wonder if those staff members were intentionally lured by Han himself. From the moment he feigned incapacitation, we all fell into his elaborate trap. Such an intellectual domination. If the real Han is here, could it be that the Han on the bus was merely a sinister ruse, a chilling thought indeed? Zhang Sen exclaimed, Han Li, are you taking disciples or not? I'm here to seek you out. Several staff members were still pondering Han Li's words. Do you think he impersonated Xiao Zheng precisely because of his identity, knowing we would come to retrieve him? If so, he could promptly hand over the funds. Unbelievable. Is he even human? Han Li emerged once more, carrying a hefty box. He placed it before the staff and opened it, revealing neatly arranged 5 million in cash. This was a definitive declaration of victory. Although some staff members were reluctant to concede, the reality was undeniable. The ambitious police officers could never have anticipated that the victory they believed to be within their grasp would be snatched away by Han Li. Congratulations, Han Li. You've won. Suddenly, just as a few staff members were about to take the box containing the 5 million, Han Li retracted it. What could this mean? They were perplexed. Han Li shook his head, indicating that he had no intention of handing it over just yet. No. The best part has yet to unfold. Let us enjoy a live broadcast, shall we? More drama was set to ensue. The staff felt their heads might explode. You could have handed it over now. Why wait? Isn't this just tormenting Team Wang? It was utterly bizarre. Here he comes, the moment of psychological warfare. Han Li remarked, victory is attainable. But why not prolong the fun? It was unbearable. The thought of witnessing Team Wang's despair was too much. This was an insurmountable predicament. Thank you. One officer exclaimed in frustration. Han Li pulled out his phone and sent a message to someone on the other end. The funds are secured. The show can commence, Ultraman. Received, Peppa. Chapter 20. Utterly absurd. Xiao Zheng, adorned with a Peppa Pig accessory, tucked away his phone. Han Ji's words indicated that he was safe. Hence, let him perform this final act. The driver, glancing through the rearview mirror, was closely monitoring the movements of the robber. It appeared he had received some information. As long as he remained undetected, there would surely be an opportunity to collaborate with the outside police to apprehend the robber. Furthermore, to expedite that opportunity, he deliberately took a longer route, ensuring the bus would run out of fuel sooner. At most 30 minutes, and the bus will be out of gas. The driver thought to himself, chuckling inwardly, feeling quite clever. What is this guy doing with that bag? Isn't it just money? He observed in the rearview mirror as the robber opened the bag and retrieved a crude pipe, followed by a time bomb. What the hell? A bomb? The driver's pupils suddenly constricted, and his heart nearly ceased to beat. What in the world? Wasn't the bag supposed to be filled with money? Why on earth was he pulling out a time bomb? To make matters worse, the young man, Xiao Zheng, proceeded to produce 7 or 8 colorful hand grenades. Good heavens. They were filled with explosives. The driver was taken aback, losing focus and causing the bus to skid, resulting in the hostages gasping in terror. How are you driving this thing? Let me take over. I'm terrified, exclaimed one hostage. Take it easy, big guy. This is just a show, not a death race. At that moment, the driver's mind was flooded with 1,000 curses. Did they not see him pull out a time bomb? That was an explosive device. Why was everyone so unfazed? What's going on with you? Xiao Zheng glanced back at him, sensing something was amiss. I'm feeling unwell, he coughed. No, he couldn't raise any suspicion. Xiao Zheng patted his head, dismissing the concern. He connected the time bomb to the 8 grenades with wires and proceeded to place them on the 8 hostages. Men, women, the elderly, and even children. All right, the explosives are set. Now we wait for the police to bite, he declared. Bite? The driver felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead, as he seemed to have overheard something he shouldn't have. Was this lunatic planning to detonate the bomb? He was still on the bus. Was he intending to perish alongside the hostages and the police? Was he out of his mind? Wait a moment. Wouldn't that mean he would blow himself up too? I need to inform Captain Wang immediately. The driver glanced back at the robbers several times, then stealthily reached for his walkie-talkie to update Captain Wang. George. The driver was startled, nearly dropping the walkie-talkie in his panic. Oh no. Xiao Zheng paused, then approached the driver, crouching down to retrieve the device. He held the walkie-talkie, eyeing the trembling driver with confusion. George, you're not being honest, are you? As he spoke, a specially designed firearm was pressed against the driver's temple. Xiao Zheng was well aware that this was a unique police walkie-talkie. The man before him, George, was likely a police undercover agent. How cunning. Had they placed an undercover operative right beside him? Was he trying to court disaster? Don't play games with me. I'll tell you this. There are timed explosives and 8 connected grenades on this bus. If you make any sudden moves, I will detonate them. Xiao Zheng stated with unwavering resolve. Han Li, are you insane? Don't forget, you're on this bus too. If you detonate the bomb, you will be eliminated as well. This crime will end in failure, and you won't get any money, the driver retorted. Xiao Zheng found it amusing that this driver hadn't yet realized he wasn't Han. Nevertheless, he decided to play his role to the fullest. You don't believe me? Then, before the driver and all the hostages, he set the timer with a countdown. 15 minutes. The countdown of the timed bomb has begun. Are you serious? In 15 minutes, everyone will be eliminated. The indifferent words chill the hearts of the crowd. A madman. Undoubtedly a madman. The driver exploded in anger. Damn you, Han Li. Have you lost your mind? This is just a show. Eliminate me, Han Li, you lunatic. Xiao Zheng retracted his weapon. Brother Han had once said, when faced with a person seeking death, one must grant them mercy, for only then can one continue to torment them. Beep beep. The driver glanced down and saw the bus was nearly out of fuel. Damn it. His previous detours had now backfired. Who could he blame for this? Han Li. Surrender quickly. Don't stop. If you get caught, you'll lose everything. Hurry, release the hostage. Do not recklessly challenge the police's patience. Outside, a new round of persuasion continued. Team leader Wang, the bus hasn't stopped. What should we do? The police chief was at a loss. Was Han Li truly so indifferent to money, intent on committing a crime? Team leader Wang steeled himself. Let Big Bear take action. Yes, on the bus. The walkie-talkie seized by Xiao Zheng crackled with the police chief's command. Big Bear, this is Team leader Wang. Act now. I repeat, act now. Are you going to act or not? This is a direct order from your superior. The driver seethed with frustration. You're pointing a gun at me. And you expect me to move? Besides, I can't stop now. Once I halt, Hanli will surely detonate the bomb immediately. If all the hostages are killed in an explosion, my career will be over. Drive as far as you can. Unfortunately, within 5 minutes, the bus ran out of fuel. Damn. The driver regretted it deeply, still not having left the outskirts. Suddenly, the bus began to slow down, and the police, who had endured for so long, brightened with hope. An opportunity. They quickly surrounded the bus. The bus has stopped. Team Leader Wong. It must be that Big Bear has succeeded. Good, follow me. Let us capture Hanli alive. Finally, they could vent their frustrations. Team Leader Wong led the police to encircle the bus, calling out, the bus is out of fuel. Hanli, come out, let us talk. Creak. The bus door slowly opened. The police raised their specialized firearms, aiming at the door, ready to fire at any sign of abnormality. Has someone come? The door opened, but instead of Peppa Pig, it was the driver who rushed out. He ran towards Team Leader Wong, shouting, Team Leader, you all need to leave quickly. In 4 minutes, this bus is going to explode. Big Bear, what happened? That Hanli has installed a timed bomb inside the bus. Team Leader Wong. The police? Not this again. The police could no longer tolerate it. Was this just a ruse to mock them? Don't deceive us. That Hanli couldn't possibly create a bomb. It's just a trick to scare you. Indeed, Team Leader Wong had been fooled before. Clearing his throat, Hanli commanded silence, maintaining an air of seriousness. Though it was evident he relished instilling fear. The driver, his mind clouded with confusion, pondered if he had been deceived. Just then, a round object rolled from the driver's feet, landing before an officer. What is this? Suddenly, the sphere exploded with a force that sent the officer sprawling to the ground. His body adorned in crimson splatters, lifeless. He had lost consciousness. The scene left all the officers dumbfounded. Captain Wong felt a jolt of alarm. Is this the real deal? The driver exclaimed. Didn't you say he couldn't make bombs? This one knocked him out cold. Chapter 21. A gift for the hero. Quick. Summon medical personnel to assess the injuries. Wang Zhiguo rushed to assist the fallen officer, shocked by the unexpected turn of events. Yes, medical staff soon arrived, performed their evaluations, and reassured everyone that the officer would be fine after a brief rest. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Wang Zhiguo rose and turned to his fellow officers, his expression grave. Call in the bomb disposal experts. You, and you, come with me to the bus. However, the officers hesitated. What is the matter? Captain Wong inquired. Captain, perhaps you should stay outside. We can handle things in there. One officer voiced their concern. They feared for Wong's safety should he board the bus. Initially, Wong felt inclined to scold them, but, recognizing their good intentions, he restrained himself, gazing earnestly into their eyes. He declared, if I don't board the bus this time, though I may evade elimination, I would regret it for the rest of my life. Therefore, I must get on that bus. Seeing the sincerity in Captain Wong's eyes, the officers ceased their objections. Captain, the bomb disposal expert has arrived. Let us go. Time waits for no one. Wang Zhiguo led the officers and the expert onto the bus. Inside, over a dozen hostages were held captive, 8 of whom were strapped with grenades, all interconnected by wires leading to one individual, resembling a spider's web. No one could escape. The robber, adorned with a Peppa Pig mask, appeared unfazed upon seeing the officers, as if he had anticipated their arrival. You're a madman, Hanli. Captain Wong never anticipated that Hanli could be ruthless enough to endanger himself. What? No words now. Feeling guilty? Wang Zhiguo ignored him and addressed the officers. Apart from these 8 hostages, send the others out. Understood. Several officers escorted the unbound hostages off the bus. Mom, I want to call my mom. I promise I won't misbehave again. One man sobbed, relieved to have survived. Rewards, we can finally claim our rewards. Another exclaimed tearfully. Before long, only the 8 hostages and the robber remained on the bus. Wang Zhiguo glanced at the timer on the explosives strapped to the robber. Only 12 minutes remained. Expert, what is the situation? The bomb disposal expert wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling the weight of urgency. A piece of good news and a piece of bad news. Captain Wong, which would you prefer to hear first? Captain Wong was at a loss for words. Just spit it out. Damn it, we're wasting time here. The expert interjected. The good news is that the grenades on everyone can be easily disarmed, but the bad news is that one hostage's grenade cannot be disarmed. Once all the other grenades are disabled, the bomb will detonate immediately. A heavy silence enveloped the room. The implication was clear. Someone must make the ultimate sacrifice. Wang Zhiguo clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he surveyed the 8 hostages. There were mothers cradling their children, elderly gentlemen, young couples in love, and a middle-aged man with a disability. Regardless of who it was, he could not bear to see any of them become a sacrificial lamb. To the officers, each hostage's life was invaluable. Damn it. Even if it meant sacrificing myself, how could I choose one hostage to perish? This is incomprehensible. I cannot do it. Even if this is a show, I simply cannot. Hanli, are you even human? Do you not possess a conscience? Several young officers watched helplessly as time slipped away, unable to decide whom to save. They were on the brink of collapse. Among the officers, the influential viewers watching the live broadcast were equally indecisive. To save a hostage meant sacrificing another. There was no clear solution. Was this a test of humanity by Hanli? He was nothing short of a devil. This was being broadcast live across the internet. Was this not a torment for us officers? I never wished to encounter such a situation in my lifetime. So, which hostage should be sacrificed? Wang Zhiguo coughed, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him, deeply repulsed by such a trial of humanity. Regardless of whom they chose, the officers would bear an unbearable burden of guilt. Many of the younger officers, unable to withstand this torment, would resign. You all get out of the car. Captain Wang. We will bear this together. Indeed, you have already shouldered too much. I command you all to exit the vehicle. Are you deaf? In my capacity as captain, I order you to disembark. Anyone who dares to defy this order will be reprimanded. Wang Zhigua shouted, turning his back to the young officers. They gazed at his frail figure, their eyes welling with tears, hearts heavy with sorrow. Yes, Wang Zhigua sighed. If it must be so, let him bear this guilt. Yet, when it came time to make the actual choice, he found it difficult to speak. You all should step down. This old body of mine is of little use now. Eliminate me, Captain Wang. At that moment, the elderly gentleman who had shared drinks with Han Li spoke up. Wang Zhigua's heart ached. But it seemed to be the best outcome. No, sir, you should go. I will remain. The middle-aged man with a disability rose, pulling a credential from his pocket. I am a veteran. He saluted Captain Wang. Captain, please, allow me to fulfill my duty as a soldier. Though he had lost an arm, his gaze remained sharp and resolute. That unwavering determination could only be forged in the crucible of military service. Despite his disability, he stood tall and radiant. Tears glistened in Captain Wang's eyes as he responded, You are a hero. So are you, came the reply. Wang Zhigua gestured to the bomb disposal expert, who then proceeded to allow the remaining 7 hostages to disengage from the explosives, escorting them away one by one. Suddenly, a small girl turned back, rushing to the side of the veteran and grasping his hand, conveying her tiny warmth. Uncle, isn't he very impressive? Indeed, the veteran smiled. Captain Wang had someone equip him with protective gear to shield him from potential grenade blasts. At that moment, the timer on the bomb ticked down to just 20 seconds. Inside the bus, only the veteran and the robber remained. He fumbled with his military identification, reminiscing about his days in the armed forces, days filled with fervent shouts of defending the homeland and the passion of youth. However, after a tragic accident that cost him his arm, he had succumbed to despair, drifting aimlessly through his days. Yet now, it felt as if he had returned to his former self, a proud soldier once more. The sensation of being needed by the people was truly gratifying. The countdown began. 9, 8. Each second felt like an eternity. The veteran closed his eyes, humming to himself, a heart devoted to the motherland, a passion dedicated to the people. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. The sound of an explosion reverberated, startling those outside the bus. Captain Wang could hardly believe it. Had it truly exploded? Deep down, he clung to the hope that this was merely another of Han Li's cruel tricks. But the reality was harsh. However, as everyone watched the veteran exit the bus unscathed, it became apparent that the grenade he bore had not detonated. This meant the explosion had not originated from him. Thud, thud, thud. The robber, adorned with a Peppa Pig mask, slowly descended from the vehicle. His own timed explosives had detonated, leaving him splattered in red paint. The police officers were in disbelief. In the end, Han Li had sacrificed himself? They had misjudged him. The audience in the live broadcast erupted in excitement. What does it mean to be in control? This is true strength. Mr. Han, you are my idol. They paid tribute to him, honoring those heroes. At that moment, the production team showcased a poignant scene. Countless soldiers sounded their horns, charging into a hail of gunfire. One by one they fell, yet not a single soul halted in their advance against the enemy. The host's sweet voice resonated, a military cap, bearing the weight of the motherland, a steel rifle, embodying the hopes of the people, clad in green uniforms, with bodies forged like the Great Wall. These are the soldiers of China, the sons and daughters of the people. We salute you. Applause erupted from everyone present for the veteran. Overcome with emotion, he savored his moment in the spotlight, a tribute from the people to their silent guardians. Wang Zhigua clapped fervently, tears welling in his eyes, moved by the touching scene. Now this is what an educational program should be. Chapter 22, a perfect conclusion. While emotions ran high, the robbers still needed to be apprehended. Wang Zhigua stood before the robber, observing this individual adorned with a Peppa Pig mask, applauding for the veterans. His expression a whirlwind of emotions. You are not Han Li, Little Zheng froze. Had he been discovered? He had so meticulously imitated Brother Han. Alas, deep down, he knew Han Li could never eliminate himself. Who are you really? As Wang Zhigua noticed his silence, his conviction grew stronger. How did you find out? Because you lack the unique aura of a rogue that Han Li possesses. Wang Zhigua inquired further, who are you? Little Zheng removed his mask, revealing his face, and addressed Captain Wang. What a coincidence it is for us to meet again, ha ha ha. Staff. Wang Zhigua was left bewildered. What is happening? Were you not eliminated? At that moment in the bank, he distinctly remembered seeing a staff member clad in vibrant red, wearing an Ultraman mask. Wait. Suddenly, a realization struck him. It was hard for him to utter, but could it be? No way, that guy Han Li could not possibly be. Captain Wang, it is just as you suspect. Do not doubt yourself. Have confidence. Wang Zhigua's blood pressure surged. He seized the walkie-talkie and shouted, all teams. The robber from the bank was none other than Han Li himself. I repeat, he is Han Li. Return to the bank immediately. Han Li never left the bank. What? The real Han Li never left the bank? We've all been deceived. The officers were dumbfounded. He is not Han Li. I can't tell. I just can't tell. Damn it. Here we are again, identity swapping. I'm going to be sick. It can't be. That guy was supposed to be eliminated. Was he pretending to be dead? Good heavens, who the hell is Han Li? Little Zheng clasped his head in his hands. His mission was complete. He would exit the show. What about the money? Where's the money from the bank? Wang Zhigua pressed Little Zheng, insisting that as long as the money remained on the bus, they had not lost. Unfortunately, Little Zheng extinguished his last glimmer of hope. It is hidden within the bank. My bag is filled with explosives. Thus, the true mastermind and the stolen funds had never left the bank. Were they merely deluding themselves, playing out a farce? Wang Zhigua felt a sharp pain in his chest. He had brushed shoulders with Han Li. The live stream chat exploded. Oh my, this is unbelievable. A high IQ criminal. Han, please, why not become a professor in criminal psychology instead of a robber? A genius. He is undoubtedly a rising star in the criminal world. Isn't his acting superior to those young idols? A miraculous escape. Who would have thought I, Captain Wang, had once been but a step away from him? Captain Wang lamented, my mental state is shattered. Han Li truly lived up to his reputation. With a bus available, I simply refuse to board. I will sit right before you, watching you dismantle the explosives. Then, I shall nonchalantly slip away right under your nose. And you will remain none the wiser. How exquisite. Han Li handed over the iron box to the staff, exclaiming, these past couple of days have been quite thrilling. Thrilling? More like terrifying. How many individuals have you affected to the brink of collapse? You still have the audacity to speak. Player Han Li, after our calculations, there is a total of 5 million in cash involved. According to the show's crime point conversion rate, you may exchange it for 419,000. Congratulations. You have acquired a considerable sum. The staff wore forced smiles. Damn it, this kid has struck it rich. Feeling dejected, Han Li inquired, can I give a portion to others? Of course, it is your money. You may do as you please. Even toss it into the river if you wish. Very well, I will allocate 1 million to my accomplices and another million as a charitable donation. Goodness gracious. Casually giving away 2 million. Are you a benevolent spirit? Oh, Han, you truly are generous to your brothers. 1 million, just like that. Brother Han, please. Can I become your little brother? I would brave any danger for you. I can even warm your bed. Wow, now he has female admirers, doesn't he? He?'s robbing banks and still engaging in philanthropy. It's truly moving. I am in tears. Han Li's character is beyond reproach. The staff members were also taken aback by Han Li's decision to donate 1 million to charity. They regarded him with newfound respect. The tone softened. Mr. Han Li, we thank you for your contribution to charity. Shall it be in your name? No, I am a notorious bandit. How could I allow my name to be used? Let it be under Captain Wang and the officers' names. The staff members suddenly felt a chill. He even donated in the name of his adversaries. This guy is genuinely a good person. Concealing his merits and fame, he departs once the task is completed. Remarkable, remarkable. Han Li, I must apologize for my previous insults. So do I respect. Han Li, I have always been a good person. You don't truly think of me as a villain, do you? Congratulations, Han Li, for flawlessly completing this crime simulation. You robbed a bank, executed hostages, and eliminated 3 armed squads, earning a total of 45,600 crime points. Upon hearing this figure, even the program staff had to concede. Han Li is truly formidable. For a bandit to achieve such a feat, it could be considered a textbook example of crime. As Han Li completed his criminal exploits, the leaderboard updated in real time. First place, Peppa Pig, points, 66,666. Evaluation, unparalleled bandit. Second place, Outlaw Zhang San, points, 5,200. Evaluation, just a rookie. Third place, the most affectionate of Jiangnan, points, 3,200. Evaluation, you should really join a dating show. The live chat exploded with comments. Wait, are these points for real? Officially, I can only say I am in awe. This is absurd. My brother Han stands alone at the pinnacle. Other contestants are simply not on the same level. Zhang San, damn it, why is this so challenging? Han Li, just wait, I am coming for you. My mother asked me why I hadn't gotten up after kneeling for 2 days. I told her, sun will never rise again. My Han is simply extraordinary. Everyone, I have become numb. There is nothing more to say. Goodness, what a spectacle. Han Li had completely outpaced the second place by several streets, a staggering margin of 10-fold. It was utterly ridiculous. As he gazed at the remaining 2 million on his phone, a novel plan began to form within him. With such development funds at his disposal, should he not establish his own organization? The production team should hastily prepare and expand the scope of their criminal simulations. Otherwise, my actions would be hindered. Han Li, how far do you wish to go? The entire Dragon Nation. As the saying goes, I, Han Li, aspire to grow and flourish. Chapter 23 That night, the directors fought tooth and nail for Han Li. When Wang Zhigua hurried back to the bank, Han Li had long since fled, leaving him filled with regret. Time and again, he found himself outmaneuvered by Han Li, just a hair's breadth away from success. I'm afraid, Captain Wang, you lost from the very beginning. The remaining staff recounted the events to Wang Zhigua. For a long time, he remained silent, his gaze vacant as he fixated on the police badge in his hand. Defeated. Thoroughly vanquished. However, the staff approached him, applauding. The prize Han Li has won will see him gift 1 million to his accomplice, Xiao Zheng. Congratulations. Xiao Zheng gazed at the 1 million now in his possession, a sum he had never before encountered in his life. Brother Han actually gifted me this million? Oh, Brother Han, I always knew you cared for me. In addition, Han Li extracted another million for charitable purposes, donating it in the name of Captain Wang and the officers. The officers were collectively taken aback. Surely, they had not misheard. This formidable adversary, who had subjected them to relentless torment, was now using their names for benevolent deeds. 1 million. It brought tears to their eyes. The livestream audience had experienced countless moments of exhilaration at Han Li's displays. Charity under the officer's name. What a paradigm shift. He not only honored the soldiers who protect the nation, but also paid tribute to the dedicated officers, instilling a sense of reverence. This is precisely why Han Li, as a bandit, garnered such popularity. Who could resist such a figure? It was simply astonishing. What could Han Li not accomplish? You think I rob banks? Wrong. I am engaged in noble deeds. The officers responded with respect. Xiao Zheng, overwhelmed by the unexpected million, felt tears welling up in his eyes. Why do my eyes always brim with tears? It is because my love for Brother Han runs deep. Initially, upon hearing Han Li's call for him to meet his demise, he felt a pang of sorrow, realizing that he had merely been a pawn all along. Yet, he never anticipated that Han Li had always regarded him as a brother. A million, just like that. Oh, the dawn of the working class has arrived. Brother Han, you are my great sage. On the other hand, the officers in Wang Jigua, upon hearing this explosive news, were filled with conflicting emotions. They loathed Han Li, yet simultaneously held him in admiration. One cannot deny that it was thanks to Han Li that the public became aware of the unsung heroes, that disabled veterans received the best wishes from the people, and that society became a better place. The onlookers also sent their blessings. Thank you, dear officers, for your hard work all along. Well done, young men. The crowd erupted in applause. These heroes deserve their gratitude. Everyone, let us remember this moment. Our silent contributions will not be forgotten. For there will always be those who understand us. Wang Jigua's eyes shimmered with tears. The officers collectively removed their hats and saluted the onlookers. Although Han Li can be quite exasperating, there are times when he shines. This gift has made it difficult for me to bring him to justice. Yet, justice must prevail. Let us not be sentimental, for it is a matter of principle. As a proud officer, I take great pride in this moment. Witnessing this scene, the host in the live broadcast wiped away her tears, her makeup smudged, as she addressed the camera. This is truly moving. This is the essence of educational programming. Heroes. You are all commendable. Professor Li, advanced in age, could hardly bear such scenes, exclaiming, how wonderful it is to participate in this program, to meet contestant Han Li, to recognize these unsung heroes, truly splendid and profound. At this very moment, Han Li sat in a noodle shop. Boss, this fried noodles are a feast for the senses. Perfectly chewy, and the broth is exquisite. Why is he crying? It soon became clear. The people around him were glued to the television, watching criminal roleplay, weeping uncontrollably at the emotional display. What a hero, that veteran, such a likable young man. I have made my decision. I shall only marry a police officer. Grandpa, I have a dream. When I grow up, I want to be a soldier. How ambitious, ha ha ha. Han Li felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed his efforts were not in vain. This society needs more heroes, and more people should recognize them. Heroes must not be overlooked. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully robbed a bank. Reward. The skill of a makeup artist. Makeup artist. You can disguise yourself as anyone, flawlessly. Wow. Another extraordinary skill. How fortuitous. As he was pondering how to evade surveillance. Indeed, good deeds yield rewards. Han Li is truly intriguing. We must apprehend him and recruit him into our Dongyang police department. Jiang Liran mused. Wu Ming picked at his nose. You never valued me like this before. Jealousy stirred within me, yet I remained silent. Just a brooding soul. Wu, how are the records coming along? All here, Director Jiang. I painstakingly acquired all of Han Li's criminal records from the production team. It was quite a task. Jiang Liran smiled and said, you need to rein it in a bit. Avoid seeking empty fame. Organize these materials and make copies for all personnel at the police department. They must simulate how to apprehend a robber in such scenarios, ensuring that no hostages are harmed and that the officers involved are limited to 3. Is that really necessary? Wu questioned. Even real cases R&T handled this seriously. Jiang Liran kicked him lightly and replied, fool. You, who were eliminated by him, dare to complain? If it were real, you wouldn't even be able to retrieve your own body. Fair point. I shall get to work. Director Jiang picked up the document, contemplating its contents. He captured an image with his phone and shared it in a group chat filled with distinguished figures, each responsible for their respective jurisdictions. Director of Donyang District. Gentlemen, I have a document for your perusal. Notification, a file appeared in the chat. Criminal record of the notorious bandit Han Li. Doc, Director of Shihu District. Well, the sun must be setting in the west. Jiang has actually spoken in the group. Such rarity. Let me see what it entails. Upon opening the file, he was immediately captivated by the records. Black-on-black crime. Theft of firearms. Diversion tactics. Bank robbery. How audacious to rob a bank. Isn't that akin to courting death? He became engrossed, his mouth agape, and his eyes wide with astonishment. Unbeknownst to him, the group had already erupted in chaos. Director of Fuhai District, using a hostage to eliminate 3 police officers and capturing a female officer. Impressive. Director of Tianshan District. Impressive. This is the work of a genius. He single-handedly annihilated 3 armed units. Is he even human? Director of Nanshan District. Extraordinary. Han Li's audacity in concealing his true intentions is nothing short of unprecedented. The subsequent escape was a masterstroke. Director of Huyang District. Honestly, even the renowned team leader Wang, under my command, could not have captured him. Could he be a long-hidden terrorist? Director of Wufu District. What a remarkable young man. My district will have him. Such an exceptional criminal record demonstrates that Han Li has reached the pinnacle of criminality. If he were to join our department as an officer, he would surely apprehend every criminal with ease. Nonsense, Wufu. You can barely keep your own pot boiling. Where do you find the audacity? I assert that Han Li should come to my precinct. Gentlemen, let's cease this chatter and draw our swords. Today we shall determine our fates. Director Jiang chuckled heartily. He never imagined that the notorious bandit, who had been a source of consternation for police officers, would become such a coveted asset among them. My intention in sharing this was for you all to analyze how to resolve the case, not to initiate a bidding war. Chapter 24. After a lifetime as a bandit. What is wrong with enjoying life? I cannot bear it any longer. A passerby, portraying a criminal, shouted as he rushed towards the nearby police station. Under the astonished gazes of the officers, he cried out, I surrender. This life is unbearable. Being a criminal is too difficult. I want to turn myself in. It has been 2 whole days sleeping on a park bench, reading a newspaper, rummaging through trash, when hungry, constantly fearful of police officers appearing. Unable to sleep soundly, I'm on the verge of depression. The officers had long since grown accustomed to such antics. This was already the 10th individual to surrender today. Oh, another one has lost his mind. What a pity. Failing at everything. Even at being a criminal. What a sad state. I heard of one individual who, in an attempt to evade capture, hid in a trash bin and nearly suffocated himself. There is a more audacious individual who even hides in the sewers. Good grief. Doesn't he mind the stench? The audience in the live broadcast gazes upon the criminals, each resembling a zombie. My heavens, they have lost all semblance of humanity. The plight of these criminals on the show is truly pitiable. This is my first time witnessing such a spectacle, and it feels like sheer torment. Had it been me, I would have crumbled long ago. The production team only provided 200 yuan, after which it was every man for himself. Most of the criminals have been discovered by the police, and they dare not venture into crowded areas. Who said that? I, Han, am living quite lavishly. Indulging in a massage. No way, he is wanted throughout the city and still dares to attend such an event? Is this legitimate? I certainly wouldn't watch anything so formal. The live stream shifts to another contestant's perspective. Han Li has donned a bathrobe, reclining on a massage table, with a beautifully dressed young lady attending to him. How comfortable. There is no trace of the previous scenes depicting the criminal's misery. Comparisons are infuriating. I can't help but feel envious. Why is there such a stark disparity among criminals? Is Han truly this reckless? Does he not fear the police knocking on his door? Goodness, my brother Han worked hard to rob a bank. What's wrong with enjoying a bit of luxury? The young lady has a splendid figure, and her skilled hands work expertly on Han Li's shoulders, eliciting exclamations of delight. Sir, we offer a variety of packages, and today is a promotional event. Might you consider one? Here it comes. She is starting her sales pitch. What if I don't sign up? The young lady giggles, applying a bit more pressure. Please, I assure you that you won't regret it. I have several exceptional skills. Can one stay overnight here? Certainly, she replies, giving Han Li an understanding glance. Who would have thought this customer would be so direct? Then, I shall have the most expensive package. Are you certain? Han Li is taken aback. What does she mean? The young lady blushes, her face aglow. I fear you might not be able to handle it. This is peculiar. Something feels off about this situation. I must exit. What kind of place is this? I, Wang, have always detested such corrupt atmospheres. As an exemplary youth, it is my duty to eradicate them. Tell me the address. Quickly. Ahem. For the following scenes, children may wish to leave. Han, do you look down upon me? Little Pig Peppa? Noticing the time, Han Li, feeling too lazy to seek a hotel for the night, declares, indeed, I will stay overnight, departing in the morning. Paying on the spot. What extravagance. The young lady beams. He appears to be a wealthy patron. Goodness, he is both handsome and affluent. How thrilling. Here is the list. You may select your desired services. The young lady hands Han Li a menu. What nonsense. Just give me the full package. The young lady's face grows increasingly flushed. Oh dear, I did not expect your physique to be so robust. The live stream has erupted. Wow. The speed of the car is almost akin to that of a rocket. She is quite adept at flirting, skirting the line without crossing it entirely. Han Li, I truly only intend to sleep. You have misunderstood. Will this be censored? Isn't the production team going to intervene? Those upstairs, have you lost your sense? Such a splendid program cannot possibly be censored. Staff, we saw nothing, absolutely nothing. In the opulent and luxurious chamber, Han Li gazed at the chair adorned with a whip, illuminated by the shimmering pink lights above. He sat upright, contemplating for a minute. Damn it, something felt amiss. Creak. The younger sister, now clad in a cheongsam, entered the room, leading 10 enchanting ladies dressed in various attires. Some were sweet-faced, others voluptuous, with alluring dominatrix and nurse outfits. How about it? Are you satisfied? Han Li addressed the camera, clearing his throat. Ahem, brothers, this is a legitimate establishment, entirely normal. I must reiterate, it is legitimate. With a swift motion, the dominatrix grasped the whip, casting a mischievous glance at Han Li. Shall we commence? Does a massage truly require a whip? You know it promotes circulation, right? Brother, how about we start with a few technicians? The production team? The audience in the live stream? What the hell? Such audacious words. President Han, you're being unfair. Damn, brother Han, I misjudged you. Eating alone behind your brother's backs? Do you look down on me? It's just a paid channel. I'll pay, alright? Han Li, I want 10 of them. No way, I can endure no longer. This is outrageous. If you're indulging in such activities without me, just wait. I'm going to confront brother Han directly. Everyone. I'll log off for a moment to blow my nose. The commotion in the room grew louder. Try this, it's delicious. How does it feel? I can apply more pressure. Ugh, I'm so tired. Watch my special skills. Does it feel good? Is it enjoyable? At that moment, Han Li lay on the bed. One lady feeding him fruit, another giving him a back rub, a third massaging him, while one wielded a whip, promoting circulation in his feet. The younger sister removed the cupping therapy apparatus, smiling. So, brother, how about this special skill? Not bad, right? Indeed. It was nothing like the imagined scenario. It was, in fact, quite normal. The audience was dumbfounded. It seems this really is legitimate. Damn, who would have thought a whip would be used for foot massages? It turns out we misunderstood. My apologies, President Han. Han Li, I am a respectable person. Suddenly, Han Li felt an overwhelming comfort, his entire body relaxing. The accumulated fatigue of recent days dissipated. I must admit, the technician's skills are truly remarkable. I feel like sleeping. Han Li drifted into a deep slumber amidst the gentle presence of a sweet girl adorned with cat ears. As he fell into a deep sleep, the technicians gradually departed. kindly turning off the lights. Paradise, indeed. The following morning, Han Li awoke early, retrieving the suit he had purchased at the mall the previous night. He proceeded to the bathroom, activating his makeup artist skill. Utilizing the cosmetics provided by the hotel, he transformed his appearance, enhancing his features. With spectacles perched upon his nose, he gazed into the mirror. The man reflected had deep-set eyes, clad in an expensive suit, a slight smirk gracing his lips, exuding an air of refined mischief. A complete transformation. The audience in the live stream was left in awe. Wow, he has become a different person. What a prodigy. Is this really President Han? You claim he is a male celebrity, and I wholeheartedly believe it. Remarkable, truly enchanting. No wonder Mr. Han dares to boldly venture into such places. He possesses the ability to disguise himself. Suddenly, there was an urgent knocking at the door. Han Li was startled. Who is it? Chapter 25, The Police Inspector, Room Search. Han Li did not hasten to open the door. Instead, he peered through the peephole. Outside stood a cleaning lady equipped with her cleaning tools. She knocked again and called out, Mr. Han, I'm here to clean the room. Come in, Han Li responded, opening the door. The cleaning lady was taken aback at first sight of him. What a handsome young man. Why are you still in bed at this hour? She asked with a warm smile, glancing at the messy room. Han Li chuckled. Thank you for your hard work. Oh, my old bones can hardly endure it. The manager woke me early, saying that a police inspector would be coming to apprehend some fugitive from a popular show. My son has been clamoring to be a bandit, and I had to discipline him. You'd best leave soon. It might get crowded. Han Li nodded, surprised at how swiftly the police had arrived after the bank escape. He surmised that Officer Wong had discovered his identity upon returning and thus traced him to this massage center. By the way, did the manager mention when the inspectors would arrive? The cleaning lady gazed at his refined yet cunning visage, her face flushing slightly. She replied candidly, they arrived early. Just finished checking the massage rooms downstairs. They should be coming up soon. Damn, Han Li sensed impending trouble. Although the skill of disguise was formidable, it still bore traces of his original appearance. Most importantly, his voice could not be altered. If the inspectors were to find him, they would undoubtedly harbor suspicions, leading to complications. The longer time dragged on, the worse it would be for him. Here, take this 500, he said, handing her money. When the inspectors come to my room, just knock and say someone is calling me downstairs. Understand? The cleaning lady, reluctant to cause trouble, hesitated, saying, young man. But they are police inspectors. This might not be right. Please, he implored, his deep-set eyes pleading. She found herself unable to resist. After all, she was a married woman. All right, I understand. She took the money and hurried away, not daring to linger. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and the lobby manager stepped out, followed by two men dressed in plain clothes. To avoid alarming anyone, they had disguised themselves as regular patrons. The tall, rugged man furrowed his brow and addressed the manager. Does this massage center allow overnight stays? Ha ha ha, don't misunderstand. This is merely our luxurious private room for esteemed VIPs. Rest assured, officer, we do not provide illegal services. Everything is entirely above board. Above board? We shall see, the manager said, as the inspectors began searching room by room. Damn it, I was just enjoying a massage. What are you lot doing here? Be careful, or I'll make you regret it. A rather unremarkable bald man found himself subjected to a surprise inspection, stepping out with an expression of discontent as he regarded the group before him. Wang Lang lifted his shirt to reveal the firearm concealed beneath, inquiring, is this sufficient? Goodness. A gun. With a thud, the two comrades, startled, immediately knelt down, raising their hands high in surrender. According to the intelligence from the inspector, Han Li was a man aged between 21 and 27, with a well-proportioned physique, approximately 179 centimeters tall, a magnetic voice, and short hair. Yet this man, devoid of hair, was both stout and short. He was certainly not Han Li. Next, in no time at all, what had once been a jovial atmosphere in the massage parlor transformed into a scene of greasy men crouched at the doorway, hands raised in despair, lamenting loudly. I am not involved in anything illicit. Hey, why does this masseuse wear a bunny costume while giving massages? Ha ha ha, it's our unique feature here. They all enjoy cosplay. We must investigate further. This massage center might not be legitimate. Unfortunately, after Wang Lang conducted a thorough search, he discovered no signs of illegal activity, just a standard massage service. The manager, visibly anxious, urged, you gentlemen should leave quickly. You've frightened our esteemed VIPs. She added urgently, there's only one room left to check. Once we finish this one, we are done. What is the name of this customer? Wang Lang inquired. Han Li, the manager replied. Wang Lang halted her. Could you repeat that? The manager appeared bewildered. What is the matter? You said the customer is named Han Li? Wang Lang's expression shifted to one of intensity, and he whispered to the manager. Come here and unlock the door. There is a strong possibility that the fugitive we seek is hidden within this room. It may get loud. Ensure the public does not come over, understood? His demeanor revealed a fierce determination. The manager, having never witnessed such ferocity from an inspector, nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, I understand. Approaching the door, she retrieved a key and unlocked it. As soon as the door opened, Wang Lang swiftly entered the room, brandishing his specialized firearm and scanning the surroundings. Inspector on duty, come out. A creaking sound emanated from the restroom. As a man clad in a suit and wearing spectacles emerged, leisurely drying his hands with a towel, he stood tall and poised, presenting an image reminiscent of a refined rogue to Wang Lang. Ah, you've finally arrived. But unfortunately, you are too late, Han Li remarked, unperturbed as he leveled a firearm at him, his demeanor calm as if such encounters were commonplace. Silence. Raise your hands. Xiao Hai entered the room to search. Wang Lang's gaze was sharp as an eagle, scrutinizing the man before him. He discerned a resemblance to Han Li in this individual. Apart from his appearance, the height and build matched the photographs precisely. Even the voice bore a hint of similarity. Could it be? Was this man indeed Han Li? Given the reports, one could not dismiss the possibility of disguise. After all, he was capable of constructing explosives. What else could he not do? With suspicion, Wang Lang demanded, "Who are you? And what are you doing in Han Li's room? What is your relationship with him?" "I have discovered something." At that moment, having completed the search in the inner room, Xiao Hai emerged, visibly exhilarated, clutching an identification card. "I found Han Li's ID." "What?" Wang Lang took the ID, comparing it with the data issued by the police bureau, and discovered they were identical. He immediately lifted his head. "You little rascal. There's no escaping now." The viewers in the live stream were filled with trepidation. Oh no, is Brother Han going to be arrested? It was evident that the officer was seasoned and formidable. "Don't you dare threaten my Han Han." "Exactly, he is so good looking." "Female fans, get lost. This is getting tense." Wang Lang bellowed. "Stop putting on an act and surrender immediately." His finger was poised to pull the trigger. Chapter 26. If you don't win Best Actor, who will? The atmosphere in the room grew unbearably tense. Facing the gun aimed at him, Han Li remained unfazed, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Relax. I'm also a police officer. I arrived at Han Li's room 10 minutes before you." "Oh, you think I believe your nonsense?" Wang Lang showed no signs of wavering. However, to his astonishment, the man stepped forward, pressing his forehead against the muzzle of the gun. With a serious expression, he said, "A police officer's weapon is not meant to be aimed at a colleague. If you eliminate me now, I won't utter a word of complaint. But I wonder how Captain Wang Zhigua, who sent me here, would feel about it." Listening to this unyielding declaration, a hint of hesitation emerged in Wang Lang's brow. Why was he so resolute? Had he misjudged the situation? Viewers in the live stream were bewildered. Wait, isn't Han threatening the officer? Goodness. This criminal is even more audacious than the police. Wang Lang exclaimed. Damn it. Could this kid actually be telling the truth? Remarkable. Han's acting skills are wasted not playing the lead. I won't sugarcoat it. I was genuinely intimidated by Han's tone earlier. He exudes the aura of a police officer. Ever since I started watching Han Li, I feel like every bandit is more impressive than the last. Xiao Hai was astounded. Wow. To remain so calm in front of the chief, he must possess substantial confidence. Chief, he genuinely seems to be a police officer. Wang Lang's frown deepened. It must be said that his hesitance to pull the trigger stemmed from a desire to gauge his opponent. Any robber facing a gun would reveal signs of anxiety, fear, or surprise. Yet this man maintained a poker face, his demeanor and tone unwavering. He bore no resemblance to a wanted criminal, perpetually on edge. If you claim to be a police officer, please present your badge. Wang Lang demanded. There is no point in idle chatter. Whether it's true or false will be evident upon viewing the credentials. Han Li remained composed. He retrieved a black leather wallet from his pocket, and under Wang Lang's astonished gaze, handed it to him without a hint of hesitation. The credentials are in this wallet. Feel free to examine them at your leisure. Oh, and there is also this scene unfolded that further astonished Wang Lang and his companions. Han Li retrieved the firearm provided by the production team from his lower back, slapping it down on the identification. Officer Wang, is this sufficient? His tone carried a hint of irritation. Wang Lang's countenance darkened. The sight of the firearm made him realize the gravity of the situation. The more he observed this man, the less he believed he was the fugitive Han Li. Moreover, the specialized weapon was exclusive to the officer, typically carried on one's person. And even the holster's placement was identical. If he truly was an officer, was his behavior not overly presumptuous? Even among colleagues, being subjected to such scrutiny by others was hardly pleasant. Perhaps he had mistaken his identity. Officer Han, I apologize for my actions. Please take your firearm back. Wang Lang hurriedly returned the weapon to Han Li, now convinced that the man before him was not the fugitive. Han Li felt a surge of joy. Huh. This skill of oration is truly remarkable. Externally, he remained composed as he reclaimed the firearm. It's quite all right. I understand you are merely fulfilling your duty to apprehend the fugitive. I can see your dedication. Captain Wang Zhigua often speaks highly of you. Indeed, you are quite experienced. At that moment, a knock resonated from outside the door. The attendant arrived punctually, announcing, Mr. Han, the individuals downstairs are requesting your presence. Very well. Tell Team Lu to wait for me. I shall be down shortly. Han Li turned to Wang Lang and the others, stating, You heard that. Team Lu must have found some clues. I need to head down for a moment. This is Han Li's room. Search thoroughly and report any findings immediately. Captain Wang has emphasized the urgency of capturing Han Li to clear our names. Wait. Han Li, who was about to exit, froze, a pained expression crossing his face. However, upon turning around, he regained his composure. Is there anything else, Officer Wang? Wang Lang extended a wallet, smiling as he said, Officer Han, you forgot your wallet. No need. Please hold on to it for me. I trust you. Wang Lang was taken aback. You have such faith in me. Watching Han Li's departing figure, Wang Lang remarked to his partner, Did you see that? Now that is an exemplary officer, professional. Indeed. Yet, unbeknownst to them, as Han Li descended the stairs, he swiftly called for a taxi. Driver, hurry, hurry, hurry. He left the massage center, exhilarated by the thrill of his cunning disguise as an officer. Wow, that was a brilliant ruse. Han, you are impressive. You managed to escape. Officer Wang Lang, you are foolish. Did you see? Our Han has given the officer a lesson. Remember, even the most inconsequential passerby must be scrutinized. No one should be overlooked. Congratulations, host, on successfully deceiving the officer 5 times. Reward, skill Master of Disguise. Master of Disguise. You can mimic the words and actions of others from any angle, possessing unparalleled acting skills that blur the lines between reality and illusion. making it difficult for others to discern the truth. This skill seems highly advantageous for what lies ahead. Han Li couldn't resist, but immediately attempted to impersonate the officer. His natural talent for performance instantly transforming his demeanor. Hands up, confess. His expression was strikingly similar to that of the officer. The driver, suddenly startled, quickly raised his hands. I was wrong, officer. I shouldn't have solicited. I was wrong. Just this once, please let me go. Han Li. Goodness, I was merely joking. The outcome is truly astonishing. A criminal has emerged. The viewers in the live stream are in disbelief. How could this happen? What kind of luck does our director Han possess to encounter such an incident while merely hailing a cab? The driver exclaimed. At that moment, I was utterly terrified. What was going on? For a brief instant, I mistook Director Han for a police chief. Director Han, if you don't win the Best Actor award this year, who will? Wang Lang and Xiao Hai searched for a while, but found nothing. There's nothing here. Let us head down and regroup with Director Han and the others. Upon reaching the ground floor, however, they found no trace of Director Han, let alone that Lu officer. How strange. Where could he be? Excuse me, ma'am. Where did that man go? The cleaning lady replied. He left early. It's been nearly an hour. What? Wang Lang inquired with the front desk manager. Only to discover that there was no Lu officer or any other police chief. The individual named Han Li had just checked out. A wave of foreboding washed over him. Could it be? Wang Lang's hands trembled as he opened his wallet, attempting to locate Director Han's identification. Instead, he found only discount cards, coupons, and a receipt for a massage. What Director Han? What do you mean we arrived late? He is not a police chief at all. He is Han Li. That Han Li who is wanted across the city. He had been standing right in front of him. How could he have believed his deceptive words? Han Li, you are a fraud. Damn it. Chapter 27. A major task force is established, targeting Han Li. Wang Lang and Xiao Hai sat by the roadside, sipping coffee. Bitter coffee. A bitter heart, Wang Lang lamented. That Han Li is exceedingly cunning. I almost believed him. But we can't blame you for that. His acting was truly convincing. Let us not dwell on it. I will explain the situation to the higher-ups when we return. Wang Lang finished his coffee in one gulp, crushed the cup, and tossed it into the trash. Just as he was about to leave, his phone rang, announcing an incoming call from Wang Zhigua. Team leader, Old Wolf, you need to return to the Donyang police station immediately. There is something important. Wang Zhigua's tone was serious, indicating urgency. I was just with Xiao Hai on 2nd Street. We were close to capturing Han Li, but he managed to escape, Wang Lang reported truthfully. All right, come back now. Xiao Hai asked. Boss, what is going on? Something significant seems to have occurred at the station. The two drove back to the Donyang police station. Upon entering, Wang Lang was taken aback to see officers sporting dark circles under their eyes, appearing utterly exhausted. Have they been working overtime again? Why? Why is it so difficult to apprehend Han Li? What on earth is he made of? Honestly, every time I review the case, I feel as though my intellect is being ruthlessly ground into the dirt. We cannot sacrifice a hostage. That is absolutely out of the question. I tried my own methods, yet failed to capture him, resulting in a significant loss of officers. Each officer was provided with a dossier on Han Li, working tirelessly into the night, contemplating strategies for apprehending the notorious criminal amidst the Huaihai Bank heist. Yet, no viable plan emerged, while tufts of hair lay scattered on the floor. Was the chief truly this ruthless? Wang Lang and Xiao Hai, often out in the field, had escaped the department's demands. Our Chief Jiang. This was not merely an operation to capture a robber. It seemed more like a veiled exhibition of Han Li's prowess. Rumor had it that district chiefs from other areas were keen on recruiting Han Li for themselves. Wang Lang was taken aback at the prospect of a criminal being integrated into the police department. Was this a joke? Yet, upon reflection, Han Li merely played the role of a criminal, his abilities undeniably remarkable. Come in, everyone is waiting for you. The team leaders from the other jurisdictions have already arrived. The officer said with a smile, opening the conference room door. At that moment, 7 or 8 officers awaited eagerly. The foremost among them was Wang Zhigua, the representative of this assembly. You're here? Please take a seat, he beckoned. Apologies for my tardiness. Wang Lang quickly found an available chair. Old Wolf. I heard Han Li outsmarted you. Ha ha, Wu Ming exclaimed, grinning with delight. Wang Lang playfully punched him, retorting, you have no right to speak. You were the one who got shot. Brother, don't mention second brother. We're equally matched, Wu Ming quipped. Wang Zhigua activated the presentation, addressing the gathered team leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, I am sure you are all curious about the purpose of today's gathering. The team leaders indeed felt a sense of intrigue. Since the show's inception, they had been tasked with capturing criminals disguised as ordinary citizens in their respective jurisdictions, rarely crossing paths. Such a congregation was unprecedented, indicating that a significant event was unfolding. Behold the presentation. Wang Zhigua gestured to the large screen behind him as images began to cycle through. As time passed, Wu Ming observed the expressions of his fellow team leaders shift to one of alarm, with some even gaping in astonishment. Maintaining composure, he thought, look at you all. You are team leaders, yet you are so easily intimidated by Han Li. Is he truly just an ordinary citizen? Wang Lang was profoundly shaken after viewing the presentation, feeling as though his years of investigative experience had been rendered useless. The criminal underworld's audacity, brazenly stealing firearms, robbing banks, annihilating armed forces, and orchestrating bombings, was utterly unfathomable. Pointing to an image of a short-haired man in a sharp suit donning a Peppa Pig accessory, Wang Zhigua announced, Chief Jiang appointed me yesterday as the head of this newly formed task force, dedicated solely to one individual, him. He continued, we have 3 weeks. We must capture Han Li within this time frame. Presenting the official documents for all to see, the team leaders were astounded. They had convened all team leaders for the purpose of apprehending a single individual? This was a treatment befitting an international terrorist. My heavens. To deploy 132 officers for this task force? Is that not excessive? Wondered one team leader, genuinely taken aback by the department's fervor. Wang Zhigua, noticing the reluctance on their faces, understood their concerns regarding the criminals they still needed to apprehend within their own jurisdictions. Such a grand display of effort seems somewhat unwarranted. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present the latest crime rankings. On the large screen, real-time standings are displayed. When the team leaders observe that the first-ranked Han Li surpasses the second by more than tenfold, any previous reluctance evaporates. Goodness. This singular Han Li is equivalent to all the criminals combined. Fear not, Captain Wang. Leave this to me, Wu, the tiger of the Major Crimes Unit. I shall ensure his capture. Wu Meng is the first to declare, exuding an air of fierce determination for vengeance. The others respond. You've already been eliminated. What vengeance are you speaking of? Sit down promptly. Captain Wang, the higher-ups place great importance on Han Li's case. Of course. He's practically becoming a primary school idol. In the future, when it comes time to choose careers, everyone will aspire to be a fierce bandit. This cannot stand. The higher-ups have decreed that we must act swiftly to prevent the deterioration of public morals. Wang Zhigua is left speechless. Even his own child, upon returning home, clamors to know if they can get a signature from brother Han Li. It infuriates him. Is your father not as handsome as Han Li? Regardless, I have already made a solemn vow. Everyone, exert your utmost efforts to bring Han Li to justice and restore the prestige of our police force. Yes, we pledge to fulfill this mission. The team leaders rise in unison, saluting. Before long, the Danyang Police Department is in an uproar. All officers hear the spirited team leaders congregating for the sole purpose of apprehending one individual. Han Li, can you believe it? In this vast police department, a dedicated major crimes unit has been established solely to capture Han Li, with numerous officers assigned. Are the team leaders no longer pursuing other criminals? Hello? This city is not devoid of other offenders. Isn't this attack excessive? Don't ask. The answer is simply Han Li, the old rogue. With the establishment of the special task force to capture Han Li, reporters promptly disseminate the news. Currently, various platforms are riveted on this monumental game of cat and mouse, significantly boosting the program's popularity. The true climax is upon us. My goodness, all the team leaders unite to capture Han Li. This is indeed a historic first. Han, do I truly possess such influence? It's becoming increasingly thrilling. The more exhilarating, the better. I find myself uneasy if I do not watch criminal roleplay for even a day. Han Li, they shall all perish. Just wait. A collective slap in the face is forthcoming. Observing the barrage of comments, the show's director chuckles heartily. Beside him sits an observer dispatched from headquarters. How does it compare? In terms of popularity, the audience from Huaxia is surpassing that of Yingzhou and Goryeo. Be honest with me. Is Han Li someone you recruited from a terrorist organization? Or is he a successor of some malevolent force testing his abilities on the show? Oh, him? I encountered him at an internet cafe. I offered him 50 yuan, and he agreed to participate. I thought this young man seemed quite innocent. Observer. 50 yuan was all it took? My dear fellow, do you realize how much revenue Han Li has generated for the show in recent days? Nearly 50 million. Chapter 28. A hero's struggle against the fairer sex. At this moment, Han Li is residing in a modest inn, intending to stay here for a brief period. While the receptionist diligently attends to her manicure, on the adjacent television, news regarding the apprehension of the fugitive Han Li was being broadcast. Are they forming a special task force? A young lady interjected. I heard they've dispatched numerous police officers. It's the largest operation in history. This time, Han Li is doomed. Let us wait and see. Han Li secured his room card and, under the guidance of the young lady, located his designated room. If you require anything, do not hesitate to call me. In truth, there was a particular favor he needed from her. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered something that made her complexion flush with embarrassment. She quickly shook her head. No, we do not provide such services at our hotel. Absolutely not. Is that truly the case? He pressed. It is absolutely not permissible, sir. I hold my principles dearly, and am not that kind of woman. I'll offer 5,000. Very well, it is not entirely impossible. Wait a moment. I shall close the door to avoid any unwanted attention. Viewers in the live stream were astounded by the exchange. What on earth is this audacious proposition? I do not wish for this either, but the offer is simply too generous. Surely not. This is an educational program, Mr. Han. You wouldn't dare create a scandal, would you? There is nothing in this world that money cannot resolve, if there is. It merely indicates that you have not offered enough. What has just transpired? Did something roll past my face? 3 minutes later, the young lady adjusted her straps and exited the room, her cheeks still flushed. What a pervert, making me wear a maid outfit for photographs. Han Li gazed at his phone, admiring the sultry images she had taken. The uniform play and form-fitting skirt accentuated the woman's alluring figure exquisitely, and a satisfied smile graced his lips. Subsequently, utilizing his multifunctional phone, he created a virtual social media account on the most popular platform. Using the young lady's photos as his avatar, he promptly updated a few posts, attaching those alluring pictures. Thus, a beautiful woman's social media account was successfully established. As the saying goes, a hero struggles at the threshold of a beautiful woman. This time, he intended to execute a charming version of online deception. No matter how bulletproof one may be, they cannot evade the sweet enticements of the young lady. Considering his search keywords, Han Li pondered briefly before entering a casual trial. Tiger of the Special Task Force. Ding, a social media account appeared on the platform. Tiger of the Special Task Force displayed a large profile picture of Captain Wu, resembling a radish. Indeed, there it is. What a fate, Captain Wu. Friend request sent successfully. Ding, Tiger of the Special Task Force has denied your friend request, with a note. Damn it, I'm quite busy. Get lost. Hanli frowned. Damn, I forgot to revoke the dynamic circle permissions. He reopened it. Friend request sent again, ding. The other party has accepted your friend request. You may now chat. Hanli smirked. Man, those willing shall be caught. My apologies, Captain Wu. It is time to teach you a lesson. Tiger of the Special Task Force. Hello, beautiful. Do we know each other? A flower. Brother, I watched yesterday's crime roleplay and thought you were quite handsome, so I added you. You don't mind, do you? On the other hand, Wu Ming gazed at the alluring photos within the dynamic circle, nearly salivating. What does it matter? A maid in black stockings is simply exquisite. She must have seen the show. Could it be that she likes me? Wu Ming's heart soared with joy. Having been single for quite some time, the absence of a girlfriend had been a source of vexation. Yet unexpectedly, she appeared at his doorstep. Heavy case team, Tiger, really? Flower in bloom. Yes. The way you charged in with your gun was incredibly handsome. Wu Ming's heart raced. Goodness, could she truly be serious? Is my springtime finally approaching? Heavy case team, Tiger. Ha, you are quite beautiful yourself. Hanli sensed that the moment was ripe. He pressed the service bell, summoning the young lady once more. Sir, I mentioned before that was the last time. Please refrain from this behavior. 5,000. Send me a voice message. Damn those wealthy individuals. In no time, voice message sent successfully. As Wu Ming was browsing the internet for tips on charming women, his phone suddenly buzzed with a message from her. To his astonishment, it was a voice message. Nervously, he clicked on it. A sweet voice resonated from the other end. I'm your fan, Wu Team. Oh, the delightful thrill. My life feels fulfilled. Ah, Wu Team, what's wrong? This is rather nauseating. Ignore him, just let it be. Is he crying? Heavy case team, Tiger, thank you for your support, rest assured. Our police team will bring that Hanli to justice. Flower in bloom. Yes. Capture the villain Hanli. I believe you can do it. The viewers in the live stream became restless. What in the world is happening? He is a man. Wu Team, wake up. Oh, God bless poor Tom. How terrifying. After witnessing Hanli's antics, I shall never dare to add strangers again. What is the big deal? Previously, I saw a man live streaming dressed as a woman, receiving gifts. And once exposed, the top guy fled with a train overnight. In this day and age, what is truly real? Scary. Oh, Wu Team, he has no suspicion whatsoever. I'm in tears. Wu Ming. Humph, my springtime is approaching. Meanwhile, within the police department, Wu Ming clutched his chest, his heart racing. This girl is simply enchanting. Flower in bloom. Wu Team, you must be exhausted from capturing Hanli, right? Heavy case team, Tiger, not at all, for the people. It is not tiring in the slightest. Flower in bloom. Men with such responsibility are rare to come by. He said I have responsibility. She must like me. Heavy case team, Tiger. Oh, not at all. I still have a long way to go. Flower in bloom. I truly envy your girlfriend. I have always wanted a police officer as a boyfriend. Wu Ming's heart skipped a beat. What is she hinting at? Heavy case team, Tiger. I don't have a girlfriend. I am still single. Flower in bloom. Is that so? I am too. She claims she is single as well. Could this be a hint for me to pursue her? At this moment, Wu Ming's mind raced. Believing that this moment might be crucial to his quest to find love. Hesitation leads to defeat. A true man takes action. Criminal Investigation Group Tiger. Ahem. How about we meet for a drink? However, this time, the other party merely read the message without responding. As time slowly passed, Wu Ming's heart was left in suspense. She must agree. She absolutely must. After a while, ding. Wu Ming swiftly grabbed her phone, her speed remarkable. She replied, One Blossom. All right, send me your location. Criminal Investigation Group Tiger. No problem. What do you like to drink? Hanli pondered for a moment and casually replied, Milk tea, of course. This was a clever move. Nice. She agreed. Wu Ming was elated. She was truly about to break free from her single status. She quickly sent her location to the other party. One Blossom. See you soon. After Hanli sent the final message, he glanced at the location Wu sent from the Criminal Investigation Group. He then opened his notes to add a label. Criminal Investigation Location, near Falu Commercial Plaza on Doma Road. The live stream exploded. Oh, incredible. Using a social media account, he uncovered the precise location of the Criminal Investigation Group. No one could top that. Our Han, a genius. This is undoubtedly a beauty trap. Chapter 29. Another heartbroken soul in the city. Hanli once again pressed the service bell. The young lady reluctantly leaned against the door frame, tears glistening in her eyes as she looked at Hanli. Young man, this is the third time. If it doesn't work, just go for it. I concede. Hanli, what nonsense. I am a serious person. He took a city map from the young lady, and cross-referencing it with the location of the Criminal Investigation Group, he delineated a vast area from the eastern to the western district. This meant the optimal range for his activities was in the southern district. This would allow him to remain at a considerable distance from the Criminal Investigation Group. Ding. Hanli noticed that his multifunctional phone had issued a warning. It seemed someone was attempting to trace his ID. If they come for him, he would eliminate them. After dispatching a gift package, Hanli felt it was unwise to linger, so he hurriedly checked out of the hotel. As he left, the young lady seemed reluctant to part ways, saying, Young man, here is my WeChat. Although you're a creep, at least you're handsome. I'm a sucker for looks. Haha, is this young lady getting a bit too carried away? Look at this, what a master. I bow in admiration. Creep, and she still adds him. It's all about appearances, isn't it? Hanli, you're the creep, your whole family are creeps. No more. Without looking back, Hanli departed. Master, are there any houses for rent in the southern district? Hanli felt that this situation was untenable. It was best to rent a private residence. The master took a drag from his cigarette. No problem. The taxi headed toward the southern district. Once he alighted, Hanli spotted a group of well-dressed agents showcasing properties. Sister, come take a look. Our houses are fantastic. We're having a promotion, no interest on the down payment. We also support loans, payable in 12 installments. How about it? Are you tempted? Someone noticed Hanli. This young man. Are you here to look at houses too? A portly gentleman inquired with a cheerful smile. Hanli nodded, affirming his intention to rent a residence for a period of time. You have come to the right place, in the entirety of the Southern District. The finest accommodations are located in our community, the rotund man proclaimed as he guided Hanli on a tour, showcasing the premises for quite some time. What do you think of the apartment? Not bad. Indeed, it is quite satisfactory. The community exuded luxury, characterized by its upscale nature and exquisitely furnished apartments. No need for further discussion. Let us proceed directly to the contract. Shall we, my friend? Hanli scratched his head. That is fine. But I don't possess my identification. Upon hearing this, the agent's eyelids twitched in disbelief. What do you mean you lack an ID? Is that not a fundamental requirement for anyone? You've lost it. Goodness, do you not realize that without an ID, you cannot sign a rental agreement? What a waste of my time. The agent was nearly spitting in frustration. Yet, upon glancing at the man's expensive suit, he restrained himself, muttering, renting a place without an ID? What a farce. If complications arose, no one would escape unscathed. You should leave immediately. Without identification, renting a residence is impossible. The agent departed without another word, leaving Hanli feeling disheartened. Ah, the harshness of reality. Young man, you have missed an opportunity. Hanli felt helpless. His previous identification had been entirely compromised. Using it would inevitably reveal his true identity. The last encounter with the police at the massage center served as a poignant reminder of the risks involved. If all else fails, I shall seek a different avenue. Just then, a man with a buzz cut approached, attempting a smile that still appeared menacing. If you do not mind, I have a room available for rent. And you are? I am Ling Han, or you may call me Monk. I have a place. Would you like to see it? No ID required. Is that truly acceptable? Absolutely. Ling Han led Hanli to another community, which starkly contrasted the previous one. This neighborhood was in a state of disrepair. A far cry from the luxury of before. I can hardly believe someone would consider renting from the monk. How unseemly. Monk, have you lost your senses? This individual doesn't even possess an ID. If he absconds, you won't be able to pursue him. I heard this place is haunted. Only a fool would reside here. Ling Han seemed unfazed by the derisive remarks behind him. He turned to Hanli, his expression somber. This community is indeed dilapidated, but it is livable. I implore you, at least take a look. If it does not suit you, you are under no obligation to rent. Very well. I am willing to accompany you. Splendid. Thank you, kind sir. Hanli felt a tumult of emotions within him. This monk must have endured considerable hardship. Rest assured, I am a man of means. I may lack many things, but money is not one of them. Sir, are you awaiting someone? Wu Meng, now clad in clean attire, approached with a bright smile, holding a bouquet of roses. Indeed, I am. The flower is a gift for your beloved, isn't it? How romantic. Not at all, haha. Wu Meng tenderly nurtured the blooms, having heard that girls have an affinity for flowers. When she arrives, she will undoubtedly be delighted. He gazed out the window as time slowly slipped away. After 30 minutes, he glanced at his watch. It was still early. Girls take quite a while to apply their makeup. Quite normal, indeed. He exhibited remarkable patience. Another hour passed. Sir, would you like to order something? No. I'll wait for her to arrive. Very well. Wu Meng checked his watch again, pondering that she must be en route. It was noon, a time prone to traffic jams. 2 hours elapsed. Wu Meng requested a glass of water from the waiter, pouring it over the flowers. These were meticulously chosen blooms. They must not wilt too soon. Dear flowers, you must bloom splendidly and scent the air abundantly, he chuckled. Unbeknownst to him, afternoon had crept in. Watching the ebb and flow of passers-by, Wu Meng felt a wave of disorientation. Why hadn't she arrived yet? Perhaps something had come up? He ordered a cup of milk tea from the waiter, sipping it while sending a message on his phone. Criminal Investigation Group, Tiger. I'm waiting for you. Hurry up. Here's your milk tea. Thank you. Quite sweet. Wu Meng observed as the outside world gradually dimmed, until nightfall enveloped the surroundings. Sir, has the person you're waiting for not arrived? She might not come. Wu Meng tightened his grip on the flowers. Just a little longer. A few more minutes one tea hurt. What if I leave and she arrives? Inside the cafe, patrons slowly dwindled until only Wu Meng remained by the window. Apologies, sir, but we are closing soon. All right. Just as Wu Meng was about to depart, he paused, looking at the staff with a pleading expression. Could you please help me pack a cup of milk tea? Of course. With the takeout milk tea in hand, Wu Meng crouched a short distance from the cafe, staring blankly at the roses, his gaze vacant as if his soul had departed. After a long while, a voice broke through the silence. What are you doing here? Wang Lang sat beside Wu Meng. Do you enjoy milk tea? No, she likes milk tea. I never imagined you would buy roses. I intended to give them to her. Wang Lang gazed into the night, took a puff of his cigarette, and offered it to Wu Meng. Say nothing. Wu Meng accepted the cigarette, taking a few puffs while remaining silent, his head bowed. If you need to cry, go ahead. At last, Wu Meng could no longer contain his emotions. He clung to Wang Lang, weeping bitterly. Old wolf, I've experienced a heartbreak. I'm heartbroken. Wang Lang retrieved his phone and posted on a forum. I suddenly realized my buddy is a lovesick fool. What should I do? Should I silence him? Chapter 30. What I lack is not money. It was a dilapidated neighborhood, predominantly filled with aging buildings that had not seen repairs for years, causing the plaster to peel away and reveal thick moss beneath. Inside the apartment, an indescribable odor lingered, and the flickering dim light cast shadows in the dark corners where the shrill cries of feral cats echoed. Bang! A door suddenly crashed to the ground without warning. Hanli furrowed his brow, struggling to discern whether this place was a residence or a chilling haunted house. I sincerely apologize, but rest assured, the accommodations here are perfectly habitable. Ling Han hastily assured, fearing that Han Li would retreat like previous guests who were spooked by the eerie atmosphere. The viewers in the live stream momentarily believed they were witnessing a supernatural show, their fright palpable. Goodness, is this truly a haunted house? Can anyone live here? For heaven's sake, I might end up as neighbors with spirits. Even if you offered me money, I wouldn't stay. My life is paramount. No wonder I haven't seen anyone on the way here. In such an environment, it's remarkable that anyone would dare to reside. Han Li remarked, feeling deceived. It was not until Ling Han guided Han Li to a particular room that the ambience shifted from the previous macabre to something markedly normal. This room appeared considerably more inviting, even illuminated by warm sunlight, exuding an entirely different aura. This is the finest property I have on hand. Please take a look. I assure you will not regret it. Ling Han proclaimed as he produced a key and handed it to Han Li. To be fair, the room was indeed well decorated. Spanning 220 square meters, it boasted a bedroom and kitchen, all fully equipped. Look, it even has an outdoor balcony. Ling Han elaborated, showcasing the space he had meticulously arranged. You have evidently invested a great deal of effort into this room, Han Li observed, admiring Ling Han's thoughtful arrangements. If you find it satisfactory, I can sign the contract immediately. Lack of identification is not an issue. However, Han Li proposed. I would like to stay here for a night and provide my response tomorrow, if that is acceptable. Ling Han was taken aback. What kind of request was this? Having worked in real estate for so long, he had never encountered such a client. He had heard of food tastings, clothing fittings, and test drives, but never a trial of living in a house. Coupled with Han Li's earlier statement regarding his lack of identification, it was plausible he fit the mold of a con artist. After considerable hesitation, Ling Han clenched his fists. His recent sales had been dismal, and failing to secure a deal could lead to his dismissal. Without a job, he would struggle to afford his grandmother's medication. Very well. This is the key to the house, Mr. Han. I trust you. I will come by at the appointed time tomorrow, Ling Han declared, handing over the key. Han Li gazed at the key in his hand, surprised that Ling Han had indeed acquiesced to his request. Aren't you concerned I might abscond tomorrow? Ling Han gasped, gripping Han Li's hand. Mr. Han, I believe you are not that kind of person, correct? Han Li replied with a smile. Who knows? The viewers in the live stream began to jest. Mr. Han, what a rogue. You're a charming scoundrel. What is next? Not paying after the deal? Bullying the honest folks. Han Li could see the tension in Ling Han's expression, reminiscent of a child fearing abandonment by an adult. It was utterly amusing. He stifled a chuckle and then, with utmost seriousness, declared, I assure you, I will never deceive you. That is reassuring, Ling Han responded. Ling Han entrusted him with the key and departed. The following day, Ling Han rose early, glanced at his watch, donned his work attire, and proceeded to Han Li's residence. May the Bodhisattva bless me. I hope Mr. Han is not toying with me. Monk, was yesterday's deal successful? I signed a major client. Upon turning back, he was met with the mocking faces of the same agents who had ridiculed him before. They had bullied him for quite some time now. He will provide a response today, they said. Ling Han feigned confidence, not wishing to let these individuals look down on him. However, the agents erupted in laughter. What can someone without even an ID expect? They jeered. Ha ha ha. Monk, spare us your bravado. Who in their right mind would rent that rundown house? Ah, don't worry. It's just a failed deal. No one will laugh at you. At this point, they've probably left, having deceived someone as naive as you. Monk, honestly, you're not cut out for this business. You should seek alternative paths. Not true. Mr. Han is not that kind of person, I can tell. Ling Han's gaze was resolute, filled with stubbornness. Anyway, it's no big deal. Shall we go take a look? Sure. Monk, you don't mind, do you? Oh no, that would expose the truth. It's better to save face. Ling Han steeled himself, thinking, if you wish to come, then come. Thus, several agents followed Ling Han to Han Li's residence. When they arrived, the door stood ajar, and there was no sign of Han Li. It was evident. The individual was a fraud. The agents chuckled, their tone dripping with sarcasm. TSK, Monk, you've been duped. Hurry, check if you've lost anything. What are you waiting for? Call the police, Monk. You didn't heed our warnings, and now look what has happened. What a pity. Ling Han gritted his teeth, pain evident in his eyes, yet he still believed in Mr. Han and refrained from calling the authorities. The agent sighed. How foolish. With this mindset, you should resign from being an agent. Who said I'm a fraud? That voice belonged to Mr. Han. Ling Han turned to see a familiar figure, and his doubts dissipated. The agents were equally astonished. He had returned? Han Li ignored the agents and approached Ling Han. I just went out to buy breakfast. Did you bring the contract? The contract? Of course, I have it with me. Ling Han exclaimed joyfully, pulling out the housing contract. Han Li didn't even glance at it. He signed it with a pseudonym. Then he opened his phone to create a payment account using a multifunctional device for convenience, thus avoiding the risks of withdrawing cash from the bank. How much do we need to pay? Ling Han inquired. 300 a day, with a deposit of 100,000. Is that acceptable? Mr. Han, if there are any issues, we can discuss them. Well, there are indeed issues. How about this? 1,000 a day, and I'll give you a deposit of 200,000. Huh, is this a negotiation? Why is the price increasing instead? Beep. Ling Han was still in a state of astonishment when the notification sound of a payment echoed from his phone. Your account has received a payment of 200,000. 200,000, just like that? Ling Han. By the way, Ling Han, the real estate agency has no future. Come work with me. 1,000 a day, meals and accommodation included. Here is a little tip for you. Think it over. Beep. Your account has received a payment of 150,000. Ling Han was utterly dumbfounded. 150,000. Is this really just a tip? The other agents present watched in disbelief, unsure of what to say. What does it mean to be extravagantly wealthy? This is what it truly means. 200,000 given without hesitation. And now another 150,000, merely considered a tip. How terrifying. Who on earth is he? Could he be some kind of executive? How infuriating. He sought me out first. I was the one who arrived first. The portly agent looked at Ling Han, who had done nothing yet received 150,000. The envy was palpable. If only he had not turned down Han Li. He would be the one receiving the money now. Regret coursed through him like poison. How could he have missed such a golden opportunity? Oh, how I wish I were dead. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, slapping himself in frustration. It stung fiercely. Sir, the properties here are not up to standard. Come to our place. We have the best upscale community. Yes, the monk is just a naive fool, unreliable. Sir, are you still hiring? Just say the word. I will go through fire and water for you. Han Li, get lost. The viewers in the live stream were enjoying the spectacle immensely. Money brings joy. This is the truth. It felt almost like a novel. Faces slapping left and right. Han, the truth is out. I am a tycoon. Let us just enjoy it. What a loud noise. What is it? Oh, it seems someone just got slapped in the face. Ling Han gazed at the substantial sum of money. Mr. Han, what can I do for you? Chapter 31. Come. My brother, let me show you how to snag a luxury car with empty hands. Splendid. First, prepare a meal for me. Mr. Han, is it really just that? Han Li replied earnestly. Actually, I have never learned to cook. Ling Han was bewildered. So, the 15,000 tip was merely in exchange for cooking a meal? What a joke. He was almost ready to offer himself up. And this is all there is? Mr. Han, your thought process is truly unique. Ling Han felt as though he had joined forces with a rather peculiar boss. Apologies. I am simply capricious. Ling Han casually prepared a bowl of egg fried rice. Initially worried that Han Li might not like it, but it turned out that Mr. Han was not picky at all. Wow, this egg fried rice is quite well done. Ling Han called his own boss to briefly explain the situation. I'm quitting, got it. Without waiting for a response, he hung up. Mr. Han, what shall we do next? Han Li wore an enigmatic smile. It seems I need to introduce you to our company's operations. There's even a company. Impressive. By the way, do you have a driver's license? Yes. Excellent. From now on, you will be responsible for driving me. Ling Han suddenly realized that being a chauffeur for the boss was indeed a viable option. Mr. Han, where is our car? He inquired. Currently, we have no vehicle. Came the reply. No car? Then how can I be a chauffeur? Han Li cast him a confident glance. However, in a moment, we shall acquire a luxury car. What do you mean? Han Li led the bewildered Ling Han into an unoccupied men's restroom. Mr. Han, what are you planning to do? Undress, quickly. Ah, is the boss this forward? Han Li promptly began to remove his clothing in front of Ling Han. What the hell? You actually enjoy this? Ling Han exclaimed, clearly misunderstanding the situation. What are you thinking? Here, put this on. Hand me your clothes, Han Li said, passing his expensive suit to Ling Han. Although Ling Han was perplexed by his intentions, he complied and removed his own attire. The two exchanged garments. How does it fit? Ling Han remarked, feeling the luxurious fabric for the first time. Isn't it exquisite? It feels so different, so comfortable. But why am I wearing such an expensive suit? Han Li raised a finger to his lips. Shoo, no questions, it's part of the plan. Ling Han found Han Li increasingly inscrutable. Take this briefcase and these glasses. Put them on. Moments later, Ling Han transformed from an ordinary intermediary into the elite secretary of a major corporation. Indeed, one's appearance can elevate one's presence. Meanwhile, Han Li, once a distinguished gentleman, had now donned shabby attire, resembling a disheveled youth. Not bad, it fits you well. This suit is yours. What? No, Mr. Han. This clothing is far too valuable. Upon hearing that he was being gifted such an expensive suit, Ling Han became flustered. His grandmother had always told him that one should not accept favors without merit. Absolutely not, Mr. Han. I have principles. Ling Han stood his ground. Han Li admired his stubbornness. Accept it as a work outfit from the company. You will need it shortly. He adjusted Ling Han's tie, nodding in satisfaction. A work outfit? Which company employs staff who dress better than their bosses? Ling Han was bewildered, yet deeply impressed. The audience, however, was less than pleased. Dressed better than me, the boss? What the hell? Han, just say the word, and I'll resign, not for the money, but to be your right-hand man. Brother, I'm calling you brother now. Take me under your wing. The audience exclaimed, he giving away a suit worth thousands so casually. Mr. Han treats his subordinates better than my own mother. Han Li surveyed Ling Han, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit and glasses, exuding the air of a corporate elite. Ling Han, as long as you work diligently by my side, luxury cars and beautiful women will be mere trifles. Overwhelmed with excitement, Ling Han declared, I am committed to serving you. Mr. Han, look at his enthusiasm. Han Li thought, chuckling inwardly despite the grandiose promises he had just made. Ah, young man. Have you never heard the adage that one cannot expect pie to fall from the sky? In this world, everything has its price. The reason he insisted on dressing Ling Han in his bespoke suit was certainly not due to his own extravagance. Han Li needed to present him as a paragon of corporate elite, for this was a crucial element of the scheme. In recent news, the higher-ups at the Futian Group, following a series of unfortunate events, have assured the public that they will conduct unscheduled inspections of their 4S dealerships, taking any issues with utmost seriousness. Han Li gazed at this announcement, a wicked smile creeping across his face. Next, he would visit the 4S dealership to pull off a grand scheme, orchestrating a feat of deception to acquire luxury vehicles without expenditure. Fraud, indeed, is a serious endeavor for me, Han Li, should fortune favor him. Ling Han would inevitably be deemed his accomplice, compelled to join his ranks. Two birds with one stone. Off to the 4S dealership we go. Yes. Poor Ling Han remained blissfully unaware that he was treading a path he had never envisioned. They arrived at the opposite 4S dealership. filled with opulent cars of every conceivable model. It was a paradise of extravagance. Wait for me here. I'll call you in shortly, Hanli instructed. Yes, Mr. Han. Hanli entered the dealership alone, catching the attention of a female salesperson. Upon glimpsing his face, her heart raced, but upon noticing his shabby attire, her enthusiasm was deflated, as if struck by a vehicle. Sir, are you here to look at cars? She asked, her tone devoid of warmth, lacking even a professional smile. It was clear she looked down on Han Li's modest appearance. Unfazed, he responded with a smile. Indeed, I am just here to browse. Humph. Another one looking to enjoy the air conditioning, she thought, growing increasingly dismissive. We have many cars, feel free to peruse. I have a particular fondness for luxury vehicles, he remarked, prompting her to lead him to the premium section. Wow, is this a Lamborghini? He exclaimed, his awe evident. The salesperson regarded Han Li with growing disdain, her expression darkening. Sir, this is our latest model, the Lamborghini 422, priced at $5,600,000. She declared, emphasizing the price as if to imply. Can you afford this? Perhaps you should take your leave. Feigning ignorance, Han Li pointed at the luxurious automobile with feigned delight. I quite like this model. May I take it for a test drive outside? The salesperson was taken aback. Other staff members paused, casting incredulous glances. He wishes to test drive? What the actual? This is a car worth millions. You haven't even paid, and you want to take it out for a spin? Are you serious? Is he out of his mind? He must be some country bumpkin. Just look at his attire. What gives him such confidence? Surrounding staff and customers began to mock Han Li for his apparent lack of awareness. Sensing the moment was right, Han Li discreetly messaged Ling Han outside. Come quickly. The female salesperson, feeling quite helpless, was about to decline when suddenly, at the entrance of the 4S shop, Ling Han pushed open the door and hurriedly rushed in. Upon seeing his expensive attire, everyone was momentarily taken aback. A scion of a wealthy family. Why are they all looking at me? Ling Han, carrying his briefcase, walked directly to Han Li's side amidst the gazes of onlookers, exclaiming loudly, Mr. Han. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Did he truly just address that rustic general manager? Shoo. How many times must I say it? Do not call me the general manager right now. We are conducting a covert investigation. Han Li whispered closely, though his gaze remained fixed on the store manager behind them. Ling Han, the manager, who had witnessed the entire scene, overheard their hushed exchange, causing his heart to race. Covert investigation? Something feels off. Chapter 32. What should I do? They really think I'm the general manager. Can I test drive? Han Li asked again. He referred to him as general manager? What kind of general manager dresses so shabbily? Clearly a fraud. The female salesperson flatly refused. I'm sorry, sir, but our latest Lamborghini does not allow for test drives, and there is no such thing as just taking a quick spin. If you do not intend to purchase, I will have to ask security to escort you out. Security. Two burly security guards approached Han Li's sides, their fists cracking ominously. Sir, if you cause a disturbance, please leave, or be wary of my iron fist. How do you know I want to pay? Is he not just here to enjoy the air conditioning? This guy is serious. Please, this is not a vegetable market. Do you think you can buy a cabbage here? Dressed in rags worth less than 200. He dreams of purchasing a car worth millions. The crowd was speechless. Surely, this fellow was just here for amusement. The viewers in the live stream grew increasingly puzzled. Oh my, has Mr. Han's criminal career met its first defeat? What could possibly be the significance of Mr. Han's actions? Is he merely making a fool of himself for others to laugh at? Shoo, don't ask. This is all part of the plan. Saleswoman, you've narrowed your path. The female salesperson, holding her forehead, thought to herself that this person must indeed take a test drive before making a decision. Who knows if he could even drive off? Please escort this gentleman out. She was too weary to waste her breath. He was clearly a troublemaker. Just as all the customers awaited Han Li's folly, a voice intervened to halt the unfolding chaos. The male store manager approached, smiling at Han Li. Sir, please hold on a moment while we discuss this. Xiao Wang, please take this gentleman to the lounge. The staff were astonished. The usually stern-faced manager was being so courteous to this individual. What was happening? You come here. The female salesperson was summoned, and she questioned in confusion. Manager, what are you doing? That guy is just a fraud. That's why you will never become a manager in your life, he replied. Let me ask you, don't you find this man to be quite unusual? The female salesperson? The manager took out his phone and showed her the latest news from the Futian group that morning. Did you notice that the senior executives of the group conduct surprise inspections on the affiliated 4S stores from time to time, and even we, the store managers, are unaware of their arrival? The female salesperson expressed her confusion. However, she quickly realized and exclaimed in astonishment. Are you saying he is a senior executive sent from above? No way. Someone like him. The store manager pointed to Han Li, who was seated and resting, and remarked, don't you find that customer's demeanor quite extraordinary? With this observation, it became apparent. Han Li's words and actions, upon closer inspection, were indeed distinct from those of ordinary individuals. The person beside him, clad in an expensive suit and glasses worth several tens of thousands, was referred to as the boss. Isn't that rather peculiar? If he truly is a senior executive, why is he dressed so modestly? The female salesperson, perplexed, questioned, shouldn't a person of such high status be adorned in luxury, seeking to maintain an image? The male store manager, appearing wise beyond his years, shook his head and replied, the brilliance lies in his humble attire. Think about it. If a senior executive is conducting a surprise inspection, the more low-key and inconspicuous they are, the better. What matters is authenticity. The female salesperson felt a chill of realization, pondering whether they should allow him to test drive a vehicle. Of course. Do you have any sense? That is a senior executive. Luxury cars are not purchased casually. He is testing our service attitude. All right, I shall go at once. The male store manager calculated his own prospects, reflecting that they had narrowly avoided disaster this time. As long as they served this senior executive well, his future would be boundless. The female salesperson approached Han Li, completely shedding her previous arrogance, and humbly stated, "I apologize, sir, for my earlier rudeness. You may test drive the car immediately, please follow me." The other customers, initially anticipating a spectacle, were now astonished. What? Has this salesperson lost her mind? She actually agreed? Has the store manager lost his sense? Is he not afraid of losing the car? Han Li seemed to have anticipated this turn of events. Everything was under his control. The live stream was ablaze with excitement. I told you, with President Han's stature. How could he simply pay? Once this car is in President Han's possession, it is surely gone. Han Li remarked, "Hey, you said it. Well, once the car is sold, 5 million will be in hand. Is money this easy to earn? Hey, my friends, I can't talk any longer. I have just arrived at the 4S store entrance. Follow my lead with President Han. Impressive, President Han, I admire you. Sir, here are the car keys." The female salesperson reluctantly presented the keys to the luxury car with both hands. Just when everyone was envious, Han Li did not accept them. Instead, he instructed Ling Han, who was nearby, to retrieve a piece of paper and a pen from his briefcase. "What is your name?" The female salesperson, thinking she was receiving a commendation, happily responded, "My name is Zhang Suihua, sir." Han Li wrote a few words on the paper and handed it to her. "Congratulations, you have been dismissed from the company." "What?" The female salesperson was momentarily stunned. Dismissed? Everyone else was equally bewildered. Was he not a customer? Han Li pointed at the female salesperson in front of the other staff and stated, "You yourself mentioned that this luxury car is of considerable value. Yet you dared to allow a customer to test drive it. I ask you, what are the company's regulations? Had the materials provided during the previous training been fed to the dogs?" Han Li suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, his gaze sharp and tinged with indignation. The Shadow Emperor was activated. In an instant, everyone present felt as though they were in the presence of a corporate titan. "Speak up. What if I were to drive off with the vehicle or scratch it? Can you bear the responsibility for the loss of company property?" In a flash, the female salesperson was taken aback. She began to wail, "President, I was wrong." The staff were well aware that the higher-ups from the company had been making sporadic surprise visits to various branches, yet they never anticipated such a low-key approach. Your gravest mistake was failing to maintain a proper attitude of service. Regardless of whether a customer intends to purchase a vehicle, they deserve warmth and attentiveness. If you turn a cold shoulder simply because a customer is modestly dressed, what will the public think of our company's image? The entire staff felt a jolt of fear. The tone, the demeanor, the aura. None dared to question his authority. "Secretary Ling, report to headquarters. Tomorrow, we shall publicly reprimand this branch's employees." Hearing about the impending reprimand, the staff were left dumbfounded. Is the president serious? How ruthless. Ling Han was oblivious to the implications, simply nodding in agreement. "Yes." Han Li commanded, "Manager, accompany me." "Yes." The manager scurried over, not daring to voice any dissent. Everyone was convinced that Han Li was indeed a high-ranking official conducting a surprise inspection. Wasn't President Han just a customer? How had he transformed into the president so suddenly? What a masterful deception. Oh no, have I become a substitute? Chapter 33. Is this really happening? Han Li closed the door, but not entirely, ensuring that his voice could be heard from outside. Then, with an expression of outrage, he berated the male manager. "How could you make such a mistake? What kind of manager are you? And how did such an employee even get hired? Have you lost your mind?" The employees outside were terrified by the stern reprimand. It was undoubtedly the president. Look at that. Once overbearing, the manager could barely lift his head. "Manager, you understand what you need to do, correct?" Han Li pounded on the table, fully embodying the role of a ruthless corporate president reprimanding a subordinate. "Oh, I understand." The male manager replied. "I will go reprimand them." "What? Should I call my grandfather to come over?" The manager cautiously inquired. Han Li shook his head repeatedly, sighing. It was no wonder his subordinates behaved so poorly. This manager was utterly hopeless. "Let me give you a proper lesson." Before long, all the employees gathered together, and Han Li took the lead in addressing them. "In a situation like the one we just encountered, what would you do if a customer like me insisted on test driving a vehicle?" A confident employee stood up. "This is not a question that deserves a response. Of course. I would refuse. What if he drives away with the vehicle or damages it? Such actions would undoubtedly harm the company. But what if he is the CEO of a prominent corporation?" The employees fell silent. Indeed, if the individual in question happens to be the CEO of a large company, rejecting him could tarnish the company's reputation. "I ask you all, after selling a vehicle to a client, do you record all pertinent information about them?" The employees remained silent. Who thinks to keep track of such details after a sale? Do you see? This is precisely your current dilemma, the absence of crucial information about significant clients. In this day and age, information is everything. This reasoning is surprisingly compelling. The employees unwittingly began to engage. Within 10 minutes, they gathered all vital information about important clients. Do you understand? Yes. With a single command from Han Li, all employees rose, their voices resounding. "As long as you work diligently, promotions, salary increases, and housing will be assured. I can guarantee it. For the sake of the company, we shall dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly. Over time, I expect you to work diligently." The enthusiasm ignited among the employees was palpable. The store manager observed them, invigorated as if they had been given a shot of adrenaline. Such a transformation in just 10 minutes was beyond anything he had ever imagined. Truly, he is a remarkable leader. The audience in the live stream was equally astonished. "Wow, President Han is quite the showman, isn't he? It feels eerily reminiscent of a pyramid scheme presentation." Han Li remarked, "Just drawing the big picture is enough. Goodness, this has infiltrated the organization. To an outsider, it could easily be mistaken for a motivational rally. Incredible. Han sat on the sofa, sipping tea and nonchalantly spitting. With his legs crossed, he epitomized a leader's demeanor. What is your name? The mail store manager humbly replied, President, my name is Li Tao. Ali, I suspect your recent promotions have not gone as planned, correct? The store manager was taken aback. How could he possibly know? How did you figure that out? It's obvious. With your mindset, it would be surprising if the company promoted you. Han silently scoffed while maintaining a facade of gentleness. My earlier admonishments were for your benefit. Have you not discerned my intentions? I have been keeping an eye on you. Are you suggesting that you wish to promote me? The store manager's eyes brightened. Han whispered, Shoo, just keep this between us. Later, give me your employee ID, and I will have a new one issued for you. This signals a promotion. Thank you for considering my advancement. Here, this is my employee card. The store manager, elated, immediately handed over the ID. The live stream erupted with excitement. First, a reprimand, then a reward. What an impressive maneuver. Wait, could President Han be heading to their headquarters? It makes my scalp tingle. How on earth did this individual become a store manager? If this is how things are done, I could do it too. Han secured the store manager's internal employee credentials and glanced at his watch. Time was not on his side. It was time for me to conduct an unannounced inspection at the next location. Indeed, a recent con artist has set their sights on our company, so you must exercise caution. At the previous establishment I visited, I encountered an individual masquerading as a high-ranking executive, who deceitfully swindled the store manager out of hundreds of thousands. The manager felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this, but fortunately, our CEO arrived just in time. Otherwise, he too might have fallen victim to the ruse. Rest assured, I shall keep this matter at the forefront of my mind. Ding ding ding. I must take this call. Han retrieved his phone and answered in front of the store manager. Hello? Xiaohan. What? The car's tire has burst? It seems it cannot be driven. What on earth are you doing? Beep beep beep. Ling Han responded, What car? Aren't we here to purchase one? I don't understand. Why is the CEO scolding me? Upon hearing that the CEO's tire had burst, the mail store manager inquired, Is the car broken? Yes, never mind. Let's just take a taxi. How could a distinguished CEO take a taxi? The store manager interjected firmly, This simply won't do. Here, take that latest luxury car for now. Isn't that inappropriate? Han replied, Oh, we are all part of the same family. What is mine is yours. Han smiled and patted the store manager's shoulder. Indeed, no wonder others in the company say you, Xiao Li, possess the highest level of awareness. I can see it. Ha ha ha. It is all due to the CEO's appreciation. The store manager respectfully escorted Han outside, personally handing him the keys to the luxury car. Hey, everyone come out to bid farewell to the CEO. You all are such a handful. Han grasped the store manager's hand, encouragingly saying, Well done. I find you increasingly agreeable. You have a bright future ahead. The mail store manager bowed, proclaiming, I bid farewell to the CEO and wish you all the best. All the employees lined up to bow in respect as they bid Han farewell. All right, everyone return and focus on your work. Han tossed the keys of the luxury car to the bewildered Ling Han. What are you standing there for? Drive. Ling Han exclaimed, What the heck? This luxury car is just for us. The viewers in the live stream were left utterly astonished. Oh, this person has deceived internal credentials and effortlessly made off with a luxury car. How impressive. What a twist that a con artist is warning others to beware of scams. Truly, it is like a small blade cutting through ignorance. My mother and I, after witnessing this, knelt down in awe, praising CEO Han forever. The store manager exclaimed, I am due for a promotion. How splendid. Incredible. CEO Han has truly mastered the art of deception. Officer, come quickly. This fellow has gone too far. Not long after Han Li's departure, a middle-aged man, exuding confidence and holding an extravagant wallet, stepped out of a car. He approached the entrance of the 4S store. His name was Wang Debo, a high-ranking official from the Futian Group. He was there to inspect the operations of the stores under his umbrella. Greetings. I am a senior executive from the group, here to inspect the store. The mail store manager was taken aback. Could this be the very con artist the CEO spoke of? You are an executive? Indeed. Have you just finished inspecting another establishment? How do you know that? Isn't the company's information confidential? Precisely. The store manager pulled out his phone. Hello, officer. I have apprehended a con artist. Ah, a con artist. Where? Wang Debeos was astounded. How dare someone attempt to deceive his company? Were they courting death? The crowd turned their attention towards him. Wang Debeos exclaimed, Me? How on earth have I become a swindler? I am not a fraudster. Despite his protests, he was met with hostility. Seize him. Chapter 34, in 5 minutes. Deceived 10 million. At that moment, Han Li, seated in his vehicle, addressed the camera, Esteemed viewers, prepare yourselves for a masterclass in deception. In 5 minutes, I shall acquire 10 million. The audience in the live stream erupted in disbelief. 5 minutes for 10 million? That is utterly preposterous, Han. I refuse to believe it. Anyone can boast. Han, have you become arrogant? Do you think we are all fools? He first produced the internal access card belonging to the store manager and, utilizing the employee ID, successfully infiltrated the inner workings of the Futian Group. Then, employing a multifunctional mobile device, he hacked into the company's internal system. Posing as the CEO, he sent a message in the large group chat of store managers, accompanied by a link. Dear all, due to the recent surge in fraud, I require everyone to click the link below and download the National Anti-Fraud Center app. Please take this matter seriously. A store manager, is this for real? B store manager, it's true. I just caught someone impersonating the CEO. We're waiting for the police. C store manager, what? Such audacity. D store manager, I'm downloading it right now. I'm terrified. Han Li set his phone down and waited in silence. Unbeknownst to him, for minutes had elapsed. The audience in the live stream began to voice their skepticism. Didn't you say 5 minutes? 4 minutes have already gone by. Han, can you deliver? I thought you would showcase some extraordinary skill, yet you are just having us download an anti-fraud app? This is going to backfire. However, in the next instant, Han Li's phone chimed with notifications. Received 500,000. Received 1,600,000. Received 200,000. A continuous stream of notifications flooded in. The audience in the live stream gasped, "What on earth? My water meter doesn't even move this fast. 5 million in 5 minutes. It's truly 10 million. Oh, this is astonishing. How did he accomplish this?" Viewers exclaimed, "Oh, the pain. My face aches. I was wrong to doubt you, Han. I too am a fraudster. Do you accept apprentices? My friends are eagerly awaiting your culinary skills." Han Li replied, "The Anti-Fraud Center app 1 cent is indeed legitimate. But the link was modified by me. Once the target clicks the link and completes the download, it captures their account credentials and automatically transfers the funds to my specified account." The audience in the live stream gasped in awe. "We revere you, great master. I had forgotten that Han is a hacker. After watching this live stream, I shall never click on unfamiliar links again. Someone, please end my life to celebrate Han's triumph." Not only that, Han Li also took the opportunity to transfer the information of various company executives collaborating with the Futian Group onto his phone. Among them, he circled the name of a wealthy woman. After exchanging his findings with the production team for a reward, Han Li dialed the official contact number of the Futian Group. The call was quickly connected. Customer service. "Hello, how may I assist you?" Han Li, "I just deceived your company out of 10 million. Customer service? Han Li, I am now returning the 10 million. Please inform your executives to enhance their fraud prevention measures. Also, your security system is utterly inadequate. It was compromised in 3 minutes. I hope this lesson will prompt a thorough review. Customer service. We have reported this information, and the headquarters will bolster preventive awareness to avert similar incidents in the future. The management expresses gratitude for your fraudulent act, as it has revealed internal vulnerabilities that will be addressed." Han Li, "No problem. It's the least I could do. Wait, is there no shame in this? Who was the fool that got scammed? Wang Defa. This is utterly ridiculous. To deceive someone in front of them and then return the money while expecting gratitude. How absurd. What does education mean? What is their educational program? This is the true model. Congratulations, host, for completing your first fraud reward skill. Here, SA brick for you. Here, SA brick for you." No matter how skilled one is, they fear a brick. A sneak attack is bound to stun the opponent. Han Li, what kind of absurd skill is this? Meanwhile, the production team was leveraging Han Li's case to promote anti-fraud measures extensively. Just moments ago, Han Li had effortlessly swindled 10 million from a major corporation within 5 minutes, ringing alarm bells and urging citizens to promptly download the Chinese Anti-Fraud Center app to avoid falling victim. The host immediately downloaded the app, genuinely frightened. "Audience, is this for real? I'm downloading it right now." Soon, the Chinese Anti-Fraud Center app became a sensation. The news of Han Li's 5-minute 10 million scam went viral. In the major crimes unit, Wang Zhigua inquired about the status of the case involving the Futian executive and the store manager. Wang Lang replied, "Report, it was all a misunderstanding. However, due to the staff's aggressive approach, the executive has been hospitalized." Wang Zhigua sighed, rubbing his temples. Han Li was becoming increasingly audacious. Now he was resorting to fraud. Goodness, is he expanding his business? 10 million in 5 minutes. Who would believe that? By the way, Yan Qing has acted independently. Are you not concerned? Wang Zhigua shook his head. "It's fine. She knows her limits. I heard there's an upcoming international police exchange conference, and the police from M country have chosen our location for their drills. Is that true?" Wang Lang had heard this news from others. The International Police Exchange Conference is an annual drill, ostensibly a friendly exercise, but in reality, it serves to assess the capabilities of various nations' police forces. Consequently, every country is keenly watching, eager to prove that their police are the most formidable. Historically, Huaxiao has consistently ranked second, often mocked by the first-place M country. Indeed, last night, the police chief from the M country arrived at the airport, and it is anticipated that he will reach here in the next couple of days. Director Jiang emphasized that this rehearsal is of utmost significance, as it pertains to the dignity of our great nation. And the matter concerning Han Li can be temporarily set aside. We must triumph over M country. Wang Lang's gaze was resolute, brimming with determination. He had long harbored a desire to avenge this grievance. After handing over the vehicle to the arriving production team, Han Li intended to purchase some food for Ling Han. At that moment, a frail man wearing a tall hat approached him with his head bowed. Suddenly, bang. The man collided directly with Han Li. I'm sorry. The man quickly apologized and walked away. "It's fine." However, after taking a few steps, Han Li sensed something was amiss. He reached into his pocket and discovered it was empty. "Damn, where's my phone?" Chapter 35, The King of Thieves? Did he consult me, the ancestor? Han Li turned to look at the man who had bumped into him. What the heck? Has he really stolen from me? How amusing. Am I a thief? How could I let such a petty thief bully me? Stop. Han Li rushed forward and seized the man. "Return my phone." "What phone? You must be mistaken. I didn't take your phone." The man protested, attempting to break free, only to find Han Li possessed an astonishing strength. "Do you believe I would take you to the police station right now?" The young man, terrified, began to cry. Brother, I was wrong. It's my first time, please spare me." "Fine, I'll take back my phone, and you can keep the 500 on you." The man reached into his pocket, his eyes suddenly widening. "Empty. Hey, where's my phone? Where did my money go?" "It's all gone." Han Li raised an eyebrow, revealing a mischievous grin. "Are you referring to this?" He then produced his phone before the man, shaking it slightly. But that wasn't all. He also retrieved a wallet, a watch, and a crystal necklace, along with a designer lipstick. "You've stolen quite a bit, haven't you?" The man was utterly astonished as he watched Han Li pull out item after item of his loot. What the hell? Why is all my stuff with him? What has transpired? The audience in the live stream found it hilarious. This is too funny. Han, you dare to steal? Isn't this giving it away for free? Han Li smirked. My friend, by lineage, you ought to refer to me as your ancestor. The thief thought, this is bad. He a master. As Han Li organized the items, he declared, you, with such unsteady hands, I shall keep these items safe for you. The thief, bewildered, retorted, what the hell? How can you be so self-righteous? Tell me, do you have accomplices? To steal so much on these streets, you must be a seasoned criminal familiar with this area. The man was visibly frightened now, genuinely apprehensive of Han Li's profound skills. Senior, there are rules among thieves. This isn't quite right, is it? Han Li responded with a slap. Who do you think you are calling me senior? Which eye of yours perceives me as a thief? Let me inform you that though I am in plain clothes, my true identity is that of a police chief. Thief, are you trying to deceive me? Damn it. With your thieving skills, I would believe you were a master burglar. You claim to be an inspector? Which inspector would take the time to learn such nefarious skills? Ridiculous. The live stream exploded with laughter. Ha ha ha, General Han is impressive, unmatched. This is absurd. The inspector is more skilled than the thief. It's laughable. Thief, do you think I'm a fool? Observing the disbelief on this individual's face, Han suddenly had a brilliant idea. Look at this. He opened his coat. Holy cow, it's a gun. The thief nearly knelt in fear, unaware that this was actually a specially made prop gun with no live ammunition. Now do you believe? Officer, I believe. I believe. Just put the gun away. Be careful not to discharge it. Han Li, answer me. Do you have a gang? Yes, there are over 10 of us. Scattered across various areas, stealing from passers-by. After we finish, we return to our hideout to divide the spoils, and whoever steals the most becomes the king of thieves. What? There's a den of thieves? A thief king? Did anyone consult me, the master burglar? Kid, I'm offering you a chance for redemption, if you cooperate. I can guarantee a reduced sentence. How about it? Han Li suddenly conceived a clever plan. Since it's a den of thieves, there must be a considerable amount of money, right? This time, I will orchestrate a black market scheme. The thief was taken aback. Betraying his brothers? How could that be acceptable? In this line of work, it's all about loyalty. This is unacceptable. There are rules in this trade. Betraying your brothers is a grave taboo. Han Li revealed the firearm. Are you certain? Actually, I wish to be a good person. Give me a chance, officer. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. Seriously, is this a scene from an undercover operation? The concept of loyalty is so fragile. Thief, at that moment. The gun was aimed at me. I was terrified. In this line of work, it's all about betrayal. In a dilapidated alley, the officer, this is the place, soon. The others should arrive. The man led Han Li to their secret hideout. This hideout is so concealed. Goodness, under normal circumstances, it would be nearly impossible to discover. You've done well. Hee. Then, Han Li picked up a brick nearby and struck down. Bang. The thief's eyes sparkled as he collapsed to the ground. I'll borrow your face for a moment. 10 minutes later, Han Li donned a high hat, disguising himself as this thief, even adopting a sleazy demeanor. He looked exactly like him. He approached the rusted door deep within. He knocked. A pair of eyes suddenly appeared, scrutinizing him. Old dog, you're back? Han Li nodded. Now he resembled Old Dog. Come in. Once inside, everyone was instructed to place their phones into a bag to avoid any unfortunate incidents. Old Dog, you're at the bottom again this month. Be careful not to get kicked out. Cough, cough, I understand. The man glanced at him without further thought. As they walked, they arrived at a dilapidated house. This is incredibly concealed. It's no wonder they're a criminal gang. Although the house appeared run down, it was, in fact, a place of hidden treasures. There are several courtyards capable of accommodating a considerable number of individuals. Many people are eagerly anticipating the events to unfold, and it appears that they are all pickpockets. Astonishingly, General Han has infiltrated the inner circle. It seems he had a guide. Otherwise, he would never have found this place. Humph, these thieves are truly cunning, hiding themselves so well. What could General Han possibly be doing here? Surely he does not aspire to become the king of thieves? Unthinkable. I suspect General Han is preparing for a significant move. At this moment, more individuals are entering the courtyard. Damn it, my luck today is terrible. I've only managed to steal 3,000 yuan. I heard that old five got caught. How could someone with such exceptional skills be apprehended? Apparently, he watched some crime show and learned from a fellow named Han Li, who audaciously attempted to steal a police officer's gun. Can you believe it? This is madness. It's not Han Li, it's General Han. My master, the former king of thieves, would weep at the sight of Han Li's methods. What a shame he doesn't pursue thievery. Han Li declared, now that everyone is here, we can begin. The crowd stirred with anticipation. To become the king of thieves means not only to command the loyalty of others, but also to enjoy the spoils of their labor. What bliss! A scarred man with short hair stepped forward and proclaimed, as per our usual custom, the one who steals the most this month shall be crowned the king of thieves. I have stolen from 134 individuals this month, he announced. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Is that truly so? The accumulated items, gestures, and cash amounted to approximately 350,000 yuan. Goodness, 350,000. Everyone inhaled sharply, taken aback by his terrifying prowess. His skills are unparalleled. Most in the crowd felt a sense of resignation. After all, who doesn't know the reputation of the master thief, Li Er? Yet, they did not expect to be so utterly outclassed. It seems that this month as king of thieves will undoubtedly be him. Li Er, I salute you. 134 thefts, what dedication. I am in awe. When crowned king of thieves, remember to look after your brothers. The crowd lavished praise upon Li Er, as if the outcome were already decided. Li Er clasped his hands and smiled. It appears that everyone supports me. I do not. A sudden voice interrupted, startling the audience. Han Li stepped forward, addressing Li Er with a smile. I am the true king of thieves. You are unworthy. Has this man lost his mind? What audacity! Li Er regarded the old dog below with disdain. Very well, let us compare our skills. Chapter 36. Leave no one behind. Arrest them all. The crowd initially thought a formidable character was approaching, but it turned out to be the least successful thief, the old dog. An uproar ensued. Old dog, cease your nonsense and return to your place. Have you no shame? What right do you have to compete with Li Er? Dream on. Take him away, he is worthless. Insults flew left and right. Old dog, how dare you challenge me when you are at the bottom? Li Er scoffed, too lazy to even raise a hand. Han Li casually remarked, are you afraid? Afraid? Li Er's blood pressure shot up. However, out of respect for his fellow brothers, he refrained from acting rashly and instead feigned a demeanor of magnanimity. You are not mistaken. Everyone is entitled to vie for the title of Thief King. Since you overestimate your capabilities, I shall indulge you. The old dog declared, according to the rules, let us see who can steal more. Very well, you have my word. Han Li responded with remarkable composure, beginning to produce item after item. Initially, the onlookers regarded the spectacle with amusement, thinking, what can a mere waste of space possibly steal? Yet, as Han Li continued to reveal an increasing array of possessions, some spectators began to feel uneasy. Hey, why does that bag seem so familiar? One remarked, perplexed. Strange. Is he using a magical pouch, producing items endlessly? That's at least dozens of items. The crowd fixated on the items Han Li unveiled, each growing more recognizable. One man anxiously patted his pocket. To his shock, he exclaimed, by heavens, my belongings have been stolen. Laughter erupted. Huh? You fool. You couldn't even keep track of this much. My things are missing too. More and more thieves began to shriek in despair as their pilfered possessions inexplicably vanished. What the devil? The thief has been robbed. This is absurd. Isn't that the ring I stole? How could it be in the old dog's hands? It's him. He.S. the one who took our things. The crowd turned their gaze toward Han Li, a mixture of terror, anger, and shame reflected in their eyes. How curious. It wasn't stated that one couldn't steal from one's own kind, Han Li remarked with a playful tilt of his head. Ah, it appears that was indeed not mentioned. An elderly man stepped forward, chuckling. My friends, you seasoned veterans have been so skillfully outmaneuvered by a mere junior. Perhaps you should consider taking a leap of faith. It's the former Thief King. The crowd gasped in unison. Indeed, we are experienced hands, yet we fell victim to this old dog-esque cunning. Furthermore, it had occurred without a whisper. Upon reflection, that is indeed chilling. One exclaimed, goodness, I didn't even notice when he made his move. This fellow is alarmingly formidable. What level of mastery does he possess? At that moment, the crowd's gaze toward the old dog shifted dramatically, filled with astonishment and disbelief. The audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. Indeed, what does it matter if Han steals from ordinary folks? If he is going to steal, let it be from his peers. Now, that is the essence of the Thief King, engaging in exhilarating pursuits. Thief, let me tell you a joke. I've been robbed. Laughter ensued. What a slap in the face. Have you ever encountered a master thief? Han Li replied, I apologize. I didn't mean to insult you. I meant to imply that everyone present here is beneath me. Although Han Li had pilfered from the crowd, by the rules, those stolen goods rightfully belonged to him. The total amassed to a staggering 520,000. The crowd was utterly unprepared for this unexpected twist, as he unleashed his might. On the stage, Li Er could no longer remain passive, witnessing his claim to the title of Thief King slipping away. How could he accept such a fate? He stepped forward, declaring, if you wish to be the Thief King, you must earn my respect. Han Li casually tossed a pair of floral shorts. Li Er's expression turned to one of horror. Isn't that my pair of shorts? No wonder I felt a draft. Are you convinced now? Master. I bow to you, Li Er. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Could it be true? He could even steal his own underwear? My apologies, everyone. But your skills pale in comparison to mine. The onlookers gazed at Han Li with fervent admiration, none daring to voice dissent. Li Er, in particular, displayed utmost respect. He knew such divine abilities were beyond his own capability. Old dog, I have no objections to you being the king of thieves. I shall serve you faithfully. Han Li clasped his fists in gratitude. I am honored by your recognition. As the newly appointed king of thieves, I shall impart a free lesson to you all. Once you master this technique, no shackles shall ever bind you. Is that really true? You must be boasting. Bind my hands with iron chains as tightly as you can. Very well, king of thieves. Soon, Han Li's hands were ensnared in iron chains, wrapped around multiple times. Is this tight enough? It's almost reaching my pinky finger. Can it get any tighter? Moments later, Han Li was completely immobilized, his body entangled in chains. The crowd gasped in awe. He cannot possibly escape from this. Han Li stiffly raised his densely bound hands, signaling for attention. Ladies and gentlemen, watch closely. Then, before their astonished eyes, Han Li twisted his body and moved his arms slightly. With a snap, the seemingly secure chains fell away, one by one. Is this sorcery? What just happened? The crowd was deeply shaken. This was no mere illusion. The chains, which seemed impossible to escape, had yielded to his slight movements. Even the gods would weep at such a display. I have no regrets in this life, the former king of thieves remarked, tears in his eyes. If we learn this skill, we shall fear no handcuffs in the future. Master, I want to learn. Teach me, but do not keep it a secret. They clamored eagerly. From now on, we shall follow your lead. Han Li smiled mischievously. Of course, we are all brothers here. Who will be the first? They rushed forward, as if attending a fan meeting. I want to go. Bind me tighter. I want to learn well. 10 minutes later. All right, this is the last one. In the courtyard, thieves lay sprawled on the ground, tightly bound by chains, each one ecstatic. Hurry, the flowers have wilted. It's so tight, but I love it. They were thrilled at the prospect of mastering this skill, feeling invincible against any authority henceforth. Master, we truly mean it. Their heartfelt cries echoed. Then, in front of everyone, Han Li gathered all the stolen goods, packed them up, and departed without looking back. The crowd was left bewildered. What just happened? Wasn't he supposed to teach us? Did he just run away? As he left the courtyard, Han Li dialed Wu Meng's number. How did he have Wu Meng's number, you ask? Don't inquire. It's merely part of the plan. Hello, who is this? It's me, Han Li. You scoundrel. How dare you come to humiliate me again? It is not my intention to boast, but I have indeed caught a thief. Just a few petty criminals, nothing to be overly impressed by. Yes, perhaps around 40 or so. What? 40 of them? Wu Meng, on the brink of death, widened his eyes in disbelief. Did you inadvertently stumble upon a den of thieves? Chapter 37. The criminal ranks second on the police chief's list. Can you believe it? Director Jiang stormed into Wang Zhigua's office, clutching a file in an agitated manner. Director Jiang, what brings you here? Jiang's expression was grim as he placed the file on the desk and stated, recently, theft incidents have surged unexpectedly. I am here to request an armed police team. Honestly, with the exchange meeting approaching, is this a deliberate attempt to undermine our police force? Wang Zhigua was taken aback by Jiang's rare display of anger and quickly picked up the file, eager to understand what had provoked such ire. The dense text detailed numerous theft cases, ranging from trivial sums to tens of thousands, nearly 100 incidents. Such audacity? Wang was left with a throbbing headache. It is well known that theft is among the most detestable crimes, as recovering stolen goods is often futile, leaving the police department to bear the financial burden. How disheartening. His expression turned contemplative, as he suspected that this recent uptick was the work of a gang. Indeed, it is rumored that this group is highly elusive. Several teams have struggled to locate them. The more Jiang pondered, the angrier he became. If the visiting delegation from Country M were to learn of this situation, it would be a disgrace to our Chinese police force. Absolutely unacceptable. This is an urgent matter. I will dispatch a team immediately. Wang, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily prepared to make a call. Just then, the phone rang. Wang Zhigua answered. Hello, what is it? What? You say Han Li has caught thieves, over 40 of them. Jiang abruptly stood, his face a mask of shock. Wu Meng chuckled. Head, I suspect this is just another one of his elaborate tricks. That old rascal Han Li, so cunning, 40 thieves? Does he think they simply stood in place for him to apprehend? Even our police force lacks the capability to catch that many thieves in one go. Absolutely impossible. Wang Zhigua glanced at Director Jiang, who pondered for a moment before speaking. Han Li may merely be masquerading as a criminal, fundamentally still a good citizen. Since he has taken the initiative to report this, we should send someone to investigate. Wu Meng, gather your team and set off immediately. Wu Meng was taken aback. Captain, do you truly believe this? That rascal delights in deceiving others. We would surely fall for his trick. Wang Zhigua slammed the table. Are you instructing me on how to do my job? I will set off at once. Meanwhile, in another part of the courtyard, the group of thieves lying on the ground remained in a state of bewilderment. Did he call the police? I think he did. So, are the police coming? They exchanged glances, their small eyes reflecting immense confusion. Damn, who could have anticipated this? The newly appointed king of thieves has just delivered a backstab to the entire crew. What a farce. Oh, Ancestral Master, surely you are still here, right? This is merely a jest, isn't it? I assent it. Enough of this nonsense. My comrades are nearly frightened out of their wits. Oh, Ancestral Master, please return. My brothers hold genuine affection for you. The elder of the former thief king sighed. It appears that, at this juncture, I must rely solely on myself. Indeed, there is still the former thief king. Escaping should be a breeze. Observe the art of my shrinking technique. Crack. The crowd heard a sharp sound. Elder, have you managed to escape? No, my back just gave out. The former thief king out. What a disaster. After so many years of reign, I find myself bested by my own kin. Damn it. I truly wish to slap myself. How foolish. A few staff members, witnessing the disarray within, glanced at Han Li, who had exchanged all the stolen goods for a reward, his face beaming with delight. What a lunatic. By the way, is little Zheng still in your team? One staff member replied. He resigned a while ago, saying he wanted to fully enjoy life and thank you for your support. Damn it. Now, it seems everyone in the production team desires to follow Han Li's lead and make a fortune, even risking their pensions. Eventually, the director could no longer bear it and prohibited the staff from interfering with the program, which finally brought some calm. The police chief will be arriving shortly. I have no business here. I shall take my leave. Just after Han Li departed, the police car arrived. Wu Mengfeng rushed out of the vehicle, yelling, "Where are those thieves?" In that courtyard, under the staff's guidance, Wu led his team into the courtyard. Initially, he had anticipated some form of resistance and was prepared to draw his weapon. However, he was mistaken. Observing the thieves squirming like worms, Wu Meng was taken aback. The officers were equally bewildered. Could it truly be that one person apprehended over 40 thieves? Captain, we have a problem. What? Are there still some that escaped? It's not that we lack personnel, we simply can't capture them all. Having served as a police chief for many years, Wu Meng had encountered numerous cases. Yet this was a first. Over 40 individuals. Even deploying 100 officers might not suffice. And Han Li managed to capture them all single-handedly? Make a call. Request that Captain Wang send more personnel immediately. Tell him there are too many thieves to handle. Understood. Director Jiang anxiously peered out the window, awaiting results. Han Li, do not deceive us, officers. Ring ring. It's here. Wang Zhigua answered the phone, hurriedly asking, what is the situation? Is it a hoax? Really? Over 40 thieves. All securely bound by chains? Yes, Captain, I was astounded. Even if they were 40 pigs, they wouldn't be so foolish. Listening to Wu Ming's report, Wang Jigua's heart raced, leaving him somewhat flustered. He turned to Director Jiang and said, Han Li has infiltrated the thieves' den. Over 40 captured? Jiang inquired again, still incredulous. Captain Wang nodded vigorously. Indeed. Director Jiang rubbed his head, murmuring about the 40-plus individuals. Could it be that a single person subdued them? It seemed utterly absurd. Even crime dramas would hesitate to portray such a far-fetched scenario. A criminal, currently wanted by the police, managed to bewilderingly apprehend over 40 genuine offenders. Who would believe that? It was entirely irrational. Go, inquire with the staff about how Han Li managed to bind more than 40 individuals simultaneously. Director Jiang exclaimed with excitement. If their police department could learn from this, it would be tremendously advantageous for handling similar cases in the future. All right. I shall find out the details of Han Li's apprehension of the criminals. What? You mean to say these 40-plus individuals tied themselves up? Wang Jigua and Jiang exchanged incredulous glances. Han Li almost became the king of thieves. As they listened to the unfolding tale, they were astounded. Director Jiang. Should we commend Han Li? Wang Jigua found himself in a dilemma. It must be noted that Han Li was, after all, a criminal himself. There were two sides to every story. What occurred on the show was one matter, and reality was another. Comrade Han Li performed admirably this time. He certainly deserved recognition. Let us not forget, the show's original intent was to eradicate criminal behavior, and portraying a criminal who captured real offenders could not serve as better publicity. Indeed. I shall take immediate action. This news must reach the entire city. The following day, as the audience awoke to watch the program, a news segment repeatedly aired. Enthusiastic citizen Han Li single-handedly apprehended over 40 thieves yesterday, alleviating concerns for the police and contributing to a better society. The police have decided to bestow upon Han Li the honor of bravery, encouraging citizens to follow his exemplary example. Viewers in the live stream engaged in lively discussion. Wow, there is someone with the same name as our Han. This person is truly remarkable. Upstairs, do you think he could be our Han? Is it true? Our Han want to capture real criminals? No way, that is absurd. Brothers, we have a major situation. Quickly check the police ranking released by the program. Incredible. Everyone eagerly opened the rankings. Police ranking, first place, Wang Jigua, number of arrests, 73. Remark, truly the face of the police department. Second place, Peppa Pig, number of arrests, 43. Remark, he stands out above the rest. Peppa Pig? How on earth did that name appear on the police rankings? This was unprecedented. On this day, criminals throughout the city felt a chill run down their spines. The emergence of Peppa Pig was alarming. Chapter 38, the mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits. What is happening here? A shift from darkness to light? My Han is adept at navigating both realms. How extraordinary, Zhang San remarked. This guy is even capturing his own people? He has gone mad. It seems the criminals must be trembling in fear. Han Li, however, remained unfazed. Enjoying breakfast outside with Ling Han. President Han, where were you yesterday? We couldn't find you anywhere. I want to catch thieves. Is it possible that the person who single-handedly apprehended over 40 thieves in this morning's news is you? Han Li replied, indeed. Ling Han could hardly believe it. What exactly is Mr. Han up to? Having indulged a bit too much, Xiao Han said, let us take a stroll. The two stood and departed from the food stall. Shortly thereafter, a nearby table of patrons cast furtive glances in their direction. The man with the square face was the first to speak. What do you think? Is it them? We mustn't mistake the wrong individuals. Rest assured, the tracking signal on my phone indicates that one of those two is indeed Han Li, was the reply. But they don't resemble Han Li at all. The attractive woman, with a graceful figure and a sweet face, shot him a glare and whispered, you dolt. Didn't we already mention that Han Li is capable of disguising himself as others? Let's follow them and see. Having settled their bill, the group promptly headed in the same direction as Han Li and his companion. Along the way, Ling Han trailed beside Han Li, eager to inquire yet unsure how to begin. Are you curious about what I do? Han Li smiled and replied, don't worry, you will find out soon. Shopkeeper, I need several lengths of sturdy rope and some cloths, Han Li requested upon entering a store. Though the shopkeeper found it peculiar, he could not resist the allure of a paying customer. Among the crowd, undercover officers kept a close watch on the movements of Han Li and his companion. Everyone, stay low and avoid detection, one officer cautioned. No way, can he really be that perceptive? Is he some sort of deity? Relax, boss, Yanqing rebuked through her earpiece. You're being careless. Pay attention, boss, we have a situation. Suddenly, several undercover officers noticed that the two individuals had separated, heading in different directions. What do we do now? Split up? Why are you still smiling? Yanqing asked, her face brightening as she realized she no longer had to guess which one was Han Li. With the two parting ways, she could simply check the tracking signal to determine the real Han Li. Oh, how clever of you, boss. Let me see which one it is. Yanqing picked up her phone and discovered that Han Li's tracking signal was to their left. Everyone, it's the one on the left. The group immediately surged toward the left, fixated on the figure in a suit. Is that him? Indeed. Boss, should we rush in now? No. There are too many people here. I will lure him into an alley. Once I give you the signal, then you can act. Yanqing removed her cap, letting her hair cascade over her shoulders, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling. The nearby man was taken aback by her beauty, pausing in astonishment. Excuse me, sir, could you do me a favor? She approached him, gently tugging at his sleeve with a pitiful expression. What do you need? I want to go to this place, but I'm hopeless with directions. Could you please take me there? I beg you. Yanqing widened her alluring eyes and earnestly pleaded again. Is that too much to ask? Oh, my heart is melting. Young man, please agree to help her. Exactly, it's an act of kindness. What a delightful little girl. Ling Han gently patted her head, saying, all right then, Who asked to be such a good-natured person? Thank you. Yanqing followed him to the agreed-upon alley. We're almost there. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Little did he know, behind him, Yanqing chuckled, her eyes glinting with disdain. Leave? Now that you've come, you might as well stay. The time has come. Cast the net. Ladies and gentlemen, you may emerge. The alley was thoroughly surveilled, with officers positioned at every corner. There was no escape for Han Li. You were doomed. However, after 1 minute, then 2, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Where was everyone? Why had no one shown up? Yanqing even began to doubt whether these individuals had lost their way. At that moment, a cold voice resonated from behind her. Yanqing turned abruptly to find a man in a suit, smiling, who was holding a brick high above his head. Wait a moment. Thud. With a thump. Yanqing lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Han Li discarded the brick, scrutinizing the woman before him. Interesting. Is this what you refer to as business, Mr. Han? Ling Han approached, having previously been asked by Han Li to swap phones, still unaware of the reason behind it. Upon glancing at the individuals bound with ropes and gagged with cloth, he began to piece it together. So, I have been used as bait? Indeed, kidnapping, extortion, anything related to crime falls within our purview. Now, Comrade Ling Han, it is time for you to take this step. As he spoke, Han Li unexpectedly produced a firearm from behind his back and handed it to Ling Han. Don't worry, it's merely a prop gun. Take it. See this woman? She is an officer who has been tracking me for days. I decided to turn the tables, and I didn't anticipate it would be so easy to ensnare her. Perfectly. You shall resolve her. Resolve? An officer? No, Mr. Han. Is it too late for me to withdraw now? At the police headquarters, Wang Zhigua and numerous officers awaited the arrival of the director in the office. They were curious about what this exchange conference would simulate. They hoped to surpass the United States this year, as they had come close in previous attempts. One couldn't deny that the combat capabilities of the United States were formidable. As the discussions unfolded, the door creaked open. Director Jiang entered, followed by a foreigner clad in U.S. police attire, sporting a handlebar mustache and sharp eyes that gave off a frivolous air. Everyone, this is Colonel Mike Sayre from the U.S. delegation. Hello. The crowd rose, extending their hands to greet him. However, to everyone's surprise, Colonel Sayre completely disregarded them and strode to the front seat, sitting down with an air of authority. Director Jiang, I have heard that the crime rate in your country has risen again. I must say, the capabilities of your officers seem somewhat lacking. Who lacks capability? Wu Meng, unable to tolerate the slight, immediately stood up and rebuked him. Oh, my apologies. I wasn't implying that your abilities are insufficient. Humph. Wu Meng's anger had somewhat subsided. Little did he know that the foreigner next to him would audaciously declare, I mean, everyone present here is trash. Such arrogance. Is he courting death? Colonel Maquis. Your tone is rather presumptuous, isn't it? Director Jiang's expression darkened, exuding an aura of authority that only a seasoned leader could command. It was only then that Maquis tempered his demeanor, offering an insincere apology. Sorry, Jiang, my Chinese isn't very good. Without further ado, Maquis proposed. Let us engage in a competition during this exchange. I have heard that your crime simulation in Huaxia is quite popular. How about we simulate a robbery together? We will play the robbers, and you will attempt to apprehend us. If you succeed, it will be considered your victory. Maquis believed that, compared to the police chief, escaping as a robber right under their noses would provide an even greater sense of defeat to the opposing side. Excellent. When shall we commence? Maquis glanced at his watch. It has already begun, esteemed officers of Huaxia. Suddenly, a police officer burst into the room, exclaiming, not good. A group of foreigners is robbing a bank. The room fell silent in disbelief. Maquis reveled in the confusion displayed by the Huaxia officers. Did they not expect this? This time, we, the M Nation, have caught you off guard. What is the expression in Huaxia? A show of authority. However, Director Jiang erupted in laughter, addressing Colonel Maquis. Have you ever watched a program called Crime Simulation? Maquis shook his head, busy with his duties. The others chimed in. You haven't seen it? That's just as well. Wang Zhigua clenched his fists, steadying himself. Ahem, this does not count as us bullying you. It was your own suggestion, so no backing out. Jiang patted the bewildered Maquis on the shoulder. But how does robbing a bank relate to that program? Chapter 39. Damn it, this Xiao Ming. Is he going to proceed, or not? Have we called the police? The female clerk nodded vigorously, standing beside several burly, fierce-looking robbers, armed with guns. As they entered, a barrage of gunfire erupted, sending chills down the spine. Very well, now we await the arrival of the Huaxia police, Mark remarked, timing them. A buzz-cut African-American glanced out the window, whistling. Robbing a bank in Huaxia is far too easy, but I don't understand why we are playing the robbers. Anyone with common sense knows that only the police will emerge victorious in the end. If only we had a leader who had successfully robbed hundreds of banks and remained uncaught, he mused, looking at a scruffy man seated ahead. Though his face bore the marks of hardship, his gaze remained fierce. He had robbed various banks nearly 100 times. Yet no one in the M Nation had managed to apprehend him. His remarkable skills had even left the FBI exasperated. Within the industry, he was known as the godfather of robbery. As long as he was with them, the Huaxia officers would have no chance of capturing them. This was the confidence that bolstered Maquis. If I assist you in winning this competition, will you clear my record? The man inquired. The captain of the M Nation's special forces nodded. God is my witness. Humph, nonsense about God. The man stretched his limbs, harboring little regard for the Chinese law enforcement. He recalled his own exploits, having traversed from Xinlan to New York City, leaving a trail of heists in his wake. It was merely the weight of age that nudged him towards retirement, leading him to strike a deal with the police in M country. Now, the Chinese officers had arrived, foolishly walking into peril. The African-American steadied his specially crafted sniper rifle, filled with paintballs, for a hit would signify a demise. Hold your horses. I must first launder the money. At that moment, Captain Wang and his team hastily arrived at the bank designated for this simulated robbery. Would the robbers harm the hostages? Mike shook his head, reassuringly stating, "Worry not. We are professionals. At worst, we'll only intimidate. Captain Wang, let us devise a plan." The crowd gasped. Wu Ming had surprisingly displayed intelligence, shifting from his previous mindless actions. It seemed that Han Li's earlier challenges had illuminated his shortcomings. They then spread out a document. This very file had once kept the director Jiang awake at night as they sought a solution. Who would have thought it would be of use now? Cursed be it. The Chinese officers had swiftly surrounded all exits. The African-American, growing impatient, approached and aimed his specialized gun at a hostage. "Hey, you're quite the chatterbox. Do you believe I want to take you out? I'm in the middle of a game." "What game?" inquired a curious foreigner. The African replied, "A Chinese game called If You're My Brother, Come and Cut Me. Let us be serious here." The weapon was intercepted by a pair of hands. "There aren't many hostages. Let us not rush to kill." He then summoned an accomplice. "You, come here, follow me to the back for an ambush." The Godfather left the back door purposely open to lure the police in and eliminate them. This tactic has proven effective against law enforcement from various nations. Yes, sir. Typically, officers would attempt to infiltrate through the back door, assuming they could capture all at once, unaware that they had already been outmaneuvered. However, 10 minutes passed without a single officer entering. Why haven't they arrived? Damn it, do they know we've set an ambush at the back? The captain of the special forces expressed astonishment, for the back door was universally recognized as the optimal point of entry. The Godfather remained composed. Indeed, they possess some skill. Let us proceed. They anticipated our ambush. Anticipated? The M-Country Special Forces captain displayed incredulity. Is that even possible? Absolutely. Wang Zhihua successfully predicted their moves and refrained from recklessly sending anyone to the back door. The heavy losses from the last encounter with 3 teams still haunt us. Send someone to negotiate with them. Yes. The first wave of negotiations commenced. The Godfather, puffing on a cigar, declared resolutely, "We shall not agree too swiftly. To acquiesce immediately would portray our desperation, ultimately working against us. What should we do then?" The Godfather pointed at a Chinese hostage. "You, come here, strip off your clothes." The robber donned the hostage's clothes to impersonate them, taking advantage of the police chief's momentary distraction to strike unexpectedly. He had executed a similar scheme in a bank in Norway, eliminating several police officers in the process. Oh my god, truly a mastermind, formidable indeed. I had never considered such an audacious tactic. The robber posing as the hostage while the real hostage was mistaken for the criminal. It was a mere target. And the Chinese police would never anticipate this maneuver. An officer from M country disguised as a hostage, while the mastermind aimed his weapon at the individual posing as a target. "Hello, sir, if you fail to cooperate, I shall end your life, understand?" Following this, with the gun pointed at the hostage's head from behind, the Chinese hostage, unwilling to succumb, forced the M country officer out. Someone emerged. Wang Zhihua received a message from the sniper. Through the display, he observed the scene outside the bank. "Captain Wang, at this moment, can I accurately shoot the robber? Should I fire?" "Do not shoot unless the identity of the target is confirmed." Wang Zhihua decisively vetoed. "Help! Help! Officer, please save me." The M country officer, in a state of desperation, continued his act, only to be taken aback as the Chinese officers stood motionless, as if watching a performance. "Please save me. I am the hostage." Wu Ming scratched his head, perplexed about the authenticity of this hostage. Suddenly, an idea struck Wang Lang. The Chinese officers are standing by while I perish. I'm going to die?" The M country officer mused, confused as to why they had yet to fire in his defense. He was nearly within arm's reach. "You claim to be a hostage, which implies you are Chinese, correct?" "Yes, yes. Please save me quickly. Stop dawdling." Wang Lang nodded, satisfied. "If you are indeed Chinese, allow me to pose a question." "Xiaoming, there is bird droppings on the window. Would you please wipe it off?" "What?" The M country officer chuckled inwardly, thinking it was merely a trick question. "Please, I have studied the Chinese language." However, when Wang Lang uttered the second line, the M country officer lost his composure. Xiaoming said, "I won't wipe it. Now, tell me, will you wipe it or not?" M country officer. "Mastermind. What wipe? Why can't I understand? Wipe? Shoot him. He is a foreigner in disguise." Wang Lang shouted. "I have discovered the truth." Bang. The M country officer collapsed, shot, and eliminated from the game. WTF? The others in the bank were left in shock. FCK, is that it? SHT, what is Xiaoming's answer, to wipe or not to wipe? The Chinese language, so perplexing. The mastermind frowned, realizing he had encountered a tough opponent. Wang Zhihua observed the familiar scenes unfolding, entirely under his control. He chuckled. "Having done my homework in advance makes all the difference." Chapter 40. Those who offend China shall be punished, no matter how distant. The situation was dire. The fear-stricken African man exclaimed. How could the Chinese police chief discern our intentions? Within mere minutes, they had lost one of their own, and a hostage had been rescued by the adversary. The captain of the M country special forces rallied his team. "Do not fear, the advantage lies with us, does it not, Godfather?" The Godfather remained unperturbed, discarding his cigarette, but in advancing towards the bank's entrance. Outside, the police chief was quick to respond, dispatching a transport helicopter with a strict 10-minute deadline. Exceed a minute, and I will execute a hostage. A helicopter? The crowd was taken aback. It was unprecedented for robbers to demand such a thing. This could potentially allow them to escape directly to M country. Truly, the Godfather was ingenious to conceive such a plan. How troublesome this must be for the Chinese police. Outside, Wu Ming vehemently opposed the idea. "No, we cannot acquiesce to their demands. Once they board the helicopter, we want to be able to pursue them. However, if they refused, the hostages would be executed. It was a conundrum. Once they crossed the border into M country, it would spell trouble. Amidst the turmoil, Wang Zhigua remained remarkably composed, even finding time to sip a cup of coffee, its rich aroma wafting from the high-end logo embossed on the cup, an extravagant purchase made online. He had the solution at hand. Agree to the robbers' demands, while simultaneously positioning a few armed officers within the helicopter for an ambush once they boarded. Yes, before long. The M country officers inside the bank spotted the helicopter outside. Excellent. The helicopter has arrived. The Chinese police actually delivered it. The African man was elated. Isn't this a gift? Once they board, cross the border, and the Chinese police will be powerless to pursue us. A voice called out, the helicopter is here for you. As long as the hostages are kept safe, we can negotiate. Meanwhile, the money was secured, and they were eager to depart. The officers from M country looked to the silent godfather, awaiting his next command. Hold on, he instructed calmly as he loaded his weapon. Prepare yourselves. I have a premonition that the Chinese police will launch a final assault. Taking advantage of their boarding, he had surmised their intentions. Captain Wang, I believe now is the opportune moment. The M country officers would never anticipate that we would strike at this juncture. Wang Zhigua remained unaffected, clutching the plan in his hands. The first rule of Han's principles, never act impulsively. Wu Meng was taken aback. Han's principles? Has he become a textbook example? How absurd. Are the armed officers in position? Wang Zhigua inquired, for they were the key to their plan. Report, Captain Wang, we are in position. The officers concealed within the helicopter's compartment responded. Wang Zhigua nodded approvingly. Excellent. We await the robbers to take the bait. Inside the helicopter, the robbers heard the announcement. The Chinese police, will not take any action. You are permitted to take the money as long as the hostages are released. Moreover, should you choose to cross the border, we shall not impede your passage. At this moment, a group of officers stationed at the back entrance of the bank were taken aback by this proclamation. What? No action will be taken? Is it truly a matter of apathy? At the very least, muster some semblance of resistance. A little effort would enhance our reputation. This is utterly embarrassing. Damn it, the officers from Huaxia display no resolve. Have they truly surrendered? I've been waiting here for what feels like an eternity. Alas, it seems the outcome has been decided. The godfather, too, was at a loss for words. They squandered their final opportunity. Damn. These Huaxiao officers are utterly useless. You, and you, young man, go and inspect the helicopter. Dismiss the pilot and take the controls yourself. The godfather instructed the two American officers. Yes, sir. Once the safety of the aircraft has been confirmed, he would then lead the hostages aboard. One word, steady. The two American officers swaggered past Wu Meng and the others, escorting a bank employee with an air of arrogance. Pathetic. This victory is devoid of merit. Throughout this ordeal, they continued to mock the Huaxia officers. Wu Meng's face flushed with anger, but he exerted all his will to remain composed. Soon, they would face the consequences. A helicopter descended not far from the bank, and according to the godfather's orders, the two American officers forcibly ejected the pilot sent by Huaxia. Godfather, everything is in order. You may approach. The godfather's expression suddenly darkened. You, take these hostages and board the helicopter. Release the hostages? Nonsense. Not a single one shall be freed. The captain of the American Special Forces inquired. Perplexed. Aren't you coming with us? No, I shall remain behind. Those Huaxiao officers will never suspect that one robber is still here. While you draw their attention with the hostages, I will escape through the back with the money. Can it be played this way? Brilliant. According to the rehearsal rules, as long as the American officers portraying robbers manage to abscond with the loot, their mission is deemed a success. Godfather, you are truly a genius. The godfather smirked inwardly. This is a guaranteed victory. The remaining hostages were escorted out of the bank by 2 or 3 American officers. Hey, Huaxiao officers, should you make any move, I will shoot. The captain of the American Special Forces aimed his weapon at the hostage's head. Wang Zhigua commanded, withdraw all snipers. No one is permitted to fire. Watching the snipers depart, the American officers scoffed. Humph, the Huaxiao officers are indeed spineless. Ha ha ha, these Huaxiao officers are utterly powerless against us. They are merely a joke. The second will always be second. The robbers have already boarded the helicopter with the hostages. Once they take off, victory is practically assured. Mike observed this scene and smiled at Director Jiang beside him, saying, damn it, these guys are too quick. I explicitly told them to delay longer. This has left the Huaxia officers without dignity. Director Jiang, rest assured, I will return and thoroughly reprimand them. Director Jiang clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming urge to slap him. Despicable. Wang Zhigua, will you not take action? Wang Zhigua waited until the robbers boarded the helicopter one by one before he picked up the walkie-talkie and said, the net can be closed now. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted from within the helicopter as several armed officers sprang forth. Damn it, it's a trap. They have an ambush. However, it was far too late. With a series of gunshots, red smoke erupted from the body of the American officer. Report, Captain Wang, the robbers have been neutralized. The armed officers moved swiftly, providing no opportunity for resistance. Damn it, I surrender. I'm done. The black man cried out, secretly reaching for his weapon, preparing for a surprise attack. Hee. The greatest weakness of the Huaxia officers is their excessive mercy, whether towards themselves or their foes. Captain Wang, one of the robbers has surrendered. Should we bind him? An armed officer inquired. Wang Zhigua glanced at the plan, recalling the second clause of the Han Law. To show mercy to the enemy is to harm oneself. Execute him on the spot. Bang. A bullet struck his forehead. The black man? What the hell? When did the Huaxia officers become so ruthless? Hearing the gunfire outside, The hidden godfather jumped out from behind the partition, his back laden with a heavy bag of money. The Huaxiao officers are nothing but this. Now was the time to flee. Suddenly, dozens of guns clicked, the sound reverberating around them. The godfather felt red dots all over his forehead. Damn! His body began to tremble. All around him, numerous officers were already on high alert. The godfather? What the hell is going on? For the first time, he was being watched by so many officers, densely packed with Huaxiao officers. Escape? What a joke. Wang Zhigua slowly stepped forward, one hand holding the plan. Addressing the last robber. In Huaxiao, there is an ancient saying, when friends come from afar, it is a joy, isn't it? The godfather immediately replied, wrong. It is, though far. They must be punished. The godfather, damn. Chapter 41. What the hell? I, Han Liqing, have become a textbook. Report, Director Jiang. All of the American officers posing as robbers have been eliminated, with no survivors. Director Jiang chuckled, as if celebrating the new year. Shit, how could we lose? Colonel Mikesi's mentality collapsed, his expression exceedingly grim. The mustached man was furious, trembling with rage. How embarrassing. The United States had always been number one. To be defeated by Huaxia. Ashamed, he intended to leave but was intercepted by Director Jiang, who wore a mischievous grin. What is the rush? There's a press conference. In an instant, a throng of reporters and staff surged forth, countless flashes causing Colonel Mikesi's scalp to prickle. You, Director Jiang, had this planned all along. Good afternoon, everyone. Just now, the 28th International Police Exchange Conference has officially concluded. Under the leadership of Captain Wang Zhigua, our police force has successfully defeated the American officers, breaking their undefeated myth. This is a cause for celebration. The female reporter, her expression animated, held the microphone and approached Director Jiang before bypassing him. Colonel Mekes, seemingly bewildered, was approached with a serious inquiry. Now, let us interview the leader of the M country, Colonel Mekes. How are you feeling at this moment? How am I feeling? Are you serious? This reporter, are you truly serious? I'm on the brink of losing my composure. Mekes cursed inwardly. What an absurd question. The national netizens erupted in laughter. Haha, this is a merciless attack, truly ruthless. The police chief has learned poorly from Han Li. Mekes retorted, are you even being polite? We have just defeated the top-ranking M country. Can you believe it? What an astounding achievement for Huaxia. It's a celebration indeed. With a darkened expression, Mekes replied. The outcome of this drill was unexpected, yet perhaps it is to be expected. After all, Huaxia, as the police force, has a greater number of personnel and superior equipment. While we, as the robbers from M country, are merely a handful, thus it is hardly surprising that Huaxia emerged victorious. Director Jiang interjected, are you joking? Do you have no shame? Did you not choose to play the role of the robbers yourself? This foreigner is being quite unreasonable with such a statement. Our victory seems almost expected. How infuriating to have our commendable performance dismissed so easily. Observing the reporter's discontent, Mekes felt a surge of satisfaction. How delightful, Huaxia. If I can manipulate public opinion effectively, then the result of this exercise becomes inconsequential. At that moment, Wang Zhigua apprehended a suspicious foreigner. Report, Director Jiang. We have discovered that this foreigner is indeed a top-wanted criminal from M country. Director Jiang and the reporters turned to Mekes in unison. Colonel Mekes, is this what you refer to as unfair? You have employed a genuine fugitive. Mekes, upon seeing the godfather, muttered nervously, I do not know him. I do not know him. Hey, Mekes, are you going to violate our agreement? We had a deal that you would let me participate in the drill and win the competition in exchange for erasing my criminal record. You scoundrel. How can you now claim not to know me? The crowd was taken aback by the scandalous deal. The FBI exclaimed, what the hell? I will return. Mekes shouted in desperation as he was escorted away by several agents from the M country Federal Bureau of Investigation. The godfather was not spared either. The reporters, now gleeful, turned to Director Jiang. Director Jiang, how did the Huaxia police manage to eliminate all the M country police impersonating robbers without harming a single hostage? Especially considering they even employed real criminals. Director Jiang smiled and replied, in this drill, we essentially adopted a strategy to counteract criminals akin to Han Li. Meticulously controlling every step and anticipating the worst-case scenarios, thereby mastering the situation. It is thanks to Han Li that our police force has enhanced its capabilities to triumph over M country. Han Li, if you're watching this news, I would like to express gratitude on behalf of all police forces for your contributions to the fight against crime. The audience watching the live broadcast erupted in excitement. What a spectacle. In this place, learning is put to practical use. It is utterly astonishing that a player can portray a criminal, defying all odds, to such an extent that it influences the actions of the police in real life. Goodness, the cases presented in the show have impacted reality. It is simply remarkable. Han Li, am I, in fact, becoming a textbook example? From this moment forth, my reputation as Han has officially been established. Who is this Han Li, one might wonder. Such an impressive figure. To comprehend, one must watch criminal roleplay. First comes me, Han, and then comes heaven, simultaneously online. An increasing number of users are curious about the identity of Han Li, who has remarkably assisted the police in averting crises. Soon enough, netizens were left astounded. Black on black, stealing police firearms, annihilating armed teams while toying with the police, planting timed explosives, and eluding capture. These incidents have left viewers in a state of shock. This is not mere roleplay. It is akin to a living, breathing criminal textbook. Even more astonishing is that while other criminals often leave a trail of negative consequences in their wake, Han Li seems to defy this trend. Whenever he commits a crime, the likelihood of similar crimes occurring in reality significantly diminishes. In fact, he has apprehended over 40 thieves. Can one still claim he is not a nemesis to crime? Before long, news about Han Li began to proliferate. A trending topic emerged. Incredible. The secret to the Chinese police defeating the world's strongest nation is a passerby portraying a criminal? Another headline proclaimed, Han Li, the walking crime prevention textbook. Yet another read. Mastering both sides of the law, just how far can Han Li go? A fourth headline announced. Latest news. Prices of Peppa Pig masks are soaring due to Han Li's influence. Countless bloggers began creating videos, showcasing individuals, regardless of gender, donning Peppa Pig masks and suits. Imitating Han Li. The associated buzz remained at an all-time high. Han Li is simply sensational. Han, I cannot do this. Ling Han glanced at Han Li beside him, wondering how he could muster such audacity. After all, it is the police. Han Li covered his face. Is this fellow truly that timid? Never mind. Just get these guys transported to my place. Ling Han, do we need the men too? What are you thinking? Hurry up. With that, Ling Han prepared to carry Yanqing, only to be kicked by Han Li. Are you foolish? With so many people, of course, we should take a taxi. Oh right. Before long, the two retrieved several officers from the bag and tossed them into a spacious room. Goodness, it felt akin to hauling livestock, especially that little chubby one. Exhausting. Han, take a look. Quick, open Daodu. What Daodu? What are we shaking? Han Li opened the app and his eyes widened. The trending topic read, the Chinese police officially announced the Han Li principles. First, never act impulsively without absolute certainty. Second, showing mercy to robbers is a disservice to oneself. Third, confirm the identity of the other party before opening fire. The Han Li principles? Han Li, am I truly becoming a teaching material? Goodness. Wow. So many bloggers are imitating you, Han. You have become quite popular. But what's the point of fame? I don't wish to be famous. It's the path of steady development that truly matters. The mere thought of this gives Han Li a headache. You may leave now. What are you doing in that room? Ling Han observed Han Li as he entered the chamber where several police officers were detained, feeling an unsettling premonition. Han Li turned back, a mischievous grin on his face, and said, "Guess? Police officer, danger." At that moment, Yanqing suddenly regained consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that she and a few others were in an unfamiliar room. Where am I? Suddenly, a hand reached from behind, grabbing her hair and lifting her up. Han Li whispered in her ear, "You're awake? You're the first." Yanqing's face flushed with embarrassment, and she exclaimed in terror, "What are you going to do to me?" Chapter 42. Hello, are you there? I intend to deceive you for your money. In the dimly lit room, Yanqing's hands were bound, and her complexion was pale. She resembled a deranged individual, imprisoned in this place, her eyes darting around frantically. Creak. The man had returned. Han Li closed the door and took a seat. Gazing at Yanqing. Miss Yanqing, I will be asking you a few questions. The first question, who is your superior? Wang Zhigua. Incorrect. I shall ask you again. Who is your superior? You. Very well. Next question. If I were to ask you to do anything, would you comply? Yes. Hey, what are you doing taking off your clothes? What are you thinking? The production team exclaimed. What kind of commotion is this? Han Li promptly intervened, narrowly averting a crisis. He continued. May I inquire who the most handsome person in the world is? Han Li. And the final question, which province are you from? Yanqing, in a daze, replied. I was born from my mother. Han Li applauded. Congratulations. After 24 hours of continuous treatment, your condition has finally been cured, Miss Yanqing. You are free to leave the hospital. The viewers in the live stream were left utterly bewildered by the recovery scene. Goodness. Han has finally taken action against the female officer. What has she endured over these 3 days? Has she been thoroughly broken? She's completely lost her mind. My scalp is tingling. How perverse. But I like it. Upon hearing that she had been released, Yanqing unexpectedly burst into tears. These past days have been torturous. Can you imagine being bound and unable to move, while someone beside you brainwashes you? Just as you close your eyes, you're jolted awake. Doesn't he sleep at all? What about my subordinates? Yanqing untied the ropes and cautiously inquired of Han Li. He patted the few still sleeping police officers. We'll take them back together to avoid raising suspicion among the officers. Yes, master. Yanqing behaved like a docile kitten, devoid of any semblance of a police officer. Don't call me master. It makes me seem like a pervert. All right, master. Through a night of relentless brainwashing, Han Li employed his skill of orator to completely transform Yanqing into his own. She would become his pawn within the police, relaying information to him at any moment. Infernal affairs. Have you seen it? After escorting Yanqing out of the community, Han Li instructed, I will contact you later. Yes, master. Returning to the living room, Han Li retrieved the vital information he had previously obtained from the Futian Group. It contained details about various company executives. So, they flaunt their wealth, do they? It is time to teach them a lesson. He began to seek out his prey. The president of the Wenhai Group. No. He appeared to be too cunning, not easily deceived. The CEO of the Zhouhai Group. Oh. A woman, 60 years old? Never mind. The head of the Tianbao Group. A commercial magnate with numerous enterprises, cherished his daughter dearly. Her name was Wang Xinya. This Wang Xinya spent money extravagantly, with little awareness of caution. A pampered little princess indeed. And she resided in my city. To not scam her would be a disservice to her. However, he utilized the internet to gather all available information on Wang Xinya, a top student. She had studied abroad since 2018 and now held the position of director at a subsidiary. He browsed through her photographs. The woman smiled sweetly, exuding grace. Playfully embracing her father. Their father-daughter bond appeared to be quite strong. Next, he found her current social media account, filled with snapshots of her life, showcasing her wealth. Oh. At that moment, Han Li discovered a private post. You do not have permission to view this. Not allowing outsiders to see. Something amiss. Let me take a look. A quick hack revealed the content. I miss you. We haven't seen each other in a year. Kuhai Waya, accompanied by an image. In the picture, Wang Xinyao was embracing a seemingly composed man, who kissed her gently. In the background, a waterfall cascaded down. Han Li noted the stone tablet beside them inscribed with Nanshan Nature Scenic Area. Checking the timestamp, it turned out to have been posted just a few days prior. Was she trying to reconcile with her ex-boyfriend? Intriguing. Han Li followed the trail, entering the social media account of Kuhai Waya. Indeed, Wang Xinyao was following him. Han Li perused his posts, mostly featuring images of various scenic spots, the latest depicting a man kneeling on one knee, proposing to a beautiful woman, with onlookers joyfully applauding. The comments celebrated the couple's union. This post was dated the 18th. Wait, the 18th? Han Li reopened Wang Xinyao's private post, which also had been published on the 18th. As it turned out, this Wang Xinyao had broken up with her boyfriend before studying abroad, and upon returning, wished to reconcile. More thrillingly, she intended to meet him on the day of his wedding to propose a revival of their relationship. Tempting a married man? My, how exhilarating. An excellent idea sparked in Han Li's mind. He promptly hacked into Kuhai Waya's account and then messaged Wang Xinyao from his social media profile. I miss you, Xinyao. Message sent successfully. Han Li yawned, expecting to wait a while. Just as he stood up, ding. The other party replied. A prompt response. What's wrong? Han Li pondered for a moment before responding. I recently had a quarrel with my wife, and my mood is rather dismal. Ding. The other party promptly replied, oh? Is your wife that fierce? Unlike me, I can only feel sympathy for you, dear brother Li. What on earth? This tea is exceedingly green. With a sense of nausea, Han Li sent the message. Yes, Xinyao, I still cannot forget you. We were too reckless before. If you wish to meet, let us rendezvous at our usual spot. Remember, come alone. I do not wish for anyone else to disturb us. Ding. Han Li set down his phone and exhaled deeply. Take it down. The viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. I'm utterly bewildered. What is Mr. Han doing? Is he attempting to entice a green tea girl? Alone in the mountains with a woman. Oh, I understand now. Mr. Han is planning a kidnapping. Everyone, do not forget, this Wang Xinyao's father is a business magnate, and he has wealth beyond measure. He is fishing for big catches. Ugh. The most astonishing part is that Mr. Han managed to secure a meeting with just a few messages. Such deception is truly terrifying. Let me set a flag. Mr. Han is bound to become a sensation again at that moment. Ling Han arrived punctually to prepare a meal for Mr. Han. Ling Han, remember to make breakfast tomorrow. A person who typically sleeps until the afternoon suddenly desires breakfast? Something is amiss. Mr. Han, what are your plans for tomorrow? Han Li grinned mischievously. Need I say? I am, of course, planning something grand. Chapter 43. Boss, you surely do not wish for your daughter to be harmed. Do you? Han Li awoke early, had his breakfast, and instructed Ling Han to drive the new car to the Nanshan Scenic Park. We have arrived. You may head back now. Han Li ascended the mountain. After a few steps, he found a shady spot to rest, drenched in sweat. Did the weather forecast not state that today would be overcast? Why is the sun still shining? Just then, he noticed an elderly gentleman selling ice pops nearby. A timely offering, good sir. Young man, which flavor would you like? The old man inquired with a smile. Han Li responded, I will purchase your cart. Ding. Transaction of 2,000 yuan. The old man. Goodness gracious. Have I just become unemployed? Is this sufficient, or shall I transfer more? That will suffice. That cart is yours now. I wish you well, Han Li replied, bemused. He did not intend to use it for profit, but for another purpose altogether. After a while, utilizing a unique recipe gleaned from the internet, Han Li produced a fresh batch of ice cream. As for its effects, consuming it would undoubtedly alleviate your constipation. You might find yourself spending 24 hours confined to the restroom. Hey, how much for an ice cream? Suddenly, a thug, accompanied by a flamboyant woman, approached the food cart. Han Li, I'm sorry, we are out of ice cream. What? With so many ice creams, do you take us for fools? The man expressed his displeasure. Bro, are you messing with me? No, big brother, this ice cream is not for consumption. Damn it, why can't it be eaten? In a whimsical tone, a young woman playfully expressed her desire for ice cream, teasingly addressing a man, urging him to procure 2 servings quickly lest he face her wrath. The man, brimming with bravado, nonchalantly acquiesced, and soon enough, the ice cream was generously scooped, almost overflowing. The playful banter continued, with the man boasting about his generosity, while the woman, undeterred, demanded more. As the man prepared the ice cream, a notification chimed, revealing that Wang Xinyao had arrived. He promptly responded, indicating his location by the stone tablet atop the mountain. Upon reaching the summit, he spotted the tablet depicted in the image. Moments later, Wang Xinyao appeared, elegantly clad in a trench coat, her luxurious waves cascading around her, exuding confidence and beauty that set her apart from the crowd. However, he refrained from revealing himself immediately, choosing instead to observe her intently. Noticing his absence, Wang Xinyao wondered aloud where he might be, her heart racing in anticipation of their long-awaited reunion after 5 years. Despite the bittersweet news of his marriage, her feelings for him remained steadfast, compelling her to pursue him still. Just then, she was approached with an offer of ice cream, to which she initially declined, asserting her preference for a specific brand. Yet, upon catching sight of his handsome visage, she reconsidered and requested a strawberry flavor. The man obliged, offering her the modified strawberry ice cream at a discounted price, eliciting a smile from her. As she attempted to complete the transaction via her phone, she encountered difficulties scanning the code, prompting him to assist her. After resolving the issue, she thanked him, her spirits lifted. Watching him depart, she savored the ice cream, eagerly awaiting her beloved. However, as she indulged, an unexpected discomfort arose in her stomach, growing increasingly unbearable. Urgently, she decided to find a restroom. hastily messaging her companion before making her way to a nearby public facility. Along the way, she noticed a crowd gathered, piquing her curiosity. Several medical personnel emerged from the restroom, carrying a man and a woman. Both appeared pale and were weeping tragically, uttering words about poisoned ice cream. It was said that they had been in the restroom for 4 hours, resulting in severe dehydration. Truly terrifying. How frightful. Their pants had turned yellow. Wang Xinya felt an intensifying pain in her abdomen and, disregarding everything else, hurried into the restroom to relieve herself. Much better. But alas, the pain returned with a vengeance. Cursed fate. Just as Wang Xinya stepped out of the restroom, she clutched her backside and rushed back in. Meanwhile, Han Li had successfully manipulated Wang Xinya's phone using his multifunctional device. Now, she was unable to receive any messages or calls from the outside world. Wow, Han Li exclaimed, startled by the sudden appearance of a middle-aged man beside him. Who are you? I'm a staff member. Don't worry, I won't interfere. But I must ask, did you put laxatives in the ice cream? Just a little, Han Li replied nonchalantly. Are you certain? An ambulance just arrived at the foot of the mountain. I heard there's a man and a woman who became dehydrated from their ordeal, nearly incapacitated. You call that just a little? They brought this upon themselves. I warned them, but they wouldn't listen. However, rest assured, Wang Xinya will only suffer from diarrhea. She will be fine. The staff member nodded. Very well, as for what happens next, the organization will handle it. Han Li was taken aback. Incredible. To have the industry's elite cooperating indicates how formidable this program must be. What kind of organization is behind it? Nothing to worry about. I'll be on my way. In the blink of an eye, the staff member vanished. Han Li retrieved his phone and dialed an unfamiliar number. Ring. Ring in an office somewhere, an impeccably dressed older man rushed to answer the ringing phone, hastily adjusting his trousers after dismissing his secretary. Hello, who is this? Han Li purposely deepened his voice and said, Hello, Mr. Wang. I have kidnapped your daughter. Prepare 50 million, or I will execute her immediately. Chapter 44. Dare to make demands? Do you believe I will follow through? What audacity. Asking for 50 million right off the bat. Han Li, even as a robber, was moved to tears. 50 million? What nonsense is this? Why don't you go rob a bank instead? Here it comes, the highlight moment. Damn, Han. You're too hasty. Starting with such a high demand will surely be met with refusal. Upstairs, you know nothing. This is merely a show of strength. The price will only rise, just wait and see. At that moment, Mr. Wang, hearing the arrogant voice on the other end, was momentarily stunned. What is this? You demand 50 million right away? Do you take me for an ATM? Kid, no matter who you are, attempting to deceive Wang Defa is a death wish. Wang Defa had built his empire from the ground up over more than a decade. He had seen countless storms. Such petty tricks would not swindle him out of 50 million. Dream on. I shall reiterate, your daughter is in my possession. In 3 hours, I demand to see 50 million, or I shall execute her. Han Li's voice grew increasingly frigid, imbued with a chilling intensity. Wang Defa felt an inexplicable pang of anxiety. As though that voice carried an undeniable authority. How could this business magnate be so thoroughly intimidated? Who is this adversary? Mr. Wang. You surely do not wish for your daughter to suffer any misfortune, do you? Before Wang Defa could unleash a torrent of profanities, the caller abruptly terminated the call. This individual possesses a certain gravitas. A sense of unease enveloped him. Wang Defa hastily dialed his wife, inquiring, Darling, has Xinya been home these past few days? Yes. You scoundrel. You never bothered to check in. She returned today. Kisses, my love. He breathed a sigh of relief. Blast it. How have I grown so old? So easily intimidated by a mere child? Yet, on the other end, his wife recalled something. Speaking up, however, she left early today, claiming she was meeting someone, and has yet to return. That wretched girl. What? Wang Defa straightened in alarm. She left and has not returned? A foreboding feeling crept into his heart. What's wrong? His wife sensed his distress and promptly inquired. Wang Defa, not wanting to alarm her further, concocted an excuse and ended the call. He then dialed his daughter's number directly. Apologies, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Sorry, the call cannot be connected? Impossible. This cannot be. Each time he called his daughter, she answered almost instantaneously. There had never been a moment of disconnection. Moreover, Xinya never parted with her phone, keeping it within arm's reach at all times. He attempted several more times, yet each call met with the same disheartening response. Panic seized him. She has truly been kidnapped. The revelation struck him like a thunderbolt, reverberating in his chest. Call the police. Yes, call the police. But no, the adversary is clearly ruthless. What if he were to enact his threats right away? She is his only beloved daughter. Sir, these documents require your signature. Once completed, we can proceed to the Shangri-La Hotel to continue our previous discussions. A voluptuous secretary entered, clasping documents and smiling brightly. I have matters to attend to. Leave the documents. Wang Defa replied, his mind elsewhere. He hastily donned his suit and departed the company building. For him, every second was of paramount importance. The weather was sweltering. Han Li sat in the cool shade atop the mountain, savoring an ice cream devoid of any laxatives. The refreshing chill coursed through him, invigorating. Ah, delightful. A group of children nearby gazed longingly, lifting their eyes toward their parents, pleading, Uncle, could you spare me an ice cream? A little girl with large, innocent eyes asked. Her chest adorned with a baby bottle. Adorable. What flavor would you like? He inquired, with a commanding gesture. Take your pick. Really? Thank you, Uncle. You truly are handsome. Upon seeing the little girl, the other children rushed over to imitate her. Uncle, you are so handsome. You are the most handsome uncle in the world. Amidst the chorus of admiration, Han Li found himself lost in the flattery. Take whatever you like, it's all free. Uncle, may I have an ice cream? I'll introduce my mother to you. What a clever child. You should take more. A moderately attractive middle-aged woman blushed as she whisked the little devotee away. Watching the children joyfully savor their ice cream, Han Li contemplated grander schemes. Meanwhile, at the halfway point of a mountain, in a public restroom, a concerned woman knocked on the door and inquired, "Little girl, are you alright?" She had seen the girl enter 3 hours prior and was worried she had fainted from being in there too long. "I'm fine, auntie. Please don't worry about me." Wang Xinyang muffled her face in shame. It wasn't that she didn't want to come out. Rather, she was unable to after squatting for 3 hours, her legs numb and trembling. Unbeknownst to her, several missed calls had accumulated on her phone. "Here he comes again. That ice cream must be poisoned. Hey, would you like a photo for 15 bucks? Han Li replied, "You give me 10, and I'll take the picture." The photographer was baffled. At that moment, a phone call came through. "Hello, I have prepared 50 million, including cash and some large checks. Where are you? I will come to find you." Wang Defa hurriedly exited the bank with a large bag of money. Han Li moved to a secluded spot and spoke in a low voice. "I am waiting for you at the top of Nanshan Scenic Park. You have 1 hour. If you're late by even a minute, I will tear up the ticket." Goodness, so ruthless. Wang Defa felt overwhelmed, but he was no easy prey. He replied earnestly, "Before I hand over the money, I need to ensure my daughter's safety." Han Li smirked, impressed by the man's composure. He promptly sent a photo he had secretly taken of Wang Xinya from behind. Wang Defa scrutinized the image, despite the angle. There was no mistaking it was his beloved daughter. "No, I need to speak with my daughter. I must hear her voice to feel at ease." Wang Defa insisted cautiously, needing to confirm her safety. Han Li chuckled suddenly. "Mr. Wang, do you think you are in a position to make demands? The one in distress here is you. Not me. There are plenty of wealthy individuals in this world. Do you truly believe I should heed your requests?" In that instant, Han Li, drawing upon his acting prowess, embodied the essence of an unparalleled rogue, each word dripping with undeniable authority. Wang Defa was taken aback, feeling an unsettling tremor at every syllable. An hour later, "Having not seen you, prepare for your daughter to make headlines tomorrow. A charming young woman brutally murdered and dismembered atop a mountain. How sensational. Mr. Wang, your time is running out." Beep, 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 boom. Wang De stood in a daze, lowering his phone, his hands trembling. "Unbelievable. Am I truly afraid? Quick. Rush to the South Mountain Scenic Park. Within the hour. Hurry." Han Li hung up the phone, dismissive. "How amusing. I want to let this get to me." The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement. Amazing, seamless execution. Our Mr. Han showed no hesitation, effortlessly in control. Indeed, it was strikingly impressive. Even more so than a hardened criminal. No, this transcended mere criminality. This was the work of a psychological master. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am a psychology professor, Mr. Han S. Call concealed numerous psychological techniques, progressing step by step, completely in command. My scalp tingles, the tone, the confidence, an award-winning actor would weep. Mr. Han, my brother, for the sake of your safety, please report to the police station." Fearful, the audacity of this scammer is astounding. Han Li completed his tasks, whistling as he descended to dispose of some trash. Turning a corner, he suddenly froze. Before him stood several police officers. One officer, accompanied by a police dog, approached him. Chapter 45. How dare you kidnap me, Mr. Han? Goodness, it's the police. What a surprise, what a delightful shock. My word, there are several of them. Mr. Han thought. I seem to be in a spot of trouble. Could I really be getting arrested? This scenario is more absurd than a television drama. Brother Han, why are you still standing there? Run. The officer with the police dog glanced at Han Li, then continued his approach. Could he have recognized me? Han Li pondered. The officer reached him, produced a document, and said, "Good day, sir. We are currently searching for a fugitive. Here is his likeness. If you have seen him, please contact the police hotline." Han Li looked down at the document. Goodness. Isn't that a photo from my recent visit to the forest dealership? Though the face was somewhat blurred, it was somewhat familiar. By the way, why do I feel you bear some resemblance to this individual? The officer compared Han Li to the image, and there was, inexplicably, a hint of similarity. Handsome men all look alike, don't you think, officer? Han Li remarked with a smile. The viewers in the live stream were bewildered. What on earth is happening? They're nearly recognizing you, and you dare to joke around? Are you not afraid of courting disaster? Goodness, Mr. Han, this jest could be fatal. My heart races. What on earth is he thinking? This is reckless. Goodness, dancing on the edge of the police line. This must be referring to you. I can't bear to watch. The officer's expression turned awkward. Could there truly be such a vain person? If he were Han Li, he wouldn't have time for such frivolities. It must not be so. You certainly have a knack for humor. Now, if you see anyone suspicious, please call the hotline. The officer said, preparing to leave. Excuse me, officer, wait a moment. What? Several officers were taken aback. Do you have something to discuss? The audience in the live stream was bewildered. What on earth? Shouldn't a typical fugitive be eager to escape? Why is it the opposite with Mr. Han? Han Li grasped the officer's arm and inquired. When you embark on a mission, do you often face danger? The officers exchanged puzzled glances. Why do you ask that? Well, there are risks, sometimes severe ones, even life-threatening, one officer replied. Han Li's eyes brightened. Guess what I do for a living? The officers were increasingly confused. What do you do? What does it have to do with us? Are you perhaps a criminal? My goodness, my heart can hardly take this. This show is going to be the death of me. I, Han Li, am merely having fun and refuse to leave. Mr. Han, you are a fugitive, remember that. You've been let off by the officers. Why complicate matters for yourself? Still chatting here? Hurry and run. The audience felt that Mr. Han was about to pull off something astonishing once again. To be honest, I run a funeral home. Did you know? A few days ago, a man suddenly passed away without pre-ordering a coffin, and now he has to wait in line for half a year. How unfortunate. That man is truly pitiful. One female officer lamented. Half a year. The body will have decomposed by then. So, comrades, I have a grand gift for you today, Hanley exclaimed, pulling out a stack of promotional flyers from his bag. We offer comprehensive funeral services. Whatever you need, we can accommodate. If you recharge $998 now, you will receive a crystal coffin for free. Yes, you heard correctly. For just $998, you need not worry about suddenly passing away without a timely burial. Hanley flashed a mischievous grin. Wouldn't you like to prepare for such an eventuality? The officers were left speechless. The livestream audience echoed their confusion. A funeral home? Comprehensive services? A crystal coffin? Is this business being pitched to us officers? The livestream erupted with excitement. They're here to apprehend you. How can you play around like this? The neighboring funeral home exclaimed in disbelief. This is truly absurd. I bow to your ingenuity. I shall never boast in front of Mr. Han again. Hey, buddy, care to learn more about our funeral services? Hanley teased. Who would have thought the officers would encounter someone from a funeral home? This was utterly ridiculous. Why aren't you staying at the funeral home and instead promoting your business at tourist spots? How unfortunate. Hey, comrade, you can't lose anything by buying into this. Step aside. Step aside. If you keep bothering us, I'll unleash my dog on you. The officers scrambled away as if fleeing from a plague. Then, the most astonishing scene unfolded before the audience. Hanley was in pursuit, while the officers ran ahead. Wait a moment. Isn't this all backwards? The livestream audience was left utterly astounded. The first time I witnessed a criminal fleeing from the police was a peculiar spectacle. The farthest distance in the world is not measured in miles, but rather in the tragic irony of someone being right before your eyes while you remain oblivious. That year, I, Hanley, strolled with my hands tucked into my pockets, exuding an air of invincibility. The police officers were visibly shaken. This audacious individual was still pursuing them. Please. We don't need this. One officer pleaded. Wait, if we pool together, we can get a discount. At that moment, a contestant from a nearby show was counting the cash from a stolen wallet, whistling nonchalantly. Suddenly, he spotted a police dog bounding towards him, followed closely by several officers. Alarmed, he turned and fled. What's wrong with that guy? An officer keenly observed the suspicious man. Stop. The man bolted, thinking, am I a criminal? Why would I not run? Am I supposed to wait for you to catch me? However, he underestimated the officer's stamina, and before long, they had caught up with him. Why are you running? One female officer brandished a specialized firearm. The man, desperate, cursed, damn it, you found me. Then let us make it a fight to the finish. He brandished a custom dagger, lunging towards the only female officer among them. She reacted swiftly, narrowly evading his attack. The man, startled, realized he had miscalculated. Yet, at that moment, his eyes caught a glimpse of a bespectacled figure who appeared weak and unassuming. Perfect. A timely opportunity. He swiftly changed his target, crashing into the bewildered Hanley, and spun around, pressing the dagger against his throat. Move, and I'll kill the hostage. He threatened. The officers were momentarily stunned. This is bad. He has taken a hostage. The man glared at Hanley. Don't move. If you do, I swear I'll end your life. Hanley, bewildered, thought. Am I really being held hostage? The livestream audience was equally flabbergasted. Chapter 46, a stunning counterattack. A contestant has taken a fellow contestant hostage? The viewers were left in disbelief. Are you serious? This is absurd. It was unimaginable that I, the illustrious Han Li, would one day be a hostage. Shockingly, the individual had taken a notorious criminal as a hostage. How amusing. Han Li thought to himself. I must hold back my laughter. I am a professional. The man, brimming with arrogance, believed that as long as he controlled this hostage, escape was impossible. The officers, though initially panicked, quickly regained their composure. One officer calmly advised, please, remain calm. If you harm the hostage, you will lose everything. Let us discuss this rationally. He gestured for the other officers to lower their weapons, prioritizing the safety of the hostage above all else. Do not act impulsively. The man gritted his teeth in frustration, exclaiming, damn it, I merely snatched a bag. And look how far you've chased me. Is it really necessary to mobilize so many officers for this? I'm just a petty thief. The officers were momentarily taken aback. No. We are pursuing the notorious criminal Han Li. You seem to be misunderstanding the situation, replied a female officer. The man scoffed, dismissing her words. The viewers in the live stream were thoroughly amused, laughing at his misplaced confidence, believing the officers had come specifically for him. Dude, seriously, it's just a bag. Does it warrant such a response? He waved a specially crafted dagger, threateningly. Don't come any closer. Do you believe I want to harm him? Yet Han Li, the hostage, remained remarkably composed, glancing at the dagger pressed against him with discomfort. Could you please shift that a bit? It's rather uncomfortable, he remarked. The man obliged, asking, is this better? Han Li nodded. Yes, much more comfortable. Please continue. The officers were astonished. What on earth? You're the hostage. Aren't you scared? The viewers were left speechless. Mr. Han, could you at least pretend to be frightened? They were shocked to see him negotiating with the robber. Just as the atmosphere thickened, a sudden ringing broke the tension. Everyone froze. Who hasn't turned off their phone? The officers exchanged glances. My apologies, that's my phone, Han Li chuckled. Could you let me grab my phone to take this call? The robber raised an eyebrow. Are you serious? You're currently being held hostage. Please, just do me this favor. Han Li insisted. Meanwhile, the officers were quietly positioning themselves. Are we ready to move? One officer whispered to a colleague. All set. We deployed numerous officers to capture Han Li, even stationed at the base of the mountain for support. Once he descends, we will surely apprehend him. The lead officer then addressed the robber. How about this? Release the hostage, and we will let you go without pursuit. The man hesitated, his resolve wavering as he asked. Will you truly keep your word? The unexpected offer caught him off guard. So, we can skip the negotiations? He was reluctant to lose the prize he had accumulated. having earned several thousand already. Being captured here would mean losing everything. Rest assured, we officers always honor our word, the officer assured him. This further swayed the man. However, unbeknownst to him, the officers were secretly amused, knowing that once the robber relinquished his hostage, escape would be impossible. Just as he was about to agree, Han Li interjected. Brother, don't you wonder why the officers are so willing to let you go? I bet there's another group of officers waiting at the base for you. What? The man was startled. A trap? Glancing around, he noticed the absence of other travelers, realizing that perhaps there truly was an ambush waiting for him. The man surveyed his surroundings and realized Han Li was indeed correct. The police captain was up to no good. A chill ran down his spine as he nearly fell for the ruse. He turned to Han Li and said, "Thank you, brother. It's a small matter." The police officers were bewildered, and the live stream audience was equally perplexed. What on earth? Are you a hostage? How can you assist the robber? Incredible. I've seen hostages plead for mercy, but never have I witnessed one aiding their captor. What is the distinction between hostage and robber? I can hardly tell them apart anymore. My worldview is collapsing. The police officers were alarmed, realizing there was a traitor among them. This maneuver was audacious. Their composure began to wane. So what? Are we to take on two with four? The female officer turned to her colleagues and asked, is it possible to eliminate both the robber and the hostage simultaneously? The others replied, that could be arranged, but perhaps it's best to refrain. The man shouted in anger, how sinister of you to employ such tactics. I was about to question whether you would kill the hostage, but then I remembered that, without Han Li's reminder, I would have been doomed. Logically speaking, Han Li was his savior. How could he take action against him? This was indeed a dilemma. Han Li, sensing his predicament, spoke up. It's all right, brother. Life has its pressures. I understand your situation. Go ahead and act as you wish. I won't hold it against you. The police officers were astonished. What kind of tone is that? Are you his elder brother? They were utterly confused. Brother, you are indeed my brother, the man thought, tears welling in his eyes. Even while being held hostage, Han Li was still concerned for him. It was genuinely moving. The live stream erupted with excitement. How did this brotherly bond emerge? They were on the verge of releasing him, and yet he responded in this manner? Brothers, say those two words aloud. Absurd. Come on, brother, thrust it here without hesitation. Han Li urged. The situation was bewildering. Who could remain unfazed by Han Li's actions? Brother, you are truly a good person, but alas, I cannot betray you. You should leave. I will surrender myself. The man was deeply touched, yet at that moment, he had no other choice. Death awaited him either way. Brother, do you trust me? There is a cable car atop the mountain that can take you away from here. The man exclaimed, brother, you are truly my brother. The police officers were exasperated. I genuinely want to eliminate the hostage. They were frustrated yet cautious. The man was overwhelmed with emotion. This was no mere hostage. This was a father figure. No biological father could be so benevolent. Don't move. I have a hostage. Do not act rashly. He blocked Han Li as they ascended the mountain. The police officers were at a loss for words. It was their first time witnessing a hostage strategizing for the robber. It was exceedingly challenging. Upon reaching the cable car, the man saw a glimmer of hope for escape, far better than descending the mountain. Han Li was abandoned by the police. Come on, truly, you ought to pay your respects. It would be remiss otherwise. The man turned to the staff and said angrily, start the machine. The workers complied obediently. With a smile, he addressed Han Li. Brother, be careful. The ground is slippery. The staff members were bewildered. Who among you is the robber? This place is too cramped, my friend. You go ahead first. At this moment, the man had completely placed his trust in Han Li. Brother, once this is over, leave me your number, and we shall meet again for a toast. The man ascended first. Han Li observed the man's vulnerable back. Smirking to himself, who granted you the audacity to turn your back on me? In an instant, he executed a capture maneuver, locking the man's arms with his hands and ensnaring his lower body with his feet, rendering him utterly immobile. Behold my technique, 7 days of unbreakable affection lock. Once ensnared by me, you shall not escape for 7 days and nights. The man gasped, what is happening? Are we not brothers? The dagger in his hand was swiftly knocked away by Han Li, falling fortuitously at the feet of a nearby staff member. He picked up the dagger and glanced at the two grappling on the ground. What's this commotion? Do not move. Chapter 47. I, Han, shall not coexist with evil. The man exclaimed, what the hell? I regarded you as my elder brother, and you betray me at a moment's notice. Han Li boasted, I am unparalleled. If not unparalleled, then unparalleled. Poor Tom, being toyed with effortlessly, witnessed this performance. This is what it means to carry the entire scene, with such psychological resilience and acting prowess. Even psychology professors would kneel in reverence. It was a game within a game. Han, you are my deity. Goodness, I came here to witness espionage, did I? In an instant, the live stream chat erupted with praise. Even the audience had not anticipated that Han Li would employ such a tactic. Damn it, you set me up. The man finally realized. However, it was too late. What are you all standing there for? Capture the criminal. Oh, the staff rushed over, pressing the dagger against the man's neck. In that moment, the man ceased to struggle. With the blade poised at his throat, any slight movement could spell his doom. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to that one plea. Brother, spare me. Let us leave some room for reconciliation. We may meet again in the future. The man raised his hands, tears streaming down his face. He was genuinely afraid of this individual. How contradictory. Han Li raised an eyebrow. Then I shall not be merciful. Brother, why would you choose a life of crime? Does your conscience not ache? I am here to guide you towards redemption. You ought to be grateful, understand? This statement left the elder brother utterly bewildered. The audience in the live stream listened in astonishment. Goodness, is it truly appropriate for you to utter such words? Do remember, you are also currently defrauding corporate executives. The crowd murmured, What audacity, truly unparalleled. Unrepentant, the ultimate rogue. Does your conscience not ache for your misdeeds? Luo Xiang interjected. What are you all doing? Take notes. You think Han lacks shame? Incorrect. He is preemptively preventing crime. This is a matter of the heart. Do you comprehend? The man's expression was blank. Goodness, you truly have no shame. Brother, I am genuinely in need of money, which is why I participated in this program. Please, have mercy on me. If what you say holds true, then in the future, anyone who commits a crime could simply claim they are in a difficult situation. And what purpose would the law serve then? Han Li's tone resonated with that of a principled inspector. This is utterly perplexing, he continued, articulating a point that was indeed quite valid. What on earth is happening? A police inspector approached, reporting the events that had transpired earlier. The squad leader, initially unfazed, began to exhibit signs of shock as he listened. So, you mean to say that the robber took a hostage, and the hostage assisted him in confronting you? Yet they are not actually in cahoots? Is this some sort of joke? This plot is so absurd that even a fool could not conceive it. It is true. The female inspector reluctantly admitted, gritting her teeth in acknowledgement. The squad leader's eyelids fluttered in disbelief. Damn it. They are acting like brothers with the robber. Does this mean we still need to rescue the hostage? They might take the cable car up the mountain and escape. Should we pursue? The female inspector inquired. After a moment's hesitation, the squad leader resolved, yes, we must pursue. Regardless of the circumstances, the hostage's safety is paramount. Indeed. Head, may I execute the hostage? The female inspector was visibly displeased with Han Li. Do not act impulsively. Hey, how dare you speak like that? No, Captain, look over there. Several inspectors turned their gazes in unison, subsequently left in stunned silence. Shock had reached its zenith. My neck hurts. Of course it does. That has to be expected. Be honest, and do not attempt any tricks. Han Li barked sternly as he restrained the robber. Upon spotting the inspectors, he called out, Comrades, I have delivered the robber to you. The scene resembled a delivery service. Yet, how could the hostage transform into a robber, and he into a hostage? A role reversal? The inspectors were taken aback. Could you possibly showcase more prowess? When you left, you were at their mercy, and upon your return, you are brimming with confidence. Even bringing back the robber's dagger. Are you truly a hostage? Goodness, I never would have guessed this fellow was so skilled. Is there a master among us? Upon closer inspection, he appeared rather handsome. The inspectors exchanged glances with the female inspector. Who was it that suggested executing the hostage? The woman's demeanor shifted dramatically. A transformation too frightening to behold. Captain, it seems we may not need to intervene after all, one inspector remarked, a note of resignation in his voice. The squad leader wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing at the smiling young man who had subdued the robber. How terrifying, he mused. Arrest him. The female inspector rushed forward, handcuffing the man, and then bashfully remarked to Han Li, you are truly remarkable. Of course, after all, I have sworn to oppose evil for all my days. Pride illuminated Han Li's face. The female inspector found him increasingly appealing. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed your inherent sense of justice. The inspectors exchanged bewildered glances. Oh my, this dialogue is utterly mind-boggling. I have never encountered such brazen audacity. Good heavens, you are the top of the criminal list. Do you not feel a pang of conscience saying such things? Madness, pure madness. The officers exclaimed. This fellow resembles a police chief even more than we do. Han Li retorted, shallow thinking. My actions, driven by a desire to eradicate crime, are beyond your comprehension. Luo Xiang remarked. Han Li, we should have a conversation when time permits. The female officer's eyes sparkled with admiration, realizing she had misjudged Han Li. Thank you for your contributions to society. Indeed, my comrade. Once we return to the precinct, we shall duly commend you. Truly a model citizen. A model citizen? Are you serious? Officer, he is practically a 5-star criminal. Today, I, Han Li, have transformed into a 5-star model citizen. Can you believe it? 666. I shall take my own life to celebrate Han's triumph. The officers took away the reluctant female officer along with the criminal, just as they were about to depart. Han Li's expression suddenly shifted. Stop. Chapter 48. A mysterious gift from the production team? Is there anything else? Han Li inquired. I recall that a citizen who assists the police in apprehending a criminal is entitled to a reward of 60,000 yuan. The officers and audience responded. Team leader, is this your version of justice? Goodness. The hostage, in pursuit of monetary gain, bound the robber. Han Li insisted. I assure you, my motives are not monetary. I regard wealth as mere refuse. Ah, this villain is indeed contemptible. Big brother. Damn, are we in the same profession? The officers were left bewildered. The team leader scratched his head, realizing that Han Li had indeed pursued the reward. It was of no consequence, after all. He had single-handedly captured the criminal. Xiao Li, go fetch the reward. The female officer named Xiao Li appeared somewhat disheartened, feeling disappointed in Han Li. The noble intentions she had previously believed were merely a facade. Here, take it. Han Li accepted the 60,000 yuan with a smile, saying, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Farewell, comrades. In any case, thank you for your assistance. You may return to your duties. The team leader amiably shook hands to bid farewell. The female officer gazed at his departing figure, sighing, how utterly perplexing. I came to capture the fugitive Han Li, only to inadvertently apprehend a petty thief. The most infuriating part is that the robber was captured by the hostage herself. All right, let us return this criminal. While the rest continue searching for Han Li's whereabouts, the team leader instructed. Damn it, this Han Li is truly cunning. After all these days, there are no leads. He is well hidden. In truth, Han Li was right before your eyes, sir. Han Li mused. Let me share a jest. I just received 60,000 yuan as a reward from the police. Why is it that every time, the truth lies so close yet remains unseen? Meanwhile, Upon returning to the pavilion on the mountain, Han Li's mind was filled with the familiar sound of the system notification. Congratulations, host, for successfully committing multiple crimes. Reward skill, Herbal Master. Herbal Master. Mastery over all knowledge pertaining to plants, capable of concocting any potion. In the next moment, a wealth of botanical knowledge and techniques for potion formulation flooded Han Li's mind. After a considerable time, he finally regained his composure, displaying a look of astonishment. This skill, if applied within the realm of illicit substances, would undoubtedly yield tremendous profits. What a marvel! Just give me 5 minutes, and I can conjure up 10 pounds for you. Is it merely my illusion, or does it seem as though the system is guiding me step by step towards greatness? There appears to be no turning back. At that moment, a message arrived on my phone. Upon inspecting it, I recognized it as a communication from the infiltrator I had placed within the ranks. Yanqing, the Major Crimes Unit has made no progress under my interference, rest assured. Well done, Comrade Yanqing. Keep up the good work. The live stream exploded with excitement. What a commendable continuation. If only you would consider a leadership role, it would be a great loss for you, Mr. Han. Those unaware might assume you are combating malevolent forces. Remarkable. Such ideological awareness. I, Mr. Han, have quite the knack for brainwashing. Yanqing, within the confines. Han Li's presence pervades. Alas, the delicate blossoms have been ruthlessly crushed. Ever since that criminal was apprehended, the authorities ceased their lockdown of the scenic areas. Gradually, the tourists began to arrive in greater numbers, chattering away. The more, the merrier. It facilitates my movements. Han Li sought a secluded spot, preparing to extract his phone to respond to Wang Defa. Suddenly, a deep voice emerged from beside him. Greetings, competitor Han Li. Goodness. You? The ninja? Yes, it is I, the ninja. Here we meet again, competitor Han Li. The staff member, adorned with a cap and mask, whispered, I have brought you a gift. A gift? Han Li was taken aback. Would the production team truly send him a gift? A weasel wishing a chicken well. There must be ulterior motives. The staff member responded. Do you truly view the production team in such a disparaging light? It is not money. I refuse to accept it. The mysterious figure produced an unopened envelope and handed it to Han Li before departing without further conversation. Han Li examined the envelope, furrowing his brow. What could this be? The pristine white envelope bore an imprint resembling a small angel. It felt significant. Chapter 49, The Hidden Easter Egg. Han Li gingerly explored the envelope and slowly opened it. Could it be that the production team, recognizing his exceptional prowess, had secretly gifted him money? Perhaps $1 million check awaited him. However, upon unveiling the contents, he found, damn it, just a piece of paper. Nothing else accompanied it. A single sheet? How miserly. Han Li noticed several lines inscribed on the paper. Congratulations, competitor Han Li. You have eliminated a certain contestant and triggered the Easter egg, Angel. Following this was an unfamiliar address. Clue, the gathering place of the Angel members. Angel, what on earth is that? It sounded akin to a clandestine club. Han Li found himself perplexed. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. While he might be in the dark, perhaps the authorities would possess some knowledge. Thus, he sent a message to Yanqing, inquiring if she was aware of the Angel. Soon he would know. The other party responded. I found information regarding angels in the police archives. It is a major organization dedicated to trafficking illicit goods, operating in various cities. Each member bears the tattoo of an angel. Thus they refer to themselves as the agents of angels, essentially degenerates profiting from drugs. Goodness. Han Li felt a shiver run down his spine. Such a formidable entity. The production team sent this information, implying that he could now access such matters? Incredible. Although this program permits contestants to simulate common criminal activities, certain crimes are strictly prohibited, such as trafficking in illicit goods. If a contestant were to sell prohibited items to the public, it would be a serious issue. Yet, at this moment, the production team provided him with this clue. Why? Han Li pondered carefully. Since it was a gift, it must be due to something he had done. If he had a distinguishing factor compared to other contestants, indeed, it was the elimination among contestants. Han Li recalled that he had apprehended quite a number of criminals thus far. So that was it. Those high-level crimes were not genuinely forbidden, but rather required the elimination of a certain number of contestants to unlock. The production team truly knows how to play the game. This is a significant business opportunity. He needed to return and contemplate deeply. Han Li carefully stored the envelope containing the angel contact. Of course, Han Li's true intention was to prevent such criminal activities from occurring. The viewers in the live broadcast were collectively astonished. No way. Our Han is catching criminals. And in the process, triggering hidden Easter eggs in the show? This is utterly absurd. Who would have thought that while everyone believed Han was on the first level, he was actually in the stratosphere? Incredible. The show has hidden rules. Han is the best. I want to give Han a child. I'll go first. However, does Han truly understand illicit goods? Everyone paused. Indeed, while selling such items may be easy, engaging in it is extremely challenging and requires extensive specialized knowledge. Where would an ordinary person learn this? Sigh. What good is it for Han to have the authority to traffic illicit goods? It's still useless. Just as the audience in the live stream lamented for Han. He was, in fact, overjoyed. Ordinary people would not delve into such matters. But I have a system. What could possibly go wrong? A little boy ran up to him, filled with admiration, saying, Uncle, I heard you caught a criminal. That's amazing. Han Li crouched down and smiled, saying, Little one, do you see those police uncles coming down the mountain? Yes, they are the true heroes. Without them, we wouldn't enjoy our beautiful lives, would we? The little boy gazed at the towering figures against the sunset, their shining police badges reflecting brilliantly, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Wow, the police uncles are so handsome. Indeed. One must admit, our Han possesses remarkable awareness and insight. Behold, These are the blossoms of our nation's future. Mr. Han, promoting positive energy must begin with the young. Han Li gently ruffled the boy's hair, unaware that his words had sown a seed within the boy's heart, a seed named justice. Little Bao, you are running around again. My apologies, my child has caused you trouble. A strikingly beautiful woman rushed over and scooped up the boy, delivering a torrent of words. Woo-woo, mommy. Please show me some mercy. Be gentle. The boy protested as his mother carried him away. Look at you, my dear. Mommy, when I grow up, I want to be a police chief. The boy exclaimed through tears. You? Forget it, little Bao. I just hope you won't cause trouble for other girls when you grow up, she replied. Little Bao was taken aback. Are you really my mother? Seeing that the time was drawing near, Han Li stood up, stretching his back toward the sun. Ding ding ding. Hello? Curse it. Just now I called you, and you didn't answer. I was nearly frantic. Wang Defa exclaimed, stamping his feet as he reached the mountaintop. Han Li switched to his actor mode, his expression turning cold. If you continue to chatter, I won't hesitate to end this call. Wang Defa immediately cowered. The money is ready. Excellent, Han Li smirked. You see, with just one phone call, I managed to swindle you out of 50 million. This is just a lesson you must learn, otherwise, it would be a disservice to me. I've packed it all in a bag. You can come and collect it. Han Li nodded. No, I require you to deliver it personally into my hands. What difference does that make? Wang Defa acquiesced. Alright, where are you? Han Li replied. Just turn around, and you will see me, Mr. Wang. Wang Defa's heart skipped a beat. The criminal who had kidnapped his daughter was right behind him. Had he been watching me all along? The thought sent shivers down his spine. He swallowed hard and slowly turned his head. What did this kidnapper look like? However, before he could fully turn, a cold object pressed against his waist. Don't move. This thing is prone to misfire. That chilling sensation could be none other than a gun. Wang Defa trembled slightly, cursing inwardly. Had this madman truly brought a firearm? Han Li whispered in his ear. Actually, I have been lying. I did not kidnap your daughter. Wang Defa was taken aback. What? This is all a scam? Have you ever seen a show called Criminal Roleplay? Wang Defa, of course, had seen it, and it dawned on him. He had been deceived. Here he was, a prominent CEO, seasoned by over a decade in the business world, and yet he had been successfully swindled by a mere contestant? The live stream audience erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, this is too good. Mr. Han has truly mastered the art of psychological manipulation. Wang Defa exclaimed, WTF? Mr. Han, surprise. Was it unexpected? This CEO might just be questioning his very existence. Mr. Han is quite the rascal. Chapter 50. The production team member asked, Mr. Han, are you still accepting disciples? It's impossible. I can't reach Xinya's phone no matter how hard I try. Wang Defa expressed his doubts. If this individual truly did not abduct his daughter, why then was he unable to reach her by phone? Han Li tapped a few times on his mobile screen and instructed him. Now, call your daughter. At that moment, the barrier set on Wang Xinya's phone was lifted, restoring normal communication. Observing this, Wang Defa retrieved his phone and dialed his precious daughter's number once more. Unlike before, this time the call connected after a minute. Hello? Dad? What's going on? You've called me several times, came Wang Xinya's weary voice from the other end. Why are you exhausted? You know how it is. Hearing his daughter's voice brought a hint of moisture to his eyes. Thank goodness nothing has happened. You scare me to death. Wang Defa asked, perplexed. What were you doing? I called you repeatedly, and you didn't answer. I had an upset stomach and was stuck in the bathroom. I just recovered, and am now halfway up the mountain. Wang Xinya had hardly emerged, having been engaged in a relentless struggle. I felt like I was about to disappear. She vowed never to eat anything from strangers again. An upset stomach? Damn it. You almost gave your father a heart attack. Just as Wang Defa was about to respond, he felt the pressure of a gun against him and understood Han Li's intent. It's nothing, just checking in. Hurry home. And it's best if you don't go out again. It's dangerous outside, remember? Got it. She replied before the line went dead. Wang Defa set his phone down. What should I call you? Han Li replied. I am the robber, and you are the hostage, plain and simple. As he spoke, he brandished the previously acquired dagger, pressing it against Wang Defa's neck as a threat. Don't make any sudden movements, Mr. Wang. According to my plan, after I take the money, you simply need to head down the path, and you will encounter your beloved daughter. Do you understand? Wang Defa nodded vigorously. Damn it. This is all too clear. Han Li compelled Wang Defa to open his bag, confirming the cash within. It's all here, 50 million, it's heavy. Rest assured. I anticipated this. Han Li transferred the money into the suitcase he had brought. Once completed, he addressed Wang Defa. I will take this money first. After exchanging it with the staff, they will return it to you. Remember, do not call the police. Understood. As Han Li took a few steps away, he turned back, adding, Oh, Mr. Wang, make sure not to fall for tricks in the future. Keep your wits about you, and teach your daughter a lesson too. Oh yes. I will definitely do that. Once Han Li had left, Wang Defa quickly pulled out his phone, ready to dial 110. Damn it, he exclaimed. I won't heed your advice. Just wait to be caught. Mr. Wang, what are you doing? Damn. Wang Defa stumbled back. Didn't you leave? Han Li shook his head in resignation. TSK. This is why you executives are so petty. Now, clasp your hands behind your head, close your eyes, and count to 1,000. Yes. Wang Defa, this time, dared not disobey and obediently closed his eyes to count. What a calamity. Who is this guy? He thought, as he was relentlessly ushered along. How embarrassing. At that moment, the audience in the live broadcast became aware of Wang Defa's true identity, astonished to discover that he was indeed the founder of the renowned third-ranked culinary brand, Haidalao Yu. Having attended a prestigious university, he embarked on an entrepreneurial journey immediately after graduation, eventually ascending to the ranks of the top 100 wealthiest individuals in Huaxia, a veritable titan of commerce. Yet, This illustrious figure was deceived by a mere few words from our General Han, losing 50 million, and was further subjected to mockery. Can you believe it? It's as outrageous as a pig climbing a tree. Truly remarkable. I am utterly impressed. Today's antics by General Han were simply exhilarating. In a secluded grove, a staff member asked, "Bro, do you still take underlings?" Gazing at the bag brimming with cash, he felt tempted. Just days prior, they had swindled several tens of millions from Fu Tian, and today, another 50 million was effortlessly acquired, wealth that would take an ordinary person a lifetime to amass. People were left dumbfounded. One after another, the efficiency was terrifying. "Big brother, you're my big brother now." He coughed. "Care for a smoke, bro?" The staff member even took the initiative to pull out a cigarette, ingratiating himself with Han Li. The viewers in the live stream were rendered speechless. How remarkable must General Han be to elicit such a response from the staff? You can't be serious. Are you really taking this to heart? Not a single chance given. So bold. I couldn't even dare to breathe in front of the staff before. General Han, you are truly my idol. Indeed. The eliminated contestants expressed that General Han was simply transcendent. The staff member was not annoyed. Instead, he chuckled, saying, "The money has already been transferred to your account. If you need anything, just let your little brother know, and I guarantee it will be fulfilled. But this money won't be traced, will it?" Han Li was quite cautious. Such a large sum transferred would undoubtedly attract the attention of law enforcement. Rest assured, as long as you don't expose yourself, no one will know. Then, I will calculate your criminal points for this endeavor. The staff member tallied the figures. This time, you have accumulated a total of 9,700 points. You remain in first place, far ahead and utterly invincible. Well, that's acceptable, Han Li replied nonchalantly. Acceptable? The staff member was astonished. Brother, that's 9,700 points, almost the total of everyone else combined. You earned an equivalent of several hundred thousand in a single day, and you say that's just acceptable? You are truly extraordinary. Don't you want to take an underling? I am far more clever than Xiaozheng. Give me a chance. Han Li responded. Is the production team really so unscrupulous? Seeing this, the staff member had to concede, reluctantly saying, "Well, I'll take my leave then." Wait, what is the rush? Perhaps you don't need to leave just yet. Chapter 51. Jiang Taigong fishing. Willing to hook dad? What are you doing here? After losing contact with that man, Wang Xinya unexpectedly spotted her father. How could he be here? Sigh, it's a long story, Wang Defa thought helplessly. Reflecting on the past, he remembered how spirited he once was. Now, as a CEO who prided himself on his unparalleled strategies, he found himself outmaneuvered by a young individual. Indeed, the saying holds true. When one is devoid of romantic distractions, one wields a sword with unparalleled prowess. Let us return. On the other side, Han Li busied himself with some task in the vehicle. "Mr. Han, are we heading home?" Ling Han mused, considering that his well-paying job merely entailed driving for someone else. A task that was exceedingly effortless. However, unbeknownst to him, just moments ago, Han Li had executed a fraud worth 50 million. Upon returning home, Han Li had inquired with his staff, and after receiving their consent, he resolved to proceed. Yes, to continue his fraudulent activities. The production team had previously stated that the definition of fraud was the act of deceitfully extracting money from victims, and thus, once accomplished, it was deemed successful. Moreover, equipped with his multifunctional phone, Han Li need not make another trip to the bank for money laundering. Of course, he harbored no concerns about online tracking, as the production team had assured him of its safety. "Ling Han, I require your identification card," he suddenly stated with a sly grin from the back seat. "My ID? What do you need that for?" "It's not like I can secure a loan," Ling Han replied, puzzled. "I intend to register a company, with you as the nominal guarantor." Han Li spoke calmly, as if it were a trivial matter. "What? A company? Aren't you a criminal?" "Rest assured, this company is legitimate. You need not concern yourself with its operations. Simply continue your role as my driver, and I will handle the rest." Han Li leaned closer, whispering like a devil. "Ling Han, you wouldn't want to find yourself on the streets one day, unable to afford a warm meal, would you?" Ling Han was taken aback. Indeed, he earned 1,000 each day, and that money was provided by Mr. Han. If he were to be dismissed, he would truly find himself homeless. This was not a mere proposal. It was a blatant threat. "Mr. Han, you wouldn't do this to me, would you?" "Of course not. We are on the same team." Han Li chuckled, as if his words were entirely sincere. The audience in the live stream erupted in disbelief. Is this man truly attempting to manipulate him? Hasn't he already committed enough betrayal? This is clearly instigating trouble. Oh no, Mr. Han is deceiving even his own people. Is this the realm of no distinction between friend and foe? Ling Han, you fool. This is nothing but bullying the honest. Everyone. If your boss paints a grand picture for you in the future, do not believe it. Here is a piece of knowledge for today. Since Mr. Han has said so, it should be fine, right? Ling Han took out his ID and handed it to Han Li, saying, "Mr. Han, I trust you." His eyes seemed to implore. "Please do not betray me." Han Li patted his shoulder, resembling a composed leader reassuring his subordinate. "Fear not, Ling Han, as long as you follow my lead. You can trust that I have never deceived you. I provide you with a generous salary and an easy job. Rest assured, I shall even assist you in finding a wife." Tears streamed down Ling Han's face. "You truly are a wonderful leader, addressing even matters of the heart." He embraced Han Li, weeping profusely. "Rest assured, Mr. Han, I shall strive diligently and will not disappoint your expectations." Very well. After Han Li parted ways with Ling Han, he retreated to his chamber and opened his notebook, searching for a previous client list. A few minutes later, he dialed the number of one of the executives, using an unfamiliar number. "Hello, the goods transported by your company have been detained by customs due to violations. You must come to the agency to address this matter, or you will bear the consequences." Bang. Without allowing the recipient a moment to respond, Han Li abruptly hung up the phone. He then proceeded to call another executive, delivering the same message. What kind of operation is this? I don't understand. Why hang up immediately? I've prepared my notes, and you show me this? Han Li continued to dial one executive after another. Hello, the goods transported by your subsidiary are suspected of violations and have been detained by customs. Hurry to the agency, or you will bear the consequences. Bang. He hung up without a trace of hesitation. Damn it. If you're going to scam, at least engage in conversation. You're not giving any opportunity. Mr. Han, your approach to scamming is overly simplistic, I assent to it. It's just the same phrase repeated, and I'm already weary of it. As the calls continued, Han Li grew increasingly adept at the process. Now, each call took less than a minute. Fluidly. He spoke and then hung up. The audience in the live stream could not comprehend the purpose of such actions. This was not scamming, it was harassment. Officer, I tell you, there's definitely something wrong, lamented the captured thief to the surrounding officers. Yet, no one believed the words of a criminal. All right, time to disembark. The female officer escorted the suspect to the nearest police station for documentation. They coincidentally encountered Captain Wang Lang. Captain Wang, good to see you. Have you apprehended a suspect so swiftly? The female officer replied with a hint of embarrassment. It was an enthusiastic mission capture. Quite impressive. Nonsense. He is not a civilian at all. With that tone, I assure you he is also a contestant. It's disgusting how he eliminated his own kind. The man was visibly distressed. What? Wang Lang was taken aback. Stop talking nonsense. No, wait, where did you catch him? Tell me everything, quickly. Wang Lang sensed that this case might be connected to Han Li. The eliminated contestant bore a striking resemblance to something Han Li would orchestrate. After a while, Han Li sipped from a bottle of cola, feeling at ease. What the hell? He is actually lounging on the sofa drinking cola. Is he giving up? Mr. Han, aren't you supposed to be scamming? Han Li reclined on the sofa, quietly awaiting the results of the calls he had made. He had nearly contacted half of the executives on his list, uttering the same phrase while emphasizing the term violation. One must wonder, which company owner would not feel a twinge of panic upon hearing that? With so many large corporations, it is inevitable that a few are engaged in dubious activities, particularly those involved in overseas dealings. Once such matters come to light, they would certainly feel unsettled, and naturally, they would take the bait. This strategy resembles Jiang Taigong fishing. Only those willing will take the hook. At this moment, the executives must be growing anxious, Han Li remarked with a sly grin. It won't be long now. Suddenly, the phone that Han Li had set aside began to ring. Chapter 52. First, deceive 50,000. Warm up hello. Was what you said earlier true? A woman's voice inquired. We have dispatched personnel to detain them. The official documents will be issued shortly. Han Li perfectly mimicked the tone of a law enforcement officer, convincing the woman on the other end of the line. Her voice betrayed a sense of panic. I clearly instructed them not to act recklessly. I never expected this to go awry. This incident has nothing to do with our company. It's the overseas partner's doing. What should I do? I won't dare to do this again. The live stream audience reacted. No way, officer. This can really catch a big fish? Anyone with clear eyes wouldn't fall for it. Yet some executives actually did. Wow, Han, teach me how to live. Impressive. This phishing operation is truly textbook. Han Li chuckled. I've got them firmly in my grasp. It's the simplest and most likely to succeed. He stroked his chin and feigned a sigh. Madam, the law is unforgiving. Please hold on while I check your information. With that, he picked up a nearby soda and took a sip. Checking information while drinking soda? Ha ha. How wild. Han Li set down the soda and spoke into the phone. Ms. Huang Chui, is that correct? Yes, that's me, officer. I haven't committed any crime. It's the overseas company that is messing with me. Huang Chui was genuinely frightened. If this were to be investigated, her company would likely be doomed. Whether you have broken the law is not for you to decide. We must conduct an investigation first. Ms. Huang, for related matters, you need to go to the police station. I have a special green channel here, and there are others waiting in line. A green channel? Everyone was bewildered. Is that a thing? Han Li subtly implied that if the other party were to go to the police station, it would be quite troublesome, while his side offered a green channel for a quicker resolution, albeit at a cost. My goodness, psychological suggestion followed by customer inducement. Psychology Professor Wang exclaimed. What are you all waiting for? Take notes, students. Indeed, upon hearing green channel, the woman instinctively felt that it would be more convenient than going through the police station in person. Ms. Huang, in 3 seconds, I will end this call. 3, 2. He counted down, providing no time for her to ponder the situation. This was remarkably clever, applying pressure to compel acceptance. Huang Chui, initially considering confirming the outcome, realized she had only 3 seconds and would not let this opportunity slip away. Officer, I also wish to apply for the green channel. I can pay whatever is necessary. Huang Chui thought to herself that if this fellow demanded a large sum, he was most likely deceiving her. All right, Ms. Huang, for the green channel. A payment of 15 units is required. You can proceed via the link or our official account. What? 15 units? Huang Chui could hardly believe it. Is it really just that little? Yes, Ms. Huang, there are others waiting, Han Li urged. Huang Suitsue, determined to salvage her situation, declared, I will go to the bank. At that moment, a notification arrived on her phone, bearing an official seal from the customs authority. She examined it closely. It appeared legitimate, devoid of any signs of forgery. I will transfer the funds immediately. As she initiated the transaction, she attempted to contact the department responsible for overseas shipping within her company. However, it was too late. Her calls went unanswered. It seemed that the foreign enterprise was plotting against them, perhaps believing they were encroaching on their market, seeking retribution. The more she pondered, the more plausible this scenario became. Previously, the opposing company's CEO had treated her with disdain, his demeanor consistently grim. Thankfully, a police officer had alerted her, or else the consequences of being discovered would have been dire. Once she completed the transfer, she informed the officer, I have sent the money. Can we expedite the process now? Yet, Han Li responded calmly, very well, you are number 125, Ms. Huang. Please wait patiently in line. I will call you once I have attended to the others. Beep, beep, beep. Huang Tsuetsue was bewildered. The audience in the live stream echoed her confusion, remarking on the absurdity of being disconnected repeatedly. Our CEO has truly immersed himself in the role. It feels so authentic. Unable to wait any longer, Huang Tsuetsue dialed again. Hello, who is this? Officer, I am Ms. Huang. Could you prioritize my case? I am willing to offer additional compensation. After all, it was a familiar tactic. Those who paid more received quicker service. That is not possible, came the curt reply. Beep, beep, beep. Huang Tsuetsue was left speechless. Was money no longer of any use? She had believed this call to be official, beyond the realm of deceit. What kind of swindler operated in such a manner? The audience in the live stream was astounded. This was a masterclass in deception, appearing to scam while concealing the truth, manipulating perceptions to ensnare the unsuspecting. Who could remain unconfused in such a scenario? It was remarkable. Han Li was playing a game of cat and mouse. The phone rang again, and Han Li, clearly irritated, answered, Hello, officer, I am number 125, and I am in urgent need of assistance. Is there any way to expedite my case? Huang Tsuetsue felt tears of frustration welling up. This was the first time she encountered a situation where offering money yielded no results. Ms. Huang, others are also in urgent need. How can your case take precedence? Do you not understand? My company is on the brink of collapse, with assets worth billions at stake. Is there not some form of prioritization? There is, Han Li replied, but it is quite complicated. I suggest you go to the police station for assistance. Huang Tsuetsue felt a flicker of hope. No problem. I demand priority. Arrange it for me. With a sigh, Han Li stated, if you wish to secure a priority green channel, a deposit of 500,000 is required. Please include your name and ID number with the transfer to our official bank account. Once we have processed your case, the amount will be refunded promptly. Ms. Huang, I still advise you to wait patiently in line. 500,000. She could afford that. For the future of the company, what is this mere 500,000? Without hesitation, she transferred the sum as previously arranged. Officer, I have sent the money. Can I now receive priority processing? Han Li smirked. Hell, woman. 500,000 in hand. Surely she cannot be that naive? I can do it too. Just say the word. Indeed, the wealthy are different. President Han, can I learn and sell on the spot? Upstairs, dare you? One report, and it's over. Goodness. Watching President Han's live stream, one might strike it rich. Only to end up in jail the next day, and then hosting a banquet the day after. Dream on. In a few days, such scams will likely cease to be effective. Luo Xiang remarked, everyone, do not be deceived by Ms. Huang's apparent foolishness. In reality, there are countless cases even more absurd, driven by fear that leads to irrationality. Just when all the spectators assumed Han Li would abscond with the money, he did not conclude the fairy tale. What a joke. The real show has only just begun. This is merely a warm-up. Chapter 53. The inspector with a crime resolution rate exceeding 90% Han Li said, Ms. Huang, our officials have received your remittance information and will prioritize your case. Huang Tsuetsue pleaded, please, let the inspector communicate with me. Han Li activated a voice modulation app on his phone. After several long minutes, he finally spoke. Hello, Ms. Huang Tsuetsue, is it? At that moment, Han Li's voice transformed into that of a seasoned inspector, deep and authoritative, yet convincing. Huang Tsuetsue, anxious, retorted, Officer, my company may have been deceived by an overseas firm. It appears you had a goods order with an overseas company in February? Yes. What was being shipped? Huang Tsuetsue hesitated, contemplating whether to answer truthfully. Suddenly, Han Li raised his voice. Ms. Huang, tell me what you were shipping. His tone mirrored that of an inspector interrogating a suspect. Startled, Huang Tsuetsue quickly replied. A batch of chemical materials. This batch was prohibited domestically, which is why she had covertly enlisted the aid of an overseas company for transportation. She thought this would allow her to evade domestic customs scrutiny, only to be discovered nonetheless. We have detected numerous illegal components in your shipment, with substandard indicators. According to the latest criminal law, you will face severe penalties. Penalties? Huang Tsuetsue cautiously inquired. Officer, how severe? Imprisonment for 10 to 15 years. Her heart sank. Are you currently out of town? No. Very well. Hurry and take a taxi to the new customs office. We will be waiting for you. There was no room for refusal. Huang Tsuetsue grew increasingly frantic. This was disastrous. Officer, is there still hope for me? Your situation is complex, involving foreign enterprises. Perhaps there is an opportunity to apply for bail, but the prerequisite is that this batch of goods does not belong to your company. Huang Tsuetsue dared not forfeit this chance and resolutely stated, I wish to apply for bail. Ms. Huang, are you certain? Yes. Prior to this, you need to transfer 1 million as a security deposit into our customs bank account. Otherwise, I cannot apply for your bail. Furthermore, you are under constant surveillance from us, so refrain from making any unnecessary moves. Han Li's tone was stern. It sounded quite serious, but upon closer inspection, he himself realized that his reasoning was flawed and it was merely a ruse to swindle money from you. However, this was of no consequence. For Han Li had never directly demanded money. He merely guided the woman to willingly submit it. Moreover, he consistently associated himself with government authorities, significantly bolstering his persuasive power. Gradually, the woman had fallen into his trap, with no recourse but to trust him, almost succumbing to a sort of obsession. Logic was the last thing on her mind. As Han Li had anticipated, the woman's voice trembled. The thought of serving 15 years in prison made her heart race incessantly. I will transfer the money immediately. Then come to you, officer, Huang Tsuetsue exclaimed, having lost her composure, eager to resolve this troublesome matter. Ding dong, 1 million transferred. Han Li smiled at the notification on his phone. Ah, people nowadays have no sense of caution. They are so easily deceived. He picked up the phone and said to the other end, "That's it. Miss Huang. Hurry over. I'm waiting for you. Waiting for you, my foot." Click. He hung up, holding his head and whistling. In just over 10 minutes, he had effortlessly earned over 1 million. Can you believe it? The viewers in the live stream were left dumbfounded. Well, it seems that scamming is quite straightforward. In mere minutes, it starts at hundreds of thousands. My heavens. Is it really that easy to make money in this line of work? Nonsense, I've done it before. Swindling an elderly lady out of a few hundred took me days and nights. There's no way it's as outrageous as what President Han is doing. Watching President Han's live stream, it seems money has lost all value. That said, we must remain vigilant in the future whenever we encounter any law enforcement personnel. We must first verify their identity. Huang Tsuetsue, I've arrived. Where are you? Ha ha ha, the comments are killing me. What isn't it for you? Ring ring. Just as Han Li lay down, his phone rang again. Let us not forget, he had made numerous calls previously. Hello? Officer, I was framed by someone else. I'm innocent. A man exclaimed hysterically. Han Li coughed a few times. We recommend you visit the local police station. The same words, the same process. The viewers in the live stream felt their scalps tingle. This fish is never ending. Goodness, it's a production line, isn't it? President Han, the master of continuous fraud. One by one, executives were jumping into Han Li's trap, unable to extricate themselves. At a certain airport in Sichuan, Director Jiang checked his watch, dressed in plain clothes. His smile radiant. It appeared he had something to celebrate, accompanied by Wang Zhigua, who had come along with him. The two individuals stood upright, gazing toward the exit. Director Jiang has yet to arrive. You are obstructing others, one remarked. Oh, I'm simply overwhelmed with excitement. Director Jiang offered a sheepish smile. Wang Zhigua found it amusing. Look at your eagerness. You resemble a stone waiting for a husband. He recalled the last time they were here, reviewing Han Li's criminal record. Suddenly, passengers began to disembark. Jiang and Wang squeezed into the crowd. This way, this way. Amidst the throng, a man clad in a windbreaker, his demeanor calm, noticed them. Director Jiang. Long time no see. Team Leader Wang. He exclaimed, setting down his luggage and saluting the two. The trio exchanged glances before embracing. Li Yi, you've become even more dashing, Jiang remarked, his smile broadening as he surveyed the young man. Li Yi chuckled. Where's that coming from? Let us walk and chat. Goodness, isn't that Li Yi? He is actually back home. A journalist gasped, eyes wide as he observed Jiang and his companions. A nearby colleague, puzzled, inquired. Is he that famous? Of course. Haven't you read international magazines? He is listed among the top 10 outstanding police officers worldwide. The colleague was taken aback. To make that list, you must have a case resolution rate exceeding 90%. What does that mean? It's nearly a guaranteed capture. It's worth noting that in recent years, few from Huaxia have made the cut. And he did. Not only that, during his time studying in the M country, he apprehended an international fugitive in just 3 days. Wow, he is quite impressive. The journalist suddenly recalled something, raising an eyebrow. He was previously with the Danyang Police Bureau. Do you think he might encounter Han Li next? The man dubbed the ultimate bandit? If that happens, it would be explosive. The thought stirred excitement. Huaxia as strongest young police officer versus the unparalleled criminal. Chapter 54. I've got you. Let us go capture Han Li alive. Come. Get in the car, Wang Zhigua said as he opened the door. The three entered the vehicle. Team Leader Wang, I can understand Director Jiang coming to pick me up, but I didn't expect you to be here as well, Li Yi remarked, fastening his seatbelt. In his mind, Wang Zhigua was a workaholic who rarely took time off. There must be something more to this. Sure enough, Wang Zhigua spoke with a knowing tone. Traveling abroad changes a person. Here, take a look at this document. The paper bore a single line, the life of a bandit, accompanied by an image of a cute Peppa Pig. Li was taken aback. Since when did the police bureau start to incorporate humor? He opened the document and began to read slowly. Having spent so much time abroad, he had seen countless cases and notorious criminals, having even apprehended a few himself. How formidable could this bandit truly be? A few minutes passed. Li Yi, what is wrong? You look unwell, Jiang inquired with concern, though inwardly he chuckled. Wang Zhigua feigned ignorance as well. What is the matter? Are you feeling dizzy? Li Yi, with a hint of irritation, remarked, are you two deliberately seeking to make a fool out of me? Rest assured, my mental fortitude is quite resilient. So, what of this criminal? Quite formidable indeed. Both Director Jiang and Wang Zhigua were taken aback. Good heavens. For Li Yi, a figure recognized among the world's top 10 exemplary officers, to commend him so, Han Li must be truly remarkable. Setting aside his audacity, the capabilities Han Li possesses alone are enough to give me a headache. He is meticulous, decisive, and adept at manipulating human emotions. I can scarcely believe he merely plays the role of a common criminal. Internationally, criminals are classified by levels of danger, ranging from 1 star to the highest, 7 stars. Based on Han Li's current case, a 3-star rating seems entirely justified. What does that entail? It necessitates the mobilization of an entire police department to apprehend him. Now I understand. Upon my return to the country, you wish for me to participate in this operation to capture the notorious Han Li? No wonder the leadership has remarked on your promising future, Jiang. Look at the awareness you possess. Indeed, with your presence, our police force would be greatly enhanced. Li felt helpless. He had initially planned to rest. It seems I have no choice but to comply, do I? That is indeed the case. Wang Zhigua chuckled, resembling a trafficker pleased with a successful deal. You still think you can escape? Little Li, you have no idea how audacious Han Li is. I hope you can help us teach him a lesson. In simpler terms, it was about reclaiming their dignity, wasn't it? Team Leader Wang, Director Jiang interjected. You dare to speak so candidly. Li Yi organized the documents. While he acknowledged the impressive skills of this contender based on his years abroad, he felt it was merely an inconvenience. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. Fantastic. Our police force is saved. At that moment, Wang Lang observed Wang Defa sipping tea across from him and pondered. So, you are saying you were deceived by that individual for 50 million? Indeed, it truly was him. Wang Lang's expression grew grave. Based on the description provided, this fraud case was likely the handiwork of Han Li. Has this fellow begun his deceitful schemes? The troubling aspect is that while most fraudsters operate incrementally, he boldly initiated with 50 million? Unbelievable. To be candid, I, Wang, have seldom fallen victim in my lifetime. Yet this individual is distinctly different. He expertly manipulates emotions, identifies weaknesses, and executes with precision and efficiency. Even now, Wang Defa recalls the event with trepidation. Thankfully, the encounter was merely a facade. Had it been genuine, he would have regretted it too late. By the way, if you manage to capture him, please extend my gratitude. Wang Defa added. Wang Lang was bewildered. You were swindled to this extent, and you still wish to thank the fraudster? Wang Defa noticed his astonishment and explained. Thanks to him, I have heightened my vigilance. I've become more cautious and now arrange for bodyguards for my daughter daily to ensure her safety. Had it not been for this incident, I might have fallen prey to a genuine criminal. Ah, that makes perfect sense. No wonder he is referred to as a walking textbook on crime prevention online. All right, Mr. Wang, you may take your leave now. Creak. At that moment, a female police officer entered. Oh, Captain Yin, how is the surveillance check coming along? Wang Lang hurriedly rose to his feet, urging Yin Qing to investigate the footage in the hope of uncovering some clues. Yin Qing nodded, her voice calm as she replied, I found something. But it's very limited. The suspect's counter-surveillance awareness is quite strong. Oh, is that so? The surveillance footage only revealed a vague silhouette. Wang Lang compared it with previous photos, and judging by the figure alone, it was undoubtedly Han Li. However, once again, they failed to capture his face. Damn it. He slammed his fist in frustration. Every time the surveillance failed to capture this brat's true visage. It's infuriating, wouldn't you agree, Captain Yin? Yin Qing's heart skipped a beat. She turned her head and softly concurred. Indeed, he is exceedingly cunning. The audience in the live stream erupted with laughter. High emotional intelligence. Han Li is truly sly. Low emotional intelligence. Actually, I'm the mole. If you can find me, then it's really a ghost. Bro, come read this aloud with me. Ridiculous. Han Li remarked, everyone around you is my person. What are you even playing at? However, just as Yin Qing felt a sense of relief, Wang Lang, who was repeatedly reviewing the surveillance records, furrowed his brow. Captain Yin, something is missing. Missing what? Wang Lang stood up, his gaze fixed intently on Yin Qing, as if trying to penetrate her thoughts. If Han Li came here, he must have used some form of transportation at the entrance of the scenic area. Why is there no surveillance footage from this location? It doesn't add up. Yin Qing silently cursed herself for having overlooked this detail. I'll go check it now. No, you should focus on something else. I can have someone else handle this. Reviewing the surveillance is a trivial matter. Wang Lang declined her offer, assigning one of his subordinates to retrieve the footage from the monitoring room. Oh no, Captain Yin. Aren't you going to attend to other matters? All right. Yin Qing left the office, her teeth clenched in frustration, knowing she had made a blunder. Previously in the monitoring room, she had cleared everything thoroughly. She quickly sent a message to her superior. Before long, Wang Lang's subordinate entered the office, presenting him with the surveillance footage from the entrance, where a throng of people obscured any identification of which vehicle Han Li had used. However, Wang Lang was a man of great patience. He quietly and methodically scrutinized every detail on the screen. Eureka! After more than an hour, Wang Lang finally identified a point of interest. He magnified a specific area repeatedly. On the screen appeared an expensive luxury sedan. A man in a tailored suit exited the vehicle, subsequently opening the door for another person. Although this individual was somewhat obscured, it was unmistakably Han Li. Got it. Wang Lang's expression lit up with excitement as he zoomed in on the vehicle's license plate. Quick, someone note this down and locate this sedan immediately. Well, Han Li, did you ever think your luck would run out? Capturing this vehicle is tantamount to capturing the man himself. They could leverage the power of the cyber police to track him down, at any time and in any place. The movement of vehicles can be monitored down to their precise locations. Report, positioning successful. Wang Lang rose, casting his gaze upon the surrounding officers. His voice resonating. Ladies and gentlemen, follow me to apprehend the old thief Han. Let us depart. Chapter 55. This wave of stealth has the advantage in my favor. Is establishing a company truly this troublesome? Han Li fiddled with the intricacies of starting a business on his laptop. However, he was astounded by the complexity of the process. At the very least, it would take a month and a half to finalize. Would he even be able to endure until then? After pondering for a few minutes, Han Li closed his laptop, retrieved a sugary beverage, and reclined in relaxation. He decided to simply let things unfold as they may. Ding 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 at that moment. His phone received a message. Han Li picked it up and instantly sat upright. Yin Qing, I made a mistake. The officer has pinpointed the location of your vehicle and is currently en route to you. WTF? Han Li felt a surge of frustration. He never anticipated that the officers could trace his license plate with such ease. Surely, they must possess extraordinary sight. Han Li, understood. What should I do? Remain calm. Just as everyone expected him to flee, Han Li calmly picked up his phone and dialed a number. Even now, you still have time to make a call. The viewers in the live stream were anxious on his behalf. The officers were heading straight to his hideout. Hurry and run, Mr. Han. Why are you still making trivial calls? The call was swiftly connected. Hello, Mr. Han, what is it? Xiao Han, my laptop mouse is broken. Could you go to the store in the northern part of the city and buy a new one for me? Also, Please grab me some stinky tofu from the east side. Ling Han. The north, and then to the east? Mr. Han, are you serious? Even a donkey wouldn't be given such orders. No, no, no. Here as 5,000 as running money. Mr. Han, rest assured, I will return. And the stinky tofu will be piping hot. Beep, beep, beep. Han Li hung up the phone. The bait was set. Then, he set a timer on his phone. Countdown, 3 hours. The viewers were astonished by this scene. Wow, this is like walking the dog. Officer, strange, why has the fuel run out while pursuing? Wang Lang. Damn it, he even calculated the escape time precisely. This is outrageous. I asked who else could do this. Ling Han was happily listening to a song about love, pleasantly surprised. Who knew that buying a mouse and a portion of stinky tofu from Mr. Han could yield a profit of 5,000? It felt like a pie falling from the sky. Mom, you can rest assured. My work is going exceptionally well now. Ling Han spoke into the headset. Aren't you in real estate anymore? Real estate hardly yields any profit. Now I earn 1,000 every day. As long as I help the boss drive, it's quite easy. However, the person he was assisting was currently a criminal wanted throughout the city. But that was of little consequence. Is that so? I've heard that executives of large companies tend to manipulate their subordinates, Han Han remarked. You mustn't fall for it. Ling Han, feeling quite contemplative, replied, rest assured, Mr. Han is a good person. He even awarded me a bonus of 150,000 last time. Really? His mother, upon seeing the picture sent by her son, felt elated. That's wonderful. Work hard. Since you've accepted his money, you mustn't be lazy, understood? I'll take good care of Grandma. So don't worry. Alright, I'll hang up now. Remember to drink plenty of water, Han Han reminded. Ling Han responded, I have things to attend to, Mom. And removed his earphones, glancing at the police cars that had suddenly intercepted him. What is going on? Why are they stopping me? A police officer approached with purpose. Officer Wang knocked on the car window. Get out. Ling Han quickly realized that these were not just any officers. They were from that so-called criminal role-play show. Something felt amiss. He opened the car door and stepped out. What's the matter, officer? Is this the vehicle? Wang inquired of his subordinate. One officer compared Ling Han's license plate number with the one captured on surveillance, confirming, yes, this is the one, Chief. Wang's expression shifted to one of triumph. Finally caught you, you little rascal. He seized Ling Han by the collar, his face a mask of fury. Damn it, Han Li. Where do you think you're trying to run off to? Han Li? Ling Han was taken aback. Oh no, am I once again a pawn for Mr. Han? This is outrageous. That 5,000 was truly a running fee. Mr. Han, you truly have no scruples. He had suspected that Mr. Han could not be so benevolent. It was all a conspiracy. I have no idea what you're talking about. Ling Han feigned ignorance, realizing he was inextricably linked with Mr. Han. Wang, surprisingly, found humor in the situation. Stop pretending. I know you can disguise yourself as someone else. Han Li, we've been tracking you from the north of the city to the east. It's clear you were heading out to the suburbs. Are you really going to deny your intent to escape the city? This guy was caught, and still acting innocent. Just surrender, Han Li. Officer, I have my identification. I am genuinely not Han Li. Ling Han sighed, retrieving his ID from his pocket and handing it to Wang. Wang, with a smirk, retorted, still playing your part, huh? Yet, upon examining the ID, he noted that it indeed bore the name Ling Han along with his identification number. Is this true? Wang scrutinized Ling Han. After the incident at the bathhouse, he was not about to take anyone's word for it. Not even a passing dog would escape his suspicion. This could be a ruse. Perhaps you could even impersonate a dog. Who knows? This ID could be forged. Go check it. Don't move. If you do, I'll shoot. Wang commanded, restraining Ling Han and handing the ID over to his subordinates for verification. Minutes passed. A subordinate approached, his expression grim. He leaned close to Wang Lang's ear and whispered, Chief, it's true. The files contain all of his information. He is indeed not Han Li. Is that so? He truly isn't masquerading as Han Li? The officer replied, I assure you, I am not Han Li. You have apprehended the wrong individual. Ling Han turned away, evading the weapon aimed at him, and smiled. May I take my leave now? I still need to deliver stinky tofu to Mr. Han. Otherwise, it will be cold soon. Chief, should we detain him? No. The officer sighed in frustration, yet felt powerless. Wang Lang clicked his tongue, then reholstered his weapon, returning Ling Han's identification. He patted Ling Han's shoulder and apologized. My apologies. We misidentified you, Mr. Ling Han. You may go. Very well, officer. As Ling Han drove away, the officers collectively sighed. Damn it. The only lead has vanished. How splendid. The group thought they misheard, turning to Captain Wang. What do you mean splendid? Are you alright? Wang Lang replied. Though he is not Han Li, I surmise he possesses some significant connection to Han Li. I intentionally let him go to trace his path back. Therein lies Han Li. The officers were bewildered. Oh, Chief, brilliant. Why didn't I think of that? Yes, following him may lead us to the elusive Han Li. Chief, impressive. Along the way, under the officer's excellent cover, Ling Han remained oblivious to being followed, hurriedly returning. Minutes later, he exclaimed, this is the place. His vehicle was parked in this community. It is highly probable that Han Li is hiding within. The officers disembarked, their expressions grave. Wang Lang drew a specialized firearm and signaled to his team. The operation to apprehend Han Li officially commenced. Unbeknownst to the adversary, we were fully armed. This covert operation was decidedly in our favor. During the 2.5 hours Ling Han occupied himself, Han Li opened the bathroom door and entered. Upon his emergence, the audience was astonished by his transformed appearance. Heavens, is this even possible? Chapter 56. Come, call me Grandfather Han. When Han Li stepped out, he had become a hunched, elderly man with cloudy eyes. Wielding a cane he had procured from somewhere, he exuded the aura of a quintessential village elder, who wouldn't be misled. Gone was the image of the refined rogue. The viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. Isn't this my grandfather? He resembles him so closely, even as an old man. How is this achieved? Witchcraft. Just by appearances, who would suspect he is merely in his 20s? 4-6, it exploded. Mr. Han, my grandmother mentioned she would like to meet you. Her name is Zhang Tsuehua, and she seeks a companion. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. My Mr. Han is popular across ages. Han Li gazed at his reflection of the aged man, thoroughly pleased. Young man, I advise you to tread carefully. Even his voice was remarkably frail. Absolutely splendid. Have you grasped it well, young man? How old are you? Is it a matter of disdain towards my brethren? Indeed. Elderly gentleman. Do you still possess the exquisite skill known as the 5-strike whip of lightning? Mr. Han, youngster, you lack martial virtue. The officers. Hey, this is a bit excessive. It is nearly time to make a move. Since his arrival, Han Li has managed to deceive no less than 3 million. His achievements are remarkable. Had it not been for the officer's sudden raid, he might have swindled an even greater number of unsuspecting victims. Of course, not everyone falls for such tricks. There are always a few astute individuals with heightened awareness who, after a few minutes, realize that Han Li is nothing but a fraud. They berate themselves. And one executive even clamors for gangsters to come and deal with him. Amusing, isn't it? I have studied grappling. Could he really harm me? Alas, I have merely swindled a few million. Old man, I am not cut out for this. Han Li, with hands clasped behind his back, shook his head and sighed, resembling a weary elder. The audience, watching in astonishment, could hardly contain themselves. Would you like some clarity? A few million. That is indeed a staggering sum. In just 1 or 2 hours, one can amass such wealth by merely sitting around. How could one not envy that? I am filled with rage. Is this even human? Han Li donned the attire of an elder, leaning on a cane as he ambled out of his home. After a few steps, he encountered an elderly lady who was ranting. The youth of today truly lack awareness. They cannot even dispose of their trash properly. Look at this heap of refuse. Whose is it? Han Li exhibited the typical tendency of the elderly to join in on the commotion, interjecting without reservation. Indeed. Today's youth are utterly clueless, unable to discern their waste, and what great deeds can they accomplish. I propose we round them all up for proper re-education. The elderly lady, noticing Han Li, felt a kinship among the aged. Precisely. The young one from apartment 402 ought to be apprehended for proper education. Yes, 402? That is not my residence, is it? Han Li glanced down at the litter on the ground. Was it not the heap of rubbish he had forgotten to dispose of last time? So, they were speaking of me. Good sir, what do you say? Han Li coughed strategically, grasping his cane, indignantly declaring, yes, indeed. You are a person of discernment, good sir. Absolutely, my dear. What a shameless old fellow you are. The elderly lady, the true culprit, stands before you. The astonished audience flooded the comments with remarks about Mr. Han's age, declaring he no longer requires clarity. Mr. Han, I did not foresee this, but it matters not. After all, being scolded is all that matters. The elderly lady, he is indeed a person of discernment. I scold myself? How wretched. Why did I click on this? I cannot escape. Come, my brethren, let us all pose a grand question mark. After bidding farewell to the elderly lady, Han Li descended the stairs, step by step. Turning the corner, he encountered a rather dire situation. Han Li's eyelids twitched as he beheld over 20 officers, vigilant and fully armed. It was utterly terrifying. Such misfortune was unparalleled. Han Li resigned himself to his fate. Are you all secured? Wang Lang inquired of his subordinates. Report. All exits are sealed, ensuring not even a fly can escape. He emphasized. Most importantly, verify identification. That Han Li is skilled in disguise. He could impersonate anyone. Every exit will only allow egress, not ingress. Anyone who fails to present identification or is found with falsified documents shall be apprehended. No matter your guise, an identification check will render you powerless. Moreover, each exit is manned by a police officer, creating an impenetrable net. Unless you leap from the building, he added with a hint of admiration. Clever indeed. Unlike last time, when Captain Wu merely shouted to charge without consideration. Everyone, we must redeem our honor and capture the old thief. They rallied. Yes, the officers were fervent, eager for action. They ascended the staircase, and only then did Wang Lang notice the elderly man in the corridor. He scrutinized the old man, comparing him to Han Li's features, height, demeanor. Suddenly, Han Li yawned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, startling the officers. Sir, how long has it been since you last visited a dentist? One exclaimed. Oh no, he made eye contact with Wang Lang. Will he be apprehended? Hilarious. Those yellow teeth are quite the giveaway. Wang Lang observed the old man, laboriously descending the stairs with a cane. This shouldn't be a disguise by Han Li, right? He looks even more elderly than my own grandfather. The resemblance is uncanny. Wang Lang addressed his team. You all head up first. Yes, one officer replied, still concerned. Wang Lang was determined not to overlook even a stray dog. What about you, sir? Just taking a stroll? Oh, where do you reside? Wang Lang prodded. I mean, which unit do you live in? The old man gestured towards a nearby elderly woman. See that lady who just walked by? She's my partner, busy tidying up the corridor. I'm off to fetch her a broom. The old woman waved back with a smile upon recognizing the man. Sir, he's harmless. Let's move on. They appear to be a sweet old couple, one officer remarked. Surely Han Li wouldn't be trying to flirt with her? Wang Lang still harbored doubts, employing his final tactic. Sir, I must apologize in advance. We are currently in a special situation, apprehending a criminal. Therefore, I kindly ask you to cooperate by presenting your identification. Identification. The audience gasped. If Han Li produces an ID, it would spell disaster for him. Panic ensued. Where would he even procure an ID? Wang Lang observed the elderly man, seemingly lost in thought, and raised an eyebrow as he grasped the man's hand, transitioning from a supportive grasp to an arresting hold. It seems as if he is being restrained from leaving. A voice, grave and commanding, exclaimed, "Sir, hand it over. Hand it over." Wishing everyone a happy new year. A small scene unfolds. Han Li and Ling Han were tinkering with a mobile phone. "Mr. Han, this phone appears to require facial recognition for unlocking." "Indeed. It must be someone as handsome as Wu Yanzu." "What? Is there anyone in this world who can match Wu Yanzu's charm?" Suddenly, Han Li had a revelation. He glanced at Ling Han, who understood the implication. "Are you suggesting?" Then, the two slowly turned their heads towards you, the audience. "May we borrow your face for a moment?" With a swift motion, they raised the phone. Swipe. Unlock successful. Chapter 57. Are you out of your mind? You dare to provoke the officer? Identification check. Oh no, this is bad. Heavens. Mr. Han won't get arrested, will he? Even Jesus would kneel before this. Mr. Han remarked, "I am Han Li, and I am quite flustered. Calm down. I've faced storms greater than this. Am I, Han Li, afraid of such trivialities?" Prepare for the spotlight. Many of Han Li's fans had experienced countless instances of him refuting their doubts about his prowess. Wang Lang gripped the elderly man before him, his piercing gaze fixated on the old man's facial expressions. "Sir, please do not tell me you lack identification." If this old man could not produce it, it would indicate something amiss. In this moment of crisis, Han Li cast a glance at Wang Lang, whose hand was trembling under the grip. "Sir, why are you trembling?" Suddenly, Han Li staggered, collapsing to the ground, clutching his chest, and emitting a pitiful wail. "Oh dear. My hand. It's broken, it's broken. You young man, devoid of any chivalry. I am an octogenarian, and you exert such force. My hand is broken. Oh dear. Let me tell you, my old partner will arrive shortly. If this matter isn't resolved with a few thousand, you can be assured, young man, you won't escape." Wang Lang. "What nonsense. Sir, your hand is broken, and you clutch your chest? What kind of nonsense is this? Is there such audacity in provoking an officer? I merely supported you. Nonsense. You gripped me tightly. It hurts terribly. You all must adjudicate on behalf of this elderly gentleman." Wang Lang looked to his fellow officers, only to find their expressions filled with embarrassment. "Head, I must be blind. The elderly's bones are inherently fragile. Cough, cough. I shall remain silent. I have seen nothing. What is the meaning of this? I truly did nothing." Wang Lang felt a sense of helplessness. Han Li, seizing the moment, hastily latched onto Wang Lang's leg, wailing, "You still dare to argue? Pay up." The viewers in the live stream. Is Mr. Han employing the legendary method of elderly fraud, falling to the ground right there? And who is his opponent? It is an officer. An officer. You dare to provoke them? 666. I am stunned. Please, Mr. Han, could you not be more professional? If your hand is broken, why clutch your chest? Han Li, damn it, pay up. Sunflower Psychiatric Hospital. Contestant Han Li, we welcome you to seek treatment here at any time. Our chief physician is currently watching your live stream every day, eagerly anticipating your visit. The person upstairs, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Han Li, mental illness? Be careful, or I might blow up your hospital. Framing? The officers were taken aback. They had truly encountered such a situation. This elder, does he not know we are police officers? Is he serious? Elder, although you are older, you cannot act so recklessly, can you? Wang Lang was speechless, witnessing the elder complain and throw a tantrum, resembling a child. Indeed, elder, this is not framing. You are delivering us performance metrics. One officer chuckled. No compensation? Han Li clutched his chest, exclaiming, "Oh dear, today's youth have no respect for the elderly. Forget it. Forget it, I do not need your money. I, the elder, am going to the hospital." "Elder, you have not yet provided your identification," Wang Lang interjected suddenly. "What? You still remember that?" Han Li activated his actor persona, suddenly transforming into a pitiful old man. Looking at Wang Lang, he said, "You fractured my hand. And I won't bother you. But now you are preventing me from going to the hospital? Is this how police officers conduct themselves? It breaks the hearts of the common people. How can this be? How can this be? A group of young men bullying an old man. What is this world coming to?" The most impressive part was when Han Li, mid-sentence, wiped away a tear. It was a truly tragic performance. Who could witness this without feeling moved? Are you really willing to let this old man suffer like this? The sudden display of talent left the officers in stunned silence. Observing the elder collapsed on the ground, clutching his left hand, a sense of guilt inexplicably arose within them, as if they had done something wrong. After all, he is an elder, and his health is frail. No matter how formidable Han Li is, he cannot transform from a young man into an old man, can he? For a moment, the officers whispered amongst themselves, causing Wang Lang's expression to darken. Moral coercion. This is going to be difficult. The audience in the live stream was captivated by Han Li's sudden burst of acting. Incredible, truly incredible. My Han Li's acting is unparalleled, effortlessly adapting. First, he threw a tantrum, then played the victim, followed by moral pressure. It was a flawless routine that sent shivers down my spine. Still, the same sentiment prevails. First comes my Han Li, then the heavens. The elders watching were brought to tears. The officers could not bear it. Wang Lang resignedly said, "Elder, fine, I will have someone take you to the hospital." There was no other choice. The elder was in such a state. They were currently live streaming the show, and it would be broadcasted. If they obstructed the elder from going to the hospital, it would leave a poor impression of the police on the public. They would lose their jobs over this. You accompany this elder to the nearby hospital, while the rest of you come with me to apprehend the suspects. Once the elder is well, check his identification and all his information. You are out of your mind. No worries. Once you recover, we will investigate. Today, this identification Wang Lang, shall ensure it is thoroughly examined. Not a single one shall escape. Han Li. What the heck? There are no leaks. The last time, this fellow was rather easy to deceive. Is this what they mean by absence makes the heart grow fonder? However, you still underestimate me. As long as I, Han Li, can step out of this neighborhood, it will be like a fish returning to the vast sea, ready to roam freely. Just like that. Under the leadership of 2 police inspectors, Han Li swaggered out right under the noses of several officers. Comrades, do your best. I believe you will surely catch the criminal. Thank you, sir. We will certainly apprehend the fugitive. To their surprise, the old man even encouraged them. As a result, the officers became even more serious, determined not to let Han Li escape. The viewers in the live stream were in awe, shouting in admiration. That year, I, the old man, strolled out right under the police's noses. What does it mean to be carefree? This is it, Mr. Han. Indeed, the officers are quite earnest. Keep up the good work. You will surely catch Han Li. Haha, this is too amusing. In the transport vehicle, Han Li was treated like a dignitary, enjoying the perks of his status. After all, respect for the elderly is a cherished virtue in our culture. Young fellow, do you have any water? These melons are quite good. Care for a taste? It's hot, please. Turn on the air conditioning for me. Following the 2 police inspectors out of the sealed neighborhood, Han Li reclined in the back seat, munching on seeds and stretching his legs, reveling in the comfort. The live stream audience exclaimed, "Wow, what a true gentleman. This is ridiculously comfortable." The inspectors vowed, "We guarantee that not a single fly will escape." Each time, their performance exceeded the last. Here I am, escaping in the police car. Truly remarkable, Mr. Han. Now, say it loud and clear. Awesome. In front of room 402, a man kicked the door open. Upon finding the room empty, he furrowed his brow and seized Ling Han, demanding, "Where's the tenant you introduced? He owes me over half a month's rent. Where is he?" The man, Hu Delong, was the owner of this complex. After repeatedly urging Han Li for payment with no response, he lost his temper and brought a gang to demand money. "Let me tell you, I'm not one to be trifled with, Ling Han. If you don't pay up, I'll make sure to sell your organs." A scrawny, sharp-faced thug slapped Ling Han's face, his tone menacing. Ling Han was at a loss for words. He had just arrived at the neighborhood and was already being threatened with organ harvesting. "Mr. Han, you've put me in a terrible predicament." At that moment, footsteps echoed from the corridor. The thugs whispered, "What was that noise?" Chapter 58. A joke. Am I, the local enforcer? Someone you can bully? Sir, are you alright? The young inspector glanced at the elderly gentleman in the rearview mirror. The hospital is still quite a distance away. Hang in there. Han Li wiped the crumbs from the corner of his mouth and, clutching his chest, groaned. "Oh, thank you, young man. I can still hold on." The officer in the front seat asked, "Young man, could you keep this old man company for a bit?" Han Li glanced at a young man in the passenger seat, who appeared somewhat reluctant. "Hey, my heart just skipped a beat. I'll chat, old man." Han Li chuckled, adopting a tone of feigned wisdom. "How old are you?" 21. "What is your name?" "Lu Chong." "Where do you live?" "Over by Ingdong Road." "Do you have a girlfriend?" "No, I have a daughter." "Quite charming. Interested?" Lu Chong's face flushed. The driving officer was taken aback. The audience in the live stream erupted in disbelief. "Mr. Han, are you not afraid for your life? You're conversing with police officers." They continued, "And where did you get a daughter to introduce to them?" "Isn't that absurd?" The viewers were in an uproar, astonished by Han Li's audacity. "What kind of sorcery is this?" "Lu Chong, your face is as red as a teapot." Lu Chong, feeling confused, waved his hand dismissively. "No need, old man. If you were to become my father-in-law, I might just end up dead on the streets one day." The officer beside him was speechless, still contemplating the old man's unmarried daughter at such a time. Truly, it was heartbreaking. "Wait, are you serious?" "I, Han Li. Have a way with words." Han Li, unfazed, continued. "Lu Chong, you're not that young anymore. You're tall and handsome. How come you still haven't found a girlfriend? I must have a word with your parents." Lu Chong was bewildered. "What is going on? I'm at work, right? Why does it feel like I'm here for a blind date?" Han Li's chatter showed no signs of stopping, leading the 2 officers to question their life choices. Han Li wore a cheerful smile, while secretly engaging in undisclosed activities, such as crafting small explosives from materials brought from home. "Everyone, we must catch Han Li today." Meanwhile, in the stairwell, Wang Lang and his subordinates commenced their search. "Head, nothing here." "Me neither." "Me too." Wang Lang spoke into the walkie-talkie. "Excellent. Seal off all exits. We cannot let anyone escape." The others continued their search. "You all follow me." The officers, full of determination, looked at Wang Lang's back, inevitably reminded of Captain Wang Zhigua. It seems they share a resemblance, don't they? Of course, they are master and disciple. How could they not be similar? Unfortunately, some speculated that Wang Lang might be Captain Wang's illegitimate son. Although they tracked Ling Han's vehicle and identified that Han Li was within this community, they were unable to pinpoint his exact residence. Fortunately, this neighborhood has very few residents. Rooms can be searched to uncover the past. The report indicated that the 7th floor has been thoroughly examined, revealing no suspicious individuals. Wang Lang produced a temporary map of the residential complex. Since there was no sign of Han Li from the 1st to the 7th floors, he must be on the 8th, or perhaps the 9th. "Everyone, follow me to the 8th floor." The viewers in the police chief's live stream gasped in shock. Why does it feel so tense? It must be said that the fact the police chief is going to such lengths shows just how formidable Han Li truly is. Humph. I bet that Han Li is so frightened he won't dare to show his face. The police chief is invincible. A throng of officers, brimming with vigor and armed with specialized weaponry, donned civilian attire to avoid disturbing the residents. Unless one looked closely, they would not discern their true identities as law enforcement. I've heard that Han Li possesses remarkable marksmanship, capable of shooting around corners. Is that true? Haha. I also heard from some eliminated veterans that Han Li has a way of enchanting people, a veritable monster. Do you believe that? However, on the streets, they say he is a pervert. Agreed. Wang Lang berated the novices participating in the hunt for Han Li. What are you doing? Focus. Those so-called veterans you talk about were eliminated just like you. Understood. The viewers at home felt their tension rise as they watched the officers move with precision. Bang. Search. Comply. Officer, I'm an upstanding citizen. The man raised his hands. Everyone stared at the man dressed in a maid outfit, freshly donned stockings adorning his legs, surrounded by crumpled papers piled like balls. Everyone. Ahem. Pardon the intrusion. Please continue, sir. Wang Lang and the other officers turned in unison to shut the door on him. The man was taken aback. No. Officer, let me explain. Before long, several rooms had been searched. Which one is left? The innermost room, 402. Follow me. Wang Lang led his subordinates straight to the final room. A flurry of footsteps echoed. The owner of the room frowned. What is that ruckus? Let us check it out. He emerged with a group of thugs, accompanied by Ling Han. Thus, the two factions encountered one another. What are they doing? Wang Lang was puzzled. So many people? The owner was taken aback. At that moment, Ling Han spotted Wang Lang. So many officers. He recalled a phrase Han had once imparted to him. Xiao Han. Let me share my secret to success. One must be shameless to be invincible. Also, if things get dire, is it best to intervene promptly? Wrong. It's about adding fuel to the fire to make it worse. My apologies, Officer Wang. Brother Wang, you finally arrived. These ruffians are too arrogant. Hurry. Show them what we're made of. Wang Lang. What, Brother Wang? We've only met once, haven't we? The owner felt a jolt of apprehension. Do they know each other? This is odd. I came here to collect a debt, and this person brought so many people along. Yet Ling Han calls him Brother Wang. Blocking my path. Fine. You think bringing reinforcements will intimidate me? Dream on. Foolish wretch. You shall wait and see. My brother Wang will certainly make you regret your insolence. In his presence, you amount to nothing. Ling Han unleashed a torrent of profanities he had learned from Mr. Han. What did you say? Hu Delong's anger flared. Brothers, arm yourselves. Wang Lang sensed something amiss and quickly addressed the individual. Do not move recklessly. To hell with you. Hu Delong swung a broom towards Wang Lang's head, establishing an initial show of force. Wang Lang was taken aback. The officers were equally bewildered. Attack the officers? Are you mad? So what if there are many of us? Brothers, let us annihilate them. Hu Delong could not tolerate such disrespect. This is outrageous. No payment, and you dare call for assistance? Are you insane? Do you not realize that I, Hu Delong, command respect from all nearby police stations? You insignificant fools dare to challenge me? Attack. The henchmen shouted curses as they charged forward. Head, should we engage? Wang Lang touched the wound on his head. He darkened in countenance. Arrest them all. Understood. The officers surged forward as well. A chaotic brawl ensued in the narrow corridor, with some throwing dirt, others spitting, and one wielding a stool against the officers. Damn it. I am determined to claim this money today. What money? What are you even talking about? Wang Lang retaliated with a punch. Bang. Hu Delong was stunned, feeling the blood trickle from his nose. Blood? Damn you. He screamed. Madness ensued. Watching the chaotic melee, Ling Han felt a sense of foreboding. It resembled a brawl at the village square. It was hard to distinguish friend from foe. The officers were taken aback by the ferocity of their adversaries, finding themselves gradually retreating. Damn it. Head, this place is disadvantageous for us. I'm one of you, why are you hitting me? Charge. Wang Lang realized he might have been manipulated by Ling Han. He noticed the scoundrel making a hasty retreat. Stop. It's all a misunderstanding. But Hu Delong, blinded by rage, hurled his removed leather shoe at Wang Lang. A misunderstanding? You little brat, taste my shoe. Wang Lang was struck and inhaled the odor emanating from the shoe, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Oh, the pungency. It's toxic. Take another shoe. Suddenly, Wang Lang brandished a specially designed firearm, pressing it against Hu Delong's forehead. Stop. Huh. You're trying to intimidate me? Is that a toy gun? Bang. Wang Lang fired a shot into the ceiling, the sound echoing through the corridor. Everyone kneel. In an instant, Hu Delong and his henchmen dropped to their knees, hands over their heads, in perfect order. Chapter 59. Report. The robbers have driven off with our vehicle right before my eyes. A gunshot left everyone frozen in place. Hu Delong exclaimed. What the hell? This is real. Were they not summoned by Ling Han? How do they have firearms? He was rather arrogant just now, openly assaulting an officer. I could very well execute you on the spot. Do you understand? Wang Lang removed his leather shoe and swung it toward his face. Ouch. Officer. Why are you stuffing that into my mouth? Ignorant fool. The police chief, Hu Delong, was taken aback. The thugs were perplexed. What is happening? Are we actually going to confront the police chief? Heavens. Police chief, it's all a misunderstanding. I merely came to collect rent. I am a good person. Hu Delong was nearly paralyzed with fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. Indeed, we are law-abiding citizens. One thug discreetly concealed a kitchen knife. That's right. I was once a young pioneer. The man subtly lifted his shirt, covering the dragon tattoo on his back. Officer, your clothes appear dirty. Allow me to clean them for you. The fierce-looking brute released his grip on the police chief and smoothed the wrinkles of his shirt, revealing a sincere smile. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. The thug remarked, oh no, we're delivering results to the police chief. Hu Delong pleaded. Do you believe I am a good person? The laughter continued. A young pioneer with a dragon tattoo on his back? This is hilarious. Had gunfire not erupted, it is likely the police chief would have been overpowered. Wang Lang never envisioned a day when officers would be utilized as shields. Arrest these individuals and investigate for any criminal records. The rest of you, follow me into this room for a search. Yes, the police chief remarked. The tenant of this room has already fled. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here demanding payment. Fled? It couldn't be Han Li, could it? This familiar sensation is troubling. No way. Check the surveillance. Once they reviewed the footage, they discovered Han Li entering room 402. However, It was an elderly man with a cane who emerged. Wait. Wang Lang magnified the photograph. His heart stopped. Isn't this the old man who tried to swindle them before? This is bad. Quickly contact Lu Chang. They are in the car with the notorious criminal Han Li. Hey, strange. Why isn't the red light turned on yet? The police chief in the driver's seat squinted at the distant traffic light that remained illuminated. It had been quite some time. This is unusual. It's been several minutes. Could the traffic system be malfunctioning? I must get out and investigate. There is an elderly gentleman in a hurry to reach the hospital. All right. I'll handle it from here. The police chief glanced back at the elderly man reclining in the back seat. Just one old man. What could possibly go wrong? Lu Chang maneuvered past numerous vehicles, spending considerable time locating a frazzled traffic officer. Comrade, what seems to be the issue? The traffic officer, recognizing a colleague, replied frankly. I'm not sure. Everything was functioning normally until suddenly the system was hacked, and now the traffic lights are malfunctioning. Traffic in this area is completely jammed, and we are quite anxious. This was dire. Lu Chang frowned. If that was the case, they would have to wait a long time. If they disregarded the red light, others would follow suit, creating utter chaos. What on earth? It's never been an issue before. Why has the system been hacked today? Who are they? The traffic officer found it hard to believe. Suddenly, a buzzing sound erupted. The walkie-talkie on Lu Chang's body crackled to life. Hello? Chief, is there something amiss? Lu Chang. The elderly gentleman in your vehicle is actually Han Li. Repeat, he is Han Li. Hurry and apprehend him. What? Lu Chang was taken aback, his mind racing. The old man is Han Li? Wait, the sudden traffic paralysis at the hospital. Could it be the work of Han Li? Let us not forget. The file states he is an elite hacker. Is he deliberately luring me out? If that is the case, the comrade in the car is in grave danger. Panic surged through Lu Chang as he dashed back and forth. While running, he switched channels to contact another comrade in the vehicle. However, the other party did not respond. Damn it. The worst has occurred. All right. Look, the light has turned green. Let's go. I am in a rush to get home and cook. At this moment, the once red light, which had been steadfast, shifted back to green. The traffic systems at every intersection returned to normal, and vehicles surged forward. Lu Chang hurriedly leapt to the side of the street, narrowly avoiding a collision. Is it back to normal? Amidst the throng of cars, a police vehicle flashed its lights and came to a halt before a bewildered Lu Chang. Isn't that our car? The window rolled down, revealing Han Li, the elderly gentleman, wearing sunglasses and driving with one hand. He glanced at Lu Chang, a smirk playing on his lips. See you. In the back seat. A tightly bound police officer whimpered, regret etched across his face. In an instant, the vehicle sped away. Lu Chang exclaimed, what? Lu Chang, what is the status? Have you apprehended him? Wang Lang inquired anxiously, as this was their best opportunity. Chief, that Han Li has taken a comrade hostage and commandeered our vehicle. He just fled right before my eyes. What nonsense are you spouting? He stole our police vehicle and drove away in front of you. Are you joking? The audience in the live stream erupted in disbelief. Wow, give it up for Mr. Han. He's incredible. Can you believe it? That old man just drove off with the police car in front of him. My God, this is giving me goosebumps. Good heavens, even Wu Song would kneel before him. Han Li proclaimed, I weigh 100 pounds, and 99 pounds of that is courage. The police officer retorted, just an old man. What could possibly happen? Mr. Han, I would bear your children. You are too dashing. Inside the car, Han Li whistled, aided by his phone, gliding through the streets without impediment. I say, young man, could you refrain from shouting? Han Li suddenly drew a firearm, aiming it at the police officer. The officer responded, I am not afraid. This is simply from the heart. Ha ha, I might just die laughing today. There is no one left. I, Mr. Han, dare to speak boldly, and I will shoot. Han Li retorted. Is it a crime to show off? Woohoo, we're taking off. Having narrowly escaped, Han Li felt justified in his actions. Shortly thereafter, as they reached an intersection, Han Li executed a drift and with a crash, collided with an adjacent vehicle. Han Li, how the hell do you drive? Cough cough, oh, it's an officer. Never mind then, just be more careful in the future. A man, cursing under his breath, opened the car door only to discover it was a police vehicle, and quietly shut it again. Han Li exited the car, retrieving a meticulously crafted mini-bomb from the trunk. He then approached the back seat. A mischievous grin plastered across his face as he fixed his gaze on the feeble officer. Young man, allow me to present you with a gift. Officer, please, don't come any closer. Goodness, a mini-bomb. Han Li is stealthily plotting something big. Here it comes, the moment of glory is upon us. Let us set a flag. The officer is bound to suffer yet again. Everyone awake. The real show is about to commence. Han Li mused, this time. How many shall I eliminate? Ding. His phone pinged, revealing that his location was being tracked. Do you require interception? No. Han Li revealed a playful smile. I await your arrival. Chapter 60. Come on, I wager the lives of an entire street against you. The location of the police vehicle was pinpointed. Excellent. Immediately dispatch all nearby patrol cars to encircle him. Han Li must not escape. Wang Lang barked orders to his subordinates. His unease intensifying. This Han Li once again. Could he be a decoy? Perhaps he has already swapped vehicles and left the city? It is not impossible. Go. Notify all city exits, deploy officers to guard them, and apprehend anyone of unknown identity on site. Yes. Meanwhile, handcuffed, Hu Delong cried out. Officer. I'm merely a community owner. I haven't committed any crime. I'm just rushing to collect rent from others. Do you still have the audacity to collect rent? Wang Lang removed his leather shoe and smacked it across Hu Delong's face. You think you're a tough guy, a local tyrant? You're utterly lawless. If I see you again, I'll strike you each time. Do you hear me? If you have no prior offenses, you're free to go. Once the officers departed, Hu Delong promptly vomited. Damn, that officer's foot odor is no less than mine. On the other end, within the serious crimes unit established by Danyang. Wang Zhigua received a call from Wang Lang, grasping the sequence of events. His expression darkened. This is quite troublesome. I wonder if Wang Lang will manage to capture him. Pretending to be an elderly person to escape the community, then hijacking a police car. What a brilliant stratagem to slip away. Damn it. Han Li always seems to evade capture at the last moment. I truly wonder if he has some divine favor at home. His luck is simply remarkable. Wu Meng, unable to participate in the pursuit due to elimination, felt utterly frustrated. Luck? That is simply absolute skill. Sun Hai, a squad leader, scrutinized the dossier on Han Li. Time and again, he has eluded our officers. How could this possibly be mere luck? Humph, give me one more chance, and I shall ensure that Han Li is captured. Forget it, Wang. ISNT that Li Yi kid supposed to arrive? All the police departments had heard of it. This time, Director Jiang has specifically summoned a formidable figure from abroad to deal with Han Li, Li Yi. It can be said that he is the most formidable officer in the Danyang Police Department. To put things into perspective, the renowned officer Wang only ranks 5th. One can only imagine the prowess of Li Yi. As discussions with the production team are underway, it is anticipated that it will not take long. Wang Zhigua's words were laden with expectation, and the other officers shared in his excitement. Han Laozhai, your good days are numbered. The tension between the strongest young officer and the so-called unmatched criminal was exhilarating. Li Yi. Meanwhile, Yan Qing, who had been eavesdropping, quietly stood up and hurried toward the ladies' room. What is the situation? Suddenly, the police car came to a halt. Report, the vehicle is located on Xinhua Street. Wang Lang was taken aback. What is Han Li thinking? At a time like this, instead of fleeing to the outskirts, he is heading toward the bustling commercial district? This poses a problem. Have all the exits been secured? Officer Wang called to reassure you. He has everything arranged. It's all thanks to the master. We must first rescue the officers. Wang Lang hastily made his way to the police car's location. Before long, they arrived at a vibrant intersection bustling with pedestrians. Wang Lang led the team toward the police car parked by the roadside. Upon arrival, they discovered the vehicle was empty. What? The officers exclaimed, realizing there was not a soul inside. Damn it, he wouldn't have taken the officers hostage, would he? Wang Lang felt a wave of anxiety. The tactics of criminals are often predictable. The presence or absence of hostages drastically alters the situation. In the eyes of many criminals, hostages are merely bargaining chips in negotiations with the police. Han Li is indeed capable of such an act. This makes matters increasingly complex. Quickly, dispatch teams to search. The adversary cannot have fled far with the officers. Yes, just as the other officers were about to spring into action, Wang Lang's phone rang. He momentarily froze, expecting it to be Officer Wang calling, only to find an unfamiliar number. He answered, "Hello, who is this?" "Hello, Comrade Wang Lang, we meet again." The voice was identical to the one he had heard at the bathhouse. It was Han Li. "How did you get my number?" Han Li replied, "I presume you're scouring the streets for me right now?" Han Li, "Let me inform you that all exits have been secured by our officers. Your disguise will be of no use, and if you intend to take officers hostage, I advise you to abandon that thought. Once Han Li is cornered, capture is but a matter of time." However, Han Li chuckled, "Who told you I have taken hostages?" "What?" Wang Lang was perplexed. "That is impossible. There is no one in the car." "Oh, have you checked the trunk?" "The trunk." Wang Lang turned, realizing they had overlooked it in their haste. His heart raced. "Hurry. Go check. There is a surprise waiting for you." "You, open the trunk." An officer dashed to the back of the car and opened the trunk. Suddenly, the officer gasped. "Chief, he is in here." A throng of people surged forward, their faces instantly transformed by shock. For within the trunk of a vehicle lay a police chief, tightly bound and whimpering, a glimmering collar encircling his neck, from which 2 miniature bombs dangled ominously. The crowd gasped as they beheld the countdown illuminated on the devices. "Everyone, stand back," Wang Lang exclaimed, his eyelids twitching in alarm as he urged the crowd to disperse. "Another bomb, cursed be it. Han Li, what do you intend to do?" It appeared he had received quite the gift. "By the way, your outfit today is rather lacking," Wang Lang noted with dread. Han Li was lurking nearby, observing every movement of the police chief. The live broadcast erupted in chaos. How thrilling. Who could have anticipated that I, President Han, was the true hunter? The police chief muttered in frustration, "If I were in charge, Han would have driven me mad by now." It was the first time he had witnessed a criminal so effortlessly toying with a police chief. "What a spectacle, what a lesson," Zhang Sen exclaimed. "My blood pressure is rising." Just as Wang Lang scanned the crowd, an elderly man stepped forward, basking in the sunlight with a radiant smile. He spoke into his phone. "Why so serious?" This scene made Wang Lang shiver at Han Li's blatant mockery. The audacity of this man to step forward was a flagrant affront to the police chief's dignity. "Han Li, are you not afraid I might come over and apprehend you?" Han Li replied, "Sure, I'll give you 10 seconds to choose. Will you come after me? Or will you defuse the bomb?" It's a binary choice. It was only at that moment that Wang Lang grasped Han Li's true intent in coming to this commercial street. He was not acting irrationally. Rather, he was fully aware that if the bomb detonated, it would endanger countless civilians. This was a bustling commercial area, teeming with people. Han Li was using every citizen in front of him as leverage. Where was the room for choice? The viewers in the live stream were utterly astounded. Wow, this is unreal. Is President Han truly this ruthless? This isn't a choice, it's torture. What defines a ruthless criminal? This is it. Tell me, what comes first? And what follows? I kneel. My entire family kneels before President Han. This was a display of intellectual domination. Without further ado, Wang Lang made his choice. Han Li, you are truly insufferable. His face flushed with anger. Han Li smiled. Your insults are merely a testament to my recognition as a ruthless criminal. Thank you for the compliment. Until we meet again, Officer Wang. Wang Lang watched as Han Li vanished into the crowd. How many minutes remained until the bomb detonated? Only 9 minutes left. Chapter 61. This is a deadlock. There is no solution. 9 minutes? An extreme challenge, indeed. Hurry, summon the bomb disposal experts. Soon, the professionals, fully equipped and carrying a metal case filled with disarming tools, arrived. Upon learning that it was a bomb created by Han Li, the expert was nearly paralyzed by fear. It is worth noting that another colleague of his has been compelled to frequently consult a psychologist due to Han Li's actions. One must take this matter seriously. Expert, do you possess a means to separate this collar from the individual? Wang Lang inquired. The immediate priority is to rescue this young comrade. No, the mechanism of this collar is extremely intricate. Any misstep could detonate these two miniature bombs. The audience in the live stream expressed their dismay. Our General Han's bombs are becoming increasingly formidable. Han Li commanded. Increase the intensity for the police chief. The bomb disposal expert exclaimed, what? You dare to test us with such a device? The police chiefs were taken aback. Han Li was indeed ruthless. He seemed determined to eliminate this police chief. The restrained police chief wept bitterly. Within less than 20 minutes of the onset, despair set in. There are far too many citizens around. Evacuation will take at least 20 minutes. How can we manage that in time? How insidious. If civilians were to be caught in this, it would be classified as a severe terrorist attack based on real cases. What would become of the police chief's reputation? Expert, what is the status? Can you handle this? Wang Lang's anxiety escalated. The individual cannot move. Damn it. That old rogue Han Li took the car keys and punctured all 4 tires. It's utterly despicable. The vehicle could not be moved far from the crowd. Time was dwindling to mere minutes. The situation seemed hopeless. Fortunately, Han Li had left a glimmer of hope. Look, these 2 wires connecting the mini-bomb. If we cut the correct one, the bomb might just deactivate. This is splendid. A 50% probability. There's a significant chance. Expert, I implore you. Wang Lang pulled out a cigarette and placed it in the expert's hand, his tone softening. If you can prevent the bomb from exploding, you will have accomplished a monumental feat upon my return. I shall surely commend you before Chief Jiang. The expert exclaimed. The fire has ignited. 1 white, 1 red. Which one shall it be? Only 5 minutes remain. After careful analysis, the expert ultimately chose the green wire. Don't ask. It's part of the plan. Snip. The green wire was severed. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the mini-bomb. The countdown ceased. Success. Expert, you are a genius. Wang Lang enthusiastically offered the expert a cigarette. Come, don't be modest. We are all brothers here. Smoke to your heart's content. Thank you, the expert sighed in relief. Glad to have avoided falling into Han Li's trap. The restrained police chief also breathed a sigh of relief. Rescued at last. Come, comrade, allow me to assist you. One police chief began to remove the mini-bomb from the hostage when, just as everyone believed the crisis had passed, a bizarre sound emanated from the collar around the police chief's neck. In an instant, a dense and potent mist began to spew forth from the collar. What is this? Wang Lang reacted swiftly. Cover your mouths and noses. The police chiefs, in terror, shielded their faces. However, the hostage police chief and several nearby officers were unable to escape the calamity. After inhaling the strange gas, they collapsed to the ground. Elimination. 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 Indeed. The so-called mini-bomb is merely a ruse. The true lethal weapon lies in the collar encircling the neck of the hostage. Once the bomb is disarmed, it triggers the collar to explode, releasing a gas, not genuinely toxic, that eliminates the police officers. This is a chain reaction. In essence, from the very beginning, you have all fallen into Han Li's trap. According to the program's rules, those officers who inhaled the toxic gas are immediately eliminated. A staff member, elusive and mysterious, emerged to clarify. Of course, it is not real poison. Han Li merely concocted a gas that induces temporary unconsciousness, harmless to the human body. The officers. The experts. Wang Lang. Poison gas. Han Li, are you serious? We are apprehending criminals, not engaging in warfare. I thought so. The last bank case had such a complex bomb, yet this time it was so simple, so it turns out Han Li deliberately led us to disarm it. Could it be a series of traps? Is it possible that cutting either of the 2 wires would disarm the bomb? Precisely, the staff member replied. The experts gasped in shock. How terrifying. Is he even human? If this were a real case, his family would likely be preparing for a funeral. Let us not forget. We are in a commercial district. If it were real, how many lives would be lost? The viewers in the live stream were utterly dumbfounded. Goodness, he even concocted poison gas. This is madness. Han, this is clearly a deadlock. A banquet of treachery awaits the police officers. Han Li, what a joke. I am a notorious criminal, so be prepared for elimination if you come to apprehend me. This is chilling. This move is superbly executed. It is utterly unsolvable. A textbook-level hunt. Wang Lang. I am on the verge of PTSD thanks to Han Li. Wang Lang felt a shiver of dread. He recalled Han Li's mischievous smile from earlier, cold sweat breaking out on his back. Fortunately, it was merely a performance. The gas was not real. Yet, it undoubtedly sounded an alarm for the police officers. You all, take them to the hospital for recovery. The rest, stand down. Wang Lang, feeling dejected, realized he had been thoroughly bested by Han Li once again, and it was an absolute rout. Damn it. Ensure this criminal record is documented and return to the station for thorough analysis. Such situations must never arise again. To be fair, Han Li has compelled them to develop a preventive measure against a new type of crime. Yet I still detest him. Furthermore, increase the bounty on Han Li. Citywide wanted at the highest level. Han, are we safe like this? Why do I always feel like they are watching me? Ling Han said fearfully. Can you please show your face? Oh, I apologize. At that moment, Ling Han bore a scar on his face, rendering him unrecognizable from his former self. A mark left by Han Li. Meanwhile, Han Li appeared youthful and charming, akin to a high school student, adorned with a radiant smile that stirred the curiosity of the women passing by. This way of walking cannot continue. At this moment, Han Li noticed a man parked by the roadside, engrossed in a phone call. The car was quite impressive. He approached the man and said, "Hello. The car belongs to me now." The man looked perplexed. Ling Han was equally bewildered. Suddenly, the man's phone chimed. "Received 70,000. Is that enough?" "Not enough. I'll give more." "That's sufficient. More than enough to buy me 3 cars. What on earth? Is this what it means to be affluent?" "Mr. Han, would you mind having an additional girlfriend?" "Upstairs, Mr. Han, only fancy men." I made the first move. Han Li settled into the passenger seat, glancing at the still-dazed Ling Han. He then inquired, "Why are you dawdling? Hurry and drive." Oh, a daily tip to avoid danger. Disinfectants and toilet cleaners can cause chlorine gas poisoning. Extremely hazardous. Everyone must take heed. Chapter 62. I, Han Li, am not motivated by bonuses. This is a matter of the heart. Congratulations, host, for yet again escaping peril. Reward, skill acquired, vocal mimicry. Vocal mimicry, the host can alter their voice at will. Han Li had grown accustomed to this skill. It'll do. Ling Han, feeling bored, turn on the car radio. A gentle female voice soon emerged. Welcome to today's broadcast. Next, we have a segment for listeners. Oh, what? Wait, an urgent notice. A comrade named Wang Lang has instructed me to convey a message to a person named Han Li. Both Ling Han and Han Li were taken aback. Han Li, you're doomed. If you have the guts, don't flee to the outskirts. Moments later, the female host resumed her gentle tone. That is essentially the message. Ling Han. Han Li, the female host is quite dedicated. Also, who broke my defenses? Ling Han asked, what did your family say? Han Li, indifferent, was concerned about Ling Han's family. To his surprise, Ling Han firmly replied, my mother told me, once you have the money, focus on your work. It invigorated me. Well said. Your mother is right. You have a bright future ahead. One day, I, Han Li, will certainly pay a visit to your mother. However, Han Li added, but, Mr. Han, the entire city is checking IDs. What should we do? Indeed, what shall we do? Han Li pondered for a moment and then had an idea. He picked up his phone and hacked into various shopping mall websites, searching for any ongoing lottery events. He indeed found a recently concluded large lottery event at the Flan Mall, where there were quite a few attendees. 2 gentlemen caught his attention, one named Guan Fengqin, a music teacher, and the other, Wu Anquan, a driver. Well then, who gave you such splendid names? Clearing his throat, Han Li's voice gradually morphed into that of a woman. Ling Han, what is that sound? You can change your voice? As Han Li's voice fully transformed into a sweet feminine tone, Ling Han was left astonished. Alarmed, Han Li dialed the number directly. Who is this? Hello, Mr. Wu Anquan. You participated in our lottery at the Flan Mall 2 days ago, correct? Oh yes. Congratulations. You have won the grand prize, a month-long vacation in Sanya. With all expenses covered by our company, Falan. Wu Anquan, in a state of disbelief, could hardly fathom that he had actually won. Is this real? Han Li, deftly operating his mobile device, sent the pre-composed message and sweetly inquired, have you received the information? Yes, I'm leaving tomorrow, exclaimed Wu Anquan, his excitement palpable. This was his first encounter with such a lavish establishment. A whole month. However, he needed to register his ID for the flight, so he requested, please send over your ID information. Sure thing, sweetie. Wu Anquan's face beamed with joy. Her voice was truly delightful. Han Li received the ID details from the other party. Then, the music teacher struck gold once more, successfully executing his plan. Han Li now possessed 2 additional IDs. He intended to smuggle the 2 individuals abroad, disguising himself as each of them, thus evading scrutiny from the authorities. Ling Han, having listened intently to the entire exchange, was left in awe. Mr. Han, your method of deception has truly returned to its roots. Impressive. I merely facilitated their travel arrangements over there, temporarily borrowing their IDs. I'm even paying out of pocket. How can you call that fraud? The audience in the live stream erupted. Wow, he can mimic a female voice? I'm thrilled. I can't take it anymore. Hearing Mr. Han's female voice, I need to log off for a bit. Mr. Han, the tickets are genuine. And the money has been spent. How can you label me as fraudulent? I refrain from commenting. Mr. Han, could you please tone it down? Our scams have been thoroughly analyzed these days. No one is falling for it anymore. Please, go and deceive other competitors. Ha ha, how amusing. I, Mr. Han, am a walking textbook on crime prevention. This is precisely the effect I desire. Having dealt with the ID situation, Han Li noticed the day was drawing to a close. Let us find a hotel for the night. Thus, the 2 sought out a nearby budget hotel. The receptionist, sporting glasses and a polite demeanor, blushed slightly at the sight of the tall Han Li. Upon glancing at the disheveled middle-aged man beside him, her expression returned to normal. You are Mr. Guan Fengqin and Mr. Wu Anquan. Yes. Really? Do you have your IDs? I'm afraid it's a requirement from the police. Han Li was well prepared and presented his phone to show the IDs of the 2 individuals, which were indeed authentic. Here are your room keys. Enjoy your stay, gentlemen. Why did you only speak to Han Li? Ling Han interjected. Am I invisible? Can't you acknowledge my presence? This superficial world is maddening. Mr. Han, why are you always the handsome one while I'm the old man? Shoo, it's all part of the plan. I can't believe you. It's making me uncomfortable, but I won't say anything. After entering their room, Han Li proceeded to the bathroom for a shower. After scrubbing himself with body wash 5 times, he finally emerged, wrapped in a towel. Just as Ling Han was about to step in, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Han Li immediately reached for the specially crafted firearm resting on the bed. Ling Han yawned. Who is it? No response came. However, beneath the door, a small card was stealthily slipped inside. Han Li approached and picked up the card, then peered through the peephole. A woman. dressed in a short skirt and appearing somewhat fatigued, stood outside, smoking a cigarette, seemingly awaiting Han Li to open the door. Service at the door? How audacious. This is utterly outrageous. A gang is definitely involved. How dare they conduct such antics on my turf? Han Li muttered as he checked his phone to confirm whether capturing a criminal would yield a reward of 10,000. Ling Han remarked. I almost feel embarrassed to expose you. Viewers in the live stream exclaimed, can we not have some dignity here? Goodness, is your modus operandi to catch your own kind? Han Li retorted, I can commit crimes, but others cannot. A prediction. It seems that Han is about to take justice into his own hands, or rather, betray his peers. It appeared the woman was growing impatient. Hey, is this price acceptable? She inquired, exhaling smoke and raising an eyebrow, preparing to leave. Wait, come inside, Han Li beckoned. A triumphant smile spread across the woman's face, realizing that men were all the same. That's more like it. Wait, two of you? Upon entering, she was startled to see Han Li and Ling Han wrapped in towels. Is that a problem? Han Li asked. Ling Han gasped, no way. Are you serious? That will cost extra. Han Li replied, I have plenty of money. The woman wasted no time, sitting on the bed provocatively, flaunting herself before Han Li. With a smile, she asked, how do you two like to play? Something like a cream-filled cookie? Ling Han was taken aback. What a brazen remark. The live stream audience surged by thousands, with comments flying. Damn, if this is happening, I'm wide awake now. I know this scent. Oh, it's exhilarating. Time to charge, Han, or I might feel guilty. Come on, let us not dawdle. If we waste time, my wife will wake up. All right, I just bought a pack of tissues. Suddenly, Yanqing awoke with a start, checking her phone. Han Li announced, Suhua Hotel, room 503, time for you to deliver some results. Deliver results? Such a delightful opportunity. Chapter 63, The Calabash Brothers Save Grandpa, one by one. The woman pulled various gadgets from her bag, chuckling awkwardly while discreetly messaging her accomplices. The big fish has taken the bait. Gentlemen, have you made your decision on who goes first? Ling Han replied, I truly wish I hadn't understood that so quickly. Han Li questioned, what difference does it make? Why not add some excitement to the mix, shall we? He picked up a long red string, a mischievous smile dancing on his lips. I understand. The woman tossed a flirtatious glance his way. You know how to have fun, but it's unfortunate your intellect is lacking. You haven't even realized this is a classic trap. Just wait a few more minutes. You'll soon be in tears. Big brother, a message from sister. Meanwhile, outside the door, in a nearby corridor, a group of menacing figures had gathered. The ground was strewn with extinguished cigarette butts. Which room? A one-eyed man draped in a suit jacket, clutching a string of prayer beads, exuded an air of dominance. The large pot, presumably room 503, could not be mistaken. Look. She even took a photograph. The older brother glanced down at his phone. Astonishingly, there were two individuals. Humph, scrawny and weak, clearly just a flunky. Lao Wu, take Lao Si to this room and resolve the matter. They have more than just this one task today. It's quite busy. Understood, leave it to me. I'll have it settled in 3 minutes. Lao Wu asserted confidently, as it was merely a matter of a few punches. Lao Wu and Lao Si strode purposefully forward. Guided by the image sent by their sister-in-law, they located room 503 and knocked on the door. Lao Si tapped lightly. Moments later, the door swung open. Pay attention. Lao Si, today I shall demonstrate what it means to be professional. Watch how I accomplish this in 3 minutes. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a cultured man seated on the sofa, brandishing a firearm aimed directly at him. Beside him, on the bed, lay their sister-in-law, bound tightly. The atmosphere thickened instantly. Hello, said Han Li. I'm not well. Lao Wu retorted. Apologies, sir. Please continue. We are but a disturbance. Lao Wu, are you insane? We can't abandon our sister-in-law. He has a gun. Run. The two brothers, frightened, attempted to flee through the door. However, they discovered that the door would not budge. Damn it, what is going on? Han Li remarked. I removed the room card. Here, the doors cannot be opened without it. The two responded in disbelief. What the hell? Are we trapped like fish in a barrel? Big brother, you seem to be in the same line of work. Today, consider it our misfortune. As the saying goes, one should leave a line for others, so we may meet again in the future. We didn't recognize your stature. Who could have anticipated such a trap? Instead, we encountered someone even more ruthless. He has a gun. Allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. Those who engage in this life will eventually pay their debts. The two brothers gasped. What the hell? Han Li, wielding the gun, gestured to the side. The brothers understood and moved aside, crouching down with their hands on their heads. Ling Han, collect their phones and have them undress. Yes. Ling Han approached and gathered their phones. Undress. The two replied, what? Sir, are you into this? Meanwhile, the older brother grew anxious. It has been 10 minutes. Why haven't Lao Wu and the others returned? He paused. Damn it, are they pilfering? Go, send 2 more to check on them. Yes. Another 10 minutes passed without news. What on earth is happening? Are they disappearing? Go again. The one-eyed man continued counting money, pleased with the day's bounty. Another 10 minutes elapsed without a word. Crap, they wouldn't be in trouble, would they? Ding dong. At that moment, a message arrived from his wife. Honey, come save me. These men are trying to do something to me. The one-eyed man's blood pressure surged. No wonder they aren't responding. They're enticing my sister-in-law? Brothers, let us charge forth. Can we truly endure this? I always knew that the fifth brother was constantly ogling the elder sister-in-law. A group of individuals rushed towards room 503. Hey, what are you doing? Step aside. Waiter, woe is me, you frighten me. Open the door. If not, I shall strike you. The waiter complied obediently. As the Cyclops entered, he was met with utter chaos. Clothes scattered everywhere, and on the bed. His wife was bound and convulsing. A few bare-chested underlings were squatting on the floor. Brother, you have arrived. That person was so arrogant moments ago. To hell with him. The Cyclops delivered a punch that left the underling dazed. I was collecting money for you, and they held a gun to my head without a word. Yet you come in here to strike me? You seduced the elder sister-in-law. Punish him. What? I did not. It was all a misunderstanding. Even now, it is still a misunderstanding? Inside the room, screams erupted, and the scene descended into chaos. However, they were unaware that outside the door, Han Li and Ling Han wore smiles on their faces. Mr. Han, you are truly wicked. Hush, if a man is not wicked, a woman will not love him. Saying this, Han Li withdrew the room card and locked the door. Click. The people inside were startled. What is that noise? Damn it, brother, the door is locked. What? The room card has been taken, we cannot escape. Brother, you have been tricked. The Cyclops set down the underling and rushed to the door, pounding furiously. Followed by a series of kicks. Open the door, let me out. This is bad. I can hear police sirens downstairs. The police are coming. What should we do? This is a trap. Everyone in the room was utterly panicked. What is happening? Have they been set up? The live stream exploded with excitement at this scene. Oh, defeating a trap with a trap, brilliant. Those who live by the sword shall perish by the sword. With a swift turn of the lock, a group of criminals was apprehended effortlessly. I, Han Li, am exceptional. Mr. Han, it won't end with just you capturing yourself, will it? Being wanted yet still capturing criminals, I am truly in tears. Han Li, with idle time on my hands, I might as well catch a few criminals and boost my rankings. Wang Zhigua, come, you take the role of captain, shall you? Before long, footsteps echoed from upstairs, and a group of officers, led by Yan Qing, approached room 503. Good evening, officers. Upon seeing Yan Qing, Han Li greeted her with a smile. Yan Qing ignored him and instructed the officers behind her. Arrest everyone inside. Not a single one shall escape. Yes, the officers swiped the room card, burst through the door, and raised their weapons in unison. The people inside? I have never seen so many guns in my life. Officer, he forced me. I am innocent. The fifth brother suddenly knelt. He held my parents hostage. I had no choice. The fourth brother cried out. Comrades, I am actually an undercover agent. I have been waiting for this day. The third brother saluted. The Cyclops. The officers. What the hell? One by one. Do you wish for purity? During the heist, each of you was undeniably elated. But now that trouble has arisen, you betray your brothers? And what kind of military salute is that with your palm facing upward? Are you jesting? By heavens, such treachery. I shall end you. Go on, in this world. Who speaks of loyalty? Indeed, the truth is that when calamity strikes, everyone seeks their own escape. The Cyclops and his band of brothers have turned on one another. The officers are at a loss. How has this peculiar bunch survived to this day? Outside, Yan Qing turned to Han Li, her voice cold. Come with me. Very well. The two made their way towards the restroom. Ling Han. What about me? Chapter 64. Hello, Peppa Pig. I am the Black Cat Constable. Han Li followed Yan Qing to a secluded corner, free from surveillance. The tension on her face finally eased. I do not understand. Why would you cede this credit to me? There were at least a dozen people in the room. He could have advanced his standing on the constable leaderboard, yet he willingly relinquished it? Han Li replied earnestly, nonsense. I am a fierce bandit. What do I need with empty accolades? I only recognize money, okay? Yan Qing remarked. Moreover, the higher your position as a constable, the more convenient it will be for me in the future. This is mutually beneficial. Han Li had already devised a plan. Whenever he encountered a genuine criminal, he would apprehend them and hand them over to Yan Qing as merit. He would capture, she would ascend. Then, in this black and white partnership, who would dare to challenge Han Li? Ridiculous. The heads of your constables were all nurtured by me. The viewers in the live stream exclaimed in amazement. Goodness, is this truly an undercover operation? It seems my Han is set to infiltrate the constabulary from within. Constable Wang Zhigua. Hey, this little rascal is quite cunning. Just think, in the future, when you encounter someone, they will address you as commander. Whether it be Captain Wang, Captain Wu, or even the returning Li Yi, they will all have to call you big sister. Tell me, does that not entice you? Yan Qing. After all that, I am merely your tool. However, it does sound quite alluring, doesn't it? Images of Captain Wang and other squad leaders bowing and scraping before her filled Yan Qing's mind. It was an impressive sight. Work diligently, and I assure you, your future will be bright. Yan Qing, are you not afraid that if I rise in status, I might betray you? My dear, one may have a free appetite, but one should not speak carelessly. Han Li, you still have such thoughts? Boldly, Yan Qing is formidable. Han Li turned, a fierce glint in his eyes, and inquired, do you dare? The Shadow Emperor has been activated. In that instant, Yan Qing felt as if she were facing a true outlaw, glaring menacingly at her neck. As though he were ready to risk everything. Yan Qing was momentarily taken aback and truly felt a twinge of fear. It was merely a jest. Do not be so serious. Smile. How could I bear to harm you? Your Han is not a bad person. Han Li embraced the startled Yan Qing, offering comfort. The viewers in the live stream. Is this not the very definition of a villain? Han Li, I am quite naive, you know. I suspect that the two of you have been secretly up to something behind my back. Come on, let me take a look. Yan Qing. At that moment, he was staring at me, and I was utterly terrified. Let me tell you a joke. Han Li claims he is not a bad person. And there's another crucial matter. Han Li turned back once more. What? Don't forget to give me my bonus, darling. Yan Qing. She finally understood. This is not the police station at all. It is Han Li's ATM. Ling Han observed as Han Li and Yan Qing returned. Finished so quickly, President Han. Comrade, you seem to have some issues with your thought process. Han Li regarded the row of criminals huddled in the corner, shaking his head. Alas, the scum of society. One-eyed dragon. Little brothers? Live stream audience. What the hell? Officer, he is. Shut up, behave yourself. No, he possesses something you all cannot have. Conscience. Old 5. You're impressive. I'm in awe. Congratulations, host, for achieving an accomplishment. Reward skill. Crime exterminator. Crime exterminator. When there are real criminals around you, it will provide hints. Congratulations, host, for officially taking the first step on the path of crime. The system rewards an additional skill. Godfather. Godfather. Child, join my big family. You wield an AK. I wield a shotgun, and together we shall grow strong. Effect. Success rate of recruiting underlings increased to 90%. The system notification echoed. Han Li inhaled sharply. These two skills are terrifying. This is bad. I am becoming increasingly twisted. How can the police handle this? Captain Wang said to temporarily halt your actions. What? Captain Wang Lang, who was searching for Han Li at various exits of the city, suddenly received a call from above. What does it mean to stop my actions? Does Captain Wang not trust me anymore? They will send someone more capable to take your place. Captain Wang Lang. Understood. The police must obey orders. Wang Lang hung up the phone, sighing. It seems that in Captain Wang's eyes, I am no longer a match for Han Li, whose influence is so great. Who else could it be recently? No way. Is it him? That man Li Yi. The police present exchanged glances, feeling somewhat sorry for Captain Wang Lang. However, it seems that the higher-up's choice is indeed sound. Do you think they will truly catch Han Li this time? It is highly likely. In the live broadcast studio, the female host appeared excited, addressing the long-unseen Professor Li beside her. Professor, long time no see. Where have you been? Oh, I went to watch Han Li's live stream. Female host, you're not serious, are you? How do I respond to that? Professor Li, unfazed, replied, do you think I am foolish? Wrong, utterly wrong. Based on the performance of contestant Han Li these past few days, do you truly believe he is committing crimes for money? Female host, isn't that so? Otherwise, why would he participate in this program? Incorrect. According to the latest data we have gathered, in our city, the crime rate has plummeted from 67 to 50. Particularly in cases of fraud, with numerous scammers even changing their professions. Can you guess whose contribution this is? Not to mention Han Li's charitable endeavors funded by bank money, capturing true criminals. Female host. I find myself speechless. The live chat erupted in laughter. Mr. Han is remarkable. Do you comprehend the extent of his contributions to society? Just look, I have only a few million left in my pocket. Up there, little Blackie. Han Li, tread the path of others, leaving them with no way forward. The bane of crime, I jest with you, just for his charitable acts funded by the bank. In this lifetime, I shall forever acknowledge Mr. Han. Han detractors, come forth and face the consequences. To ease the atmosphere, the female host interjected. While Han Li is indeed impressive, I have heard that the police chief has summoned a formidable character this time. Indeed. What formidable character? The audience gasped in surprise. Yes, everyone. This chief is acclaimed as the head of the Danyang Police Bureau, one of the future leaders of the Chinese police force. Featured on the international list of the top 10 outstanding police officers, having apprehended numerous international criminals, and he is barely in his 20s. Not long ago, he returned to the country and, at Chief Jiang's invitation, is representing the police in an effort to capture all criminals. His code name is Black Cat Police Chief. The audience in the live chat was stunned. Wow, the head of the police bureau is back? He must be even more formidable than team leader Wang. Goodness. They even invited external support. Shouted out loud. Mr. Han is incredible. What is this, Black Cat Police Chief? I am still in disbelief. It is quite amusing. I appreciate the down-to-earth approach. Han Li, do you look down on my little Peppa Pig? Is that so? Anticipating a showdown. Damn it, Han boasts, expecting to be reprimanded. Our police force shall rise. It is igniting. This time, Han Li, prepare to be slapped in the face. Criminals, run for your lives. Meanwhile, in the backstage of the program, the director glanced at the man beside him, wearing the Black Cat Police Chief mask. I have carried out your instructions. Li Yi picked up the intercom and informed all police officers. Destination, Haida exit in the North City. Catch the mice. Chapter 65. Come on, Zhang San. Shall we not get involved? Head, it is currently 3 in the morning. Is this Li Yi out of his mind? At the Haida exit in the North City, countless police officers awaited eagerly. The result? Damn it. Li Yi, the one giving orders, has yet to arrive. Can you believe it? He is far too arrogant, isn't he? Wu Meng, wrapped in his coat, looked displeased. Just wait. When he arrives, I shall teach him a lesson. Truly, it is outrageous to be called up again after just falling asleep. All stand at attention. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed. All police officers instinctively stood at attention and saluted. Before them, a man wearing a Black Cat Police Chief mask slowly approached. The officers. What is this? Are you mimicking Han Li? What shocked them the most was that Captain Wang Zhiguo willingly walked behind him. The crowd felt a tightening in their chests. At this moment, several police captains hurriedly approached. Apologizing for their tardiness, Li Yi glanced at them nonchalantly. No matter, 200 push-ups each will suffice. The captains were taken aback. Obey the order. Wang Zhiguo scolded them. How could you be late? As they struggled through their push-ups, lamenting their fate, the captains realized that Li Yi was not to be trifled with. Captain Wu, didn't you just say, I did not? You were slandering me. Li Yi interrupted, commanding, all captains, conduct thorough inspections of the surrounding area in batches, swiftly. Understood. Each squad leader took their subordinates to scour the vicinity. To their astonishment, upon investigation, they apprehended no fewer than 10 contestants. The captured individuals wore bewildered expressions. No way. Officer, how could this happen? Don't you ever sleep? Wu Meng and others, who had been eliminated and thus could not partake in the capture, watched in disbelief as the 10 contestants were taken in. Mere minutes had passed. They glanced at Li Yi, who stood with unwavering stature, their eyes filled with awe. Isn't it curious how we managed to capture so many criminals so effortlessly? The captains nodded vigorously. Indeed, they had never witnessed such an easy apprehension of so many offenders. The explanation is simple. I reviewed several reports. Since the show's inception, under the intense pressure of the police, some contestants, unable to bear the strain, voluntarily surrendered. In other words, some contestants possess fragile psyches. I capitalized on this by allowing the production team to extensively publicize my achievements. A captain with an over 90% case-solving rate parachuting in. What do you think these contestants would do? To secure their prizes, they would undoubtedly seek to leave the city. Lee chuckled. Exactly, and what they did not expect was that we would take action today, right here, watching over them. The captains were astounded. Remarkable. This strategy appears straightforward but truly reflects a profound understanding of criminal psychology. I appreciate everyone's hard work this time. Upon our return, I shall treat you all to a late-night feast. Meeting adjourned. Cheers erupted among the police officers, chanting Li Yi's name. Wang Zhiguo marveled, first a slap, then a red date, simultaneously showcasing his commendable abilities. In a matter of moments, he had garnered their respect. Young man, you are quite remarkable. Not far away, in a small grove, two men crouched atop a mound of earth. One held binoculars, surveying the police below. It's a trap. How insidious these people are. Damn it. Let me go up and take them out. Zhang San exclaimed, shaking the AK in his hand. Calm down. We need to think about what to do next. Li Yi seems like a formidable character. His arrival has intensified the situation, one of them cautioned. What is your take, Zhang San? Zhang San meticulously wiped his beloved golden Alaska with a tissue, raising an eyebrow as he mused. I believe it would be wiser to align myself with Brother Han. With one AK for me and another shotgun for him. You shall be responsible for transporting the funds, and together we shall thrive and prosper. The audience in Zhang San's live stream erupted with excitement. Our Zhang Gu has finally had an epiphany. Following CEO Han, we shall endure hunger for 3 days and still prevail. Zhang San and Han Li, an unstoppable force indeed. Hold on, you must first locate him before we proceed, Luo Xiang interjected. You better not let me catch you. Quite so, the night owl nodded thoughtfully. But the question remains, how do we find him? Damn it, if the police can't track him down, what chance do we have? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang San declared, that's simple. We create a significant stir to make him aware of our presence. With that, he produced a flyer. Furong Bank, celebrating our 10th anniversary, inviting all customers to deposit gold. Not bad, Zhang San. It's time to showcase real skill. Let us rob a bank, just like CEO Han. A young man, contemplating his plans, was approached by an elderly lady who smiled at the two burly men behind him. Young man, how long do you intend to rent? Ah, grandma. I'm looking to purchase. What? No, this is a guest house. That is not possible, young man. This place was left to me by my late husband, and he said it must never be sold. I'll offer 2 million. Do you think I'm the kind of person who can be swayed? I love my husband dearly. 3 million. This isn't right. Truly. 10 minutes later, Zhang San proclaimed, from now on, you shall manage the front desk, understood? Yes, boss. Han Li donned a set of plain clothes, surveying the expansive guest house. He nodded approvingly. Very well, let us get to work. The audience in the live stream was left baffled. What on earth is going on? Ling Han queried, bewildered. What audacity? What audacity? In 10 minutes, I've turned the guest house owner into my employee, the elderly woman remarked. I don't understand. There's no choice. The offer was simply too generous. What does it mean to be audacious? Pray tell. What does it mean to be audacious? Han Li acquired the guest house due to its advantageous location, distanced from the city, yet not entirely isolated. Nestled in a relatively obscure area that would not easily attract attention. Ling Han, go online and post a recruitment ad for bodyguards, offering 1,000 a day. Hurry. Boss Han, are you serious? We are criminals. Do we really need bodyguards? Nonsense, no questions. Just part of the plan, right? Ling Han had memorized this. Han Li interjected. Hey, I recall you were quite honest before. Who did you learn this mischievous behavior from? The audience in the live stream responded with confusion. Isn't that you? Their CEO Han. What kind of puzzling maneuver is this? Bodyguard ba? How inappropriate. Oh come on, don't you all see? This isn't about hiring bodyguards. It's about gathering followers. The ad was posted the previous day, and the applicants arrived the next morning, filling the entrance. Old man, at your age, why compete with us young folk? The elderly gentleman chuckled softly. Young man, let me ask you, within 10 paces, which is faster, a person or a bullet? Chapter 66. I, Han Li, resume my old profession. Old man, what do you mean? The burly man seized the elder. Youth, you are quite brave, aren't you? The elder responded with a smile rather than anger, gently grasping the young man's arm. Nonsense. I'm exceptionally courageous, all right? The young man scoffed. Look at this arm of mine. You could barely lift a chopstick against me. Do you think you can subdue me? Very well, the elder nodded. This panda is notoriously ruthless. We must not accidentally cause a fatality. The elder seemed deranged. Why provoke him? Panda, stop. He is merely an old man. In the next moment, a loud bang echoed. A figure soared high into the air, crying for help. Moments later, the burly man crashed heavily to the ground, producing a heart-wrenching sound of despair. The crowd gasped in disbelief. What on earth? Panda was taken down by an old man in an instant? He just flew away. Youth, I advise you to temper your arrogance. One must remain humble. The elder shook his head, surprised at how swiftly the encounter concluded. The fallen panda began to froth at the mouth, resembling a machine gun. Everyone, come at me together. I am in a hurry. Goodness. Who was it that just said to remain humble? Is this how you demonstrate modesty? Such words undoubtedly incited the crowd's wrath. You old fool. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? I, the little dragon of Jiangnan, shall confront you. With a thud, another figure soared into the air. Damn it, I'm coming. Yet another silhouette ascended. Old man, what are you doing? Ah, a game of three's a crowd. I shall send you up. Please, do not come any closer. As the onlookers beheld the figures taking flight, their scalps tingled in dread. Sir, are you playing Monopoly here? The crowd gasped in shock. The elder turned to the remaining candidates, hands in pockets, exuding an air of bravado. Who else wishes to challenge me? Sir. It seems there is a fire at home. I must return. What? My wife is about to give birth to our 10th child. I must be present. Everyone. I shall withdraw my application for the bodyguard position. Feel free to proceed. Damn it, look at all of you, cowards. Oh, the taxi has arrived, right? Great. I will be there shortly. I believe life is precious. What do you all say? One by one, the applicants concocted nonsensical excuses to depart. When Ling Han opened the door, he discovered the yard was utterly empty. Sir, where have all the applicants gone? I scared them away. I am the only one left. Ling Han gazed at the elder, hands in pockets, astonished beyond measure. You mean to say, the elder, with his hands in his pockets, frightened everyone off? Indeed. Ling Han nodded vigorously, resembling a small chick. Han Li burst into laughter. Little Han, your joke lacks substance. No, truly. He just stood there, hands in pockets. And it was terrifying. Come, let him in. I wish to meet him. 10 minutes later. Young man, why do you keep staring at me? And no reason. Han Li swallowed hard. Goodness, this old man. It is not the negotiation expert who almost turned against himself during the last bank robbery, is it? The notorious killing tiger. Cui Hao. Mr. Han, why are your hands trembling? Han Li, it must be due to the cold. Elder, have you ceased your previous occupation? Cui Hao sighed. Don't mention it. I was doing well until I encountered a reckless criminal who left me unemployed. Now that my granddaughter has recently been born, I'm just trying to earn a little money for formula. Is that too much to ask? Han Li. Sir, are you certain you wish to be my bodyguard? Well, why not earn some money? Han Li. Sir, you said it yourself. Oh, Mr. Han, why do you look so pleased? Ling Han took out the contract. Cui Hao glanced at it casually and signed his name. As long as there's money involved, who cares about the details? He is a former captain of the Jiao Long Special Forces. How difficult could this bodyguard job be? A trivial matter indeed. By the way, young man, when you start working for me, what is your name? Oh, I'm Han Li. What? My name is Han Li, sir. Ha ha ha. Young man, why choose such a name? You almost scared me to death, sharing a name with that criminal. Isn't that what they say? Ling Han. The viewers in the live stream. What a bizarre family showing up uninvited. This is simply absurd. Can a person truly commit such acts? Han Li. Well then, I have acquired quite an impressive bodyguard. Sir, you have lost your senses. Cui Hao, why not earn some money? Good heavens, from now on, before Mr. Han even takes action, Inspector will be resolved by me, Cui. Han Li put away the contract. Sir, congratulations on joining our family. Han Li shook hands with Cui Hao. Let us grow and strengthen together. Certainly. When do we start? Tomorrow. Just as Cui Hao was about to leave, he suddenly turned back. Wait a moment. Han Li. Ling Han. No way. Has it been discovered? The viewers in the live stream grew tense. Cui Hao stroked his beard and then said, I recall you mentioned that meals and lodging would be provided, correct? Sir, you are indeed straightforward. Of course. Especially since your workload will be quite substantial tomorrow. Substantial? Isn't being a bodyguard just following you around? How difficult could it be? Just a trivial matter. Sir. Rise. We have work to do. All right. The three of them had an early breakfast. An early departure and return. The grandmother waved them goodbye. Han Li, dressed in a sharp suit, looked quite dashing. Ling Han carried a large bag. The accommodation was not far from the city center. It was just a short drive. What will I need to do, sir? Relax. We are nearing the workplace, Han Li whispered. Not long after, the vehicle slowly came to a stop in front of a bank. During the journey, they deliberately avoided the surveillance cameras, even removing the license plates in advance. They were indeed meticulous. Furong Bank. At the bank entrance, many customers exited, having just deposited their gold bars. Is this the place? Indeed, it is. Han Li gazed at the flyer in his hand. It was time to resume his former profession. This time, he would be even more formidable than before. A smile graced his lips as he glanced at Ling Han. Indeed, Ling Han retrieved a package, extracting clothing and the indispensable mask. This was their essence. A mask? Cui Hao inquired, perplexed. What kind of bodyguard wears a mask? Then, upon spotting a familiar Peppa Pig mask, he exclaimed, this mask looks so familiar, right? Han Li chuckled, donning it in front of the elderly man. Cui Hao suddenly realized something was amiss. With a click, Han Li, clad in a suit and wearing the Peppa Pig mask, disengaged the safety of a specialized firearm. He glanced at his watch. In 3 minutes, we will rob the Fulong Bank. Over. Yes, sir. Wearing a Mickey Mouse mask. Ling Han handed an Ultraman mask to the old man beside him. Brother, join us in this endeavor. Cui Hao was taken aback, staring at the Ultraman mask in his hands. What the heck? My dear lord, this mindset is explosive. Chapter 67. Before the police arrived, the robbers had already packed up and left. I want to get out of the car. Thinking of running after getting in the car? Dream on. Young man, you deceived me. What kind of bodyguard is this? Which bodyguard accompanies a bank robbery? Han Li shrugged. Sir, protecting me from the police doesn't that count as being a bodyguard? You'll drive me to madness. The old man exclaimed. How could I, the esteemed captain of the Dragon Special Forces, conspire with you rascals? Who are you to make me wear such things? A staff member approached, fitting Cui Hao with a miniature camera. Esteemed contestant, please remain calm. You have enrolled in the program, and we need to equip you with a camera. Cui Hao doubted his hearing, unable to believe it. When did I sign up for a program? Sir, you seem to have a poor memory. We previously signed a contract. Han Li reminded him. Indeed, that contract, while appearing to be a bodyguard agreement, was, upon closer inspection, actually a contract for participating in the criminal roleplay program. The revelation jolted the old man into realization. You impudent wretch. How dare you? I shall strangle you. Wait. Soon, I demand 40% of the proceeds. We must not harm any civilians. If you violate these terms, I swear, even if I perish, I will take you down with me. Chui Hao waved his fist, as large as a sandbag. All right, Han Li replied. The staff member remarked, indeed, there is nothing in this world that money cannot resolve. If there is, it is merely a matter of insufficient payment. Nevertheless, they were merely acting. In principle, there would be no casualties. Sir, here, this is the bag for the hostages. The small and transparent Ling Han finally spoke up. A bag? How extravagant. Chui Hao waved his hand. No need, I have my own. Oh, then. Han Li and Ling Han watched as Chui Hao produced a urea bag. WTF? Sir, rest assured, choosing Fulong Bank was your wisest decision. Manager Wang. I trust you. Rest assured, I assure you, in this city, the most secure establishment is undoubtedly our Fulong Bank. To ensure this, we have employed over a dozen retired Special Forces personnel and equipped ourselves with the finest security systems. Recently, that notorious criminal Han Li has gained quite a reputation. Should he dare to approach, I would ensure his downfall. Do you believe it? I do not. Manager Wang turned around and exclaimed, who said that? Suddenly, a specially designed firearm was pressed against his forehead. Greetings, I am Han Li. I am here to rob you, understand? A man clad in a suit, adorned with a Peppa Pig mask, grinned slyly. Manager Wang and the guests were stunned. Is this the so-called safest bank? The suit. The familiar mask. You are the notorious Han Li. Impossible. There are several retired soldiers stationed at the entrance. Wang protested. How could he possibly enter? Han Li pointed towards the entrance. You mean them? At the door, several burly men lay on the ground, frothing at the mouth. Chui Hao was busily packing them into a bag of urea. Brother, could you show us some mercy? Today marks the 10th anniversary of our bank. Perhaps you could rob another establishment instead? Han Li retorted. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my business? Bang, bang, bang. Han Li, armed with the customized submachine gun he had previously stolen, fired several shots into the ceiling, his voice booming. This is a robbery. Everyone, get down. The crowd gasped, instinctively crouching to the ground in fear. Please, that is Han Li, the Peppa Pig bandit. He can easily execute hostages. From this moment onward, you all have unwittingly become part of a gold heist, serving as hostages. Anyone who dares to cause trouble shall suffer the consequences. Mickey, bind everyone. Yes, sir. At a nearby counter, an employee hastily pressed the bank's emergency alarm button. What is that noise? Han Li inquired. Meanwhile, at the Danyang Major Crimes Unit, reports flooded in. There is a bank robbery. What? Everyone was taken aback. Who has the audacity? Upon realizing, oh, it's Han Li. This is serious. The officers swiftly prepared for the ensuing chaos, each bracing for the worst. Those unaware might have thought they were heading into a death trap. Viewers in the live stream were ablaze with excitement. Is our brother Han going insane? Has he become addicted to robbing banks? This is a blatant provocation. The grand spectacle was unfolding. Another performance? Han, the leader, addressed Li Yi, right? Come, let us duel. The officers grimaced. Damn it, the haunting memories are resurfacing. What are you all doing? Li Yi demanded. Silence. With that commanding shout, the officers regained their composure. Teams, prepare to deploy and encircle Fulong Bank. Ensure no civilian approaches. I require a map of Fulong Bank, understood? Li Yi remained unfazed, proceeding with calculated precision. Need any assistance? Wang Zhiguo approached and inquired. Li Yi simply shook his head. You could never capture Han Li before, and you certainly won't now. Your words are sharp. Han Li, allow me to witness your true worth. Beneath the mask of the Black Cat captain, Li Yi revealed a gleeful smile. Mr. Han, everything is secured. At that moment, in the Grand Hall, the hostages complied without resistance. They had no choice. The production team had offered too much. Ultraman, guard the entrance. Ling Han, keep an eye on the hostages. I shall proceed to the vault. Han Li grasped Manager Wang and made his way towards the bank's vault. Upon opening it, the depths of the bank revealed an abundance of shimmering gold, piled high, captivating the eye like a host of ethereal maidens, shedding their garments and bestowing a tender smile upon you. You, start packing. Manager Wang exclaimed in disbelief. No way. Brother, even the black slaves would weep. 3, 2. All right, go. Humph. Wait until the inspector arrives. You'll be in for it. The live audience erupted in excitement. The notorious criminal had officially returned. Now this is more like it. Damn, the previous scams were utterly dull. There's nothing quite as thrilling as robbing a bank. How much gold must that be? We're rich. Manager Wang hastened his packing. Don't ask. The answer is the gun pressed against your head. All right, stop. Manager Wang was perplexed. Isn't this just one bag? Are you satisfied already? Damn, I look down on you. Then, Han Li dragged the bag of gold back to the hall. Under the incredulous gaze of the hostages, he swaggered out of the bank, laden with gold bars. It had only been a few minutes, and the inspector hadn't even arrived. Brother, are you actually here to rob us? Ling Han replied, don't ask, it's part of the plan. The viewers in the live stream were baffled. What? Only a few minutes have passed? Mr. Han, a man shouldn't be so quick. What? You're just leaving? Did you come to the bank for a bathroom break? Are you kidding me? You're just leaving me behind. Can you believe it? The hostages were already packed and ready to leave before the inspector even showed up. Han Li, carrying a hefty bag of gold, removed his Peppa Pig mask and approached a store across the street. Young man, what can I help you with? Han Li replied. I want every Peppa Pig mask you have. Chapter 68, Shadow Clone? Which Peppa Pig is the real Han Li? The shopkeeper was taken aback. Gold bars. This is the first time I've seen someone pay with gold bars. Young brother, may I ask what you do? Han Li raised his firearm. What do you think? The shopkeeper realized a robber. Stop the chatter. Hurry and bring me all the Peppa Pig masks in the store. I'll get right on it. In just 3 minutes. There were only 10 left. Could you let me off the hook? I'm afraid I'm a notorious criminal. With a swift motion, Han Li knocked the shopkeeper unconscious, neatly packed the 10 Peppa Pig masks, set down a gold bar, and left in a hurry, clean and efficient. No action is superfluous. The audience in the live stream exclaimed in disbelief. Is this for real? Mr. Han, is the robbery happening this quickly? He could have taken more. Yet he left behind a gold bar. It's truly a spectacle, and I can't help but be overwhelmed. I've never seen anything this rapid. What on earth is Mr. Han scheming now? Remarkably, he completed the bank heist and swiftly proceeded to the shop. Suddenly, a notification chimed on the phone. Yan Qing announced, the first batch of police cars will arrive in 8 minutes. Han Li replied, understood. 8 minutes is ample time. Inside the bank. When the hostages beheld Han Li's return, they were utterly astonished. You dare to come back? Ladies and gentlemen, I now require 10 fortunate individuals. Who wishes to volunteer? Han Li addressed the crowd. As he spoke, Ling Han began to retrieve various small items from the large bag they had brought. Fortunate individuals? Does this mean those 10 will be allowed to leave? It was known that the production team had stated that those who survived under the guise of the criminals would earn double the prize. Instantly, numerous hands shot up. Brother, choose me. Don't forget, I helped you carry the gold. Manager Wang exclaimed, rushing to Han Li's side and kneeling before him, clutching his leg. The crowd gasped. Is this for real? Even the robber can be so obsequious? You truly embody the spirit of a manager. Manager Wang felt elated, never expecting not only to escape, but also to gain the production team's double prize, an impressive sum of money. Subsequently, Ling Han approached and affixed a small glowing device to him. Manager Wang questioned, what is this? Why do I hear a beeping sound? No worries, it's just a bomb. What? A bomb? Is this a joke? Brother, do you perhaps misunderstand the term fortunate individual? This hardly seems lucky. Manager Wang nearly choked on his words. Han Li remarked, we still need 9 more. The crowd collectively gasped. So he is selecting a suicide squad here? Who would dare raise their hands now? The audience in the live stream erupted at this scene. Mr. Han, a man of few words yet fierce in action. A wholesale of human bombs has emerged. Manager Wang, this is the result of your flattery. No one will compete for your spot, rest assured. The spectacle was indeed grand. Observing the lack of volunteers, Han Li, unfazed, leaned closer to Manager Wang and whispered, if it becomes known that your bank disregards customers in times of danger, who would dare deposit their money there in the future? Conversely, if your bank's employees demonstrate self-sacrifice for the sake of the customers, not only will you solidify their loyalty, but you will also create a wave of publicity portraying your bank as noble and selfless. Why not embrace this opportunity? Manager Wang was momentarily stunned. You make a compelling point. After all, this is merely a performance. They won't truly meet their end. However, this program is immensely popular, and many people will undoubtedly tune in. If we can accomplish this without offending our esteemed clients, we shall simultaneously establish a splendid image for Furong Bank. What a masterstroke. When the results arrive, the boss will surely be pleased. It's exhilarating. I declare, if I do not descend into hell, who will? Let me assure you, at Furong Bank, we have consistently regarded our clients as our lifeblood, prioritizing their safety above all, even at the cost of our own. Manager Wang suddenly stood up, speaking with righteous fervor. Bank employee? That is utter nonsense. This is ridiculous. I can't hold back my laughter. Bank employee, go ahead, act all high and mighty. You think you're so great. Han Li, humph, I've got it under control. Just one word from me, and the manager would willingly become a human bomb. Quite impressive. Thus, of the 10 human bombs, 9 would be reluctant, while 1 would wear a grin. Once I press the button, if you are within 200 meters of me, the bombs on you will detonate instantly, and you will be no more, understand? Mickey, please put the masks on them. Yes. Ling Han placed the Peppa Pig masks, which Han Li had procured, onto each of the 10 individuals. If one did not look closely, the distinction between the real and the fake would be imperceptible. Remember, the longer you stay alive, the more money you will earn. This is the rule of the game. In the next moment, beep, Han Li initiated the timer. In 10 minutes, I will press the button. What the hell? Is this really starting? Run. Get out of my way. I want to live longer. The longer the hostages survive, the more money the production team will provide them. Furthermore, who can ascertain the authenticity of the bombs? Each of the 10 individuals carried a peculiar bag, hurriedly exiting the bank to find 10 taxis waiting for them. All prearranged by Han Li. A vehicle. Watching the 10 would-be human bombs board their respective taxis and head in different directions, Cui Hao shook his head. TSK. The youth are truly cunning. Unlike us elders, who simply act and get it done. The viewers in the live broadcast began to analyze the situation. I see now. Han Li is employing a technique akin to shadow clones. In simpler terms, he is creating a diversion, allowing these 10 individuals to impersonate him and distract the police. Brilliant. No wonder Han Li was in such a hurry. He had meticulously timed everything. Police officer, what is this? Fake Peppa Pig? Once the officer's attention is diverted, Han Li and his accomplices will have more time to transport the gold bars. Just when all the viewers in the live stream assumed that Han Li would be moving the gold bars out, they were utterly astonished to see him and the other two simply get into a car and leave the bank without touching a single gold bar. They just walked away, leaving the hostages in shock. They just left? Live stream viewers. What the heck? A direct escape? Damn it. Gold bars. I haven't even boarded yet. Not only were the live stream viewers bewildered, but even the remaining hostages were left utterly confused by Han Li's actions. Did I misinterpret the situation? Is he here to rob the bank? Unbelievable. Can a bank robbery unfold so swiftly? Hurry, call the chief and inform him that Peppa Pig has escaped. Tie him up. How are we supposed to strike? Kick my phone over here. Right there, yes. The woman, resembling a worm, crawled towards the phone. She extended her tongue, engaging in some maneuvers, stirring the men into a fervor, exclaiming her professionalism. At that moment, numerous police cars arrived. Quickly, while the robber is transferring the gold bars. Let us encircle them. Wang Lang was in a state of frantic urgency. Just then, a taxi burst forth in front of the police cars. Inside, a man wearing a Peppa Pig mask clutched a bag. The chief gazed at him, and he returned the stare, as if time had frozen for a few seconds. Two groups narrowly missed each other, fleeting past. The chiefs. Wang Lang. Wait, could that have been Han Li? Xiaobai, don't run. Report, emergency situation. I have spotted Han Li heading east. What are you saying, Captain Wang Lang? Han Li just passed right in front of me. He clearly went north. What on earth? Did you all see Han Li too? He even waved at me. Report, I have spotted Peppa Pig. It must be Han Li. Report. Two of my brothers and I were hit by an SUV. Initial assessment indicates it was contestant Zhang San, the major crimes unit. With a flurry of reports from squad leaders, left Wang Zhigua utterly bewildered. What is happening? Why are there so many Han Lis suddenly appearing? Can he clone himself? Li Yi, what on earth does this Han Li intend to do? Chapter 69. Surely, no one would rob a bank and get their hands dirty themselves. Suddenly, a police car approached. Unit 032, proceed immediately to Furong Bank and assess the situation. Acknowledged. At that moment, the red lights flashed, and the police car gradually halted. I heard that there are 10 Peppa Pigs. Which one could possibly be Han Li? I hope I don't encounter him. Otherwise, I shall apprehend him directly. As the two conversed, a young man approached them, coming to the front of the car. He looked around, and then plopped down, clutching his legs, crying out, "Ah, my leg is broken. Damn it, compensation." The chief? Goodness, this is akin to a pig climbing a tree, utterly absurd. You brat, how dare you? Report, we have discovered a lunatic. Quickly contact the nearest hospital. Get out and teach him a lesson. The two chiefs, after years in the field, had never encountered such a brazen individual. Even if he was attempting to scam, he could at least put on an act. Just as the two chiefs were distracted by Han Li, an old man wearing an Ultraman mask stealthily crept up behind them, making not a sound. He struck them both on the back of their heads with 2 hefty blows. Bang bang. The two chiefs collapsed, unconscious. Following this, Ling Han rushed over with 2 bags of urea, swiftly placing the 2 police officers inside the bags. The 3 individuals then stowed them in the trunk. Han Li and Ling Han donned their police uniforms and took their seats in the police vehicle, while Cui Hao drove a truck behind them alone. Han Li skillfully started the engine, picked up the radio, and altered his voice to report. Unit 023 reporting, situation resolved. We are now en route to Fuyong Bank, over. Received, Unit 023, over. The audience in the live stream reacted with confusion. One staged an accident, another knocked out, and one packed them away. Their roles were distinctly defined, with not a single superfluous movement, truly a textbook example of a police car hijacking. Even the robbers were astonished at their professionalism. It turned out that Director Han had come here to guard the vehicle. This collaboration was inscrutable. Did they secretly practice behind our backs? Cui Hao remarked. I'm feeling it now. The plan was audacious. Feign a shot at the police officer, then masquerade as them to return to the bank and abscond with the gold. Truly remarkable. In the major crimes unit, Li Yi studied a large map, having already identified 10 vehicles suspected to belong to Han Li. The first batch of police cars had been diverted from their course. Something was amiss. It appeared as though Han Li was buying time. Dread crept in. Which one was the real Han Li? The first group of officers was in pursuit. Report. Significant lead. The hostages inside the bank received a call stating that Han Li has fled. Everyone was taken aback. This meant that among those 10 Peppa Pig vehicles, one was genuine. This fellow was indeed cunning. Immediately request support from headquarters. Each police officer must intercept these 10 vehicles. None could be allowed to escape. At that moment, Li Yi, who had been silent, slowly spoke up. Don't you find Han Li rather peculiar? I sense he has grander ambitions. How could he leave the bank without taking anything? There must be a trick. The officers exchanged puzzled glances. Based on previous cases, Han Li had a penchant for manipulating our habitual thought patterns, leading us into his rhythm and gaining firm control. Li Yi's gaze was icy, and he asserted, what appears to be 10 Peppa Pig vehicles is, in fact, a distraction. Their true target remains Fuyong Bank. Everyone, the plan remains unchanged. Continue to surround Fuyong Bank. Wang Zhigua interjected, no, the pressing matter is to resolve those 10 Peppa Pig vehicles. If one of them is indeed Han Li, we would have let him slip away. Instantly, uncertainty filled the room. With Wang Zhigua and Li Yi at an impasse, one a respected captain, the other a capable newcomer. Whose counsel should they heed? How about we split into 2 teams? Li Yi proposed. All right, I will intercept those 10 Peppa Pig vehicles while you surround Fuyong Bank. Wang Zhigua deemed this the only viable option. Action. Li Yi led his team towards Fuyong Bank, while Wang Zhigua pursued the 10 Peppa Pig vehicles. Inside the bank, the hostages were bound and bewildered, pondering why the police had yet to arrive. Suddenly, as the sirens of police cars echoed slowly outside the bank, they had finally arrived. A police vehicle came to a halt, and 2 officers stepped out. Han Li adjusted his glasses and exchanged a knowing glance with Ling Han, their mutual understanding palpable. Fear not, everyone. We are here. Quickly, Comrade Xiaohan, untie them. Yes. Ling Han skillfully proceeded to free each hostage. Officers, you have come at last. Those robbers were incredibly arrogant just moments ago. Indeed, they stormed in and left in a flash. Rest assured, the gold remains safe. Those fools fled without it. Han Li raised an eyebrow. Is that so? We are currently in pursuit of the robbers. To prevent any loss of gold, we plan to relocate it to a more secure location. We ask for your cooperation. With an air of authority befitting a seasoned officer, He exuded a palpable sense of justice. Fear not, officers, I will lead you to the vault. This way, please. I will assist. So will I. The crowd believed them. Eager for a chance to appear on television. Stand here, secure it, then pass it down. Rotate as needed, understood? Han Li meticulously organized the 20 or so hostages, forming a line reminiscent of an assembly line, ultimately loading the gold into the large truck at the entrance. Yes, officer. How are you so adept at this? One asked. Oh, we practice simulations regularly. The group exchanged puzzled looks. Do officers really simulate gold transport? You wouldn't understand. This is about knowing oneself and the enemy to ensure victory. Though I may not comprehend, I am deeply impressed. Exactly. Why would an officer wish us harm? Cough, cough. Everyone, this is live-streamed, you know. It will be on television. Han Li remarked casually. The crowd was invigorated, their spirits soaring as they enthusiastically assisted in transporting the gold. Look, Daddy is doing good deeds. One child exclaimed. Mom, I'm on TV. Hee. Good deeds should remain anonymous. I shall call myself Mon Yobi, with the help of numerous hostages. All the gold was loaded into the truck in just over 10 minutes. Had the 3 robbers attempted it alone, it would have taken them an entire day. Throughout the process, Han Li merely stood by, offering encouragement. Keep it up, you're doing great. The hostages worked even harder. Viewers of the live stream were moved to tears by the spectacle. The robbers had done nothing while the hostages assisted in transporting the gold. Where's the justice in this? One commented. Simply remarkable. Kill me. Let's cheer for President Han. Robbery. Does one truly need to get their hands dirty? Kneeling, a bystander exclaimed. President Han, I wish to follow in your footsteps. The hostages were equally perplexed. Outside, Cui Hao watched in astonishment as tons of gold were loaded into the truck. How much is all this worth? Let us go, sir. President Han has promised to handle everything. The truck departed first. Han Li entered the bank's surveillance room and began to obliterate all traces of their presence. Unbeknownst to him, outside, Captain Li Yi led a team of genuine police officers to the bank's entrance. They discovered an abandoned police vehicle. Captain, one officer exclaimed. We found 2 of our men in the trunk, bound and gagged. What? The captain was taken aback. So, someone has taken our officers hostage and is impersonating them? Li Yi recalled the files he had reviewed earlier. Han Li indeed had a history of impersonating officers. His suspicion was correct. Those 10 little Peppa Pigs were merely bait, diverting their police force, while the real Han Li returned to the bank to abscond with the gold. If he were to impersonate an officer again, he would raise no suspicion among the public. A twofold strategy. A smirk graced his lips. Ladies and gentlemen, we've caught a big fish. Everyone, lay in ambush. Let us trap him like a turtle in a jar. Chapter 70. Zhang San accidentally rescued President Han, having destroyed all traces of their presence at the bank. Han Li whistled as he exited the building and entered his vehicle. Just as he was about to start the engine, a booming voice rang out around him. Surround him. In an instant, police cars converged from all directions, encircling Han Li's vehicle. Officers swiftly exited their cars, raising their specialized firearms, aiming them at Han Li inside the car, leaving him no avenue for escape. Upon witnessing this formidable display, Han Li's expression soured for the first time. What was happening? Had he fallen into a trap? How could they know he would return to the bank? He hastily donned his Peppa Pig mask to conceal his identity. At that moment, he spotted a man clad in a trench coat, wearing a black cat police mask. What in the world? I am Peppa Pig, and you are the black cat officer. Is this a case of magic combating magic? Han Li, come out. An officer called, turning to Li Yi beside him. The car doors were locked tight. It appeared they were on the right track. Li Yi caught sight of the Peppa Pig mask and felt a wave of disdain swell within him. Han Li, your scheme is quite clever, but alas, it won't work on me. You old thief. We've got you now. Ha ha ha. The net of heaven has tightened. And today is your day. The officers laughed wickedly, reveling in their long-awaited capture. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were in a frenzy. Oh no. President Han has been discovered. Help. This is suffocating. It's simply deadly. What can we do? Ha ha ha. Han Li, you've finally been caught. Li Yi taunted. Is this all you've got? Just this? Han Li cursed under his breath, realizing he had underestimated them. The officers were truly formidable. Li Yi approached the driver's side and tapped on the window, waving at Han Li within. Hello, Han Li. Han Li replied. There are police everywhere outside. What should I do? I'm waiting online. It's urgent. Get me out of here. Right away. Several officers, brimming with excitement, produced tools to pry open the door. As Han Li observed the developing situation, he remained calm and retrieved a bundle of connected explosives from his bag. The officers were momentarily stunned. What was he planning to do? Li Yi's brow furrowed. Han Li bound a bundle of explosives around himself, then picked up the detonator and waved it at the police officers outside the vehicle, pressing the button. Beep beep. The officers exclaimed in disbelief, self-detonation. Faced with the realistic explosives, no one dared to take a gamble. Do not panic. He wouldn't dare to go through with it. Li Yi stepped forward. Refusing to believe Han Li would sacrifice himself. Yet, he was a madman. Everyone disperse. Li Yi thought it was a sensible decision and urged the crowd to move away. It was all right. As long as they could corner Han Li here, they would surely capture him. If necessary, they could simply have a sniper take him out from above. Inside the vehicle, Han Li felt a headache coming on. This situation was untenable. Suddenly, the police broadcast crackled to life. Emergency. Zhang San has intruded. Everyone take note. He is heading towards the bank. Zhang San. Han Li was taken aback. So audacious? Before Li Yi and the others could react, a thunderous roar echoed. The officers exclaimed, what is that noise? Li Yi turned to look and was instantly stunned. A rugged SUV was hurtling towards them at breakneck speed, showing no signs of slowing down. It was Zhang San. Damn, he really showed up. Is he Chow Chow or something? Get out of the way. Li Yi shouted to all the officers. They hurriedly abandoned their tasks and fled to the sides. Bang! Brake! Zhang San. Which one is the brake? My life is over. The frenzied SUV swerved erratically and crashed headlong into the large pillar at the bank entrance, producing a deafening sound. The vehicle was rendered inoperable, its tires blown off. Damn it, Zhang San, how do you drive? I mistook the gas pedal for the brake. But it seems we've arrived at the bank, right? What is the point of talking? Let us just go for a big score. Bang! Zhang San kicked the car door open, AK in hand, standing triumphantly as he shouted. With a thunderous roar, I make my grand entrance. Everyone get down. It's a robbery. As the smoke cleared, a group of police officers stared in stunned silence at Zhang San. How dare you, brother? Zhang San, equally astonished, wondered why there were so many officers. Weren't they all supposed to be chasing Han Li? What is going on? Holy crap, all these officers. Run. Night Owl peeked out, but quickly withdrew. Run? I refuse to flee. I'll just face it head on. Zhang San raised his AK and unleashed a barrage of fire at the officers, forcing them into temporary immobility. Today, I, Zhang San, shall challenge the law. The viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement. This is too dramatic. Zhang San, this is a monumental moment. What a perplexing situation this is. How utterly amusing. An unexpected arrival of an unpredictable character. Han Li exclaimed, this cannot be Zhang San. He is my father. A moment of divine intervention, indeed. The legendary Zhang. Astonishingly, I, Zhang San, shall confront him directly. How audacious. Li Yi remarked, there is something I ought to say, but I hesitate. Seizing the opportunity, Han Li felt as though heaven had bestowed upon him a great fortune, affirming his status as the chosen one. He hastily departed in a police car, determined not to let him escape. Li Yi disregarded Zhang San's frenzied gunfire, executing a roll and swiftly boarding another police vehicle, closely pursuing. The police chief cautioned, Li, are you out of your mind? You nearly fell victim to Zhang San's reckless antics. Yet, all he could focus on was Han Li. He fled, and he chased. Wang Zhigua lit a cigarette, then another. Officer, I am being coerced. Manager Wang lamented, tears streaming down his face. Enough already. You've splattered your snot on my shoes. Wiping his tears, Manager Wang inquired, is this live streaming? Yes. May I promote something? Do you believe I will execute you? What's in the bag? Sir, it's paper money for the deceased. You scoundrel, Han Li. How distasteful. Other team leaders pursuing called in, only to discover that it wasn't Han Li, but mere bank employees in disguise. Wang Zhigua felt a phrase surfacing in his mind. You were unable to catch him before, and you won't now either. Li Yi retorted, you wretched crow. It was indeed a clever ruse. Fortunately, Li Yi saw through Han Li's scheme. Otherwise, he would have been unwittingly outsmarted. Everyone return and support Li Yi. From now on, follow his lead in all operations. If previously, Wang Zhigua held some authority, at this moment, he had entirely entrusted command to Li Yi. Clearly, Li Yi is our police chief's beacon of hope. At a certain fruit center, employees were engrossed in a crime drama, their spirits ignited with fervor. When will I get my chance to be a hero? Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and a man in a suit adorned with Peppa Pig entered. Locking the door behind him, addressing the bewildered employees and customers, he barked, what are you staring at? He fired several shots. Everyone get down. Within moments, silence enveloped the room as Han Li took control of the hostages. Glancing outside, he noted that Li Yi was relentless in his pursuit, refusing to be shaken off. Left with no choice, Han Li decided to enter the mobile phone center to devise a plan. Outside, Li Yi stood calling for backup. Armed criminal Han Li is currently at a certain fruit mobile center. I require immediate assistance. Received en route. The situation had veered from its original course. Fortunately, he had prepared a contingency plan. He set down his backpack, which contained a plethora of items. The audience in the live stream grew tense, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. Previously, it was always General Han who wielded overwhelming power, but this time he finally encountered a formidable adversary. Han Li muttered, damn it, this is a high-stakes game. How exhilarating. I almost met my end. Hang in there, General Han. While Han Li was tinkering with the bomb, one of the hostages noticed that his ropes were not tightly bound. The captors remained oblivious to his realization. Was this not a divine opportunity bestowed upon him? A trending topic emerged. A man single-handedly subdues a fierce robber. Remarkable. He swallowed hard and stood up, quietly grasping a wooden stool, inching closer to Han Li's back. It's now or never. If I succeed, my family will be proud. If I fail, I'm done for. The others looked on in confusion as the employee raised the stool and swung it towards Han Li's back. Chapter 71. Capturing the robber? No. Let's execute him on the spot. Han Li, through the mirror, spotted the employee brandishing the stool. 80. The employee struck down, though not with much force. Aiming directly at Han Li's back, Han Li rolled to the side, narrowly evading the blow. Damn it. After years of martial arts training, how can I endure this? Without waiting for the young man to react, Han Li swiftly maneuvered behind him and executed a deadly scissor kick. The struggle lasted mere seconds. Brother, I was wrong. The employee whimpered, cradling his head as he knelt on the ground. Suddenly, the cacophony of police sirens erupted outside, with numerous patrol cars surrounding the premises. The situation was dire. Han Li exhaled slowly, maintaining his composure. It's time to showcase true skill. Since the police want to play, let us engage them fully. Young man, you're up. Han Li unexpectedly flashed a sinister grin at the employee. What? Bang! With the sound of a gunshot. The employee was hit in the forehead by a paintball. What the hell? Yet, Han Li did not halt. Next came shots to the heart, abdomen, limbs. The hostages trembled in fear, witnessing what appeared to be a grotesque display of violence. The audience in the live stream was left dumbfounded. Goodness, he's desecrating a corpse. The familiar scent of chaos returned. What truly defined a ruthless criminal? This was sheer brutality. Outside, Li Yi was strategizing with the arriving police chief when suddenly the main door swung open. The officers jumped in surprise as a man, drenched in paint, staggered out. After a few steps, he collapsed to the ground. The police chief exclaimed, "Quickly, rescue the hostages." As the chief approached the fallen man, his pupils constricted in horror. The hostage had already succumbed, covered in paint and riddled with wounds. Their eyelids twitched in disbelief. Should we still attempt to save him? It's not as if he is truly dead. He can be sent to the hospital. Wang Lang's expression darkened. Realizing this was likely Han Li's intent, to exert pressure on the police, creating a sense of intimidation. How ruthless this Han Li is, Li Yi thought, his gaze sharpening. However, it was regrettable that he would not fall into Han Li's rhythm. What about the armed squad? Report. Ready for action. Deploy the snipers to these positions. I require their cover. Additionally, assemble a demolition team ready to breach the door if necessary. Understood. Captain Wang replied. He will bring all available armed forces from the major crimes unit to support you. Almost all the police force. Initiate the blitz in 10 minutes. So soon? Of course. I demand speed. No matter how formidable Han Li is, he is but one man. If the captain attacks from multiple angles simultaneously, it will catch him off guard. Precisely. Li Yi had no intention of capturing him. He intended to execute Han Li on the spot. A single shot to kill. Goodness, this captain is ruthless. Is it permissible to execute him outright? Wang Zhiguo remarked. You are quite the hardliner. It's dangerous, Han Li. This is a guaranteed death. Humph. Let us see how Han Li escapes this time. Meanwhile, on the highway, Ling Han had just ended a call. He turned to Cui Hao and said, Sir, something has happened to President Han. Then shall we split the reward? Cui Hao replied. I didn't realize you were such a generous sir, Ling Han responded. President Han instructed us to wait for him here. Why here though? Although they were puzzled, they turned the truck around. At that moment, inside the store, after finishing his call, Han Li found himself unhurried. He meticulously examined the terrain. There were 2 floors and not many entrances. All could be blocked. Can those outside see inside through these windows? No, they cannot, replied the store manager, held at gunpoint. Excellent. I can proceed to set up my traps with ease. Upon returning to the first floor, the hostages gazed warily at the whimsical yet fierce robber, fearing they might be the next to be eliminated. Ladies and gentlemen, have you had lunch yet? The crowd was bewildered. They could not fathom how the robber, who had just been so menacing, could suddenly utter such words. Viewers in the live stream went wild. President Han, what kind of maneuver is this? It appears you are oblivious. Outside, they are preparing for a blitz. And you are here leisurely dining? This is surely a disaster. Even heaven cannot save you now, President Han. The audience presumed that Han Li was merely stalling for time. But the current scenario involved a formidable adversary, the Black Cat police chief, who would not allow such an opportunity. The hostages quickly realized the gravity of their situation. After all, they were familiar with the Huaihai Bank incident. Shall I not be courteous then? However, first, I require one condition to be met. Han Li chuckled as he produced a series of bombs. The crowd gasped. What do you intend to do? 5 minutes later, Captain Li Yi. This is the menu demanded by the robber. Li Yi responded, what on earth? A robber who requests a meal during a heist? I believe he aims to buy time. Wang Lang's insight struck a chord. Li Yi nodded in agreement. This Han Li was indeed attempting to engage them in a war of attrition. The longer it dragged on, the more opportunities he would have to escape. However, it was unfortunate for him to fall into my hands. Can you truly dine at ease? The police chiefs were left with no choice but to comply. Indeed, for the moment, they could only acquiesce to his demands. However, Li Yi then exclaimed, Team 1. Prepare to breach. Snipers, take your positions. Get me several canisters of tear gas. While they are preoccupied, we will deploy the gas and initiate a swift assault. The police chief responded with confusion, as did Wang Lang, and the audience in the live stream was equally bewildered. They are merely dining. And you want to unleash tear gas? How ruthless. Captain Li, there are hostages inside. Wang Lang protested. Li Yi retorted, I have stated before. You are to obey my every command. This is undoubtedly the best opportunity. I can guarantee the capture of Han Li. Absolutely not. Wang Lang firmly rejected. The safety of the hostages is our police chief's paramount concern. Such actions would undoubtedly endanger them. Apologies, Captain Wang. But my sole objective has always been to eliminate the criminal. Proceed. Yes. The armed team commenced their operation, leaving the police chiefs in a state of agitation. Li Yi is truly ruthless, sighed Wang Lang. This illustrates the disparity between foreign police and those in Huaxia. Soon, the meal was prepared and delivered by a specialized officer. Han Li, your meal has been placed at your door. We will fulfill all your requests. This was intended to create a facade of helplessness on the part of the police. Meanwhile, on the second floor, a special forces team was steadily descending via ropes to the first floor hall, poised for an ambush. Report, we are in position. The bandit has taken in the meal. In 3 minutes, we will deploy the tear gas. Understood. The special forces members wore serious expressions as they monitored the passage of time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Commence the assault. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from all directions, followed by the sound of shattering glass. The hostages, startled while dining, wondered what was happening, only to see canisters of tear gas rolling towards them. Oh no, tear gas. In an instant, thick smoke billowed, creating chaos. The first team entered, while the second team executed a frontal breach, with snipers securing all exits. Yes, a subsequent team swiftly followed, breaking through the main entrance. The entire operation was executed with remarkable fluidity, as if orchestrated by Li Yi himself. He grasped the walkie-talkie, exclaiming with excitement, all units, eliminate Han Li on the spot. Chapter 72, What Black Cat Police Chief? Come, let Han Li teach you a lesson. The viewers in the live stream, unable to see the scene, were left in a state of confusion. Mr. Han, danger. In Country D. Damn it. We have executed the Blitzkrieg flawlessly. There is no escape. Speculation arose about trending topics. Shocking. Bandit Han Li eliminated just as he was about to prepare hot pot. This Black Cat police chief is merciless. Not even the hostages are spared. Han Li exclaimed, "What the hell? I was just eating." Inside the mobile center, the first batch of special forces burst through the window. Report, we have entered. Before them lay thick clouds of smoke. Fortunately, they had donned equipment in advance, ensuring visibility. Conversely, the bandit must now be in a state of panic and confusion. The bandit has yet to encounter our Tiger Special Forces. One Special Forces member scoffed disdainfully. Had they sent them last time, it would have been resolved long ago. As they walked, suddenly, a sharp sound echoed. Something seemed to have brushed against his foot. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a red wire. What's wrong, number one? Why aren't you moving? What are you dawdling for? The Special Forces member behind him questioned. Puzzled, just as he turned his head, a loud thud resonated. A round object landed at number one's feet. It was a grenade. This is bad. Boom. The grenade detonated, sending the Special Forces member flying, his body splattered with paintballs. Number one is eliminated. Watch your step. Han Li has set a trap. The others exclaimed in confusion. What the hell? Is this a castle defense game? Ding ding ding. As the remaining Special Forces members were taken aback, a chorus of mobile phones rang out around them. Damn it, what is going on? It's a trap, stay calm. Captain, number one has vanished. They suddenly realized that the disoriented number one had inexplicably disappeared. Instantly, their hair stood on end. It's Han Li. Before they could react, a series of gunshots rang out from various directions, consecutively eliminating several Special Forces members. Why are bullets coming from all directions? Can Han Li's bullets curve? At the same time, at the entrance, the demolition team blew open the barricaded door. We're in. Beep beep. The bomb stuck to the doorframe emitted an ominous red light. The demolition team gasped in shock. What the hell? It's a proximity bomb. A tremendous explosion followed. Paintballs bursting forth. The police officers outside were about to celebrate when they saw the demolition team emerging from the store, covered in paint. We made it out. Li Yi was bewildered. Even pigs wouldn't die this quickly. Then, a barrage of gunfire erupted from within the store. The police officers sensed trouble. Quick, everyone inside. Suppressing fire. Li Yi reacted instantly, knowing that a fierce battle was occurring inside, and Han Li was making a final stand. Yes, at that moment, the supporting officers arrived. Wang Zhiguo was utterly bewildered. What happened? As the officers prepared to storm in from various entrances, an astonishing scene unfolded before them. At the destroyed entrance, a familiar figure in a suit emerged, wearing the Special Forces gas mask. It was Han Li. The viewers in the live stream erupted. Han, has he been eliminated? It must be, otherwise how could he walk out on his own? I didn't see any paint on him. They cursed. Is it really ending like this? He just walked out? The police officers were left in disbelief. What kind of operation is this? Sniper, take the shot. Li Yi's expression turned frantic. Han Li seemed to have resigned himself to fate, becoming a live target. I'll fulfill your wish. Wait, don't shoot. Wang Lang intervened, halting Li Yi. At this moment, Han Li's emergence was undeniably tantamount to suicide. He could not be so foolish, for where there is such malevolence, there must be a hidden agenda. Han Li surveyed the throng of police officers surrounding him, yet not a trace of fear flickered across his visage. How glaring the sun is today. It was only then that the officers noticed the trembling hostages, clad in gas masks, being compelled to step forward, their bodies bound with explosives. Numerous wires snaked from the bombs, converging at the center, the trigger affixed to Han Li's chest. As Han Li fully revealed himself within the officer's line of sight, he stood at the epicenter, surrounded by the connected hostages, thoroughly shielded. From above, the scene resembled that of a spider ensnaring its prey. Ladies and gentlemen of the police force, behold my latest creation, he declared. In simple terms, I have intertwined the lives of these hostages with my own. Should I be struck down, the device will be triggered, and the bombs upon these innocents will detonate instantaneously. The officers were taken aback by this revelation. Could it be that eliminating Han Li was now an impossibility? How could there be so many explosives? What on earth had he been involved in previously? I suspect Han Li was once a terrorist. Ceasefire. Li Yi sighed, suspecting that the individuals inside had likely been eliminated. The sniper, observing the robber who was a certain target, was incredulous as Han Li waved at them, but found himself unable to pull the trigger. What kind of predicament is this? It was utterly exasperating. The viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. Holy smokes, a conjoined twin. If one dies, they all die. Han Li is ruthless. Oh, what audacity. Such finesse, exclaimed the sniper. Damn it, my defenses are down. Han Li retorted. Did you truly believe I was merely biding my time? How laughable. I merely lured you in. What a spectacle it was, the annihilation of the special forces. This brazen bandit had returned. Emperor Qin Shi Huang circling the pillar. What a victory. He thought. This knee, better off without it. All the officers were rendered speechless. This appeared to be an unsolvable conundrum, at least for the present moment. What do you desire? Li Yi stepped forward to inquire. Since he had willingly emerged, there must be a demand. You have quite the unique taste, Black Cat Constable, replied Han Li. Likewise. Peppa Pig. Han Li continued. You know, behaving this way will leave you friendless. I require a vehicle. To escape? Absolutely not. We cannot allow him to get away. Han Li's departure would mean he could not be pursued. Captain Li, think carefully. We have suffered losses before. Li Yi too felt it was unwise to acquiesce. If they allowed him to leave now, they would forfeit the initiative. We cannot comply. Han Li nodded in acknowledgement. So you refuse? In the next instant, Han Li astonishingly advanced towards the police officers. Do we not exist? An officer could no longer contain himself and drew his weapon. Han Li seized one of the hostages and positioned them in front of him. Go ahead, shoot. Shoot. The officer stammered. You bully. How could he pull the trigger with hostages in the way? Thus, a memorable scene unfolded in the live broadcast. Han Li audaciously entered a police vehicle before ushering the hostages inside, simultaneously connecting the ground wire, the ignition wire, and the starter wire. Han Li then ignited the engine. The audience in the live stream was utterly mesmerized. Mr. Han, you are my deity, they exclaimed, bowing in reverence. Mr. Han is invincible. The police chief interjected. Are we to lose our dignity? Han Li retorted, I relish your disdain, knowing you are powerless against me. In my excitement, I nearly lost my composure. After Mr. Han, there will be no more cop and robber films. Such brilliance indeed. Just as the police chief was about to leave in frustration, the vehicle unexpectedly reversed, retreating to the position of Li Yi. Black Cat Police Chief, am I departing? Li Yi responded, indeed, you are really leaving. Do not provoke me. Han Li. With a smile, Han Li drove away, causing the police officers to clench their fists. What a display of arrogance. Chapter 73, Deception Unveiled, once again. In the midst of his escape, Han Li suddenly halted the vehicle. The hostages were taken aback. What is happening? We're waiting for the green light. They exclaimed. Are you serious? One hostage questioned. At such a moment, Mr. Han is still adhering to traffic regulations. This is utterly absurd. Another remarked. No. My brother Han is simply composed. He is not at all worried about the police catching up. Traffic Police Chief, I thank you. Luo Xiong, classmates. Is showing off a crime? Which law prohibits it? While everyone assumed Han Li was merely posturing, unbeknownst to them, he intentionally slowed down. Otherwise, if he sped off and arrived at his destination before Ling Han and the others, it would be disastrous. Beep, beep. Detection indicates you are being tracked. Intercept? A synthetic voice from his phone resonated. Intercept? Let them come. You're impressive, you're aloof, you're extraordinary. Han Li glanced in the rearview mirror and spotted the pursuing police car. Quite swift, Black Cat Police Chief, he mused. Observing the fugitive ahead waiting for the green light, the young police chief was bewildered. Are you seriously waiting at a traffic light? Never had he witnessed such audacity. Captain Li, are we truly powerless against him? He asked, exasperated, glancing at the quietly seated Captain Li. Lowering his head, Li Yi scribbled furiously, his mind racing. A smirk slowly crept across his face. Notify all officers to set up roadblocks in advance, then force him to stop. Dispatch negotiators to divert his attention and wait for the opportune moment for the sniper to fire tranquilizer darts. Brilliant. This is feasible. The young officer's spirit ignited. Moreover, prepare additional strategies, such as having a few vehicles collide with Han Li's police car. If we cannot eliminate him, let us incapacitate him. Officers in police cars received orders from Captain Li and began to disperse. Remember, maintain a safe distance, do not act recklessly, or the robber may detonate the explosives on board. Li Yi reiterated. He did not wish for hostages to perish under his command before the robber was apprehended. Understood. Numerous police cars quietly maneuvered into different positions, encircling Han Li's vehicle while striving to remain inconspicuous. Han Li continued to drive at a steady pace, yet his keen senses detected the police cars trailing behind him, increasingly in number. This predicament was untenable. You, come here, hold the steering wheel. Han Li abruptly seized a hostage, instructing him to place both hands on the wheel. The hostage, panic-stricken, gripped the steering wheel tightly, nearly causing the vehicle to overturn. With his hands freed, Han Li swiftly retrieved a backpack, extracting a multitude of small objects, tiny nails. This should suffice, he declared, leaning halfway out of the window to scatter the nails along the road, puncturing the tires of the pursuing vehicles. Instantly, several cars skidded to a halt, their tires deflated, leading to a cascade of collisions as the rear vehicles crashed into those ahead. Damn it, this is the latest Rolls-Royce. What a loss. One irate driver cursed as he exited his vehicle, only to be met with a barrage of flashing police lights, prompting him to retreat to his car in frustration, obstructing the subsequent vehicles, including the relentless police cars. Li, police captains. Driver, damn it, I just bought this car. The viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement at the unfolding scene. Woohoo, we're taking off, exclaimed one. Hostage, I nearly had a heart attack. This maneuver is outrageous. Han is about to soar. Each nail punctured the tires with precision. Incredible. Now, the Black Cat Police Chief was ensnared, eliciting laughter. Han Li withdrew into the car, regaining control of the steering wheel as he glanced at the gasping hostage beside him. Little brother, why are your pants wet? What do you think? Damn it, you nearly got me killed. I'm only 16. Are you making a minor drive? Just as Han Li believed he had evaded the police pursuit, the sound of a helicopter echoed overhead. Peering into the rearview mirror, he gasped. A helicopter? Are they serious? Above, a helicopter hovered, closely tracking the police cars below. Inside, Li Yi observed the scene, reveling in the surprise of deploying a helicopter. Stay on him. Report, Team Li. WVE successfully flanked him from both sides. Excellent. Let us see how Han Li escapes this time. Indeed, the previously dispersed police cars converged at intersections, tightening the encirclement around Han Li on the central road. With police vehicles on both sides and a helicopter overhead, escape seemed impossible. The hostages began to entertain desperate thoughts. Brother, how about you surrender? Han Li. Are you kidding? Me, a bandit, surrender? Just watch me. With that declaration, Han Li pressed the accelerator, speeding toward an upcoming roundabout, with the police cars closely in pursuit. Report, the police car is entering the roundabout. PS attempting to change lanes. Good timing. Li Yi smirked, as the chase intensified. At every intersection, obstacles were set up, all waiting for Han Li to take the bait. Police cars cornered him. Stop right there. Han Li. However, just as all the officers assumed Han Li was attempting to change lanes to escape, he instead made a complete circle around the intersection and headed back in the opposite direction. The officers were left bewildered, exclaiming, "What on earth? You came here just to make a loop? This is infuriating. Who would have thought he would head straight towards us? Damn it, we were too careless." Han Li drove the police car with confidence, easily shaking them off. This encirclement had failed miserably. Li Yi felt a sinking sensation as he realized the police cars below had lost track of him. Only the helicopter above remained. "Captain Li, there's a tunnel ahead." A tunnel? This also meant he would be unable to see the situation below for a time. A sense of foreboding began to rise within him. Han Li drove the police car into the tunnel. Not long after, he spotted a truck ahead and workers placing roadblocks. "I've arrived." He slowly maneuvered his vehicle alongside the truck and disarmed the explosives he had set up. "Ladies and gentlemen, the day trip with the robber ends here. We shall not meet again." The hostages were in disbelief. "What do you mean, the day trip with the robber? You're just letting us go?" Han Li paid them no mind and walked straight towards the truck. "Mr. Han, long time no see," said the worker, removing his hat to reveal a smile. It was none other than Ling Han. He had received Han Li's message earlier and had been waiting for him. "I knew I wasn't mistaken about you, Ling Han. Damn it, you little rascals, what are you waiting for? Hurry up." The elderly man on the truck, Chui Hao, cursed. "Are you joking? They're still on the run." Han Li boarded the truck, leaving the hostages in a state of confusion as they exited the tunnel. The viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. Wow. So this was his plan. He pulled a fast one on them. I was wondering why Ling Han suddenly changed direction. It turns out he was here to pick up Mr. Han. This coordination is unbeatable. Li Yi wondered aloud. Strange, why isn't he out yet? The officer beside him exclaimed, "This is unbelievable." Minutes passed, and from the helicopter stationed at the tunnel exit, Li Yi watched as one vehicle after another emerged. Yet not a single police car was in sight. Where are they? Chapter 74, Escape? I'll just set off a grand firework display at your doorstep. As Li Yi noticed the absence of police cars, he immediately understood something was amiss. The robbers had likely switched vehicles. Upon further reflection, they might have even passed right in front of him. This is absurd. He quickly grabbed the radio, his tone urgent. "All units, the robbers may have changed vehicles. Block all surrounding intersections and check every suspicious individual." Understood. The officers, hearing the command, felt a wave of dread wash over them. This Han Li truly knew how to play mind games. Once again, he had pulled off a clever ruse. The viewers in the live stream flooded the comments with excitement. What a masterstroke. Are you familiar with the phrase pulling the wool over one's eyes? The officers were left utterly bewildered. "Everyone, stop talking. I shall take matters into my own hands and eliminate the offering for General Han. This display is truly magnificent. Han Li, you wish to capture me? Go back and learn properly." All of this began when Han Li entered the mobile center, meticulously planning his strategies. "General Han, you are truly impressive." Ling Han is in complete admiration. "The police have become so formidable, yet you managed to escape unnoticed right before their eyes. Are we returning?" Uncle Chui Hao, who was driving, turned to address Han Li and the others. "Now that the gold has been stolen and everyone is unharmed, this grand performance should come to an end, shouldn't it?" However, to the surprise of both Ling Han and Chui Hao, Han Li shook his head. "Since the Black Cat Police Chief has bestowed upon me such a delightful surprise, we must reciprocate, mustn't we?" Ling Han and Chui Hao felt a sudden chill in their hearts. In the live broadcast room, the female host was overjoyed to witness the Black Cat Police Chief suppressing Han Li for the first time. However, upon seeing Han Li escape, her expression soured. "This Han Li is insufferable. Professor Li, what are your thoughts?" "I am merely an observer." "Just kidding, my assessment is excellent." When surrounded by the Black Cat Police Chief, Han Li had already devised a comprehensive plan, proceeding with remarkable organization, ultimately evading the police's pursuit. This is indeed impressive. The most terrifying aspect is that other criminals in such a situation might only focus on the immediate moment. Yet Han Li, with foresight, thinks 10 steps ahead. One could say he is well prepared for any eventuality. Moreover, host, have you not noticed? The Black Cat Police Chief has been fixated on Han Li, neglecting another crucial element. "Oh, what could that be?" "The gold." The female host was taken aback. Indeed, throughout the ordeal, the police were so focused on surrounding Han Li that they failed to realize his two accomplices had long since transported the gold away. Are you suggesting the police were unaware of his accomplices? Impossible. Surely, they must have reviewed the surveillance footage. The female host shook her head, sensing something amiss. Professor Li chuckled. "Thus, I reiterate, while they think 1 step ahead, he thinks 10. Do you not recall? Even before the arrival of the Black Cat Police Chief, Han Li had destroyed all surveillance footage. This implies that the police would be utterly incapable of tracing any evidence regarding their whereabouts. Naturally, they remain oblivious to the fact that the gold within the bank has already vanished." The audience in the live broadcast room was left bewildered. So, Zhang San was guarding an empty bank. Why wasn't this mentioned earlier? "My brother Zhang is currently battling the police inside the bank." Zhang San. Police. My goodness, Zhang San has been thoroughly victimized by General Han. Incredible, General Han. From the very beginning, the police were destined to lose. The Black Cat Police Chief. My sole focus is Han Li. To hell with the gold. I care about every minute detail. The glimmer of hope within the female host was extinguished as she inquired. Will Han Li make a run for it? Who can say? The bandit leader certainly has an insatiable appetite. At this moment, every intersection was manned by the police, with nearly the entire major crimes unit deployed. They were determined to erase the humiliation inflicted upon them by Han Li earlier. Even the slightest hint of anything unusual would not be tolerated. Directly handcuff him and conduct a thorough inspection. These are mere commoners. and they must shed a layer of fur before they can depart. Disguise is merely makeup. A splash of water will surely reveal the truth behind the facade. Wang Lang's expression grew stern. After several experiences and lessons, he devised this method. Officer. Splash. A basin of water was poured onto the face of the female driver. Are you all right? She exclaimed. My apologies, madam. All is well now. You may leave. Even if it meant offending someone, they could not allow Han Li to escape. Keep it up, my good brothers. As long as we guard the entrances, we need not fear that Han Li will slip away. Old thief Han, meet your end. I shan't pretend any longer. I am a critic of Han, and I shall bear the consequences. Wang Lang was resolute in his belief that, given Han Li's character, he would not flee the city. Therefore, as long as they manned those entrances, it was merely a matter of time. At that moment, the officer approached a truck. Please lower your window for inspection. The driver inside slowly complied. Just as the officer holding the basin of water prepared to douse, he took a closer look. Cui Hao, esteemed elder. He quickly withdrew. Senior Cui. The officers saluted in unison. Before someone of such stature as the former captain of the Huaxia Special Forces, respect was inevitable. Not to mention, during his tenure as a negotiation expert, he had resolved countless criminal cases and single-handedly bolstered the local funeral service industry. Ah, you young men are commendable. Since it is Elder Cui, I suppose there is no need for further inspection? Indeed, how could Elder Cui possibly be associated with Han Li? Please. He is a fearsome tiger who instills dread in criminals. Would he heed the commands of someone as unrefined as Han Li? It would be better to eliminate Elder Cui. Cui Hao produced his identification and displayed it to the officers. All is in order. You may proceed. Wang Lang held Cui Hao in high esteem. He was a paragon of virtue. What a noble character. A role model for us all. Once the truck had departed from the checkpoint, Cui Hao sighed in relief. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. I, who have lived my life with integrity, have been ensnared by such a schemer. How shameful. Do not say that, elder. We are not villains. What then are we, Mr. Han? Han Li inquired. Ah, you are beginning to speak back. Where to next? Ling Han observed as Han Li retrieved a slip of paper bearing an unfamiliar address. What is this? The location of the Major Crimes Unit. Ling Han. Cui Hao. What on earth? How do you know the location of the Major Crimes Unit? Isn't that confidential? Han Li recalled a troubling memory and sighed. Let us not speak of the past. Before long, the truck arrived at a concealed location. Han Li adjusted his cap and, carrying a package, approached the entrance of the Major Crimes Unit. At that moment, an elderly gentleman, leisurely sipping tea while perusing a newspaper, noticed the young man approaching. Halt. What is your business, young man? Han Li remained remarkably calm. He wore a gentle smile at the corners of his mouth and said, Sir, I have a delivery. As he spoke, he produced a pack of cigarettes. Care for one. The old man accepted the cigarette. You're quite the character, lad. But wait. Where's the delivery coming from here? In an instant, Han Li drew a firearm from beneath his clothing and fired several shots at the astonished elderly man. With the blessing of the gun god, his speed was astonishing. Ah, shoo. Without giving the old man a chance to scream, Han Li swiftly covered his mouth and nose. Whispering, Sir, you have already become a corpse. The old man's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. This is truly a nightmare. Han Li released his grip, picked up the package, and walked steadily toward the entrance of the Serious Crimes Unit. Step by step, he moved with remarkable composure. Upon reaching the entrance, he set the package down and departed without looking back. With every step he took, the timer in his hand decreased by 1 second. When he reached the side of the truck, it was precisely 48 steps, corresponding to the timer, showing 48 seconds. The timer reached 0. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted behind him. Boom. Sparks flew, and smoke billowed into the sky. The entrance collapsed, charred and smoldering. The stunned old man fell to the ground. His face a mask of disbelief. What have you done? Explosions are an art form. Oh my. The door was blown away. Han Li retrieved a minuscule camera from his chest. Black Cat Police Chief, I hope you enjoy this gift. With that, the live stream plunged into darkness. The production team. The female host. Professor Li. The audience in the live stream. Director Jiang. Did you really blow up the Serious Crimes Unit? You're not joking. The entire internet erupted. Chapter 75. Enough, Han. The production team can't afford this. The audience in the live stream was left utterly astounded. This is outrageous. The police chief is out there trying to catch you, and you just went and robbed his home? You just blew it up. Incredible. Han, this is going to the sky. Unbelievable. I'm going to send Han a massive rocket. Oh no. This is too cool. Explosions without looking back. The elderly man at the entrance exclaimed. I was terrified at that moment. Police chief? Director, you think you're so high and mighty. You show off, and now we have to pay. Han Li, dare to catch me? I'll blow up your house. A true criminal, no doubt about it. Han, enough already. The police chief's house is gone. In the future, in S City, who would dare to provoke me, Han? In no time, online, Han Li S turning back and the video of the explosion at the police chief's Serious Crimes Unit created a tidal wave of reactions. It surged to the top of the trending list. Comments flooded in at a terrifying speed. Within minutes, thousands of them. Blowing up the police chief's home truly astonished every netizen. Not only that, forums about the notorious Han Li sprouted like mushrooms after rain. The alarming thing was that every thread shared a common phrase. First there was me, Han, then came the heavens. On the other side, the production team was enveloped in a heavy atmosphere, rendered speechless. The female host momentarily froze, rendered speechless and pale with fright. Even Professor Li, who usually held a fondness for Han Li, found himself in a state of acute embarrassment, utterly taken aback by Han Li's audacity. Indeed, it was a spectacle of unparalleled boldness. Meanwhile, the atmosphere remained frozen, yet the backstage of the production team was in chaos. Who on earth brought this contestant? This is sheer madness, exclaimed one producer, overwhelmed with disbelief. Director, I refuse to work with Han Li again. I'm terrified that one day he might unleash his wrath and ruin my life. This marked the gravest incident in the history of the show. One that even the incessant commercial breaks could not obscure. Do you think the police will come after us? Someone shouted. Run. Stop recording this nonsense. The director, overwhelmed and foaming at the mouth, muttered incoherently. Is this a dream? There is no such person as Han Li. It must be a figment of my dying imagination. Yes. That must be it, ha ha ha. Simultaneously, within the shadows of S City, criminals of all sorts were glued to the headlines reporting Han Li's audacious destruction of the police chief's ancestral home. Initially bewildered, they were soon engulfed in disbelief. He actually blew up the police chief's house? This was even more audacious than their own criminal deeds. Eventually, they unanimously picked up their phones to contact the aerospace company. Hello, are you there? I'd like to book a ticket for an immediate departure. There's a madman on the loose. That day, the aerospace company was inundated with orders as desperate criminals fled under the cover of night. When questioned about their choice to flee from the police chief's home, their response was straightforward. Why wouldn't we? Haven't you seen who currently ranks second on the police's wanted list? When Han Li gets serious, he spares no one. Meanwhile, a crowd was stirring, filled with commotion and screams. At that moment, the police chief, dutifully stationed at the intersection, noticed drivers inexplicably glued to their phones. What on earth? Using your phones while driving in front of us? You'll be fined. Several police officers approached an offending driver. Pull over. Are you texting while driving? The driver glanced down at his phone and then at the officers, suddenly revealing a look of pity in his eyes. Officers, haven't you seen the news? The news? We barely have time to track down criminals, let alone watch the news. Your house was robbed. Robbed? What do you mean? As the officers opened their phones and saw the headline proclaiming, the madman Han Li blows up the major crimes unit's entrance, they were struck with shock akin to a thunderclap, leaving them bewildered. The images of Han Li, timer in hand, with sparks flying behind him, flooded social media, sending shockwaves through public discourse. The trending topic read, the production team confronts a true criminal. An interview with an elderly gentleman who nearly lost control of his faculties from the fright added to the surreal chaos of the day. Breaking news, the police are out chasing Han Li. But the bad news is that their homes have been destroyed. In a surprising turn of events, Zhang San has resorted to throwing excrement to fend off the police, resulting in a standoff. All the officers exchanged astonished glances, incredulous at the unfolding scene. Is he serious? Just as Li Yi was preparing to execute his next move, he received a call from Director Jiang. Hello, Director Jiang. Rest assured, I will capture Han Li. Capture what? Our homes are gone, and it's still burning. Hurry back. Li Yi was bewildered, his composure shattered. Meanwhile, Han Li was whistling, driving with one hand. Ding. The system was utterly astonished that the host would resort to blowing up the police chief's family home. Indeed, it left the system in shock. Congratulations to the host for achieving the feat. A fake show encountering a real bandit. Rewarded skill, driving god. Driving god. Young man, care for a race? Effect. Your driving skills are now unparalleled. This skill was impressive. Han Li always enjoyed showcasing his drifting skills, yet often fell short, crashing into others' vehicles. With this newfound ability, how could the police possibly catch him? Mr. Han, what is going on? You're not planning to blow up my home, are you? Han Li replied incredulously. Am I that kind of person? Mr. Han, I, Ling Han, will serve you with utmost loyalty. Ling Han hastily expressed his allegiance, clearly frightened. You used to be quite honest. Regardless, Han Li had meticulously planned the explosion from the moment he encountered the Black Cat police chief. He assured, there will be no casualties. The police are outside chasing me, and there's no one inside. Cui Hao grumbled, you brat, if your heart weren't in the right place. Who knows what chaos would ensue in S City? It might not exist in a few days. Mr. Han, you have nothing to worry about next, right? Ling Han was genuinely scared, and if he uttered one more word, is it finished? Han Li responded, not yet. I won't rest until I blow up the Donyang police station. I can't let this go. Han Li shook his head, deciding to call it a day and head home. Wow, with all this gold, we're going to be rich. Ling Han gleefully sprawled amidst bags of gold, grinning from ear to ear. Soon, Han Li and his companions unloaded the bags from the car and noticed the crew members waiting to rendezvous. Dude, are your legs okay? You've been trembling over there. One crew member muttered under his breath. What do you think, Mr. Han? I'm scared of you. Once gathered, they began counting the gold. Ling Han and Cui Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. The crew member, overwhelmed by fear, finally noticed the bulging bags behind Han Li, causing his eyelids to twitch. How much gold is this? After 10 minutes of weighing, the crew member gasped repeatedly. Hey, take it easy. You're going to suck all the air out. Han Li frowned, while the crew member was drenched in sweat. He calculated that the total weight amounted to an astonishing ton. A ton? What does that even mean? Mr. Han, may I make a phone call first? What for? Before we proceed with your payment, our production team may need to secure a loan. Chapter 76 Emma. It's incredibly thrilling. I nearly passed out over a dozen times. Doctor, can I still hold on? Rest assured, all your readings have returned to normal. By the way, how did you manage to nearly faint so many times in just 3 minutes? Goodness. The ECG resembled a roller coaster. It was utterly exhilarating. The director sighed. Let us not dwell on the past. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was one of his subordinates. He hurriedly answered, his voice subdued. What is it, Xiao Wang? Director. Contestant Han Li has completed this heist. Quickly settle with him and send him away. I do not wish to hear his name again. That may be difficult. The director's temper flared. What do you mean difficult? Is our production team unable to afford his payment? This is outrageous. Just tell me how much he has stolen. Xiao Wang glanced at the heaps of gold, nearly speechless. Director, he has stolen a significant amount of gold. Gold is it? That is manageable. But he stole a ton. What? The director rolled his eyes and fainted. Quickly. The patient is in critical condition. We must act fast. The doctor examined the ECG. Goodness gracious. It's nearly a straight line now. It was fine just moments ago. What has happened? Well, our contestant has stolen a ton of gold. What kind of show is this? So wild. Upon hearing gold, the director suddenly sat up, gasping for breath. He had just experienced a nightmare. In his dream, he failed to pay, and Han Li burned down his home. Fine, consider it my misfortune. Just give him the money. If worst comes to worst, I'll request funds from headquarters. A ton of gold, at current market value, is approximately 100 million. Director, do you not know that gold tends to appreciate? A staff member presented a tablet to the director, unable to conceal their sympathy. 100 million was the earlier estimate. Now gold has surged by 5%, making a ton worth over 200 million. What? In just 10 minutes, I've lost another 100 million? The director collapsed, stiff as a board, frothing at the mouth. Doctor, it's bad. Our director has fainted again. Observing the ECG resembling a chaotic dance, the doctor sighed. He approached the director and gently closed his eyes. Brother, this is as far as I can assist you. Everyone else. Are you serious? Bang. Just as the director faintly perceived his grandmother waiting for him in the distance, the ward door swung open. A dapper gentleman, clad in a suit and sunglasses, strode into the room. Have you lost weight in just a few days, director of the Huaxia division? The previously fainted director suddenly sprang upright. Under the gaze of the crowd, he swiftly climbed to the feet of the man in the suit, clutching his thigh. The onlookers gaped in astonishment. This is truly a medical miracle. Brother, help me. A contestant is bullying me. The observer, Han Li, retorted. Did you not seek this out for yourself? What nonsense is this? I am well aware of the situation. Here, hand me your phone. Certainly. The staff handed over the device. The man took the phone and urgently communicated with the anxious Xiao Wang on the other end. The money has been transferred. Ding dong. Account credited with 200 million. Holy smokes. 200 million. Just like that? Not even a blink. The staff members were left bewildered. They had always believed the production team was under the director's control, yet it appears this man is the true puppeteer behind the scenes. The director patted the observer on the back. No wonder it's from headquarters. 200 million is merely a drop in the bucket. The observer sat on a stool, remarking that Han Li had performed exceptionally well this time, gaining the favor of several high-ranking officials at headquarters. The director was shocked. Han Li has actually caught the attention of the higher-ups at headquarters. This is unprecedented. However, it remains to be seen. Speaking of which, director, the progress in other cities in Huaxia is also nearly complete. Are you suggesting we commence the second phase? The man picked up a glass of water and sipped it leisurely. Very well, but before that, we need to settle a financial issue. Han Li has also blown up the residence of the police chief in S City. Meanwhile, at the Danyang Police Bureau, the atmosphere in the office was tense. The police officers wore grim expressions. Director Jiang, seated at the head, crossed his arms, his face clearly indicating his displeasure. Is this how you conduct your affairs? You failed to apprehend the criminal, and now the house is gone? We cannot be blamed. Who could have anticipated that Han Li would know our major case team's location? Indeed, the address is confidential. Only we insiders are privy to it. Bang. Suddenly, the usually silent Wu Meng stood up and slammed his hand down. Damn it. Someone must have informed Han Li of our address. There is a traitor among us. A traitor. The police officers were taken aback. Is this for real? Such ruthlessness? Humph. If I catch that traitor, they will face dire consequences. Wu Meng shook his iron fist. Yan Qing glanced at Wang Lang. Wang Jigua bowed his head, deep in thought. Do you have something to say? Director Jiang abruptly shifted his gaze to the silent chief Black Cat. This time, you were in full charge, and this is the outcome? Damn it. Studied abroad only to return with such incompetence. Li Yi lamented. I believed I made the right choice. In M country, police officers address crime with such swift strikes. To hell with M country. This is Huaxia. Get your act together, Li Yi. The safety of hostages is paramount. Not mindlessly killing criminals. The room fell silent, astonished at Director Jiang's fury. Li Yi stood there, stunned by the reprimand. His pupils dilated, and soon he revealed his confusion. I need some time alone. He then exited the office. The mischievous lad, you all too, learn from your mistakes and take heed. Indeed, after the others had departed, Director Jiang and Wang Jigua engaged in conversation for a while. What are your thoughts on Han Li? I believe he is quite capable. How does he compare to Li Yi? Slightly superior, perhaps? I have heard that he has frightened off numerous criminals in the city. Director Jiang squinted his eyes. Wang Jigua, is this not another method of combating crime? What was that saying? Walk another's path, leaving them without a way forward. Impressive. The following day, the police department designated this case as the Great Gold Heist. In a dimly lit room, Han Li observed Ling Han, who in turn gazed at Cui Hao, who was looking back at them both. Gentlemen, draw your swords. Today we shall determine both life and death, as well as superiority. The old man truly means it? No, just joking, my dear sir. With one punch from you, even the most brazen of criminals would lament in the Northwest. The trio returned the gold to the production team, subsequently receiving an enormous sum exceeding 200 million. 200 million. Ling Han nearly fainted from sheer joy. Grandpa Cui finally revealed his yellowed teeth, grinning like a blooming flower. Sir, according to the rules of the realm, we agreed on 40%. So you shall receive your share. Grandpa Cui hesitated slightly. That is a full 50 million. Very well, I shall accept it. Now, this 30% goes to you. Ling Han. Brother Han, are you jesting? I am merely a bystander. I cannot possibly take so much. Just give me 1%. Ling Han felt quite bashful. Take it. Do you not have your grandmother's medical expenses to consider? You knew? Of course, I am a top-tier hacker. Ling Han gazed at the money that had arrived, feeling warmth in his heart. Brother Han, you are truly kind to your friends. Tears streamed down Ling Han's face as he lunged at Han Li. What are you doing? Just a kiss. Get lost. Grandpa Shui, understanding the situation, discreetly turned away. TSK, the young ones certainly know how to have fun. As night fell, a garbage truck halted amidst a mountain of refuse. Within the pile, a pair of defiant eyes emerged. Humph, I've escaped from the jaws of death. Oddly enough, something is obstructing Zhang San's view. Damn it, it's excrement. What the hell? Ah, the man saw a living person leap from the refuse. A living person amidst the filth? A minute later, brother, do you know of any hotels nearby that don't require identification? Zhang San, armed with an AK, appeared disheveled yet earnest. There's a guest house halfway up the mountain that doesn't ask for ID. Alright, thank you. Thus, under the night sky, Zhang San sprinted away with his dazzling AK, pursued by countless stray dogs drawn by the scent. Chapter 77. This time, it is nationwide. Yesterday, a man ran naked down the city streets, behaving oddly, with a multitude of stray dogs in tow. Some experts speculate he might be a reincarnated shaman. The director set down the morning newspaper with a sigh. This young lad, Zhang San, has certainly made a name for himself. Director, everyone has arrived. At this moment, in a vast conference hall, representatives from various cities convened, each responsible for the airing of the crime roleplay in their respective locales. Each city operates independently without interference. However, today, the chief director gathered them all together, hinting that something significant was about to unfold. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason for this assembly is to announce an important matter, the director stated, glancing at his assistant. On the immense screen, data began to appear, displaying the remaining number of criminal participants across various cities in Huaxia. In City A, there were 23 remaining. In City B, 12. In City C, 14. And in City S, 42. The audience was taken aback, their expressions filled with bewilderment as they turned to the director. These numbers seem off, they murmured. Clearing his throat, the director explained, due to special circumstances. We have an exceptionally formidable individual who has drawn the majority of police firepower and has yet to be apprehended. One person, taking on the entire police department? The crowd gasped in disbelief. However, before they could fully comprehend the situation, the director continued, in City M, there remains but one individual. A collective intake of breath echoed through the room as everyone stood dumbfounded. Surely there's a miscalculation? The director, equally astonished, turned to the person in charge of City M. His eyes questioning, didn't the police in City M fare worse than those in City S? How is it that only one remains? The responsible party awkwardly admitted. It was not the police who apprehended them. The crowd was taken aback. Not the police. This participant, codenamed Magic Police, eliminated all others in just 10 days. Goodness. That is even more formidable. The director's eyelids twitched with anticipation. I must have a chance to confront this rogue. After reviewing the remaining criminal participants in all cities, the director announced, not long ago, observers from headquarters approached me, suggesting that it is time to enter the next phase. What does that mean? The second phase will entail a comprehensive upgrade, an expansion of the criminal scope, an increase in rewards, and the lifting of numerous restrictions. In short, the program will become increasingly thrilling. This was a grand undertaking. Previously, the participants operated independently. Now, they would be interconnected. Who could predict what turmoil these criminals might unleash? The tides were about to turn. Shortly thereafter, countless police officers and criminal participants received a text message simultaneously. The second phase officially begins. Rule change. The criminal scope is expanded nationwide. Police and participants may operate freely throughout Huaxia. Prize money increased to 1 billion. Participants are allowed to form their own teams, factions, or even underground organizations. Any subordinates they recruit will have their points attributed to the leader, not counted as official participants. Live broadcasts from various cities will be interconnected. At the same time, a brand new crime simulation leaderboard was unveiled, this time on a national scale. First place, Q. Points, 230. 000. Evaluation, unknown. Second place, Magic Police. Points, 190. 000. Evaluation, relies solely on the presence of peers, apprehends one upon encountering. Third place, Peppa Pig, with companions, Mickey and Ultraman. Total points, 176. 000. Fourth place, Black Dragon, affiliation, Black Dragon Society. Total points, 123. 900. The interconnected live streaming rooms have witnessed a terrifying surge in popularity, with an increasing number of netizens from various cities joining in. Upon seeing this ranking, the atmosphere exploded with excitement. Is it the new year already? Who is this Q, who outshines even my Han? It's madness. The production team has gone berserk. Director Han Li, hurry and spread your influence to other cities. My Han, we are poised to take the nation by storm. What is this Peppa Pig nonsense? Let him try his luck in my M city. Huh, all these small fries, in my D city. We have already begun forming factions while you all are still playing petty games. Black Dragon Society, let me show you how it's done. Each of the top 10 on the leaderboard is a formidable figure. Contrary to the ecstatic audience, the police chiefs from various cities were plagued with headaches. This is a mess. Initially, the chaos was contained within their own cities, which was manageable, but now they are roaming freely. The pressure is immense. Quickly, contact the heads of each department. We must collaborate in this crisis. Meanwhile, in a guest house, Han Li was perusing the messages sent by the production team. A smile creeping across his face. The production team is stirring things up. Han, are we making a run for it? Ling Han began packing his belongings. It is unwise to linger here. Perhaps we should develop in other cities. What is the rush? Don't you realize it's dangerous to leave now? Han Li explained patiently. Do not forget, it's not just us receiving messages. The police are also aware. They will undoubtedly bolster security at major airports and train stations, waiting for you to arrive. Indeed, the police could very well set a trap. Ling Han shuddered at the thought. So what shall we do next? What shall we do? That is obvious. We must eat. Han Li donned his attire, now assuming the identity of Guan Fengqin. Once outside, no one would recognize his true identity. Where's Uncle Cui? He is off chatting with Andy. He truly is the best. Han Li and Ling Han drove to a certain restaurant. Under ordinary circumstances, they would never have dared to envision dining here, but now, with newfound wealth, it was within their reach. Sir, this way please. The waiter, wearing a sincere smile, led Han Li and Ling Han to the finest private room. All our fish are freshly caught. They are exceptionally fresh. As the manager began to introduce the dishes to Han Li, a sudden notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Criminal nemesis activated. Han Li was momentarily stunned. The activation of this skill indicated that genuine criminals were lurking nearby. Han, why have you stopped? Ling Han and the manager were puzzled. Han Li recalled, just now, it seemed that two waiters brushed past me. Ling Han, quickly call the police. What's wrong, Han? What happened? Something big has occurred. Ling Han watched as Han Li rushed away in a flurry of urgency, bewildered by the sudden commotion. Sprinting down the hallway, Han Li followed the increasingly loud alert sounds until he finally halted outside the most opulent private room. A sign on the door read, no entry for unauthorized persons. Inside, a heinous crime was unfolding. Chapter 78. Officer, I confess, he is a pervert. Han Li glanced down at the narrow gap beneath the door. Noticing the absence of light, raising an eyebrow, he delicately grasped the doorknob and, with the utmost care, created a small opening. Peering through the crack, he beheld a scene of utter chaos. Dishes scattered about, and several imposing figures clad in black lay unconscious on the floor, likely victims of a soporific drug. Hey, wake up. Han Li stepped into the room and delivered a few resounding slaps to one of the black-clad men. Who hit me? What on earth is happening here? The man exclaimed in confusion. Han Li replied with utmost seriousness. Two individuals have kidnapped our boss and just left. You must pursue them immediately. What? They've already escaped? The urgency of the situation pressed Han Li onward as he disregarded the bodyguards and dashed down the stairs. Sure enough, utilizing his skills, he locked onto his targets. Two furtive figures were hastily escorting an unconscious individual into a black sedan. Not to worry, I have a car, he thought, only to realize with dismay that his keys were in Ling Han's possession. As the vehicle began to fade from view, Han Li made a decisive choice. He flagged down a passing car. The driver, bewildered, protested, "What gives you the audacity to commandeer my vehicle? Listen, I'm in pursuit of a group of kidnappers. Your car is requisitioned. Do you have any objections?" "None at all. Really? You are a kind soul," Han Li remarked as he holstered his weapon and patted the driver's shoulder. The driver retorted, "That's not cowardice, it's following my heart." God of driving activated. As the skill took effect, Han Li felt an uncanny connection with the vehicle. He pressed the accelerator, and with a thunderous roar, the car surged forward, leaving a cloud of exhaust in its wake. In an instant, he had overtaken numerous vehicles, with other drivers mistaking him for yet another wealthy youth flaunting his luxury ride. However, upon closer inspection, they realized with disbelief that it was merely a van. Damn, that's a skilled driver. Han Li remained focused, employing his exceptional driving prowess to surpass several more cars. The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement. Wow, this is like a scene from Fast and Furious. Look at our CEO, his sense of justice is practically overflowing. But why does the van he drives seem so different from ours? With renewed determination, Han Li pressed the accelerator again, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Let us go. The van erupted with a cacophony of sound, startling surrounding drivers into swerving away from his path, as if a red lightning bolt had streaked by. Whoosh. A sports car owner was taken aback as a flash of red zipped past. What was that? The traffic officer, momentarily stunned, still clutched an unfinished ticket in his hand. This is outrageous. Dispatch the police. The viewers in the live broadcast room were utterly riveted, particularly those from distant cities, drawn in by the notorious reputation of the fierce bandit, Han Li. What they witnessed was nothing short of terrifying. Good heavens, is that a rocket? This little Peppa Pig can fly? Absolutely astounding. ISNT it? From now on, he is my go-to. Good grief. ISNT this more exhilarating than the criminals in our own city? The traffic officer exclaimed. Are you from our star too? Damn, we're about to collide. One of the kidnappers in the car glanced into the rearview mirror and was startled. Boss, there's a van about to crash into us. Another kidnapper turned around, his face pale with fear. The driver was speechless. How could this be possible? Until he dared to look back, his eyes widening in disbelief. It's really happening. Little arm, I've caught up with you. Han Li made a sharp left turn, exerting pressure and drawing alongside the car. He flashed a wicked grin at the two kidnappers. Don't come any closer. Han Li abruptly yanked the steering wheel, ramming the car against the highway barrier. The kidnappers nearly flew out of the vehicle from the impact. So audacious. I'll be damned. I'm going to teach him a lesson. One of the kidnappers jumped out of the car, brandishing a sharp dagger, and charged at Han Li. Little arm, are you testing my patience? As he approached, he suddenly saw Han Li draw a firearm. Hey, just kidding, bro. The kidnapper squatted down, hands on his head. Hey, what are you doing? Let go of my brother. The other kidnapper emerged, holding a man hostage, pressing the dagger against the man's neck. Do you believe I'll kill him? Han Li activated Shadow Emperor, revealing a maniacal grin, licking the dagger that had fallen on the ground. No worries, my targets are solely you. What? The kidnapper shivered at the sight of Han Li's crazed eyes. A psychopath? In an instant, Han Li fired with his left hand, hitting the kidnapper squarely in the face. The paintball left the man disoriented. What was that? You shot my eye. As he wiped away the paint, he discovered a sharp dagger was already poised at his throat, the very one held by his accomplice. Han Li raised an eyebrow. The kidnapper felt a chill run through him. So fast. The viewers in the live stream were left in shock. Which netizen from S City can tell me what just happened? It was too quick. I didn't even see his moves. Mr. Han, you are so impressive. Han Li, within 3 minutes, have apprehended 2 kidnappers. A true idol, a real hero. Han Li quipped, just having some fun, brother. The display was so exhilarating that it left me tingling. Are all the contestants from S City this extraordinary? Han Li securely bound the 2 kidnappers. Shortly thereafter, police cars arrived upon receiving the alert. Yanqing led her team out of the vehicle. She immediately received Han Li's location. This time, they are real kidnappers. Everyone must exercise utmost caution. Fear not, Chief. I am prepared for any sacrifice. As the police officers, fully armed and even with snipers deployed, prepared to apprehend the criminals, they were confronted with an unforgettable scene. Help me. Take me away. There's a pervert, cried a distressed voice. Brother, please, no more beating. The villain, who had prepared the officers for sacrifice, was actually kneeling before a cultured gentleman, begging for mercy. What is happening? Is this a manifestation of the degradation of humanity or the corruption of morality? These kidnappers, are they truly the victims? Oh, then it's all right. I surrender. Arrest me, comrade officer. P.S. The pervert, one of the kidnappers, upon seeing the officer, had never been so elated in his life, tugging at his pants in desperation. The officer was left bewildered, as were the reporters and the audience in the live stream. Aren't these 2 kidnappers supposed to be fierce? They seemed terrified, almost wetting themselves. Who exactly is the real criminal here? Goodness, this is unbelievable. Tell me he's a genuine thug, please. Is everyone in S City this frightening? Those upstairs, Mr. Han is in charge of the show, you just need to applaud. I can't even think about stealing in S City anymore. I suggest we apply for a remarkable patent on Mr. Han. He embodies the very essence of the term. Even the magical police would exclaim in professionalism. Young comrade, what have you done? One officer inquired. Indeed, comrade officer, there's no need for gratitude. For I cannot tolerate even a speck of crime in someone's eyes. The fervor amongst the officers surged. Everyone, take note and learn from his awareness. Thank you. I am truly grateful. How can I repay you? With the officer's assistance, Chen Beiming, who had just regained consciousness, approached Han Li and vigorously shook his hand. This was his savior. Oh, here, take this. Chen Beiming handed Han Li a golden invitation card before heading towards the hospital. Han Li glanced at it, discovering it was an invitation to the Chengxiang Jewelry exhibition, accompanied by a phone number. Chengxiang Jewelry, the largest jeweler in C-City, and this invitation card was priceless. An extraordinary gain for Han Li. It was rumored that a rare $30 million gemstone, the Scarlet Star, would make a stunning appearance at night. As a woman, Yanqing naturally adored jewelry. You know, perhaps it would look even more beautiful in my home. Chapter 79. A false alarm that terrified Mr. Han. Did you single-handedly subdue 2 fierce kidnappers? And have you left them traumatized? The officer, preparing notes, found it hard to believe. I merely engaged in friendly dialogue with them. Looking at the horrifying images of the kidnappers, he questioned, is this what you call friendly dialogue? This is sheer torment. Are today as bystanders this formidable? Where does that leave the reputation of our police force? Is it fine for me to leave now? Yes. We will subsequently award you a medal in appreciation of your contribution to society. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. How many times has Mr. Han received a medal now? Well, society owes you a great deal, General Han. Officer, brother, teach me a trick. Han Li greeted Yanqing, and amidst the officer's warm send-off, he had just reached the entrance when his expression suddenly froze. A man clad in a trench coat and donning a Black Cat Sheriff mask approached him. It's the Black Cat Sheriff. What a thrill. This is more exhilarating than any script. Goodness, our eyes met. He won't recognize me. Will he, General Han? Anxiety surged within him as he followed an expatriate who spoke. Smith, your visit has been immensely helpful. No problem. After all, we are old friends. Suddenly, Li Yi seemed to sense someone watching him. He turned to gaze at the stunned Han Li, his sharp eyes scanning the vicinity. This is bad. Han Li quickly averted his gaze. He never anticipated encountering this fellow. Surely he won't identify me. Time to slip away. Han Li flashed a smile at Li Yi and prepared to exit. Wait. Just as Han Li was about to step out, Li Yi's cold voice echoed behind him, sending a chill down Han Li's spine. What is it you need? Han Li responded, feigning calmness as he turned to face Li Yi. The pressure emanating from the Black Cat Sheriff was palpable. The other officers halted and turned their attention toward them. Li Yi advanced toward Han Li, step by step. Han Li clenched his palms tightly. The audience in the live stream felt their hearts race. Oh no, am I going to be discovered? That shouldn't happen. I managed to stay under the radar last time. The tension was palpable. Even I, as an observer, felt anxious for General Han. As Han Li watched the Black Cat Sheriff approach, Li Yi extended his hand, his voice carrying a note of praise. I've heard of your exploits, quite impressive. Han Li was taken aback. The officers were equally astonished. This ice-cold figure actually offers compliments? What a false alarm. It's nothing, really, Han Li replied as he shook his hand. I can see you are a person of integrity. Li Yi nodded in acknowledgement. The livestream audience erupted. I, General Han, a person of integrity? This is shocking. I almost thought he would pull a gun. To add a twist of irony, this man recently burned down your station. The Black Cat Sheriff. I see him as a good person. Those upstairs are merciless. Han Li, I'm in tears. He just called me a person of integrity. Accompanied by Yanqing, Han Li departed the police station. Thanks to you, I received praise from my superiors. How about I treat you to a meal sometime? Yanqing lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, but when she turned to look, Han Li was engrossed in counting his rewards, his eyes sparkling, completely oblivious to her presence. Forget it, I'll pretend I never said anything. Upon returning to the mansion, Ling Han learned of the events that transpired. He clung to Han Li's leg. General Han, I'm worried. Oh, why is there suddenly 20,000 less in my account? While I was toiling away, you seem to be enjoying yourself. Ling Han exclaimed. Hurry up and pack your things. It's time for a long journey. Han Li kicked him playfully. A long journey? General Han, are you planning to wreak havoc in another city? What nonsense. This is about enhancing the crime prevention rates in other cities. Do you understand? Ling Han's expression darkened. However, how do we leave? The train station and airport are both under the watch of the police, and several competitors have already been apprehended these past few days. The police have been lying in wait at these locations, ready to catch any competitors that show up. They've instilled quite a bit of fear among them. Well, I have a plan, he continued. By the way, where's Old Man Shui? I haven't seen him for quite some time. Oh, he's currently practicing Tai Chi with Grandma. What? We're discussing serious matters here, and he's indulging in a twilight romance? This cannot stand. I must have a serious talk with Old Man Shui. How can I maintain my position as the leader if this continues? Exactly. I report him. Old Man Shui even tried to embezzle last time. At that moment, a voice came from behind. Oh, I hear you wish to educate me? Han Li and Ling Han were taken aback, chills running down their spines. Old Man Shui had intercepted them, glancing at Ling Han and then at Han Li. So what do you say? Together? Danger. 5 minutes later, the two of them were helping each other ascend the stairs, both looking rather foolish. Old man is indeed formidable. He shows no signs of aging. Indeed. With such a little brother, I have no regrets. Han Li wiped away a tear. You thought he couldn't best Old Man Shui? Wrong. This is merely a test of his skills. The facts demonstrate that Old Man Shui is quite strong. Who would dare to touch him again? Gather your things. We will leave after dinner. Han Li returned to his room, sipping cola, and opened his laptop. His fingers danced across the keyboard. Top-tier hacker activated. Inside the Donyang Police Department, the unit responsible for cyber tracking was at a loss. Stop struggling. We cannot pin down that old rascal Han Li. Damn it. He is too skilled. He must be an exceptional hacker. After days and nights of fruitless searching, they had not found a single clue. And all surveillance footage had been destroyed. How could they possibly catch him? As the officers were about to give up, suddenly, the previously inactive screen flickered to life. Everyone was startled, their expressions filled with confusion. Did the screen just light up? Was that just an illusion? But I saw it too. It's a signal. Captain, something big has happened. What is going on? I was just having my meal. The officers stared at the screen, where the signal was growing brighter. Their expressions filled with excitement, akin to winning the lottery. We've captured a signal that we suspect belongs to Han Li. What? Minutes later, numerous officers gathered in the department, eagerly awaiting developments, all brimming with excitement. Even Director Jiang had come to the scene personally. He stared at the large screen. Are you saying this little dot represents Han Li's current location? Exactly. Who would have thought? Perseverance pays off. We finally found a flaw. Han Li, you cannot escape. Han Li, I've got you now. Director Jiang grinned. On the screen, an unfamiliar signal appeared, pinpointing a location not far from their police station at the East Suburban Park. Quickly, deploy all officers. This time, we must capture Han Li. Chapter 80. The top-tier hacker? Apologies, in my eyes, everything is worthless. The wail of sirens echoed along the roadside, startling the onlookers. What a grand spectacle. Which terrorist are they attempting to apprehend? Countless police vehicles rushed to the East Suburban Park where Han Li was located. Wang Lang and other officers were fully armed, reloading their specialized firearms. Wang Lang's expression was grave. This opportunity could not be missed. They were determined to capture the old thief. I want him to weep. The audience of the police livestream became fervently excited. No matter how formidable he was, he would eventually reveal his flaws. Han Li, prepare to meet your fate. I see a chance. Officers, let us show Han Li what we're made of. For so long, the officers had been led in circles by Han Li, entertaining countless citizens, yet they held a glimmer of hope to seize him soon. After all, he ultimately played the role of a criminal, a villain. Historically, righteousness prevails over evil. Yet, Han Li had turned the tables, bewildering everyone. I could hardly contain my anticipation. The officers raised their specialized firearms. We have arrived, disembark. Wang Lang flung open the door and dashed out. Charge. The officers exited their vehicles, ready to unleash their might, only to find themselves facing a wasteland. Officer. What on earth? Damn it, did we take a wrong turn? Wang Lang pulled the driving officer aside for clarification. This isn't East Suburban Park. It's a dump. Officer, I'm not sure. I followed the navigation, and this should be East Suburban Park. After inquiring with an elderly man by the roadside, they discovered the truth. Indeed, they were not mistaken. This was East Suburban Park. However, it had recently been demolished and was now a garbage site. Many officers felt their vision darken, nearly facing collective despair. Do you think Han Li could be hiding in the garbage? One officer attempted to resist the bitter reality. What do you think? Wang Lang sighed, rubbing his forehead in resignation. We've been deceived again. Call Director Jiang and report the situation here. Yes. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Director Jiang stood up in anger upon receiving the news. Are you saying East Suburban Park is now just a heap of trash, with no sign of Han Li? Everyone. What? Impossible. The signal clearly indicated. Could this signal be a ploy by Han Li? The cyber officer felt a chill run down his spine. Otherwise, how could they have captured the signal just today after days and nights of searching? This must be a trap laid by that old rascal Han. Damn, that familiar feeling, suffocating. Oh Han, you have tormented me countless times. Yet I treat you as my first love, willingly deceived. The livestream audience erupted. Oh my, this is a complete mockery. Han Li, I didn't want this. But they are so easy to deceive. Watch out, it's a dimensional strike. Director Jiang collapsed into his chair. He had mobilized a large number of officers for the pursuit, only to chase after nothing. This is bad. Han Li is luring the tiger from its den. Wang Zhigua beside him recalled ominous memories. This indicated that Han Li was up to something significant once again, as the police chiefs found themselves in a state of despondency. A chilling voice echoed through the room, drawing everyone's attention. Entering was Li Yi, donned in the guise of the Black Cat police chief, accompanied by a foreign gentleman. It appeared that his arrival was most fortuitous. Li Yi, who is this? The crowd inquired. Li Yi introduced, this is Mr. Smith, a top-tier hacker I have enlisted from the M country. With his expertise, we shall undoubtedly prevail over Han Li in the digital realm. A top hacker, is that true? Smith, averse to superfluous conversation, approached one of the police chiefs and politely requested, could you please make some room? Apologies, sir, but you cannot access our police network. It contains sensitive information, the cyber officer interjected. If any data were to be compromised, we would bear the consequences. Wang Zhigua grew wary, suspecting that this hacker could not be trusted. You're overthinking it. Relax. I have no intention of interfacing with your police system, as even your firewall presents a formidable challenge for me, Smith reassured, settling down and projecting his laptop screen onto the large display. The network officers kept a vigilant eye, quickly realizing that their system was operating without any issues. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to demonstrate, Smith declared. Li Yi, can this individual be trusted? Director Jiang expressed his concern. Even the entirety of our network department was just outmaneuvered by Han Li. Can this person truly deliver? And who knows if he is genuinely trustworthy? Rest assured, he frequently collaborates with police departments in M country, assisting them in apprehending numerous criminals. His character is beyond reproach. Li Yi replied confidently, albeit with a hint of arrogance. Look at the screen. Suddenly, the network officers gasped in astonishment. On the display, a series of signals fluctuated, unveiling an array of surveillance footage, continuously streaming from highways, residences, hotels, and even restrooms. Almost the entire city's surveillance was condensed onto that colossal screen. The crowd inhaled sharply. This individual has managed to breach the entire city's surveillance in mere minutes? How terrifying. The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. Such a technique. Han has never showcased such prowess. Oh, and I forgot to mention, Mr. Smith recently became a member of the Red Spider, Li Yi added. The Red Spider. It was a name familiar to all present, known as the third-ranked international hacker organization, primarily engaged in the exchange of technology, with no prior criminal history. The revelation that Smith was a member of such an esteemed group was staggering. Wouldn't this overshadow Han Li? How could Team Leader Li manage to recruit such a formidable figure? Truly, he was an international top hacker. Surely, even Han Li would struggle against this. Smith produced Han Li's identification card along with previously captured images of him, commencing data collection from various locations. The vast stream of data flowed seamlessly, leaving the network officers in awe. Found it. He has been located already? Ah, but there's a specialized firewall? Smith chuckled, unleashing his most potent virus, transforming it into a blade that pierced through Han Li's first line of defense. Han Li suddenly received a notification on his phone. Warning, the first layer of the firewall has been breached by the enemy. Such prowess. The viewers in the live stream grew tense. Is this truly the work of international black gold? How unprincipled, Chief. This is bad. I, Han, have encountered a formidable opponent. This is troublesome. Has it really been penetrated so easily? Han Li is no pushover. He quickened his pace. Compile. Formulate. Input the program. Huh. Elementary school level. This firewall is a joke, Smith thought. Indeed, the cybersecurity forces in Huaxia are woefully inadequate. A hacker of such a minor caliber can toy with them effortlessly. As he executed his commands, the virus surged through the firewall Han Li had set up, effortlessly breaching it. On the large screen, a dozen small black dots suddenly appeared. What are these? These represent Han Li's recent whereabouts. By connecting these dots, one could deduce his trajectory and thus anticipate his next location. Then, they could encircle him in advance and bring his escapade to an end. Smith removed his headset and turned to the bewildered officers, displaying a look of disdain. Li, you claimed this Han Li was a top-tier hacker, yet is this all he can muster? I am truly disappointed. I expected more excitement. Alas, he is nothing but trash. This can be resolved in mere moments. Is that so, Smith? Look behind you. Li's expression darkened. Not only Li Yi, but the other officers were also dumbfounded, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. Smith, perplexed, turned to glance behind him. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. The screen displayed numerous small black dots mysteriously appearing across various locations in the city, densely proliferating and sweeping over the entire area. Ultimately, the entire screen was engulfed in darkness. Now it was Smith's turn to be bewildered. Chapter 81. 3 days from now, I shall personally retrieve the Crimson Star. The large screen remained pitch black. Officers. How could this result in a black screen? Odd, why? I clearly breached his firewall. Smith stared at the inky screen, his mouth agape in shock. Smith, what is happening? Li Yi inquired. Smith's face turned a shade of embarrassment as he exclaimed, damn it. I've been counter-hacked. What? You, a hacker, have been outmaneuvered by Han Li? The viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. This is a knockout blow. Han, you've left the foreigners utterly confounded. This is excessive, yet I relish it. Han Li remarked. You think breaching a firewall makes you invincible? Smith, unwilling to lose face, thought otherwise. After all, he was a member of the Red Spider. He immediately launched a counterattack. Soon enough, he detected an unknown program wreaking havoc within his computer. Is this the culprit? Let me eliminate you. Smith activated his most robust defense system to eradicate the virus Han Li had deployed. However, he was increasingly astonished to find that his defense system could not keep pace with this minor program. Damn it, how is this possible? This is indeed the official defense system of the Red Spider. The virus frequency unleashed by Han Li accelerated at an alarming pace, and Smith's computer system was being ravaged by the virus at a frenzied rate. Defense system compromised. As lines of code collapsed, a loud bang resonated. The crowd witnessed sparks erupting from Smith's laptop. Has it caught fire? Smith wiped the sweat from his brow, yet it was in vain. His laptop was being manipulated and controlled. Soon, everyone noticed a message displayed on the large screen. Bizarrely typing out a string of text. Do not attempt to challenge the hackers of Huaxia, okay? Officer. Smith. Li. Before Smith could regain his composure, all the screens in the police station were commandeered by Han Li, revealing a series of Smith's private photographs. Each one depicted him dressed in various women's clothing. Officer. Li instinctively took a step back and remarked to Smith. I never imagined you were this kind of Smith. I misjudged you. No. Smith gazed in agony at the plethora of images of himself on the screen. This wretched Han Li was even looping the playback. Damn it, you forced my hand, Han Li. I will invoke the power of the organization. Ding ding ding. At that moment, Smith received a call from higher-ups in the organization. Chief, I've been bullied by Huaxia hackers. Your timing is impeccable. What nonsense. Smith, who the hell did you offend? Our Red Spider system has been breached. And now it's looping the national anthem of Huaxia. I'm about to develop calluses from hearing it. They specifically mentioned your name, thanks to your assistance. Thud. Smith was immediately petrified, the phone slipping from his grasp. Han Li not only hacked my system, but also infiltrated my organization through it. What the hell? Li. It's a ghost. I'm done. Smith abandoned his laptop and rushed towards the door. What is wrong, Smith? Isn't your Red Spider the third in the world? Li caught hold of him. Smith was in a state of panic. He was genuinely afraid of Han Li. Li, my organization has been infiltrated by Han Li. What do you mean by playing around? Do you understand? Someone like Han Li in our circles is typically referred to as a god. How could a mere human triumph over a divine being? What nonsense is this? Han Li hacked the Red Spider. The network officers gaped in disbelief. My god. The live stream audience erupted. Foreigner, go back home. Han Li, is this really the so-called third in the world? I could do that too. Seriously, I could just follow your network cable and attack your father. Wow, take my knee. Mr. Han. The audience in S City was utterly thrilled. When will Mr. Han come to play in our C City? Although I am not fond of Han Li, we are friends when it comes to slapping the faces of foreigners. Watching Smith flee in disarray, the Huaxiao officers felt a peculiar sense of satisfaction. It was as if to say, aren't you foreigners so formidable? Bam. We Huaxiao people just slapped you in the face. Well done. The outsider, Wu Ming, applauded, showing his support for Han Li. Li Yi said, Director Jiang, I apologize. Witnessing the entire scene, Director Jiang patted Li Yi's shoulder and remarked, Li Yi, remember that there are always greater talents beyond our horizons. Do not assume that foreign entities are the most formidable. As for that fellow, let him return and practice diligently. He has brought shame upon himself. The police chief interjected. Your words remind me of a parent reveling in their child's perfect score. Director, we have a serious situation. What has happened now? That old rascal Han has upgraded our police station's firewall. Incredible. This is a blatant affront to our dignity. Director Jiang furrowed his brow. It was akin to Han Li stealing their undergarments right in front of the police chief and replacing them with superior ones. All personnel in the IT department. Enhance your skills immediately. Yes, Li Yi added. Although we cannot pinpoint Han Li's location, as long as we secure all major train stations and airports, he cannot escape S City. Exactly, everyone, hold your positions. Director Jiang declared with conviction. Han Li will find it impossible to flee. Is this C City? Han Li descended leisurely from the plane, which bore the logo of Chunxiang Jewelry. They had sent a private jet for him. Viewers in the live stream laughed. It's hilarious. Our President Han has already arrived in C City. The police chief remarked. He will find it impossible to escape. Just look at how influential our President Han is. Cui Yi exclaimed. I can't believe it. Shut up. I feel nauseous. Cui Hao ran to the lawn and vomited. The long-waiting butler approached with a smile. Are you Mr. Guan Fengqin? Please present your invitation card. Han Li handed over the invitation. The man inspected it and confirmed its authenticity. This way, please. We will arrange everything for your stay. President Chun has instructed that you be treated exceptionally well, under the butler's guidance. They checked into the largest five-star hotel in C City, indulging in a life of luxury. As night fell, Han Li and Ling Han wandered down a certain street, eager to exchange insights on how to become an exceptional thief. Watch closely. Han Li blended into the crowd, strolling casually before returning to Ling Han's side. Is it really that simple? Indeed. Han Li opened his pocket, revealing it brimming with wallets. Wow, that's incredible. How did you manage that? Observe closely once more. Han Li returned, and then came back. All the wallets restored to their rightful owners. Ling Han's jaw dropped in astonishment. Did you catch that? You should give it a try. Han Li encouraged Ling Han to learn a few tricks. All right. Ling Han, filled with determination, mimicked Han Li's movements and took a stroll. How did it go? Ling Han opened his pocket, only to find it empty. President Han, my wallet is gone. Han Li replied, brother, you simply do not possess the talent for this. Everyone come and see. Major news. The Crimson Star is exhibiting? Oh, I truly wish to witness it live. A crowd gathered outside a Chunxiang jewelry store, drawn by the day's event. President Han, what brings you here? Ling Han asked, puzzled. Do you have an interest in jewelry? Han Li revealed a smile that was both intriguing and enigmatic. He issued a challenge. Shortly thereafter, a resounding crash echoed through the air as glass shattered. Startled, everyone rushed to investigate. The store manager approached, wielding a wooden stick, and inquired, "Who has shattered my glass?" Though no culprit was in sight, a playing card was discovered. He picked it up, and upon it was inscribed a message, 3 days hence. I shall personally retrieve the Crimson Star. Signed, the Phantom Thief Peppa Pig. This revelation quickly sent shockwaves through City C. Chapter 82. The lights go out at the venue. An unexpected incident. How audacious. Who is this Peppa Pig? Find out for me. Chun Baiming clenched the playing card in his hand. In his decades of business, he had never encountered such a brazen thief. Fear not, Mr. Chun, with my presence. This Peppa Pig won't stir up any trouble. A man clad in a cream-colored suit with dyed blonde hair entered. The production team just informed us that this Peppa Pig is a contestant named Han Li. Quite renowned in City S. But rest assured, he will pose no threat here. This individual was Ouyang Rong, the representative of the Sea City Police Force Criminal Roleplay Division. A seasoned officer with multiple championships under his belt. I have already implemented the most advanced security system for the Crimson Star, supplemented by a substantial police presence. With round-the-clock supervision, there will be no incidents. I entrust this to you, Officer Ouyang. Ouyang Rong exited Chen's office, only to be met by a chilling voice from the shadows. Do not underestimate Han Li. It may cost you dearly. Emerging from the darkness was Li Yi. Donned in a black cat police uniform, dispatched to City C under Zhang's orders to apprehend Han Li. Ouyang Rong scoffed, his demeanor indifferent. This is City C, Officer Li. Consider it a vacation while I hand Han Li over to you. The scenery here is quite beautiful. Li Yi observed the nonchalant officer, dismissing his words with a shake of his head. Arrogance leads to defeat. It seems I must rely on my own efforts. This time, Han Li must be captured. At long last, the day of the jewelry exhibition arrived. Han Li attended in splendid attire, exuding charm that caught the attention of many beautiful ladies. My savior. Chun approached and grasped Han Li's hand with fervor. Last time, I left in haste. This time, allow me to treat you properly. You are too kind, Mr. Chun. The live audience watched as Chun doted on Han Li, engaging in jovial conversation. This is outrageous. Wake up, Mr. Chun. He is the very person planning to steal your jewels. Han Li replied with a smile. I appreciate your kindness. After all, I am not a virtuous man myself. Unbeknownst to Chun, he was inviting a wolf into his midst. Chun led Han Li through a display of exquisite jewelry. Mr. Chun has quite an impressive collection. Indeed. How about I gift you a piece? No need. I will take what I desire later. Han Li followed Chun to the VIP lounge prepared for their esteemed guests, where everything one could wish for was at their disposal. In this private room, the attendees comprised the elite and influential figures of City C, as well as prominent business magnates, each possessing remarkable stature. Yet, even they must remain within the confines of the box, gazing enviously at the radiant Crimson Star below, a gem they may admire but cannot touch. Amongst a myriad of jewels, only the Crimson Star remains an inviolable treasure, the most esteemed symbol of Chun Xiang jewelry. Mr. Chun, you finally arrived. Indeed, I've been awaiting this moment for quite some time. Today, I intend to indulge my senses, Mr. Chun replied with a smile, bustling about. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the delicacies and refreshments. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. With that, a procession of carts entered, and the servers elegantly arranged exquisite and delectable dishes upon the tables, infusing the room with lively chatter. Han Li, clutching his wine glass, gazed intently at the Crimson Star below. The area was under comprehensive surveillance, equipped with infrared scanning and numerous guards standing vigilant. Not a single detail could escape their watchful eyes. In the backstage, the officers monitoring all but the private room sat upright, their focus unwavering. As long as they remained attentive, no mishap would occur. Ouyang Rong, indulging in instant noodles, exuded confidence, convinced that even Han Li, no matter how formidable, could not snatch the Crimson Star under the scrutiny of so many. Do you think he might attempt to feint? Absolutely not. If we can just endure today, the Crimson Star will return to the company vault, and at that point, not even Han Li, no matter how divine, could retrieve it. Thus, I assure you, he will make his move today. This is his sole opportunity. And so it began. At that moment, the jewelry exhibition commenced in earnest. A procession of exquisite pieces captivated the audience, leaving them spellbound. Wow, is that jadeite? I heard it's worth 5 million. This one is even more impressive. Valued at 10 million. The ordinary spectators below engaged in discussions about the worth of the jewels, while those in the private room remained quietly absorbed in the beauty before them. Excuse me, I require a refill. Certainly, sir. What would you like to refill? The wine. The server observed Han Li downing his drink in one gulp, her eyelids twitching in disbelief. Wasn't wine meant to be savored? Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were left bewildered. Goodness, my blood pressure is rising just watching this. Han Li remarked, this is called generosity, do you understand? That gulp alone must cost at least 1,000. And yet, Mr. Han drinks it all in one go. What a waste. A few socialites cast disdainful glances at Han Li, dismissing him as a mere rustic. Mr. Chin cleared his throat, signaling for silence. Suddenly, Han Li clutched his backside, exclaiming, oh no, I need to use the restroom. My apologies, Mr. Chun. Not a problem. Go ahead, Mr. Chin replied. The absurdity of Han Li's demeanor elicited laughter from those in the room. Outside, the previously anxious Han Li regained his composure, retrieving his mobile phone. Infiltration, in an instant. All surveillance cameras within the venue experienced a peculiar disturbance, the images freezing momentarily. Han Li donned a Peppa Pig mask, rolled up his trousers, tore off the tape, and produced a specially modified submachine gun. The bandit has arrived. 6. Can't take it. Damn it. I just rolled 4 6s. Where did your pair come from? Attack him. Everyone, quiet down. Within the monitoring room, the atmosphere thickened with tension. The police chief, feeling bored, began to play cards. oblivious to the strange changes appearing on the surveillance monitor. Halfway through the game, he wondered if Han Li would actually show up. In our Sea City, we have laid an intricate web. Should he arrive, he is destined to perish. Captain Li, I fail to comprehend why your Danyang police from S City have yet to apprehend Han Li after all this time. Ouyang Rong approached Li Yi, clearly displeased with him. But Li Yi chose to disregard him entirely. The Scarlet Star is about to be unveiled. Everyone, focus. Rest assured, there are no suspicious figures appearing on the monitor. Ouyang Rong smirked, dismissing the likes of Peppa Pig and Han Li as insignificant. In my Sea City, can one truly shield themselves from all scrutiny? Ladies and gentlemen, the final piece, the Scarlet Star, is a non-saleable treasure of our company, embodying our identity and irreplaceable by monetary means. It is rumored that the Scarlet Star can emit an unparalleled brilliance in darkness, revered by countless jewelers as a gem of great worth. The crowd craned their necks in anticipation. Finally, it arrived. In the center, a server withdrew the curtain, and instantly, a radiant crimson light dazzled the entire venue. Oh, my eyes. So bright. It was indeed extraordinary. The patrons in the private room gasped in awe as the scarlet gem emanated an enchanting aura, overshadowing all previously displayed jewels. Just as the audience was captivated, the lights of the venue suddenly went out, plunging everything into darkness. What is happening? I fear the dark. The police chiefs in the monitoring room were alarmed by the sudden blackout. This is bad. The power has been cut off. Chapter 83. The Scarlet Star vanishes without a trace. What is going on? Is this part of the exhibition? How peculiar. The venue was engulfed in darkness. As confusion spread, a figure stealthily moved backstage. The police chiefs were in a frenzy. Hurry, get to the scene and block Han Li. Ouyang Rong shouted furiously. The power cut was undoubtedly deliberate. Don't even think about blaming the notorious thief Peppa. The viewers in the live stream were thrilled. Our General Han is taking action. This is exhilarating, a classic scene in the making. A group of police rushed toward the venue, flashlights in hand. Once power is restored, let no suspicious individual escape. Yes, the officers arrived at the scene, each equipped with a flashlight, intending first to evacuate the attendees and then to capture the culprit effortlessly. Please exit the venue in an orderly manner and do not obstruct our police from performing their duties. The crowd began to realize this was not part of the exhibition and prepared to leave. Just then, bang bang bang. The sound of gunfire shattered the calm atmosphere. Oh, shots fired. A robber has infiltrated. Let me go first. Screams, shoving, and chaos ensued, catching the police off guard. What is happening? Who fired the shots? I don't know. Please, everyone remain calm. Calm down. The frenzied crowd, lost in their madness, hardly listened as they clamored to escape the scene, even pushing the police officers who were attempting to enter. Hey, the officers need to get in. One exclaimed. We've even stopped. Another shouted in frustration. Amidst the pushing and shoving between the officers and the crowd, Han Li, equipped with night vision gear, stealthily approached the center of the stage where the Crimson Star was displayed. It was he who had fired the gun moments ago, creating chaos at the scene. With the layout of the venue memorized, he skillfully navigated through the throng, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream grew restless. The screen had gone entirely dark. Where's Director Han? He must have made a clean getaway. They speculated. The officers shouted, stay calm. This is just a show. Everyone please remain composed. Upon hearing the officers' words, the chaotic crowd began to settle. At that very moment, the lights of the venue flickered back to life. After escorting the crowd away from the scene, the officers hastened toward the center stage to assess the situation regarding the Crimson Star. This time, they faced no obstacles in their path. Their hearts raced as they approached the central platform, knowing that if the Crimson Star was indeed stolen by the infamous thief, Pei Qi, right before their eyes, it would be a disgrace for the police of City C. Don't worry, the alarm system is functioning perfectly, one officer reassured. A collective sigh of relief washed over them. They had previously installed an advanced security system for the Crimson Star. Should anyone attempt to touch it, an alarm would immediately sound. Thankfully, they had almost believed the Crimson Star was lost. However, when an officer arrived at the display case for the Crimson Star, his expression stiffened and his heart sank. Oh no, come quickly and see, he called out. The officers rushed to the display case, and under the bright lights, they found it utterly empty. There was nothing there, not even the cushion it had rested upon. The officers nearly suffered cardiac arrest, collectively facing the prospect of failure. The Crimson Star was gone. How is this possible? The alarm never sounded. Ouyang Rong exclaimed in disbelief. Could it truly be that the Crimson Star had vanished in mere moments? How did Han Li manage this? Li Yi interjected, don't you know? Han Li is a top-tier hacker. To him, no system poses a challenge. Ouyang Rong, what? A top-tier hacker? Why didn't you mention this sooner? You were so confident back then, insisting we didn't need to look into Han Li's background, Li Yi remarked with a smirk. Ouyang Rong, damn it. Everyone. Listen up. Immediately seal off the entire building. Although Han Li has stolen the Crimson Star, I'm certain he has yet to leave the premises. If we secure all exits, he will find it impossible to escape. Yes, all officers in the building sprang into action, ensuring that not a single guest slipped away, conducting thorough checks. Director Chen, I'm counting on you. I understand. In the VIP lounge, Chen Beiming set down his phone, his complexion an ashen hue. The Scarlet Star has vanished. Don't fret, Director Chen. The police have cordoned off the building. That phantom thief cannot escape. Indeed, we must place our trust in the police. After all, the production team will ultimately return it to you. Do not worry. Chen Beiming sighed. Fortunately, this was merely a show. However, it made him realize the necessity of enhancing the security system to avoid falling for such tricks in the future. Speaking of which, where has our savior gone? Is he stuck in the toilet? After securing the building, in the surveillance room, Ouyang Rong was puzzled. They must be monitoring the footage closely. Yet no suspicious figures were visible. How did Han Li manage to enter the venue? It was incomprehensible. Could it be that he possesses ninjutsu? The police officers in Sea City glanced at Li Yi in the corner, visibly displeased. Captain Li, what do you mean by that? Li Yi replied. I am genuinely curious as to why your surveillance has been fixed on a single time point. What? Ouyang Rong and the others stared in astonishment. Indeed. All the cameras displayed the time as approximately 2 o'clock in the afternoon. This is bad. Our surveillance has been tampered with. It was Han Li who froze the footage at that time. How infuriating that we didn't notice sooner. Ouyang Rong clenched his fists. This means that at 2 o'clock, Han Li was already wandering around the building, and they were completely oblivious to it? Damn. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. How audacious. Han Li exclaimed. Surprised? The police were left bewildered. Ouyang Rong's face flushed crimson. Feeling the humiliation of being toyed with for the first time, a sensation that Sea City competitors had never inflicted upon him. What a formidable opponent. I am heading to the crime scene. Captain Li, will you accompany me? Ouyang Rong turned to Li Yi. Li Yi shook his head. I have a premonition that something significant is about to unfold. TCH. Coward. Ouyang Rong led his team to the scene of the crime. Upon their arrival at the venue, the lights illuminated everything. Captain, you're just in time. We VE uncovered a major clue. Oh, what is it? The police chief guided Ouyang Rong to the counter where the Scarlet Star was displayed. As everyone looked up in unison, their expressions froze. Above the counter, a panel had been lifted, revealing a ventilation duct leading straight to the rooftop. We also found this. The police chief handed Ouyang Rong a bundle of hemp rope. Hemp rope and a ventilation duct. It was evident. He intended to escape through the duct. Ouyang Rong waved his hand decisively. Follow me to the rooftop. With a sense of urgency, Ouyang Rong led the police officers to the top of the building. If his assumptions were correct, Han Li should not have fled yet. Before long, as the police arrived on the rooftop, Ouyang Rong exclaimed, Look over there. They beheld a cloaked figure, grasping a parachute, leaving the rooftop and plummeting towards the ground. Han Li, stop. Ouyang Rong lunged forward, but missed his target. He leaned against the railing, watching the figure fall. A chill running down his spine. Han Li has escaped. The police were taken aback. This was, surprisingly, they have resorted to using a parachute? Alas. The path of righteousness may be steep, yet the path of wickedness is steeper still. I, Ouyang Rong, have traversed roads far longer than the salt you have consumed. Ha ha. The net of heaven is vast and intricate, and it leaves no gaps. Han Li, you are unaware, but I have set an ambush outside the building. Ouyang Rong seized the intercom and shouted, Ambush team, capture Han Li. Yes. Outside the building, several police cars were already watching the descending figure, each one poised to act. Chapter 84, Walking the Dog. I, Han Li, am a professional. The police officers who had long been lying in wait outside pursued the parachute's trajectory. As the parachute slowed, it was about to land on a one-way street. Block him. Ouyang Rong exclaimed with excitement. Yes. After dispersing the other passing vehicles, 7 or 8 police cars surrounded him from the front and rear, hastily disembarking to await Han Li's arrival. Report, Captain Ouyang, we have blocked Han Li. We just await his descent. Ha ha ha, splendid. Ouyang Rong, accompanied by his subordinates, rushed to the scene. Before departing, he could not resist a taunt towards Li Yi. Captain Li. It's hard to imagine that this Han Li has troubled you for an entire month. TSK. Li Yi replied, do not rejoice too soon. Han Li will not be so careless. Ouyang Rong paid him no mind, dismissing him as merely envious of his brilliance. Hurriedly, he arrived at the scene. Stepping out of the car with the demeanor of a victor, his nose nearly in the air. Good. Ouyang Rong gazed ahead at the descending figure, a crooked smile forming on his lips. Han Li, is this all you have? You lack prowess. Han Li, surrender the Crimson Star. You have no escape. Police surround you. Yet, the figure remained motionless. Something feels amiss. Have you approached to inspect? No. Ouyang Rong raised his gun and cautiously advanced. Han Li, the figure remained unresponsive. Feigning death? I shall shoot. Ouyang Rong's brow furrowed, unease creeping in. He kicked at the figure, finding the sensation peculiar. No way. His heart raced as he seized the cloak and yanked it aside, his pupils dilating in shock. What lay beneath was not Han Li, but a dummy. Police? What is happening? A dummy? I've been fooled. We have been deceived. Han Li is still in the building. Quickly return. Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. Han Li, the pagoda subdues the river demon. You have finally arrived. Han Li smiled as he neatly wrapped something in a tissue and passed it through a small opening. Why are you still here? My legs have gone numb from sitting too long. The sound of water being drawn echoed. A waiter, limping, exited the restroom with a wad of paper, tossing it into a nearby trash can. As he left, an elderly man disguised as a janitor stealthily emerged, glancing around. Once assured of solitude, he muttered curses while collecting the garbage. Life is not easy. When the screen of Han Li's live stream resumed, he stepped out of the restroom, washing his hands while whistling a merry tune. The viewers in the live stream erupted upon witnessing the scene. The police chief was overwhelmed with responsibilities. While you casually strolled in for a restroom break, appearing so delighted, the illustrious Han seemed to be in a league of his own. Someone please, take me to my knees and present Han. Han Li, you think I'm on the first floor, but, in truth, I dwell in the stratosphere. Police chief? Oh, classic dog walking. Tell me, Han, are you secretly watching the phantom behind our backs? Just when the audience believed Han was about to depart, he returned to the private booth. What a spectacle. What kind of maneuver is this? Han Li, just playing around. Chun Beiming, upon seeing Han Li's return, sighed in relief. Benefactor, you have finally returned. What transpired? That phantom Peiqi, right before the police chief's eyes, audaciously stole the Crimson Star. How infuriating. Han Li's expression shifted to one of astonishment. What? This Phantom Peiqi is indeed a genius. Indeed, truly remarkable. Chun Beiming clenched his fists, lamenting that he couldn't capture this rogue. The live stream audience reacted. Is this just self-praise? Don't be a fool, Han Li. My heart aches for Chun for a few moments. Han Li, years ago, I stood before you with my hands in my pockets. Do I still bear any resemblance to the past? Chun Beiming, since the Crimson Star is lost, everyone, please take your leave. Benefactor, I shall arrange for your return shortly. Very well. If he were to flee directly, he would be subjected to a police check. However, as a VIP, he could utilize the express exit. This maneuver was impeccable. He only awaited the handover upon returning. The live stream was flooded with 666 comments. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the remaining police officers were left questioning their existence as they stared at the vanished footage. Switch to night vision mode, Li declared, determined to uncover how Han Li had stolen the Crimson Star. As night vision activated, during that interval, a man clad in a Peppa Pig suit wielding a submachine gun adeptly located the power room, incapacitated the staff, and swiftly severed the power supply. The venue was plunged into darkness. Han Li, having timed his movements perfectly, blended into the crowd and awaited the police chief's arrival before firing several shots towards the ceiling, inciting chaos, thereby granting him the time he needed to seize the Crimson Star. At that moment, the ceiling above the counter was lifted, revealing a ventilation duct. Han Li discarded a pre-prepared rope and, amidst the turmoil, exited the venue. After that, no further footage of him was captured. The entire operation was executed seamlessly, as if he had undergone countless rehearsals. Thus, everything was a mere ruse to mislead us. Damn, Han Li is cunning. Truly a formidable individual. Even real cases can't compare to this thrill. Li Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. This Han Li is becoming increasingly inscrutable. Wait, zoom in on this. Li Yi suddenly noticed something. Indeed, the police reviewed the earlier footage. In the video, Peppa Pig was seen exiting from a corridor. I recall this corridor leads to the VIP booth, one officer murmured. Li Yi revealed an excited smile. No wonder. In my mind, all the clues were interconnected. Who among them could enter and exit the building so freely, and in the only place not covered by surveillance? It was none other than the VIP room where Mr. Chen resided. The real Han Li was hidden within that box. What? The inspector exclaimed, incredulous. Soon, they too began to grasp the situation. It appeared that all along, they had overlooked the significance of the VIP area. Time was of the essence. I am now your commanding officer, issuing orders to dispatch a portion of the officers to seal off the VIP room, allow no one to escape. Yes, damn it, I almost fell for it. Li Yi was the first to arrive at the entrance of the VIP room, just as Mr. Chen emerged. Black Cat Inspector? What on earth? A cosplay? I am an officer dispatched from City S to assist, Mr. Chen. I apologize, but none of you are allowed to leave. Li Yi presented his badge. We suspect that the Phantom Thief Peiqi is among you, and each of you must submit to an inspection. The officer brandished a device. Anyone carrying the Scarlet Star will surely be detected. Mr. Chen. The VIPs? The audience in the live stream? What the heck? The Black Cat Inspector has chased our President Han all the way here. If this isn't love, then what is? Everyone, this isn't love. Our President Han is in danger. Upon learning the details, Mr. Chen was taken aback and addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, once the inspection is complete, you may leave. The VIPs, all of whom were celebrities, though displeased, complied obediently. My apologies, everyone. Li Yi surveyed the group, his gaze piercing. Han Li, you cannot escape. After inspecting each VIP, no issues were found. It seems the person you seek is not here, Mr. Chen remarked. No, there is one more. Li Yi approached Han Li, who was drinking in the corner. Unexpectedly, we meet again here. You are the last one remaining. Please cooperate with our inspection. With that, Li Yi reached for the specially designed firearm at his waist, threateningly stating, Are you afraid? Chapter 85. The Scarlet Star is delivered. A perfect crime. The audience in the live stream watched this scene, instinctively holding their breath. It's over. President Han is about to be arrested? Not a chance. Just wait for President Han to showcase his skills. How can he showcase anything with a gun to his head? Tension filled the air. Han Li set down his glass, calmly gazing at the Black Cat Inspector's mask. The atmosphere in the room grew exceptionally heavy. Chen Beiming and the guests became increasingly anxious. Could it really be him? A woman spoke up. Officer, I report that he went to the restroom earlier and took a long time to return. What? The inspectors looked again at Han Li, their suspicions deepening. He could very well have used the restroom as a pretext to leave the VIP room and commit his crime. There's no escaping now. Instantly, the inspectors drew their firearms, aiming at Han Li from all angles, leaving him no opportunity to evade. Han Li glanced at the woman. Please cooperate with the inspection. Li Yi spoke again, his tone imbued with greater gravity. Of course, officer. Han Li finally rose to his feet, raising his hands, allowing the approaching inspector to conduct a thorough search. One individual wielded a scanner to check for the Crimson Star. Throughout the process, Li Yi tightened his grip on his firearm, wary that this person might indeed be Han Li in disguise, potentially driven to desperation. Once the inspection concluded, he inquired, What is the outcome? Directing his gaze towards the inspector who had examined Han Li. The onlookers also turned their attention, eager to learn the result. The inspector scratched his head, a look of bewilderment crossing his face as he replied, None, Officer Li. The officers present were left dumbfounded. Li Yi was equally perplexed, and the crowd echoed their confusion. Viewers in the live stream erupted in disbelief. How could that be? What happened to the Crimson Star? What has Mr. Han been up to behind our backs? Apologies, everyone. My mind is struggling to keep up. It's incomprehensible. Who can provide an analysis? The inspector exclaimed. The individual must be daft. No Crimson Star? Li Yi furrowed his brow. Officer, may I leave now? Han Li smiled, exhibiting no signs of panic. Chen Beiming also exhaled in relief. Indeed, officer, he previously apprehended 2 kidnappers for you. How could he be a criminal? He is undoubtedly a good citizen. The inspectors holstered their weapons, collectively sighing, realizing their efforts had been in vain. Officer Li, perhaps you misjudged. Since there is no Crimson Star, let them go. Li Yi turned to Han Li, questioning, why did you take so long in the restroom? Officer, I was constipated, Han Li replied. As Li Yi departed with the inspectors, Han Li followed Chen Beiming, swaggering out of the building, glancing back at the inspectors with encouragement. Keep it up, officers. You will surely catch that phantom thief. Chen Beiming expressed some regret. He had intended to show Han Li the exhibition properly, but it had turned into such a debacle. I apologize. Enjoy your time in City C, and should you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. Certainly, Mr. Chun. Do you require a ride back? No, thank you. With that, they parted ways. However, Han Li did not rush to leave. Instead, he lingered for a moment until a sanitation vehicle approached, slowly halting beside him. The window rolled down, and an elderly man grumbled, Kid, here is the package you wanted. He tossed a parcel out. Han Li caught it with a smile. Thanks, old man. See you later. The driver, Chui Hao, said as he drove off. Han Li unwrapped the package, revealing a vivid crimson hue, the Crimson Star. The audience in the live stream exploded with excitement. So it had already been smuggled out. Mr. Han, what foresight. The sanitation worker, Mr. Chui, was that server actually Ling Han? What a masterful scheme, intricately planned. It was astonishing, truly divine. The inspectors were left in disbelief. Han Li made his way to a shadowy alley, where staff awaited his arrival. He produced the Crimson Star, handing it over to them. You really managed to steal it. The staff cast a glance at Han Li. Impressive. Congratulations, contestant Han Li, your criminal simulation was successful. This time, you accumulated a total of 21,000 points. Han Li inquired, what is my current ranking? No change. Who is in first place? Q. Speaking of Q, even our production team knows very little about him. Just a few days ago, he completed a major case, robbing the largest bank in Yanjing, and amassed over 100,000 points in one fell swoop. Over 100,000? Han Li gasped in astonishment. Intriguing. His curiosity about Q intensified. Meanwhile, the police chief was frantically searching for Han Li's whereabouts when he was suddenly informed by the staff. Congratulations, host. For stealing the Crimson Star, reward skill, agile maneuver, grants extraordinary reflexes and an elusive movement style. Han Li had already delivered the goods. Completing this round of crime, the police chief was bewildered. Ouyang Rong had just returned and was taken aback by the news, struggling to comprehend it. How could this be possible? How did he escape? I believe the answer lies in the surveillance footage, Li Yi remarked as he examined the monitor. On the screen, Han Li entered the restroom. Shortly after, a server emerged, discarding something into the trash can. Following this, an irate old man appeared, collected the trash can, and left. What is so peculiar about this? Ouyang Rong was perplexed. However, Li Yi reminded him, don't forget, the previous leaderboard indicated that Han Li had 2 accomplices. Are you suggesting they are in cahoots? Ouyang Rong felt he had grasped something significant. Li Yi elaborated. Han Li hacked the surveillance and cut the power. Not just to facilitate the theft, but to allow his accomplices to slip away amidst the chaos. After successfully stealing, they used a decoy to divert most of the police forces, making it easier for him to navigate within the building. Ouyang Rong inquired, confused, why not just leave directly? Because he anticipated that our police chief would surely check all exits, he required someone to aid in his escape. The restroom, devoid of surveillance, became their optimal exchange location. He entrusted the Crimson Star to the server, who then handed it off to an accomplice disguised as a janitor, who would lead it out through the back door. Freeing him from all suspicion, everyone was left in stunned silence. Ouyang Rong contemplated the implications with growing dread, trembling as he spoke. Then he could swagger out in front of our police chief. Meet the janitor. Complete the crime. The police chiefs felt a chill run down their spines. This was a meticulously orchestrated plan. A genius. Everything had been premeditated. Li Yi sighed. Ouyang Rong was utterly astonished. Incredible. This is beyond human capability. Suddenly, a police officer rushed in holding a night vision device. The crowd's eyelids twitched. Isn't this a tool of the crime? Ouyang Rong collapsed to the ground. I have failed. The audience in the live stream was equally astounded. Oh my, this maneuver was mind-blowing. My dear fellow, as long as I bear no mark of the Crimson Star, you cannot deem me a criminal. I have knelt before General Han, honoring my ancestors for generations. Truly formidable. It is General Han who commands respect. The officers were incredulous. It appeared that everything had been meticulously orchestrated. The plan was flawless, a crime without a trace. By now, he must have made his escape. Li Yi patted his pockets, suddenly alarmed. Where's my police badge? Chapter 86. This is bad. I've been outmaneuvered. Where's my police badge? Li Yi searched frantically, realizing that his badge, which he had placed in his pocket, had vanished without a trace. Stolen? Officer Li, what is the matter? Upon hearing Li Yi's analysis, Ouyang Rong regarded him with newfound respect, adopting a more courteous demeanor. Li Yi remarked, I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? You two enjoy riddles? Ouyang Rong replied, let us hear the bad news first. The bad news is that my police badge has been stolen. Officer, how could that even happen? A police officer losing his badge is a disgrace. As far as I know, the only person capable of stealing my badge without detection is Han Li. According to the records, this individual possesses exceptional thieving skills, having even pilfered a firearm right in front of an officer. We must promptly report this to the police station. Who knows what mischief Han Li may attempt by impersonating you. However, Li Yi shook his head. No need. For the good news is that I had anticipated such a scenario and had a miniature tracker installed in my badge. This means it is Han Li who has unwittingly harmed himself. The officer was momentarily taken aback. Impressive. So, we can ascertain Han Li's location? Ouyang Rong's expression was animated, not expecting such a turn of events. Li nodded and retrieved his phone, which displayed the movement of his badge. The officers were in an uproar. Incredible. The plan to steal has backfired. But will Han Li notice? The tracker is discreet and generally remains undetected. Li declared with a booming voice. All units, mobilize. We might catch him in one fell swoop. Police cars departed immediately. The last known location of the badge indicated an abandoned building. Is this the place? Li exited the vehicle, gazing at the decrepit structure before him. The tracker confirmed that Han Li was inside the building. Surround the area. Let us block all exits first, the officer said sternly. This time, Han Li must not escape. With so many officers present, how could Han Li possibly evade capture? Inside the abandoned building, Ling Han and Elder Cui were observing Han Li as he tinkered with something. General Han, why are you here instead of a fine hotel? You must know that I trained for 3 days and nights to pose as a waiter. Now, I simply wish for a good night's rest. By the way, who is this woman? Not far away, on a chair, a wealthy lady was tightly bound. She gazed at the 3 individuals in terror, weeping incessantly. All she wanted was to return home. Yet she had been abducted midway by someone donning a Peppa Pig mask and brought here. It appears the 3 individuals were certainly not lacking in financial resources. Could it be an act of aggression? No, please, there is an elderly gentleman present. What a perverse thought. Han Li shook the vial, the green liquid within exuding an eerie aura. Ever since he received the angel card from the production team, he had been engrossed in researching the concoction of illicit substances, which led him to this location. That night, he conducted a clandestine experiment. What is this? Ling Han stepped back. Would you care to try the Shuang Fan Tian version 10? Han Li inquired, shaking the vial. The liquid bubbled enticingly. Oh, that is quite unnecessary. Han Li turned to glance at the bound noblewoman nearby. No worries, we have a little test subject right here. He approached her, and upon recognizing him, the noblewoman's eyes widened in shock. Isn't that the country bumpkin? Greetings. You were the one who reported me earlier. Fear not. I possess a magnanimous heart and shall not hold grudges. At most, I will have you sample this potion. I am not a villain, after all, Han Li said, flashing a sincere smile. The noblewoman responded with a horrified expression. No, you might as well be committing an act of aggression. Under duress, she was compelled to drink the Shuang Fan Tian version 10, believing it to be poison, and was petrified with fear. Yet, to her surprise, it was quite sweet. How peculiar. Let me have another sip. So sweet. Upon finishing the potion, the noblewoman appeared euphoric, her eyes glazed over, swaying and drooling. Delightful indeed. Han Li nodded, satisfied. However, abruptly, the noblewoman began convulsing, foam forming at her lips. Had the ecstasy caused her to faint? Good heavens, someone save her. This woman has turned green. After a moment, her condition improved slightly, though her limbs continued to twitch abominably. What a dreadful sight. Ling Han, please escort her back, Han Li commanded. As he was not a malicious individual, just a bit of harmless torment would suffice. Oh, Ling Han said, leading the convulsing woman downstairs. Cui, what would you like to eat? Han Li pulled out his phone, ready to order takeout, for he intended to spend the entire day conducting research on Shuang Fan Tian. Cui Hao lounged back, puffing on his cigarette, and frowned. In this desolate place, can they even deliver? Watch me work my magic. Han Li placed the order, and soon after, the delivery person called. Sir, your location is too far for us to deliver. Is that so? I shall offer you 2,000 for the trouble. Sir. 10 minutes. Please wait for me. Damn, it's on fire now. Everything was resolved. In this world, there was nothing that money could not solve. Cui Hao remarked. The viewers in the live stream are at a loss for words. A crisis is unfolding. Han, the police have already arrived. Do you still have the leisure to order takeout? This is dire. What if our Han doesn't even know? The officer's badge had a tracker. Who could have anticipated that? It felt as if disaster was imminent. At that moment, Ling Han, who had been escorting the noblewoman downstairs, rushed back up in a flurry. Han Li and Cui Hao exchanged puzzled glances. Why have you returned? Ling Han's face was etched with terror as he waved his hands frantically, pointing outside. His voice trembled. Heavens! There are police officers everywhere. Just after descending the stairs, he was greeted by the sight of numerous officers reloading their weapons, surrounding the building like a tightly woven net. What? Han Li approached the railing, peering out. A fleet of police cars and a throng of officers had sealed off the area completely, seemingly intent on capturing them in a trap. It's strange. How did the police discover our location? Cui Hao pondered, bewildered, as both he and Ling Han had disguised themselves well, evading detection. Han Li extracted his police badge. His expression grave. I suspect this may have betrayed us. Upon closer inspection, he indeed found a miniature tracker concealed on the back of the badge, emitting a faint glow. What on earth is Li thinking? Installing a tracker on his own badge? Even Han Li could not fathom such an absurdity. Suddenly, a loudspeaker blared outside, and Ouyang Rong's voice echoed, addressing Han Li and the others inside the building. Surrender, Han Li. The police are all around. Get lost. Li Yi kicked him aside, exclaiming. Enough talk. Charge. Yes. Ling Han, anxiously clutching his head, fretted. What do we do now? They have dozens of people. Cui Hao, with a determined demeanor, declared. It seems I must take the lead. If we are to be here, then we must make the best of it. Meanwhile, Han Li had already donned a suit, adorned with a Peppa Pig mask, and seized an assault rifle, a smirk playing on his lips. As a bandit, it would be remiss not to take down a few officers. Chapter 87. Blowing up the stairwell. You're taking this to the next level, Han. The commotion created by Han Li and his companions roused a wealthy woman from her slumber. Where am I? Who are you? Help! She screamed, drawing the attention of the officers outside. Silence. Han Li swiftly covered her mouth, threatening. You've seen the show Criminal Roleplay, haven't you? You are now our hostage, and I hope you will cooperate. The woman trembled, fear evident in her eyes as she gazed at the gun pressed against her forehead. She nodded, signaling her compliance. Excellent. Han Li turned to Ling Han. Go, strap a bomb onto her. The woman gasped. What? This is ruthless. Chui, go place these explosives at the base of the stairwell, Han Li instructed, revealing a stash of bombs. Even Chui Hao felt his eyelids twitch at the sight. Just how many bombs have you been hiding from us? Meanwhile, on the first floor of the abandoned building, an initial team of officers cautiously entered, moving through the hallways like a centipede. Scout ahead. Yes. The last officer in line rushed to the front, setting down a backpack. From it, he retrieved a toy car equipped with advanced recording devices, capable of surveying the surroundings. The officer maneuvered the toy car into the second floor to investigate the situation. Report. Captain, the second floor is currently clear. No sign of the robbers. The captain waved his hand, signaling everyone to proceed inside. It appears that the robbers are above. No matter, once the first batch stabilizes, the second will follow suit. This time, even if we have to turn the entire building upside down, we must apprehend Han Li. This building has at least 7 or 8 floors, and searching for him will require significant police force. This is not a viable approach. Ouyang Rong is currently calling for additional support, which is on its way. At this moment, the radio crackles to life with the squad's voice. Report, officer. We have discovered a suspected hideout for Han Li. The squad leader surveys the lab-like arrangement, complete with a sofa, a television, and even a makeshift bed. This must be Han Li's sanctuary. Quick, search the area. Soon, they uncover numerous everyday items, along with some peculiar potions. Bring them back. Suddenly, someone shouts. We found a hostage. Everyone rushes over to see a woman tied to a chair, explosives strapped to her, with a countdown in progress. She sobs uncontrollably. Miss, do not be afraid, we are here. Just as the leader steps forward, he suddenly steps on something. Beep beep boom. With a deafening explosion. The squad leader is covered in paintballs, disbelief etched on his face. Is he gone just like that? It's a pressure-sensitive mine. Everyone be careful. A sharp-eyed officer notices the mine beneath the leader's feet. Damn it, they're using mines now, are they? A collective gasp fills the air. This is outrageous. Quickly report to the base and send experts. This situation exceeds their capacity to manage. Below in the building, Ouyang Rong receives the news, his face turning pale. Pressure-sensitive mines? This is a police drama, not a war film. Madness. Where are the experts? The rest of you, go search for Han Li. Yes. Before long, Ouyang Rong, accompanied by armed officers, escorts the experts upstairs. Li Yi grips the radio tightly. Everyone, be cautious. Despite having the absolute advantage this time, it feels as if something is about to go wrong. Perhaps I am overthinking it. As the last batch of officers ascends the staircase, one remarks, Hey, do you hear that beeping sound? What? Hurry up. Really? The officer glances back at the corridor. Noticing nothing unusual, he dismisses it. However, behind each corridor, bundles of explosives begin their final countdown. 10, 9, 1. The explosives behind the corridors of the first to fourth floors simultaneously ignite with an eerie red light. In the next moment, sparks fly. Boom. The explosions roar incessantly, echoing like thunderclaps in the hearts of those present. Li Yi's heart races. What is happening? Then, before their incredulous gazes, the connecting corridor between the buildings detonates, beginning to collapse. Everyone. Did I just see that correctly? The corridor exploded? Heavens. Damn it, we can't get down. Within the building, the searching police officers were stunned as the corridor exploded. Could it be true that Han Li had gone that far? This was a disaster. They had essentially fallen into a trap. Cursing under his breath, Li Yi violently slammed the intercom to the ground, unable to contain his fury. This Han Li was utterly deranged. How could he have destroyed the corridor? Wait. Glancing outside, he noticed there were fewer than 7 officers remaining, all of whom were technically inclined. Li Yi suddenly realized that if all the armed officers were trapped inside, then the ones outside were in peril. Could it be that Han Li's true target was none other than himself? Don't move. A chilling voice echoed in his ear. Li Yi felt the barrel of a gun pressed against his back. Moments later, a face donned with a Peppa Pig mask emerged. Hello, Black Cat Constable. When Pepper is mentioned, she appears. Li Yi cursed his miscalculation. He inquired, Han Li, how did you escape? I took the back door, Han Li replied. This back door had been specifically prepared by him, unknown even to the officers. So, you were waiting for the officers to ascend before blowing up the corridor, and then came to take me hostage? Han Li smiled. A clever fellow indeed. The viewers in the live stream went utterly wild. This was a classic case of capturing the leader first. Everyone, shout with me. Han is amazing. This was certainly a situation that could necessitate military intervention. The officers murmured, this makes us seem foolish. As Li Yi anticipated, the remaining technical officers were swiftly taken down by Chui Hao, who was wearing an Ultraman mask, posing no threat whatsoever. Ling Han was busy collecting their weapons. More was always better. Give up that thought. Even if I am eliminated, I will never yield to you, Li Yi declared. Drawing his weapon, prepared to take his own life rather than submit to Han Li. Han Li was taken aback. So resolute. I never expected that. However, after acquiring the skill of agile hands, Han Li's reflexes far surpassed those of an ordinary person. Chui Hao, quick on his feet, attempted to intervene but discovered that Han Li was even faster, effortlessly knocking Li Yi's gun from his hand, leaving him no chance whatsoever. Li Yi. Chui Hao. What the hell? When did this kid become so quick? Bang. Before Li Yi could react, Han Li knocked him unconscious. Han. Why didn't you just eliminate him? Ling Han questioned, puzzled, as this was a golden opportunity. Li Yi will inevitably become a threat. You fool. This show is meant to hone the officers. He cannot be eliminated just yet. Han Li held up his phone beside the unconscious Li Yi, giving a peace sign. Snap. Just leaving a memento. Ling Han and Shui Hao were left speechless. This is truly a heart-wrenching betrayal. Meanwhile, the support vehicles of the police were racing towards the scene. Hurry, hurry. The Crimson Star has been stolen by Han Li. Our Sea City police have lost face. This time, we must reclaim it. Just then, they noticed a police car ahead that seemed to be malfunctioning, emitting smoke and parked in the middle of the road. Who's there? Reporting in, it's our people. Let us check it out. They approached the police car. A man clad in a trench coat, adorned with the visage of the Black Cat constable, approached. He tugged at the handcuffed Ling Han behind him. Move faster, you wretched criminal. The supporting inspectors were momentarily taken aback. Had they apprehended him so swiftly? Chapter 88. A shocking case is about to unfold. The audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. Is this the real Black Cat constable? I am utterly bewildered by President Han's actions. Shallow, you are all so superficial. Anticipate a grand spectacle. President Han is about to accomplish something monumental. The inspectors exchanged glances at the officer who had arrived from City S, hesitating in their response. Officer Li, what is the meaning of this? Were we not still searching? How did they manage to capture him so suddenly? Han Li mimicked Li Yi's accent with a skillful tongue. You are late. We have already apprehended Han Li's accomplices. However, they resisted fiercely, resulting in our police vehicle malfunctioning. The others are still addressing the aftermath in the building. Stepping forward, Han Li produced Li Yi's police badge for the inspectors to see, administering them a reassuring jolt of confidence. It is authentic. The badge indeed belonged to Li Yi, which left the inspectors wholly convinced. They offered a salute. But where is Han Li? This question echoed the sentiments of all the inspectors. Where's that cunning old thief? Han Li gestured towards the vehicle. Inside, a man donned in a Peppa Pig mask and a suit was bound tightly, slumped against the seat. There is no escape. It's Han Li. Heh, old thief, today is your day of reckoning. This humiliation shall be repaid 100-fold. Inspector, Officer Li, since that is the case, we shall escort you back first. Yes, let us ensure Han Li is taken back without delay. Ling Han could not help but stifle a laugh. Inspector, what are you laughing at? You're facing imminent doom. Ah, forgive me, I recall the joke. Han Li kicked Ling Han. Get in the car, you're finished. Do you understand? Ah, yes. Ling Han struggled to contain himself. Han Li placed both Ling Han and Shui Hao in the same vehicle, then turned to the inspectors. Han Li is the most dangerous. He requires your vigilance. I can handle these two. Oh my. He captured the criminal and is alleviating our burden. He truly is. The inspectors were overwhelmed with admiration for Officer Li. However, they failed to notice that the zipper of the bag Han Li was carrying had been left ajar, revealing weapons and explosives within. Inspector from City S, we are familiar with this. Is this for real? Li Yi, this is bad. I have become a decoy. Are we robbing a house? Han Li, since we are here, why not make a grand spectacle? The originally supportive convoy turned back. Along the way, the inspectors from City C were elated, never imagining that a criminal ranked among the top 3 on the crime list would fall into their hands. Words could not express their delight. Hey, old thief. Why aren't you putting on a show? One inspector jested while keeping watch over Han Li. Li Yi groggily opened his eyes, realizing he was seated in a police vehicle with his hands bound, surrounded by 2 fearsome police officers. It seemed as though they were poised to strike at any moment. Upon hearing himself referred to as Han Li, Li Yi quickly realized he had become Han Li's stand-in. How outrageous. Suddenly, the 2 officers noticed this Han Li trembling, emitting peculiar sounds. Be calm, he whimpered. I am not Han Li. I am the Black Cat constable. Yet, he was unable to articulate his words, as his mouth was stuffed with thick gauze. Still making noise? One officer responded with a sharp slap across Han Li's face. The impact was searing. Li Yi was bewildered. You hit me. Listen, a criminal like you deserves a beating. See, you're behaving now, aren't you? Replied the officer. We'll have to see about that, Brother Wong. You 2 fools, I am not Han Li. Li Yi exclaimed in frustration. How could there be such dim-witted officers? However, what followed was a series of slaps. Do not inquire further. The officers expressed their profound care for Han Li through their actions. At around 7 o'clock, within the police car trailing the main convoy, Ling Han released the handcuffs and flexed his wrist. Mr. Han, you truly are a criminal mastermind. However, what if those officers trapped inside the building made a phone call? If they reported to the precinct, their side would be compromised. Han Li had already anticipated this. Do not worry, my phone will intercept all their communications. They won't even be able to contact the precinct, let alone report anything. Kid, why are you seizing so many firearms? Shui Hao questioned, clutching a large bag filled with weapons collected from the previous officers. He was quite puzzled. Even with the 3 of us, we scarcely need this many guns. To his astonishment, there was even a sniper rifle. Ling Han's eyes lit up as he picked up the sniper rifle and toyed with it. I never said these weapons were meant for us, Han Li replied. Ling Han and Shui Hao were taken aback. What do you mean? Han Li drove with one hand and remarked. Guess how many contestants are detained in the Sea City police station? Recently, due to the program's relaxed restrictions, an influx of outside contestants had flooded into Sea City, resulting in the capture of numerous contestants. This had placed significant pressure on the precinct. After all, following standard procedures, each contestant must undergo interrogation, and relevant evidence must be compiled. Consequently, Sea City's police station was short on space and had to temporarily detain some of the criminals. In other words, these criminals had not yet been eliminated. Han Li declared, I am going to incite a riot. Ling Han and Shui Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. They knew this guy was crazy, but they never anticipated he could be even crazier. Ling Han timidly suggested, Mr. Han, how about you let me out here, and I'll take a taxi back? Click. The car door was locked tightly. Han Li stated, once you're in my car, do you think you can just leave? Ling Han, cradling his head, cried, Mr. Han, reconsider. There are just 3 of us, and that's the police station. We might get completely annihilated. Look at you. Still as cowardly as ever. Just take a good look at Cui Deyi and learn from him. Ling Han turned to see Cui Deyi had already begun to pull out his urinal bag and, bizarrely, a kitchen knife he had found somewhere, brandishing it with intent. My great blade is already yearning with impatience, seizing this opportunity to impart a thorough lesson to the police chiefs. To the police station, release the criminals? Incredible. The viewers in the live stream were driven into a frenzy by Han Li's remarks. A prison break? Mr. Han, have you lost your mind? The thought sends shivers down my spine. If this truly happens, City C will undoubtedly descend into chaos. An unprecedented case, never before seen in history. I understand, Mr. Han intends to ascend to the top of the rankings. If it unfolds tomorrow, it will certainly be front-page news. Who knows, on the streets. One might witness a clash between robbers and police chiefs. Everyone, don't venture out tomorrow. The production team. All the staff watched in stunned silence at Han Li's statements in the live stream. The head of City C was smoking, nearly singeing his own hair in fright. Has this guy gone mad? Who knows? The director waved his hand dismissively. Director, have you always held a grudge against me? The head of City C grasped the director. This lunatic is your doing. Delighting in chaos. The director wore a pleased expression. After all, this time the misfortune befalls City C. Let them experience the torment of being at Han Li's mercy. Chapter 89, A Prison Break? The ruthless bandit directly storms the police station. Han Li followed Chief of Police C to their headquarters. He turned to Ling Han and Elder Cui, asking, so, are you two familiar with the plan? Almost. Apologies. I didn't catch a word. Let us just act. Where do you point? That's where I strike. Ling Han exclaimed, exuding an aura of dominance. Han Li rubbed his forehead, questioning the reliability of sending these two to execute a prison break. Regrettably, he needed to maintain control over the situation. Wait for my signal. Yes, sir. Han Li recuffed the two and led them out of the police car, retrieving the bag from the trunk. In the evening, around 8 o'clock, Officer Li announced, here is our headquarters. The chief introduced Han Li. This is our headquarters, where nothing has gone awry for decades. A fortress of safety, not even a mosquito could escape. Han Li chimed in, indeed. But now that I am here, that may no longer hold true. How could I have been captured? This is intolerable. Ling Han feigned a distressed demeanor, shaking his head vigorously, 3 parts weeping, 1 part unwillingness, just shy of putting on a performance. The chief remarked, as expected. Those who follow Han Li are anything but ordinary. What do you mean by that? Elder Cui cursed as he was escorted inside by several police chiefs. Along with the unconscious Han Li, he was flanked by 2 officers. Brother Wong, your grip is truly fierce. The mask has been stretched. Shoo, keep it down. Han Li followed the chief to their command room. Are there many people in the bureau? Not many. Most have gone out with Officer Ouyang. Some have returned home to rest. Why do you ask? Han Li replied. I fear this Han Li might stir up some trouble. You know he is a madman. That is true. The viewers in the live stream reacted with bewilderment. Don't be absurd. Here he comes, eagerly awaiting Director Han's display of prowess. Ouyang Rong, silly child, run. Han Li, can you guess why I ask? Han Li stepped into the command room. Turning around, he shut the heavy door and secured it from the inside. The officers present were taken aback. Why lock the door? Han Li placed a hefty backpack on the ground, turned his back, and rummaged inside. Officer Li, what does this mean? When Han Li turned around once more, he held 2 activated smoke grenades in his hands. This is what I mean. The officers gasped in shock as the smoke canisters rolled to their feet. What on earth? Aren't we all on the same side? In an instant, the smoke grenades detonated, leaving no time for the officers to react. Thick smoke enveloped the room, causing them to cough incessantly, their eyes stinging, disoriented. Who are you really? Han Li removed the mask of the Black Cat police chief, a smile gracing his lips. For words, you're Peppa? Oh no, we've been tricked. Quick shoot. Bang, bang, bang. The officers hastily drew their weapons and fired chaotically, their accuracy lacking. At that moment, Han Li donned a prepared thermal imaging device, navigating effortlessly through the haze, picking up a submachine gun. One shot, a clean headshot. In mere minutes, he had incapacitated all the officers present. The viewers in the live stream erupted. Director Han is terrifying as ever. This is a total domination. Officer, young man, where are your morals in combat? Your Peppa is forever a legend. The eliminated officers crouched on the ground, hands on their heads, each lamenting their fate. Damn it, old thief. May you meet a wretched end. Shoo, silence from the dead. Han Li deftly manipulated the security system of the police station. In no time, he hacked into the system, temporarily disabling all surveillance cameras. At that moment, as Ling Han and Grandpa Cui were escorted by 2 officers, they passed a corner where the previously illuminated cameras had now gone dark, ceasing operation. Earlier, Director Han had indicated that this would signal their move. Grandpa Cui Hao immediately understood. He suddenly turned to the young officer escorting them and asked, young man, within 10 steps, which is faster, the gun or the man? Obviously, the gun. In the next instant, Cui Hao removed the fake handcuffs and executed a spinning kick, sending the young officer crashing into the wall, rendering him unconscious. Ling Han followed suit, attempting a stylish spinning kick. Unfortunately, his short legs couldn't reach. Officer. Ling Han, a decoy. Grandpa Cui's lethal kick. Bang. The young officer met his demise. The two donned concealed miniature earpieces and followed the commands from Han Li in the command room. This way, with determination, They overcame various obstacles and charged into the area where the criminals were held. Damn. To his astonishment, a password was required for the door to unlock. Ling Han rubbed his head, a wave of headache washing over him. The imposing door before him demanded a code for access. This was troublesome. Kid, are you capable? I can already hear the footsteps of the officer, cried the anxious Elder Chui from behind. After all, they were in the police station on enemy territory. The ruckus they were causing would inevitably attract pursuit. Wait a moment. Why was he acting like a villain? He was, without a doubt, a good person. Han Li replied. Give me 5 minutes to crack the code. 5 minutes. Ling Han stomped his foot in frustration. In 5 minutes, we might meet our doom. 5 minutes, you say? Elder Chui brandished a specially crafted watermelon knife, embodying a formidable presence. As the armed officer approached, he was met with a barrage of gunfire from Ling Han. Just as the officer was about to draw a smoke grenade, an elderly man adorned with an Ultraman mask soared through the air, revealing himself. With the watermelon knife raised, he smiled at them, saying, Young man, I assure you, I am a good person. The armed officer retorted, Which good person carries a watermelon knife? Open fire. Gunfire erupted, bullets flying in all directions as they narrowly missed their targets. Elder Chui, with precision, eliminated several armed officers in close combat. The viewers in the live stream gasped in awe. Elder Chui, you are truly a legend. The former commander of the Qinglong Special Forces is no joke. Elder Chui, amidst the chaos, was a sight to behold. Ling Han, feeling overshadowed, exclaimed, What about me? Have you forgotten me? Elder Chui continued to shine, while Ling Han provided applause for his remarkable feats. Inside the police station, the remaining armed officers awoke to the shocking news of an attack. Each one displayed disbelief. Is this real? Are criminals actually daring to strike our precinct? Are they out of their minds? One officer, still groggy, was abruptly kicked over by a rushing colleague. What on earth? They've breached our very doorstep. Brothers, there's an old man going berserk over there. An old man? With a watermelon knife? Faster than a gun. What is happening? Elder Chui, battling the officers, began to tire. Is it done yet? My back is about to give out. Ling Han swiftly input the password. The door illuminated and swung open. Chapter 90. Ladies and gentlemen, I propose a rebellion. With the door now ajar, Ling Han called out to Elder Chui, who was still engaged in combat. Elder, the door is open. The armed officers were taken aback. What? You actually unlocked it? This is our precinct's latest anti-theft door. Let us go. Within the confines of this enclosed space, Elder Chui was nearly invincible. No one could keep pace with him. With a firm grip around Ling Han, they ventured into the detention area. The officers trailing behind, noticing the imminent escape, hastily followed suit. Just as they were about to step inside, the door abruptly slammed shut, causing the officers to retract their feet in alarm. Silence enveloped the room as they stared at the now closed entrance. Were they truly blocked by their own gate? Was this not their territory? In the command room, Han Li lounged with his legs crossed, relishing the brief 5 minutes during which the Sea City Police Station had transformed into his domain. Truly, it was formidable. An officer exclaimed, Damn it, this is no game. Laughter erupted as Han's presence was felt. This was indeed his territory. Confined outside, the officers were merely buying time for Ling Han and his companions within. Now, it was time for action. Han Li, with a bag in hand, finalized the settings for the police station S system before brandishing an assault rifle and charging out. The hunt had commenced. Impressive indeed. Ling Han could not help but admire the prowess of the Elder Chui. It was no wonder he hailed from a lineage of dragons. With a mere watermelon knife, he matched the armed officers blow for blow. In his youth, he had battled notorious criminals abroad, carving a bloody path from Vietnam all the way to Han Island. As the two entered the detention zone, a makeshift prison, many criminals were roused by the commotion, peering over the railings with curiosity. It was evident they did not appear to be the good guys. Ling Han addressed the onlookers. Soon, the cells that confine you will be opened. You have two choices. 1. To wait in humiliation for elimination. 2. To embrace your identity as contestants and start anew. He glanced at the words of his elder brother, Han, inscribed in his palm. The moment he finished speaking, the criminals were momentarily stunned before an overwhelming wave of realization swept through them. Han Li, the one who comes to set us free? They gasped in disbelief. What a formidable figure. The disparity in circumstances was striking. This is what a true bandit looks like. You have 3 minutes to deliberate, Ling Han declared. With a resounding hum, the doors of the detention area swung open, startling the inmates. It really opened? Is this truly a police station? Surely, it cannot be Han Li's domain. In 3 minutes, Han would come to escort those willing to leave the police station. Would they go? Many pondered whether to continue or preserve a portion of their points and withdraw. The Sea City officers had promised them that if they surrendered, they could retain 40% of their points, a gesture of goodwill. However, should they escape now and be recaptured, they would lose everything. I want to go. There's south no escaping this place, some admitted. Truth be told, the conditions here were rather comfortable, with food and shelter provided. A few began to reconsider. Following Han Li's orders, Ling Han retrieved a pre-recorded audio device and began to play it for all to hear. A cold, indifferent voice resonated among the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, do you realize the worth of a single point in today's world? It is valued at 5,000. The assembly could hardly believe their ears. Was it true? If you choose to languish here, I have no objection. However, for those spirited youths still harboring ambition, I urge you to follow me and see this game through to its conclusion. You may know me as a ruthless bandit, but I wish to convey that throughout my life, I have always given my all. Let us not forget the original intent of this program. While we may be labeled as criminals, we are engaged in a noble endeavor. Society shall be enriched because of our actions. We portray criminals to thwart the true villains. I remind myself that only through committing greater crimes can people truly comprehend the horrors of criminality, thus enhancing the authority of law enforcement and ultimately eradicating crime. For this cause, I shall exert every ounce of my being and dedicate myself entirely. The recording concluded. The criminals stood speechless, feeling a surge of fervor within. Each word echoed in their minds, lingering long after. Strangely, his words ignited a fervent passion within me. How exhilarating. Damn it, if you're not convinced, then let us fight. I'm no coward. A burly man was the first to step forward. Could it be that I am part of something so grand? Are we truly the good ones? He is right. The program's intent is to awaken the public to the perils of crime. I am willing. Ling Han and Elder Chui observed as the contestants emerged from their cells, their expressions brimming with determination, as though preparing for battle. The echoes of Han Li's words reverberated in their hearts. Though we are criminals, society shall be better for our presence. Damn, we are criminals, aren't we, Elder Chui? Ling Han began to question his own existence. You ask me? I have been led into this by you all. Who could have imagined that a mere pre-recorded speech would stir such emotions in everyone? Soon, when the armed officers opened the doors, they were met by a swarm of fierce criminals awaiting them. Officers, what are you planning to do? For a better society. Charge. No. In an instant, before they could even draw their weapons, the officers were overwhelmed by the tide of criminals. Brothers, charge with me. Ling Han raised his firearm and led the charge. The criminals seized the officers' weapons. Those without firearms grabbed helmets and followed Ling Han into the fray, shouting, "Trust in me, Han, and gain eternal life." In a flash, chaos erupted within the police station. Gunfire rang out everywhere. Goodness, Chief, we're doomed. The station is being overrun. One officer cowered behind a counter, trembling in fear. These criminals were terrifying. They were reckless. What? In the dead of night, the chief of the Sea City Police, feeble and bedridden, sprang up in shock. What did you say? The station is under attack? Yes. It's madness. Han Li has incited a riot with the criminals. We can hardly hold them back. Han Li? Wasn't he captured? How is this possible? Hold the line. I command you to hold the line. The chief was furious. If Han Li truly succeeds, it would mark the most severe case in the history of law enforcement. I can no longer remain idle. I shall dispatch reinforcements immediately. The chief hung up the phone and hurriedly donned his attire. What are you doing? His wife inquired, perplexed. Damn it, the house may be lost. At that moment, the production team erupted in chaos. The viewers in the live broadcast room were clamoring, unable to sleep. Is it true? Has the prison break succeeded? A new era has dawned. How did Han manage to persuade those criminals? Come and witness the live broadcast of our esteemed Han. There's a riot going on. Is it real? Incredible. When Han says to act, we act. In comparison, the other criminals seem utterly weak. Suddenly, the production team was taken aback as a third of the audience in the other contestants' live rooms vanished. What is happening? The heads of various regions were making frantic calls to inquire. The responses were uniformly the same. Oh, it's nothing. Everyone has gone to watch Han Li's prison break. I'm off to see the riot at the police station. The leaders were left bewildered. Prison break? Riot? Are they out of their minds? Chapter 91. Decisive and ruthless. All eyes on Han Li. Contestant Han Li has shattered the record as the first to breach the police station since the program's inception. The female host, with great emotion, recounted her observations of Han Li, gradually becoming enamored by his formidable prowess. One cannot deny that in the role of a criminal, Han Li is indeed invincible. Surely, the police chiefs must be feeling quite troubled? Professor Li, with a smile, took a sip from his cup, contemplating that this might not necessarily be a bad thing. Han Li's audacious act has made the police realize that their precincts cannot be perpetually secure. It serves as a rehearsal for similar incidents in the future. In Huaxia, within the live broadcast rooms of various production teams, countless contestants watched as their viewers fervently praised Han Li. In an instant, they were left in a state of bewilderment. What had transpired? It seemed that a contestant from S City had breached the police station in C City. Meanwhile, in a certain location in D City, members of the underground organization, the Black Dragon Society, had just accomplished a significant heist, robbing D City's insurance company. They were poised to make a name for themselves. However, a newcomer named Peichi emerged and overshadowed their efforts. Damn Peichi, stealing my thunder. The Black Dragon fumed, hurling his phone in frustration. After finally completing a major case, it was all rendered moot by Han Li. What nonsense is this? I shall remember you, Peichi Han Li. In a dark alley, a man clad in a black raincoat seized a criminal's phone, which was streaming Han Li's live broadcast. So, it is Han Li who has breached the police station. He mused, a glint of crimson fervor flickering in his eyes, a manifestation of his frenzied obsession. A new quarry had indeed emerged. Simultaneously, across various locations, prominent contestants learned of Han Li's audacious bank robbery through their respective channels. Shock, confusion, fear, admiration, and reverence coursed through their minds, each harboring their own agendas. Yet, without a doubt, the name Han Li had left an indelible mark upon the hearts of the contestants, subtly surpassing the first-place contender, Q. The chief, accompanied by his subordinates, hastily made their way to the vicinity of the police station, aiming to resolve this farcical situation. Go, restrain them. Yes. A contingent of armed officers received the command and prepared to enter the building. Inside, the contestants were engaged in a fervent battle. Damn, there are so many officers downstairs. We are surrounded. A burly man exclaimed as he felled an officer with a single punch, shouting at the others. Ling Han and Chui Hao had anticipated this outcome. Previously, General Han had warned them that no secret remains hidden forever. It was only a matter of time. They hadn't expected it to happen so swiftly. General Han, what should we do next? Ling Han inquired into his earpiece. You go find a vehicle. I will handle this. Meanwhile, in a corridor, Han Li had dispatched 2 officers and taken a female officer hostage. He glanced out at the flashing police lights with a sinister smile. This is perfect. Han Li, surrender. You are already surrounded. Han Li brandished a remote control, waving it in front of the woman. Miss, have you ever heard the saying? What? The woman sensed danger upon seeing the remote control. Explosions are a form of art. Han Li grinned malevolently as he pressed the button. Suddenly, the armed officers, poised to storm in, heard a series of beeping sounds. Looking down, they realized that a strange noise was emanating from beneath the police cars parked outside the station. No way. In the next instant, the bomb installed under the police car detonated, lifting the vehicle into the air, spinning it around before it crashed to the ground. With a resounding boom, sparks erupted from the car, flames engulfing it, causing the armed officers to retreat in fear, unable to advance, effectively isolating the police from the situation. This is bad. We can't get in now. Damn it. The chief quickly called for firefighters to extinguish the flames, instructing, go to the back door. The robbers will surely escape from there. Yes. With the front entrance blocked, they had no choice but to flee through the rear. The audience in the live stream witnessed the police car explode, flames consuming it and sealing the main entrance. In the dead of night, howls echoed in the air. It's on fire. How impressive, General Han, truly remarkable. Luo Xiang exclaimed. To be honest, Han Li does not seem to be acting. Is this not a documentary about a ruthless criminal? It's incredible. On the second floor, the criminals watched as flames erupted below, gasping in shock. Beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. This Han Li is formidable. Everyone, if we can eliminate the officers downstairs, we can escape this hell. Ling Han raised his weapon, rallying the others. Do we trust General Han? The crowd, driven by adrenaline, shouted in unison, to eternal life. Just as the criminals were cursing and preparing for a shootout, while descending to the first floor, they discovered rows of escaped armed officers crouched against the walls. Hands on their heads, with paintball hits marked all over their chests, a testament to pinpoint accuracy, whose impeccable marksmanship could have taken down so many officers. At that moment, a door swung open. The female police chief wept, pleading, do not pull my hair. Clad in a suit, a man adorned with a Peppa Pig motif dragged her out. Upon spotting Ling Han and the others, he smirked and introduced himself. Greetings, I am the notorious bandit, Han Li. Bind this woman as a hostage. And Ling Han will start the vehicle. We shall burst through the main entrance. Understood. Ling Han proceeded to the back door to ignite the engine of the vehicle that had been previously parked. The crowd murmured in disbelief. Did we hear that correctly? Burst through the main entrance? ISNT that where the fire is raging? A participant emerged, and suddenly a deafening explosion reverberated. Everyone turned to witness a colossal police armored vehicle crashing through the doors, shattering them into fragments. Ling Han popped his head out and exclaimed, everyone get in. I am your seasoned driver. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Is this for real? You actually managed to procure a police armored vehicle? Han Li ushered the female police chief into the vehicle. Brother Han, I wish to accompany you. Take me along. At that moment, a captivating female participant attempted to board, eager to follow Han Li. Oh, you wish to join me? Han Li inquired. Yes, Brother Han, she replied, somewhat bashfully. I possess a lovely figure. And I am quite beautiful, plus my skills are exceptional. I can keep you warm at night. As she spoke, she gently caressed Han Li's arm, biting her lip. Oh, I see. So, you're saying you have nothing substantial to offer? Then, before the woman could react, Han Li shot her in the head, eliminating her from the competition. The viewers in the live stream were taken aback. Incredible. Just saved her and then eliminated her? So ruthless. A bandit should act this way. Listen closely. I risk my life to rescue you, not to carry a bunch of burdens. If anyone dares to hinder me, regardless of gender, they will be shot without hesitation. Han Li roared, issuing a stern warning to the crowd. They nodded vigorously in agreement. You are fierce. We will heed your command. As all the criminal participants crammed into the police armored vehicle, nearly face to face, Han Li commanded, let us charge out. Ling Han shut his eyes, gritted his teeth, and revved the engine, heading directly for the main entrance. Chapter 92, a reckless charge, rendering the police chief speechless. Boom. The police chief exclaimed. What on earth is that noise? The chief was smoking a cigarette, his left eyelid twitching in confusion. Why do I hear the roar of our armored vehicle? It was his prized possession, one he rarely drove. A police officer beside him patted his shoulder, his expression akin to having seen a ghost. Chief, you heard correctly. It is indeed our vehicle. Amidst the rising flames, the roaring sound intensified. A figure, reminiscent of a colossal beast, emerged, forcefully smashing through the obstructing police cars. Charging recklessly forward, the police officers scrambled to flee in terror. The chief collapsed to the ground, stunned. Chief, I tested it. The vehicle is impressive. Han Li poked his head out, waving at the chief. Then, Ling Han pressed the accelerator fiercely, speeding away. That's my prized possession. The chief trembled, pointing in the direction Han Li had departed. Inspector, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and chase after him. Damn it. This lunatic actually exited through the front door? Is he out of his mind? The audience in the live stream erupted. Wow, he really came out through the front door? What a surprise. Damn, my boss Han's thinking is beyond that of ordinary people. Han Li, hey, it's just a game. Damn. The police inspector from City C has been outmaneuvered. Let us get wild. Forget about sleep. I'm going downstairs to welcome Boss Han. Gun in hand, follow me. Ling Han, through the rearview mirror, noticed several police cars tailing them. As expected, even like this, they couldn't shake off the inspector's pursuit. If they were to be relentlessly hounded, they would be in grave danger. Just drive, leave the rest to me. Saying this, Han Li changed the magazine and donned a mask. He left the passenger seat and moved to the back of the car. He glanced at the tied-up female inspector, seized her, and dragged her to the back of the vehicle. You're hurting me. The female inspector was displeased with Han Li's rough handling. Couldn't he be gentler? Little did she know, Han Li pressed her down to the ground, forcing her to kneel. His tone was cold. Madam, I believe you still do not comprehend the situation. I am a notorious criminal. Do you expect a criminal to behave with decorum? Open the car door. Boss Han. The inspector is right behind us. A criminal is afraid. Open the door. Isn't that inviting someone to shoot? The young man, sitting in the corner, controlled the situation by shaking a watermelon knife. Everyone present had witnessed this elderly man in action. One man, one knife, sent the inspectors fleeing in terror. Who would dare provoke him? The young ones didn't dare defy Boss Han, who was also formidable, and hurriedly opened the door. With a click, the door swung open. The cold air rushed into the vehicle, accompanied by the flashing red and blue lights and the blaring sirens of the police. Han Li exhaled deeply, half-squatted, and rested his gun on the female inspector's shoulder before recklessly firing at the police cars behind them. Bang, bang, bang. What the hell? Damn it. The old thief is shameless. Just as the inspectors prepared to retaliate, they discovered Han Li hiding behind their colleague, revealing only his gun. Damn it, what a silent loss. The paintball struck the windshield of the police car, obstructing their view. Under the relentless assault, the previously furious and resentful inspectors were left speechless by Han Li's merciless onslaught. This is outrageous. Being beaten and not allowed to fight back, it's infuriating. By a stroke of misfortune, one police car collided with the railing, forcing the other vehicles to halt their pursuit. Close it. Han Li put away his gun and instructed the criminal to shut the door again. Everyone watched as Han Li pressed the inspector down, not allowing her to retaliate. They silently acknowledged the spectacle. Boss Han, I have something to say, but I'm not sure if I should. A bespectacled participant rubbed his hands together. Implicitly, he inquired, Hey, are you taking in younger brothers? Han Li, just you? Ling Han informed him of the prerequisites to become his subordinate. Ling Han's voice rang out. Listen closely. When you follow me, Han, it's all about betrayal, selling out your brothers, being unfaithful, framing others, and taking advantage from within. I only embody a fraction of these conditions, and yet you still aspire to be my subordinate? The crowd responded with confusion, all eyes turning to Han Li. Don't look at me. I am not in the know, Han Li replied. So, where do we head next, Han? Obviously, we're going to undertake something significant. We must strike while the iron is hot. With so many of us here, why not rob a bank for some thrill? Excitement surged among the crowd. Brother Han, you wield an AK, and I'll take a shotgun. Let us grow stronger together. This life is entrusted to you. The money? Oh no. We are here to make society better. Just as enthusiasm peaked, Han Li extinguished their fervor, shaking his head. Not today. You all need to find places to hide. I will notify you in a few days. Old Master Chui pulled out more than 20 phones from his bag and distributed them among the criminals. Keep these phones safe. They will serve as our means of communication. The criminals, holding their phones, were puzzled. Han, are you jesting? It's the dead of night. Where can we possibly go? We want to pull off something big. If we go out, we'll certainly be caught by the police. Wouldn't that be in vain? Han Li reiterated. I rescued you, not to carry a bunch of burdens. If you can't endure a few days, then you shouldn't follow me. This is also a way to select worthy subordinates. We can't take just anyone, can we? Ling Han parked the armored vehicle in a location devoid of surveillance. Han Li and his two companions exited the vehicle, leaving the bewildered criminals behind. Everyone, do your utmost to survive. With a bang, Han Li shut the door, removed his mask, and vanished into the dark alley with Ling Han and Shui Hao. Meanwhile, a flurry of police cars arrived hastily. Ouyang Rong stepped out and was met with the sight of several police vehicles overturned and ablaze at the entrance of his precinct. What on earth? I stepped away for a moment, and now my home is in ruins? Damn, Chief, I'm late. Ouyang Rong rushed over to the chief, who was being assisted, and promptly apologized. That scoundrel Han Li went and blew up the hallway, leaving us exhausted after struggling to descend from the third and fourth floors. Ouyang Rong, quickly take your men and pursue Han Li. The criminals have been taken by him. Such audacity. Don't worry, I will catch him at once. At that moment, a delivery man on an electric bike approached Ouyang Rong and his team. The crowd was taken aback. Who is this? At a time like this? He is still delivering food? Excuse me, are you Ouyang Rong? Yes. This is an order from a Mr. Han. Enjoy your meal. And please remember to give a 5-star review. Goodbye. Ouyang Rong's mind raced. Mr. Han, he ordered this for me? He opened the package to find a large bowl of cold noodles. Cold noodles? Cold. Chapter 93. The encounter of fake Peiqi with a true bandit. The turmoil within the police precinct has garnered significant attention from the public, prompting the Sea City Police Department to announce that all escaped criminals would be brought to justice. A press conference was convened, reflecting the profound impact of Han Li's recent uprising on the entire police community. Discussions erupted within the various police departments chat groups. It was widely asserted that Han Li had been eliminated and was required to report to our precinct. Those who dared to challenge me should not blame me for my ruthlessness. Conversely, the director of the Sea City Police Department found himself at a loss for words, uncertain whether to voice his concerns. Is this truly acceptable? In the aftermath, when Li Yi was brought out, his face was swollen and crimson from the beating. Who did this? Ouyang Rong inquired, glancing around. A cautious officer surnamed Wang took a careful step back. After learning the full story, Li Yi expressed his fatigue and declared a need for solitude, deciding to take a few days off to contemplate his next steps. After meeting with the production team, Han Li and his companions calculated the points accrued from the uprising, a staggering 100,000 points. This equated to a profit of 50 million for their group. Han Li was exhilarated, nearly tempted to return to S City for a second round. Ahem, money is of little consequence. My primary aim is to enhance the capabilities of the police and prevent future crimes. That is my sincere intention, he remarked. You know, Holding onto this money has caused me great distress, he added, glancing at his bank balance with a smile. The viewers in the live stream were abuzz with excitement. The taste is just right, Han Li exclaimed. I'm not in it for the money, truly. You must believe me. It makes sense, Han. In that case, why not transfer the funds to me? Allow me to bear this burden. After distributing the ill-gotten gains, the trio sought temporary lodging, with no intentions of departing Sea City. Having come this far, it would be unreasonable not to rob a bank. In a few days, they planned to target the largest bank in Sea City, anticipating a substantial monetary yield. However, due to the intense series of heists, Han Li resolved to take a few days to recuperate and grant a brief respite to Ling Han and Grandpa Chui. With time on his hands, Ling Han ventured out onto the streets to hone his thieving skills. Unfortunately, he ended up losing several thousand without stealing much. Grandpa Chui, on the other hand, visited a comrade who had been incapacitated for life due to an ambush by foreign mercenaries during a mission. With no children of his own, Grandpa Chui took it upon himself to care for him. Meanwhile, Han Li remained secluded in his room, diligently working on the development of his Sensation of Bliss version 20. That afternoon, he transformed his appearance into that of a greasy middle-aged man. With the new version nearing completion, it was time to venture out. Upon hearing of a renowned food street in Sea City, he hailed a taxi. However, he quickly noticed an increased police presence. With patrol cars more numerous than usual and officers accompanied by police dogs questioning passersby about their whereabouts, it was evident that Han Li's reputation had spread throughout Sea City. Hey there, my stinky tofu is absolutely delicious. Care for a serving? Han Li gazed longingly at the delectable stinky tofu, ultimately unable to restrain himself. I'll have a portion, he declared. After meandering through the market for a while, his hands were laden with various culinary delights. However, unbeknownst to him, a group of suspicious individuals had set their sights on him from behind. Look at that old fellow. He seems wealthy, one remarked. I bet he pulls out cash in hundreds. Let us rob him. The trio stealthily trailed Han Li, convinced they had evaded his notice. Yet, in reality, Han Li had already sensed the presence of followers and, attuned to their intentions, deliberately wandered into a secluded alley. Is this our chance? They thought as they hurriedly followed. Upon entering the deserted alley, the leader of the group donned a Peppa Pig mask and brandished a specially crafted dagger, threatening Han Li. Hey there, lend me some cash. Just so you know, my brother is the infamous Peppa Pig Han Li, who just robbed the police station in City C yesterday. Impressive, right? Hand over your money if you know what is good for you. The trio sneered, emboldened by Han Li's name, believing that their robbery would proceed without a hitch. Yet, as fate would have it, what was expected to be routine turned unexpectedly chaotic. When Han Li turned to confront them, he initially mistook them for police officers, only to realize they were three bumbling miscreants, one in a Peppa Pig mask, another as Mickey Mouse, and the last as Ultraman. Are you claiming to be Peppa Pig Han Li? The leader boasted, puffing out his chest. What's wrong? Are you scared? He taunted. Hearing that name must frighten you. The audience in Han Li's livestream was taken aback. Wait, is this guy impersonating our Han? Goodness, karma is coming for you, Han. The real and the fake Peppa. What a riot. Han Li, exasperated, thought, can it really be played like this? Am I dreaming? He chuckled heartily, finding their audacity amusing. I stand against piracy. Starting with myself. The leader, misreading Han Li's bewildered expression as fear, grew increasingly arrogant. Listen, it's an honor to be robbed by me, Han Li. Hurry up and hand over your valuables, and maybe, just maybe, I'll let you off easy. Han Li remained unfazed. Instead of retrieving his money, he calmly approached the leader. What do you intend to do? Be careful, or I might eliminate you. He warned. There's a saying in this world, what goes around comes around. As Han Li advanced, the man, sensing his defiance, lunged forward with the dagger aimed at Han Li's chest, intending to eliminate him. Unexpectedly, Han Li was quicker. In a swift motion, he seized the man's dagger. What just happened? One of the lackeys exclaimed, bewildered. The leader, stunned, searched for his weapon, realizing, where's my dagger? His eyes widened in shock. So fast. You're pushing me. The man exclaimed, reaching for his trump card, a weapon he rarely revealed. Wait, where's my gun? He stammered, discovering his pocket was utterly empty. Han Li shook his weapon lightly, revealing a smile. Are you referring to this? The three individuals gasped in shock. How did he manage that? This is terrifying. 10 minutes later, within Han Li's current lodgings, Ling Han and Old Master Chui observed the three young men huddled on the ground, trembling in fear, puzzled by the situation. Upon discovering Han Li's true identity, the trio was utterly petrified. Damn it, we've encountered a genuine thug. Mr. Han, please spare me. It's tough out here for us. They pleaded, sobbing uncontrollably. They had heard tales of Han Li, whose wrath spared neither the police nor even his own kind when he was provoked. Han Li, having shed his disguise, sat on the sofa, fixing his gaze upon the three. He feigned a look of embarrassment, saying, convince me why I shouldn't eliminate you. He brandished his firearm at them. The leader of the group hastily fell to his knees, bowing his head. Mr. Han, please don't eliminate me. I possess a crucial secret regarding the bank and City C. Having reached 200,000 words, today I present an additional chapter. Chapter 94, Explosion, Secret Underground Passage, a Lucrative Venture. Intrigued, Han Li holstered his weapon. Do tell. What do you know? The leader, sensing a temporary reprieve, spoke up. Could you perhaps release my friends first? Do you wish to be shot? The man immediately complied, answering truthfully. Mr. Han, beneath the bank in City C lies an unfinished underground passage that connects directly to the bank. What? Han Li and the others were taken aback. This information was indeed explosive. If true, it would significantly enhance their plans for the upcoming bank heist. What do you think? Are you intrigued? Han Li frowned. If this is true, why haven't you attempted to rob the bank? The leader replied. Brother, do you think everyone is like you? Robbing a bank isn't akin to strolling through your own backyard. We're just three nobodies with the desire but lacking the capability. It would be futile. Ling Han, take this man and investigate. If what he claims is true, you three may yet preserve your lives. But if you deceive me, Han Li, I'm afraid you'll meet a grim fate. The leader felt an inexplicable pressure. Follow me. Ling Han, accompanied by the bound man, drove to the New Rong Bank to verify the existence of the underground passage and scout the area. What about these two? Old Master Chui pointed at the remaining two individuals. Han Li replied, you may do as you wish. I have matters to attend to. The two young men trembled, casting wary glances at Old Master Chui, who smiled benignly. Old man, what are you planning? Nothing much. It's just been a while since I've stretched my limbs. Meanwhile, at the City C police station, tension hung in the air as they fretted over their progress, having only apprehended a couple of escaping criminals after a lengthy pursuit. Fortunately, they had managed to rescue the female police officer who had been taken hostage, and based on her descriptions and the fingerprints collected, the police station had begun to identify their target. He can easily disguise himself, so it matters little who he becomes. Frankly, since Han Li's arrival, the difficulty of apprehending criminals in City C has escalated significantly. Indeed, these offenders seem invigorated by Han Li's words, each one brimming with newfound vigor. Li Yi, having returned to his post, observed the images displayed on the large screen. Han Li is growing stronger, he remarked, catching everyone off guard. What did you say? They queried. We must consider why Han Li is allowing these criminals to escape. Li Yi posed a question. After some contemplation, one suggested, perhaps he aims to increase his points? Unlikely. Han, the old rogue, has already amassed a fortune. He hardly lacks for money, another countered. Indeed, ranking second on the leaderboard is no laughing matter. Ouyang Rong, with some experience, chimed in. Are you suggesting he is expanding his ranks? Not entirely, Li Yi replied. If he were merely expanding, he wouldn't permit these criminals to roam freely. They should be concentrated in one place. Thus, I believe he is testing these criminals, using our police force to sift out the most formidable contenders. Upon hearing Li Yi's analysis, the officers felt a chill run down their spines. So, we have become mere tools for his selection of subordinates? They murmured, brows furrowed. This old rogue is truly a monster, someone whispered. The most terrifying aspect of Han Li is not his skills, but his cunning strategy, akin to a game of chess. He moves one step while you move 10. One misstep leads to a cascade of errors. In ancient times, he would be a legendary warlord. Damn it. Knowing we are being used, yet we must comply. What is this? Ouyang Rong felt a surge of frustration, realizing they had become tools in Han Li's quest for subordinates, yet they could not afford to refrain from making arrests. Officer Ouyang, what are your thoughts? The others turned to him. Ouyang Rong glanced at Li Yi beside him and asked, Brotherly, what do you think? Li Yi replied, wait, what? You weren't like this before. How have you suddenly become so composed? Li Yi had interacted with Han Li several times and learned that sometimes, patience is key. One must strike decisively when the opponent is lulled into complacency. As I suspected, Han Li's next move would be to rob a bank, specifically targeting the most prestigious bank in City C. We will deploy from Xinrong Bank, infiltrate, and wait for Han Li to take the bait. Brother, we have arrived. Thank you, master. In a suburban area of City C, Han Li disembarked from the vehicle. He retrieved the envelope and followed the address inscribed upon it. Arriving at a certain bar, Angel Bar. Indeed, it was time for Han Li to embark on a grand venture. He intended to deal in contraband. Of course, it was not truly illegal. It was merely a few harmless trinkets he had uniquely crafted. The bar was modest in size, yet it was filled with motorcycles adorned with angel insignias. Out of caution, Han Li, feeling a twitch in his left eyelid, decided to call Old Master Chui, requesting his immediate presence. Upon entering the bar, the atmosphere was chaotic. Some were drinking, others playing billiards, while many were engaged in flirtation. Amidst this eclectic gathering, Han Li swiftly spotted a strangely dressed man, whom he surmised was the contact mentioned in the envelope. Hey, this little angel's tattoo is quite impressive. One might mistakenly think you belong to the underworld of the angels. Han Li sat beside the man, whispering, I have brought what you requested. Joseph glanced at Han Li, continuing to sip his strong liquor. What is going on? Is there a need for a secret code? Han Li leaned closer to Joseph's ear and softly uttered, the king covers the tiger? Logically, the response should have been the pagoda suppresses the river demon. However, Joseph merely continued drinking without acknowledging Han Li, muttering to himself, Boss lady, this liquor isn't strong enough. It lacks a bit of bloodiness. At that moment, a series of loud bangs erupted from the restroom adjacent to the bar. It seemed someone was causing a ruckus. Han Li glanced over. After all, it was a bar, and fights were to be expected. Nevertheless, when he saw two burly men dragging a nearly lifeless man out, his eyes widened. The man, barely clinging to life, was dressed in the attire of the production crew. He was supposed to be the one sent to assist Han Li. Thus, Han Li turned to Joseph. This foreign man took a sip of his liquor, revealing his sharp canines. Recently, he had been impersonating our angels, associating with some ridiculous criminal roleplay. You could say this was a death wish. Ding. Criminal nemesis activated. Suddenly, everyone in the bar ceased their activities, collectively turning their gaze towards Han Li, who sat beside Joseph. Their eyes brimmed with menace, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves eyeing a sheep that wandered into their midst. Han Li's heart sank. Could it be real? Apologies, I mistook you for someone else. Just as Han Li prepared to rise, Joseph slammed his fist on the bar, his expression grave. Brother, since you're here, why not share a drink? The audience in the live stream was bewildered. Damn, we've encountered real gangsters. Han Li mused, this is getting too dramatic. What if it escalates? Just as the viewers anticipated the next development, the live stream screen abruptly went black. Meanwhile, the production team lost contact with contestant Han Li. Chapter 95. No agreement? Then let us not discuss. It's now our private dialogue time, and your behavior is rather inappropriate. Joseph directly removed the mini camera from Han Li's chest, turning it off and placing it on the table. A tattoo of an angel emerged on the man's chest. Undoubtedly, he was a member of the underground organization Angels. Given the circumstances, he might even be a senior figure. Dangerous. Yet, the more perilous the situation, the calmer Han Li needed to remain. Best actor, activated. Everyone was taken aback, sensing an unsettling aura emanating from Han Li. This was precisely what they, as members of the underworld, dreaded encountering. Composure, tranquility, and even a hint of confidence. At that moment, one should be screaming, "This script doesn't align? Aren't you afraid? Why fear? If you intend to eliminate me, why have you kept me alive until now?" Han Li's words pierced through the tension. If Joseph truly intended to eliminate him, he would have acted sooner rather than engage in idle conversation. One must not forget that the production team possesses the means to locate them at any moment. As anticipated, the authorities should have been alerted by now and were likely en route. Thus, Han Li was unperturbed by the delay, surveying Joseph with curiosity as he inquired, "Do you Angels also recruit foreigners? You little brat." One of Joseph's underlings shattered a bottle and took several strides towards Han Li, seizing him with a fierce glare. Raising the jagged shard of glass, he aimed to thrust it into Han Li's eye. "Stop." At that critical moment, Joseph intervened. "Consider yourself fortunate." The underling relinquished his grip on Han Li's clothing, grinning as he smoothed the wrinkles from his attire. Joseph waved his hand, signaling his men. They promptly aligned themselves, forming a barrier around the two. "You are Han Li, correct? I've watched your live streams. Quite impressive, I must say. At times, I can hardly discern whether you are a genuine rogue or merely acting." The staff member's injuries, evident from the bruises on his face, caught Joseph's attention. Joseph was forthright. "We, Angels, are eager to collaborate with you." Han Li's heart sank at the revelation that they were aware of the situation. This was troublesome. "What do you say?" Joseph displayed his sharp canines, a seemingly innocent smile concealing a ruthless intent. "This is a transaction that could revolutionize the industry. The higher-ups have stated that your price is negotiable as long as you supply us." In the eyes of these professionals, the commercial potential of Shuang Fanchen surpassed that of any illegal substance on the market due to its addictive side effects. One of the underlings had taken a few puffs and was still struggling to recover. "Although your offer is quite tempting, I must decline," Han Li asserted with unwavering conviction. "What nonsense is this? A rogue like me would never collaborate with scoundrels like you. I am a good person." Joseph's expression faltered momentarily before darkening, as he waved dismissively. "No deal? Fine then." The underlings turned toward Han Li, drawing their weapons, intent on teaching him a lesson. "Leave him incapacitated, as long as he can speak. We'll take him back." Joseph lit a cigarette and departed the bar without a backward glance. Outside, a luxury vehicle awaited. "Let us go," a burly man sneered. "I've heard you are known as the Rogue Online. Today, I shall show you what a true rogue is." The crowd closed in, leaving Han Li with no avenue for escape. Meanwhile, at the Sea City police station, Ouyang Rong received the alarming call and immediately stood, astonishment etched on his face. "What? Has Han Li encountered real gangsters?" The police chief replied, "Indeed. We are currently unable to receive any visuals from him. You must hurry." The director, visibly anxious, paced frantically, fearing that if they delayed, it could result in a fatal outcome. This was no drill. A real crisis had unfolded. "All right, Angel Bar, ILL, remember that. Everyone, let us move. We must rescue Han Li. No, save the person. Yes." Li Yi rushed out of the room, hastening towards the scene. The police dispatched numerous patrol cars. As this incident involved the underground organization known as Angels, the situation was dire, with the activities of Angels in City C suddenly surging. Was it aimed at Han Li? But why would they target him? Ouyang Rong was perplexed. Why would a fearsome underground organization set their sights on a mere contestant? Perhaps they coveted Han Li or something he possessed, Li Yi surmised. Simultaneously, he tightened his grip on his firearm. This time it was real. After so long in drills, it was time to witness the fruits of their labor. A fierce demeanor emerged from Li Yi, one he had not exhibited since participating in the program. He was not alone. The other officers had transformed, their presence suddenly commanding. There it was. The officers spotted the Angels Bar, its entrance crowded with motorcycles. Inside, the sounds of a fierce brawl erupted, accompanied by anguished cries. This was bad. They had to storm in. Ouyang Rong and Li Yi alighted from their vehicle, not daring to waste a moment, leading their team towards the bar. An armed officer hurled a tear gas canister inside. As the gas dissipated, Ouyang Rong counted down. 3, 2, 1. He led the charge into the bar. "Don't move. Raise your hands," commanded the officers, weapons drawn and ready. However, the next moment left them dumbfounded. A man adorned with angels' tattoos was hurled into the air, crashing to the ground before their eyes. The bar was in disarray, broken and shattered, with underlings sprawled haphazardly on the floor, frothing at the mouth. The only one still standing, an elderly man, was delivering resounding slaps to a subordinate. "This is what happens when you act recklessly. Dare to be part of the underworld again? How can I respond when you keep slapping me?" The young man whimpered. The officers were bewildered. They had barely entered before the fight was over. "Who is this old man? Chui Hao, is that you?" Li Yi recognized the figure, lowering his weapon. "Chui Hao?" The armed officers gazed at the old man, as if he were a legend. He was the former captain of the Dragon Special Forces. An almost mythical figure. In an instant, the officers transformed into admirers, looking at Chui Hao with awe. "You arrived just in time. These rascals are yours now." "I was merely passing by," Chui Hao remarked, making no effort to linger. He swiftly departed, riding away on his electric scooter. "Hey, Chui Sr." Lee called out. But by then, the man had vanished, leaving the bewildered officers behind. Where was Han Lee? Why was he not present? Meanwhile, on a distant road, Joseph was smoking, contemplating which club to visit for the evening's entertainment. Suddenly, the car came to a halt. What the hell, how are you driving? The traffic officer ahead is stopping cars, the driver replied. What? Up ahead, a traffic officer approached, presenting a ticket that was affixed to the vehicle. He then walked to Joseph's window and knocked. Please roll down your window. The voice seemed to belong to a young man. Joseph lowered the car window and smiled, inquiring, Officer, have I committed an offense? You have made a grave mistake. Just as Joseph was bewildered, a sudden recognition of the man's features struck him. It was impossible. He could hardly believe his eyes, wide with shock, as if he had encountered a ghost in the dead of night. What are you doing here, Han Lee? At that moment of Joseph's astonishment, Han Lee raised the syringe he had long prepared, and in the blink of an eye, plunged it into Joseph's neck. Damn it. Han Lee smirked, retrieving his phone, which displayed Joseph's location. You shouldn't have provoked me, Joseph. In the last instant before Joseph lost consciousness, darkness enveloped him, and on his pale visage was a gaze devoid of emotion, akin to that of one observing a lifeless body. Chapter 96. Enter my live stream. I will teach you how to bury someone in real time. Han Lee's live stream was still shrouded in darkness. No way. I, Han, will not. Oh, Han. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. No, I still want to see your show. Alas, it's too late. Indeed, a show is merely a show, incomparable to the real criminals. Backstage at the production team, a significant incident had occurred. The director paced anxiously, hoping fervently that no lives would be lost. Just then, a staff member exclaimed, Director, Han Lee's live stream has resumed. What? The director snatched the device, staring at Han Lee's broadcast. Simultaneously, countless viewers flooded the screen with comments urging, rest assured, we will take care of it. On screen, a Peppa Pig mask appeared, causing the audience to flinch. Don't worry, I'm fine, but someone else is in trouble. As he spoke, the camera shifted to reveal Joseph, bound and lying before a freshly dug pit. Whimpering in terror, beneath the moonlight, Ling Han, accompanied by 3 miscreants, vigorously dug with shovels. Don't ask. The answer is to ensure your eternal rest. The viewers in the live stream were left dumbfounded. Is Han really going to bury someone? Wait, isn't that the gang leader? Surely, this is just a scare tactic, right? My goodness, burying a gang member alive. This is outrageous. Han Lee declared, I don't care who you are. I will take you all down. Previously, those who doubted Han Lee's capabilities were now silenced. The audience in the live stream were not the only ones shaken. Even the director backstage found his eyelids twitching. What the? For a moment, he could not discern who the true gangster was. Could Han Lee truly be serious? No way, they insisted. He was a good person. Joseph gazed into the increasingly deep pit, turning his eyes towards Han Lee, the madman. Han Lee approached, yanked the cloth from Joseph's mouth, and asked, I will give you one last chance. Where is your headquarters? Joseph spat on the ground, cursing vehemently. Go play with your nonsense, you little brat. His resolve was evident. He was not a weakling like those characters portrayed in television dramas. Betray the organization? Dream on. Ah, I admire your tenacity. Han Lee said as he pulled him up, glancing at the nearly finished Ling Han. Ling Han understood the cue and handed his shovel to Han Lee. Joseph found it amusing. They were mimicking the act quite convincingly. Han Lee, you lack the courage. Murder is not something to be feigned. Oh, do you underestimate me? Little Peppa Pig? Joseph retorted, I do look down on you. If you have the guts, kill me. I am a man of iron and resolve. In the next moment, Han Lee wielded the shovel and, in front of millions of viewers in the live stream, struck Joseph squarely in the face. Thud. Joseph felt his nasal bone shatter. An overwhelming pain surged through him, and his head spun. The metallic scent of blood enveloped his dislodged teeth. He stared wide-eyed at Han Lee, who maintained an impassive expression. For the first time, he was taken aback. I've never encountered such a perverse demand before. Han Lee set down the shovel and kicked the moaning Joseph into a deep pit. He waved to Ling Han and the others, instructing, bury him. The 3 frightened individuals trembled. Are we really burying him? Hurry up. Ling Han was the first to grab a shovel, filling the pit with dirt. The others followed suit, genuinely appearing as if they were about to bury someone. Witnessing this scene, millions of viewers were left in shock. Countless staff members behind the scenes were equally dumbfounded. The director covered his mouth, unable to believe his eyes. Good heavens, are they really burying someone live? Has Han Lee gone mad? The barrage of comments in the live stream overwhelmed the screen. What on earth is happening? Quick, everyone to Han Lee's stream. They're burying someone. Live burial? It's going viral. The internet is exploding. This is incredible. Our Han is something else. Han Lee remarked. This was his own suggestion. I didn't force him. I swear. Across the entire Sea City, people rose from their beds, entering Han Lee's live stream, startled by Joseph's heart-wrenching screams. However, just as the situation reached its climax, Han Lee abruptly cut the feed. Viewers in the live stream. Staff. Director? Director, should we call the police? Suddenly, the director's phone rang. He answered, and the voice of the chief of the Sea City Police Department resonated on the other end. Brother, come to my station for a chat. Han Lee, you've put me in a predicament. In the pit, Joseph trembled, trying to convince himself that this was merely a scare tactic. Han Lee wouldn't dare to commit murder. But as the dirt began to cover his mouth and nose, panic set in. Han Lee, wait. Give me a chance. What? You said to be faster? Han Lee replied. Oh, no problem. Ling Han vigorously shoveled the dirt. These lunatics. Damn it. You are the real gangsters here. Han Lee, I surrender. I shall reveal everything to you. I beg you. I do not wish to die. Half buried in the dirt, only his nostrils and mouth visible, Joseph was nearly in tears. These individuals truly intended to end his life. Han Lee waved his hand, instructing, enough, lift him up. Ling Han hastily set down his shovel, feigning ferocity earlier, but he too was frightened. Kill someone? Such audacity. After all, they were the good guys. Coughing violently, Joseph, who had narrowly escaped death, felt as though his lungs were filled with sand. At that moment, his clothing was tattered and stained with blood, leaving him utterly dejected. The three ruffians glanced at Han Li, a wave of trepidation washing over them. Joseph, a wise man knows how to adapt to circumstances. You have performed admirably. Now, shall we go to my residence for a cup of hot tea and discuss everything? Han Li said with a smile. Joseph trembled, too terrified to resist Han Li. This man was a lunatic. Very well. Han Li's intent was to instill fear in Joseph, to establish his own image as a cold-blooded individual. On the way back, Ling Han drove. Puzzled, Mr. Han, why not hand him over to the police? Let them handle the investigation. After sending an anonymous message to someone on his phone, Han Li responded to Ling Han's inquiry. It's quite simple. I aim to engage in a black market transaction. Eliminate the angel. Upon hearing this, Ling Han was so startled that he inadvertently pressed the brake, bringing the car to a halt. The three ruffians? Joseph? Ling Han? Brother, are you serious? Mr. Han, you are still young. Do not tread the path of crime. Ling Han grasped Han Li's shoulder and shook him vigorously. We have already robbed a bank. What more do you want? However, it seems you have misunderstood my intentions. Han Li leaned closer to Ling Han's ear and whispered the plan. Behind them, Joseph raised his gaze, coldly observing the two. Eliminate the angel? Just you? Chapter 97. Hey, a feigned attack, are you afraid? Upon returning to their abode, Han Li first bound Joseph and tossed him into an unoccupied room. There was no rush regarding the matter of the angel. Patience was key. To preserve his image as a model citizen, Han Li made a call to the production team, explaining the entire situation. Then he turned to Ling Han and the ruffian. What about the bank? Mr. Han, I have examined it. There is indeed a passage. The confirmation brought an unmistakable gleam of surprise to Han Li's face, though he quickly regained his composure. Then can we? The three ruffians, having witnessed Han Li's earlier madness, were eager to leave. Certainly, but before that, do you know the value of a point? What? Ling Han. A familiar sensation. Within minutes, the eyes of the three ruffians sparkled with visions of wealth. Money, money, money. Bah. We are here to contribute to a better society. Indeed, certainly not for monetary gain. With these words, the three individuals took the bait, prompting Han Li to turn his head and chuckle softly. He then composed himself, adopting a poker face as he addressed the assembly. Esteemed colleagues, I have devised a plan. In his mind, Han Li had been formulating a strategy for the impending bank heist scheduled for days hence. Now, with the lead of a subterranean passage, his confidence soared to nearly 90%. An additional 10% might tempt pride. This is the plan. Do you all comprehend? Han Li surveyed Ling Han and the group of misfits. For this caper, they would be divided into two factions. One group would consist of Han Li, the bank team, Grandpa Chui, and the previously rescued contestants. The other would involve Ling Han and the misfits, tasked with executing a separate operation. Han Li noted the hesitant expression on Ling Han's face. Indeed, this was Ling Han's inaugural solo mission. He was, in essence, the leader of this small team, thus bearing greater pressure. Ling Han, should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to confide in me. Ling Han murmured. Is there any way I can opt out? Not a chance. This day was inevitable. With a thump on his chest to bolster his resolve, Ling Han declared, Mr. Han, I shall strive earnestly. So shall I. The trio of misfits remained oblivious, dutifully executing their tasks. One word, go? Excellent. Rest well today, tomorrow we act. Han Li retrieved his phone and sent a message to the remaining criminals yet to be eliminated. The time has come. As night fell, while some remained lost in slumber, certain criminals had risen early, beginning their preparations. Review the plan. Should you have questions, inquire of me. Ling Han turned to the three behind him. The foremost man picked up a mask and asked, Bro, I'm not fond of Donald Duck. Could I have the Monkey King mask instead? It's so cool. Is that even suitable for you? Ling Han retorted with a sidelong glance. Surely that would be more imposing than the leader? At this moment, he was indeed the head of the team. How could a junior outshine the elder? Before long, a van halted before a newly opened jewelry store. Ling Han was the first to exit. The misfit group glanced around, and upon seeing no one, they followed Ling Han inside with bags in hand. Sir, may I ask you robbers? Ling Han exclaimed, bewildered. How did you figure that out? Turning back, he cursed. Those three misfits still hadn't removed their masks. Fear not the enemy that resembles a god, but be wary of teammates akin to swine. Ling Han covered his face, lamenting, before the mission could commence, I may perish. Ultimately, he donned a mask, albeit this time it was that of Peppa Pig. Through Han Li's livestream, some viewers caught a glimpse of Ling Han's antics. What on earth? Wasn't he Mickey before? Mickey exclaimed, damn it, my teammates have ruined me. Ling Han raised his specialized firearm skyward and began to fire wildly. Everyone freeze. This is a robbery. Hurry, hurry. Once they had gained control over the patrons, the three misfits smashed the display cases, carelessly seizing jewels to stuff into their bags. Meanwhile, Ling Han entered the surveillance room, inserting the USB drive that Mr. Han had provided. With a flicker of blue screens, the data was altered. The surveillance footage captures a moment frozen in time, just before they raise their weapons to commit the robbery. After the completion of the task, Ling Han steps out of the monitoring room and glances at the hostages on the floor. Do not eliminate me, they plead. After much hesitation, Ling Han ultimately overcomes his previous reluctance to fire. He pulls the trigger on several individuals, ensuring that this robbery leaves no survivors. The audience in the live broadcast gasps in shock. Goodness, did they just kill everyone right off the bat? He asks, starting to resemble General Han. Without lingering, Ling Han and his accomplices gather the jewels and board a truck, swiftly departing the scene. It won't be long before the police station learns of the events that transpired here. Ling Han, glancing at the navigation, takes a deep breath, opens the car door, and raises his firearm, abandoning any pretense. This time, they target a luxury car dealership. The same words, the same tactics, eliminate the hostages, alter the surveillance footage, and leave without a trace. Yet, they arrive in a modest van and depart in the latest luxury vehicles. Each time, he selects smaller shops with only 1 or 2 personnel. Speed is of the essence. It seems he has no intention of lingering. Wow. He has truly mastered the art of robbery. Within less than an hour, he has robbed over 10 establishments. Meanwhile, at the police station, Inspector Li Yi, reminiscing about the coffee from City S, is preparing to lay an ambush at the bank in City C when one of the operators suddenly stands up. What did you say? There is someone in City C wearing a Peppa Pig mask robbing places? Thank you for your assistance. The operator, in a frenzy, turns to Li Yi. Officer Li, we have a situation. A citizen reported that a suspect believed to be Han Li is robbing multiple locations. Li Yi. Inspector? That is impossible. The monitoring room shows everything is normal across all major stores in City C. We need to investigate. Li Yi calls Inspector Ouyang Rong, who is currently stationed at the bank in City C, waiting with nearly all the officers in the precinct. Unexpectedly, he receives Li Yi's call and quickly drives to the reported location. Upon arrival, he is taken aback. Inside the jewelry store, the display cases are shattered, and 2 or 3 hostages, covered in paintball markings, quietly huddle in the corner. This has definitely been robbed. Why didn't you call the police? The hostages reply. We've been eliminated. Isn't that akin to being dead? No one could have anticipated that Han Li would forsake the large City C bank to target these smaller shops. They, the notorious criminals, resorted to stealing such trivial items? With their manpower already stretched thin for the bank ambush, it naturally provided Han Li with an opportunity. Damn it, Li Yi. Didn't you say Han Li prefers robbing banks? Ouyang Rong had followed Li Yi's advice and diverted police resources. Li Yi, equally bewildered, contemplates, something is off. This fellow is far too greedy. How could one be drawn to such an inconsequential establishment? Reports indicate that surveillance captured a luxury vehicle yet to obtain a license plate. Within the footage, Li Yi recognized the familiar visage of a Peppa Pig mask. This group had pilfered something, presumably en route to a designated delivery location. Where might that be? He contemplated how to handle this luxury vehicle discreetly, without arousing the suspicions of others. C-City possesses a few docks, 3, to be precise. At this hour, which one remains operational? It must be the Wanchai dock. Li Yi seized the walkie-talkie and addressed Ouyang Rong on the other end. I have deduced their intention. They aim to deliver at Wanchai dock. Prepare an ambush there. Understood. Given the circumstances, Ouyang Rong had no choice but to mobilize the majority of the police force toward the dock for an ambush. As police cars departed from the C-City bank, a glimpse of a Peppa Pig mask emerged from the nearby foliage. Han Li smiled, realizing that his tip-off had borne fruit. Everyone, it's time to act. With a rustling sound, over a dozen figures materialized from the underbrush. Chapter 98, The Peppa Gang, has arrived. Impressive, this Han is remarkably adept at diverting so many officers without breaking a sweat. One criminal marveled. Indeed, he was no stranger to the ranks of the powerful, being the second most notorious figure on the list. These criminals had endured considerable hardship to evade the officers, only to receive a message from Han Li the day prior, summoning them to gather near the C-City bank. Without a second thought, they knew that, true to Han's nature, a bank heist was imminent. Initially, upon seeing a large contingent of officers, there was concern that their plans might be thwarted. Unexpectedly, however, it appeared the officers had received some intelligence, cursing as they made their departure. This was an extraordinary opportunity. Damn it, following Han is indeed a game-changer. If this heist succeeds, I could retire on the spot. Each criminal's gaze shimmered with greed, for that was the largest bank in C-City. Simultaneously, they gazed upon the figure ahead, growing increasingly in awe. Not only had he rescued them, but he was also guiding them toward prosperity, a true leader. Han Li surveyed the inadequately defended C-City bank, marking the success of his first step. He turned to those beside him and declared, "Put on your masks. Phase 2 commences." Yes, an eager accomplice relayed the message. Soon, from the thicket emerged a host of pig-headed masks, all uniformly Peppa Pig, except for Uncle Chui, who still preferred Ultraman. Everyone, our motto, grow larger, grow stronger. Excellent. Han Li donned his own Peppa Pig mask, brandished a submachine gun, and gestured for the group to wait as he stealthily took a separate route. The audience erupted in excitement. Oh, I see now. Ling Han is merely a decoy to draw the officers away. Target, C-City Bank, charge forth. Officers. Heavens have fallen, Peppa rules the day. Popcorn is ready, General Han. Please commence your performance. Today is a splendid day. The security guard at the bank is in high spirits, stepping out for a breath of fresh air. Yet, after only a few steps, he is unexpectedly pulled into the bushes. Yumiati, hush. The guard spots a man dressed in a suit, sporting a Peppa Pig accessory. This attire, it's Han Li. The citizens of City C have certainly seen the show. Fame, it seems, is a double-edged sword. Without further ado, Han Li swiftly takes him down. Before departing, he rummages through the guard's belongings, confiscating the access card allowing entry into the bank and the keys to the back door. These will prove useful later. Brother, what is the matter? You've been eliminated. My child quite admires you. Could we take a photo? Han Li responds, no way, big brother. I'm a notorious bandit. Although Han Li persistently refers to himself as a bandit, everyone knows that, thanks to him, the city's crime rate has plummeted. Moreover, let us not forget that Peppa Pig still holds a spot on the police rankings. While the public may disdain him, they cannot help but express gratitude. To agree would be rather undignified, he remarks, pulling out his phone to snap a picture for the man. Make sure your child doesn't follow in my footsteps. Han Li has no desire to become a role model for children. After all, he portrays a truly wicked character. Little did he expect the guard to respond, rest assured. My child has declared that he will grow up to be a police chief, personally apprehending you. Han Li, consider it a request. With that, Han Li departed without a glance back, leaving the audience bewildered. Sundara? Han Li, clutching the keys, opens a rear entrance to the bank. Upon entering, he disables the surveillance cameras. At that moment, an employee emerges and, upon spotting Han Li, is about to cry out, only to have her mouth and nose covered by him. Shoo, shall we play a game? He drags her aside. The female employee looks at Han Li in terror. This cannot be good. The audience is left in a state of confusion. Something feels amiss. Quick, let me hear the generous follow-up. Before long, Han Li allows the criminals to enter through the back door. He secures explosives to the employee on the ground, gagging her, and begins to rob while escorting her. In one swift motion, they charge from the back to the front hall. The bank's patrons are utterly unprepared for this audacious heist. The security guard has yet to react. Bang! A fearsome criminal eliminates a teller on the spot, then opens fire, proclaiming in a booming voice, Peppa Pig's gang is here. Apologies for the inconvenience. The crowd crouches on the floor, paralyzed by fear, unwilling to resist. The familiar scent of chaos has returned. Miss. Thinking of alerting the authorities? Perhaps you'd prefer to join me in a discussion about life in the back. A slender, tall man intercepts a female employee attempting to call for help. It must be said, there are advantages to numbers. The numerous criminals are well coordinated. Without needing further instructions from Han Li, they swiftly gain control over the hostages present. Han Li stands at the center. The female employee, bound with explosives, was forced to kneel, allowing all the hostages to witness her dire predicament. With a voice laced with a hint of seduction, he proclaimed, ladies and gentlemen, you are all aware of the rules of this show. I believe none among you would turn your back on money, would you? As anticipated, the hostages complied, realizing that prolonging their lives would lead to greater rewards from the production team. Surely, this was more lucrative than their mundane jobs. Han Li was poised to instruct a few criminals to begin collecting money. To his surprise, one of the criminals had already coordinated seamlessly, brandishing a bag for money while holding the manager hostage, making their way towards the back. Indeed, strength lies in numbers. One could only wonder how Ling Han was faring on his end. After all, he was alone, accompanied by 3 inept individuals, drawing nearly all the police force's attention. Speaking of which, the third phase was about to commence. Report, surveillance indicates that the luxury vehicle should be arriving shortly. A police chief addressed Ouyang Rong. Ouyang Rong looked back at the eager officers and revealed a knowing smile. Splendid, they were merely waiting for the big catch. This time, they had set an ambush in advance. Surely, Han Li would find it impossible to escape. As long as he drove the luxury car into the dock, there would be no chance of evasion. While the officers awaited Han the old thief to unwittingly walk into their trap at the Sea City police station, where Li Yi was stationed, the officer monitoring the road surveillance suddenly furrowed his brow. Li Yi took note of this and inquired, what's the matter? The officer responsible for tracking the luxury vehicle appeared grim, stating, Officer Li, the luxury car has turned back. The officers were taken aback. What on earth? They were almost at the dock, yet it had turned back. This was dire news. A police officer rushed in, panting heavily, and shouted, we have received a report. The Sea City Bank has been robbed. It was reported that over a dozen criminals donned matching Peppa Pig masks. The officers stood in stunned silence. Over a dozen Peppa Pigs? This was outrageous. Li Yi could hardly fathom that, at this moment, the Sea City Bank was under siege. What madness was this? Just as the police had departed, the bank was attacked? Undoubtedly, this was another grand scheme orchestrated by Han Li. Chapter 99. Have you ever encountered such audacious robbers? Well, today you have. All the attending officers were caught off guard. The sudden appearance of over a dozen Peppa Pigs? They now had a team, it seemed. Was the dock merely a feint? Was the real assault on Sea City Bank poised to commence immediately after we withdrew? Li Yi pondered to himself. At this juncture, it was impossible to ascertain Han Li's true hiding place. He promptly ordered Officer Ouyang Rong to head to Sea City Bank for encirclement. Yes, these more than a dozen Peppa Pigs were undoubtedly the criminals Han Li had released days prior. With more manpower came greater complications. Just as Li Yi was about to find himself in a precarious situation, he remained remarkably composed, displaying no signs of panic. After all, everyone has their own cards to play. Li Yi retrieved his mobile phone, where an unfamiliar number was displayed. Codename, Lizard, securely hidden. He sent a message. Shortly thereafter, a reply arrived. Yes, Commander. Li Yi tucked away his phone and addressed the surrounding police officers. Deploy 30% of your forces to pursue that luxury vehicle. You are tasked with determining its probable route. We cannot allow it to evade capture. This tale of Han Li must be eliminated. Upon receiving Li Yi's message, Ouyang Rong seethed with anger. Han Li, indeed, was a source of irritation. Without hesitation, he led his subordinates toward the Sea City Bank. Meanwhile, several criminals had seized the bank manager and arrived at the vault where cash was stored. Bundles of cash were securely housed within numerous safes. It appeared that this bank had exercised prudence, opting not to consolidate all funds in one place for convenience. Damn it, this complicates things. Fortunately, we outnumber them. The group pondered whether Han had considered the logistics of their operation. After all, wasn't it more lucrative to be a mere tool? The criminals began unlocking the safes, filling bags with cash. Once a bag was filled, it was sent up for transport, where accomplices awaited. One criminal, peering through a window, spotted police cars parked outside the bank. It wouldn't be long before they surrounded the premises. "They're here. Han, the cops have arrived." At that moment, Han Li sat in a chair, brandishing a gun aimed at a female employee bound with explosives to intimidate the hostages present. This was their first bank heist, and some of the criminals felt a pang of anxiety. "What are you so nervous about? Just take a few hostages outside to keep the police in line," Han Li remarked nonchalantly, showing no concern. Indeed, two criminals seized two hostages, positioning them in front of themselves as they advanced toward the bank's entrance. Ouyang. The officers have just disembarked from their vehicles and noticed the hostages emerging from the bank, accompanied by their captors. One criminal shouted menacingly, "Don't move, otherwise I'll eliminate the hostages." He pointed his firearm directly at the head of one hostage, brazenly exposing himself to the officers. His audacity was palpable. Damn it. This must be one of Han Li's underlings. Ouyang Rong observed the criminal's arrogance with disdain. He signaled for his officers to lower their weapons, temporarily abandoning the idea of a forceful assault, and instead initiated negotiations. "Stay calm. Let us discuss your demands." It's likely something along the lines of a bus. Having reviewed Han Li's earlier bank heist, Ouyang recalled that Han had requested a bus to transport the stolen money. He had prepared for this eventuality. Should the criminals attempt a repeat performance, he had equipped armed officers to hide within the bus, ready for a surprise ambush. As anticipated, the criminal deemed a bus to be the most prudent choice at this juncture. Just as negotiations were about to commence, Han Li's voice crackled through the communication headsets he had previously provided to each criminal. After making his own modifications, he would not be eavesdropped by the police chief. He closed his mouth and, with the hostage in tow, approached the police chief, standing motionless. The criminal was taken aback, thinking, "Isn't this simply surrendering?" Suddenly, from behind, another criminal brandished a firearm, pressing it against his lower back, whispering, "This is a command from Boss Han. Do you dare to fight?" The first criminal's heart raced. "What the hell? Aren't we in this together?" Boss Han stated, "Should you refuse, I am authorized to eliminate you and claim your share." A wicked smile crept across the second criminal's face. "Damn it, my patience is wearing thin." The audience was left in a state of bewilderment. Everyone is a villain. This is truly a masterstroke. My goodness. The first criminal had no choice but to steel himself and, with the hostage, walked out of the bank, inching toward the police. Witnessing this unfolding scene, the police were even more astonished. "What on earth?" Ouyang Rong stared, wide-eyed, as the hostage-taker approached him, mouth agape. "Isn't this merely a step away? Have you lost your mind? Or do you think we are incapable of firing our weapons?" The criminal echoed Han Li's words. And then there was silence. He stood there, dazed, gazing at Ouyang Rong and the other officers behind him. Ouyang Rong and the criminal locked eyes, each sizing the other up. "How much do I resemble my former self?" Meanwhile, the female host was puzzled by the criminal's immobility when Professor Li, visibly alarmed, exclaimed, "Can't you see? Genius. Han Li is a criminal mastermind." The host observed Professor Li with an expression akin to that of an old man encountering a young beauty on the street. "Are you alright? Don't you see? This is blatant surveillance, and the police are powerless against it. Any movement, and he will see it all. Fundamentally, this puts the police in a passive position." Ouyang Rong quickly realized the gravity of the situation. "Han Li, have you set them up with a human surveillance system?" The police officers also began to understand, their expressions shifting to one of even greater shock. "So audacious. Are you aiming for the heavens?" The audience erupted in astonishment. Is this even possible? Ouyang Rong, however, was not particularly concerned about this criminal. He recognized him as merely a pawn in Han Li's game, dispensable. What he needed to do now was await the reinforcements that Li Yi would bring. Indeed, soon he would launch an assault, and this time, they would have an insider at the bank providing cover. Among the hostages, a rotund man clad in a coat and adorned with a gold necklace stammered, "Brother robber. I need to urinate. It's urgent. Damn it. Lazy people have urgent needs. Let us go. I'll take you." One of the participants led him toward the restroom. After all, nature calls, and it was understandable. Upon entering the restroom, the man expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, brother." A grin spread across his face. "Oh, you have tattoos too?" The criminal noticed a lizard tattoo on the man's neck. "Indeed, a lizard. How audacious, to have the same tattoo as I do." The criminal kicked the man. In the midst of this, the man stumbled and fell to the ground. Pathetic. "Hey, could you lend me a hand?" he pleaded, gazing at the criminal with a pitiful expression. The criminal, unable to contain his disdain, completely lowered his guard, failing to notice the mocking smirk at the corner of the man's mouth. Chapter 100. This is a high-stakes game. Just as the criminal was about to help the embarrassed man up, the latter suddenly seized him. The once unassuming man's eyes sharpened dramatically. Taking advantage of the criminal's momentary lapse in vigilance, he delivered a few swift punches, swiftly subduing him. "Who on earth are you?" the criminal exclaimed in panic, unable to believe that this seemingly rotund man possessed such formidable skills. Without further ado, the man rendered the criminal unconscious and dragged him into a private room. He stripped the criminal of his clothing and revealed his own well-built physique by removing the abdominal padding. The man had merely masqueraded as a passerby. His true identity was that of a retired Special Forces soldier. Donning a Peppa Pig mask, he transformed into one of the robbers. From beneath his feet, he retrieved a concealed communicator and sent a message, "Lizard in position." Ding. On the other end, Li Yi, who had just arrived near the bank, received the message and could not suppress his excitement. It's done. Long before Han Li attempted to rob the bank, Li Yi had not only deployed police forces, but had also prepared a contingency plan. He had enlisted a retired Special Forces soldier to secretly disguise himself as a passerby and infiltrate the bank, ready to act at a moment's notice. Should the bank be robbed, he would serve as an invaluable pawn. Now, With the message from Lizard, it was confirmed that he had successfully infiltrated the enemy's ranks. This meant that the police now had an insider. No matter what schemes Han Li concocted, they would be forewarned. In the past, Han Li had always been one step ahead. This time, however, it would be Li Yi who outmaneuvered Han Li at every turn. Viewers in the live stream were astounded. Wow, what a brilliant move by Black Cat Police Chief. This is bad news for you, Han. With so many criminals, all wearing Peppa masks, who would notice anything amiss? Han Li thought to himself, damn it, this kid is getting smarter by the day. As the criminal gang led by Han Li confronted the police led by Ouyang Rong and Li Yi outside the bank, no one noticed the clandestine underground passage of Sea City Bank. Old Master Chui, do we have any light? In the pitch-black tunnel, a flicker of flame ignited. Old Master Chui held up a makeshift torch, glancing around the neglected passageway, which bore a half-finished sign forbidding entry. The air was thick with a foul stench, and a few rats scurried past, weaving through the spider webs that adorned the walls. This wretched place surely had seen no visitors, right? Behind him trailed 3 furtive criminals. The 4 of them had been dispatched by Han to implement the 3rd phase of the plan. Due to the intricate nature of the underground passage, it was imperative for them to mark their path along the way to identify the optimal escape route. What if, in a moment of misfortune, for thugs and a large rat appeared? Cursed be the ominous predictions. If one finds the task too arduous, perhaps they should trade places with the higher-ups? We are merely fatigued, while the superiors are engaged in a fierce confrontation with the police, facing the risk of being eliminated. It is exceedingly perilous. Is there a shortcut here? Elder Chui brushed his fingers against the damp stone wall and discovered a narrow path nearby. With a swift motion, he slipped inside. At the end of the passage, Elder Chui glimpsed a distant forest and a small stream, his expression lighting up with surprise. To his astonishment, this narrow path led directly to the outside. The viewers in the live broadcast were left dumbfounded by this revelation. What the hell? The bank in City C actually possessed a direct underground passage to the outside. It turns out that from the very beginning, General Han had contemplated an escape route. No wonder he exuded such confidence, not even bothering to requisition a bus. This was his trump card. How did General Han discover it? Goodness, I have been in City C for so long and was unaware of this underground passage. Remarkable. The police chief was astounded. Han Li remarked, can it be true that some believe I, Han Li, am just a reckless fool? Meanwhile, outside the bank, the police chief had completed the necessary arrangements. Li Yi arrived at the scene and consulted Ouyang Rong about the informant he had placed within the bank. Ouyang Rong responded, you, my friend, are full of surprises. Having an insider is undoubtedly a substantial advantage. Unfortunately, the surveillance has been compromised. Otherwise, we could gauge the number of adversaries we face. Ouyang Rong sighed, acknowledging that Han Li's hacking skills were unparalleled. On another note, what was the criminal's intention? Li Yi pointed towards the assailant, who stood resolutely, resembling a steadfast dog. As he held a hostage, ready to relay information to General Han inside the bank, Ouyang Rong waved dismissively. No worries about the human surveillance. After all, Han Li would never anticipate that we would execute a direct assault. Li Yi nodded in agreement. The two had devised their strategy the moment the bank was robbed. Now, with their own personnel inside the bank and ample police force outside, they possessed the advantage of timing, location, and manpower. This time, the odds were in their favor. Sniper, eliminate that human surveillance. Li Yi commanded. In the next instant, the unsuspecting criminal heard the sharp crack of a gunshot, followed by a burst of colored smoke emanating from his body. Eliminated. The hostage was safely retrieved by the police, and the criminal lay on the ground, effectively counted as deceased. The surveillance was swiftly dismantled. Concurrently, Ouyang Rong issued commands for simultaneous assaults from both the left and right entrances. You all, circle around to the back door and catch Han Li off guard. Everyone, we must apprehend all the criminals this time. Li Yi summoned all available police forces. There was no choice. Han Li had brought a gang of criminals with him. If a strong offensive was necessary, the police force must be no less than 100. Thus, he was compelled to redirect the forces pursuing Ling Han to reinforce this operation. As the saying goes, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Reluctant to part with the child, yet unable to ensnare the wolf, Li Yi's gaze revealed a resolute determination, breaking his previous silence. Subsequently, his concealed strategy began to unfold. The retired Special Forces soldier donned a Peppa Pig mask, remaining undetected among his comrades, who had been expertly replaced by the police captain. This maneuver was flawlessly executed. Apologies, brother. He bound the unconscious man, stuffing him into a cloth and discarding him in a solitary room. Beep, beep. At that moment, his secret intercom crackled to life with Li Yi's message. The lizard has commenced creating disturbances. This so-called disruption involved acting as an inside informant, coordinating with the police captain. The lizard was aware that the captain outside was about to launch a vigorous assault. The time had come for him to showcase his prowess. Taking a deep breath, he resembled a hero preparing for battle as he opened the restroom door and walked towards the main hall. Yet, after only a few steps, he found the criminals inside the bank congregated together, seemingly aware of his presence. All the criminals turned in unison, their gazes fixed upon the lizard. At that moment, he nearly met his demise from fright. To his astonishment, the masks worn by the criminals had transformed from Peppa Pig into Ultraman. Thus, the most awkward scene unfolded. A multitude of Ultraman masks gazed down upon the incongruous Peppa Pig, a chilling death stare. The retired Special Forces soldier, clad in Peppa Pig, felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, his scalp prickling. Chapter 101. Han Li, I can earn money while sitting. This script feels off. The retired soldier observed the situation spiraling out of control. Brothers, weren't we supposed to be Peppa? A splendid Peppa at that. How did it turn into Ultraman? The criminals wore enigmatic smiles, their faces seemingly saying, "Come see, there's an honest man here." Amidst this grave atmosphere, Han Li stood up and applauded. Turning to the incongruous little Peppa, his voice turned icy as he remarked, "So it's you, little rascal. What does that mean? I can't comprehend." The retired soldier's mask was drenched in sweat, panic setting in. One criminal displayed a disdainful expression. Han had previously mentioned that to prevent infiltration by spies, they had agreed to switch to Ultraman masks after 15 minutes, a fact well known to everyone except outsiders. Boom. On a clear day, thunder struck, resonating within the heart of the retired soldier. Damn it. In his rush to incapacitate people and swiftly resolve the situation, he had not anticipated this turn of events. In that moment, the sole Peppa Pig felt alarmed. No need to fear. I am a Special Forces soldier. Watch me subdue. Swish, swish, swish. Countless red dots began to converge into a large crimson spot on the soldier's forehead. The viewers in the live stream were in stitches. "Why are you all Ultraman?" The soldier exclaimed. "My mindset has exploded." Han Li retorted, "Can I handle a little rascal? My word." Li's meticulously crafted plan was thus stifled in its infancy by Han Li. "Han Li, if you have the ability, face me one-on-one." The retired soldier protested. Now that it had come to this, there was no need for further discussion. Han Li one-on-one. "Very well, criminal. Are you serious?" A glimmer of hope ignited in the eyes of the retired Special Forces soldier. These individuals remained oblivious to their own identities as special operatives. The advantage lay with me. Perhaps I could seize the leader first. However, the next words from Han Li nearly shattered his composure. "You alone against all of us." The retired soldier responded with disbelief. "There are 12 of us, and you stand alone. This time, the advantage is mine." Han Li broke into a laugh, disregarding any sense of martial ethics. "Nonsense. I am a ruthless bandit. Why should I adhere to any code of conduct? If you disagree, come at me. I have the numbers. Why should I heed your commands?" "Oh my, Han, you truly are an exemplary villain." The criminals grinned wickedly, encircling the innocent Special Forces soldier. Han Li murmured, "Do not fear. This will soon pass." The soldier realized that his fists were no match for a dozen firearms. The sound of gunfire erupted, startling the officers outside. "No way." Han Li, in a fit of frustration, began executing hostages. Suddenly, Li Yi received a message from his hidden pawn. "Lizard, I have arrived." "Li Yi, what on earth? Where have you arrived?" Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before Li Yi and the officers. A man, marked with splatters of paintball residue, emerged with a look of distress. Though others may not recognize him, Li Yi knew him all too well. This was one of his pawns. "Officer Li, I have returned home." The Special Forces soldier uttered with great discomfort. "Li Yi, officer, you truly have come home." Delivered back. His eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly accept that his meticulously crafted disguise had unraveled in less than 5 minutes. Was it all in vain? After grasping the entire situation, Li Yi's expression darkened. This Han Li had anticipated it all. He must be a monster. Although formidable, he could not take the stolen money out. It would be futile. Li Yi dispatched the officers in City C to seal all known exits near the bank, assuming that with Han Li stationed in the lobby, he would have no recourse. Meanwhile, a large truck stealthily approached a secluded grove. Inside, a man removing his mask was none other than Ling Han, the very individual pursued by the officers earlier. How could Ling Han be here? Where was this place? Wasn't he supposed to draw the police away? Just as the audience pondered this perplexity, a figure emerged before the truck, eliciting gasps of astonishment. It was Grandfather Chui, swaggering towards Ling Han. Finally arrived. Good, now the third phase can officially commence. With that, Grandfather Chui glanced behind him, where one criminal after another appeared, drawing the audience's attention to the bags they carried, revealing corners of banknotes. In the original third phase, Grandfather Chui was responsible for leading the criminals in transporting the cash, while Ling Han, having diverted the police, could reclaim the truck with a valid license to facilitate the transport of the money. Their destination is the dock previously visited by the police chief. Goodness. Transporting cash, while simultaneously unloading? The police officers ahead have drawn the ire of Han Li. In the shadows, others have already made several trips. This wave is unparalleled. Truly. It is as if Guan Yu wielded the Green Dragon Crescent Blade to carve out a new reality. The audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. The underground passage combined with Ling Han's little train is invincible. The police chief? Han Li. Come on, let us escalate this situation. Black Cat Constable. In my eyes, there is only Han Li. The tension escalates. The real trump card was here, all along. No wonder Ling Han turned back. It turns out he came here to unload. This maneuver is truly extraordinary. Just drag it out, and that's it. Unbelievable. It is the first time in history I've witnessed robbers simultaneously robbing a bank while unloading. The most remarkable part is that the police chief remains unaware of this underground passage. Unavoidably, everyone feels a pang of sympathy for the police chief. From the very beginning, they have been doomed to fail. Han Li himself is merely a decoy. The audience watches Han Li, casually reclining with his legs crossed, effortlessly collecting money. Moreover, the longer this drags on, the more money accumulates. The bank in City C is the economic lifeline of the entire city, illustrating the staggering sums involved. Damn. Truly making money while lying down. How frustrating for them to be outsmarted. Little brother, exhausted yet exhilarated. Han Li, apologies, I just sit and collect money. At this moment, outside the bank, the oblivious police officers spot a criminal emerging with a hostage, looking desperate. They all assume Han Li has no intention of retreating, preparing for a fight to the end. Officer Li, everything is in place. Li glanced at the bank. This time, they brought nearly 100 personnel, more robust than any previous operation. Simply put, I have never engaged in such a wealthy battle. On the surface, they negotiate, attempting to stabilize the robbers' emotions. But it is merely a facade. Secretly, they prepare to strike with ferocity to capture Han Li. The negotiator speaks. Remain calm. You must stay composed. How can I remain calm? In the shadows, countless armed officers reload their magazines, their gazes sharp and filled with the hunger for action. Report. Only one robber guards the back door. Ouyang Rong nods. Gentlemen, this day has arrived. Li Yi observes the frantic criminal at the entrance and commands. The moment has come. In an instant, countless armed officers spring into action, launching a fierce assault. The front door is blasted open by the demolition team. Just then, the robber had not even raised his firearm before being swept away in a flurry of gunfire, rendered almost unrecognizable from the barrage. The eliminated robber lies on the ground, wide-eyed, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. How many of them are there? Chapter 102. All fear arises from insufficient firepower. Meanwhile, a flood of police forces surge into every entrance of the bank. As the gunfire erupts, chaos ensues within the bank. This is bad. The officers are launching an all-out assault. My goodness, there are so many people, Han. Goodness, I am terrified with over 10 guns trained on me. Even the criminals did not anticipate the deployment of so many police officers this time. It is indeed a complete strategy of overwhelming numbers. Upon hearing the police, the hostages glimpsed a flicker of hope, subtly hinting at a desire to resist. Han Li discerned this. If the hostages caused chaos, it would lead to significant complications for him. Thus, he pressed the remote control. Before hope could fully blossom, the female employee bound by explosives in the center suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream, for her countdown had abruptly reached 0. Immediately, a blinding light engulfed her, accompanied by a deafening explosion. What was that commotion? The hostages gasped. Moments later, when they turned their gaze, the lifeless form of the female employee lay on the ground. Unconscious, her pristine white attire stained with colorful fragments, utterly lifeless. Witnessing her agony and heart-rending cries, the hostages gasped in horror, truly frightened. In the next instant, the criminals strapped explosives onto all the hostages and commenced a countdown. In unison, the hostages cried out in despair. Everyone, if you do not heed my words, this is the fate that awaits you, Han Li said with a smile, hands clasped behind his back. His laughter resonated in the ears of the onlookers like a sinister echo from the depths of hell. This was not human. Any flicker of rebellion vanished entirely. In fact, they now dared not contradict Han Li's words. After instilling fear in the hostages, Han Li picked up a bag and addressed the criminals in the hall, commanding, "Keep a close watch on these hostages. I shall deal with the police officers behind us." What? You intend to confront over 100 police officers alone? Are you serious? Han. The criminals were taken aback. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were bewildered. Am I hearing things? Or has Han had one too many drinks? Han, how many drinks have you had? A joke about single-handedly facing over 100 police officers? Goodness, is this how arrogant the competitors in S-City have become? Though I am a fan of Han, isn't this a bit far-fetched? One by one, the competitors expressed disbelief. How could this be possible? Even Superman would kneel before such odds. Han, my brothers will support you, they declared. Indeed, strength lies in numbers. To go alone would be akin to courting death. It was not that they looked down upon Han, but rather, they held great admiration for such a figure. Yet Han was ultimately human, not divine. How could he withstand so many police officers? In that moment, despair and fear were evident among the criminals. Over 100 police officers, how frightening. However, Han Li remained remarkably composed, lifting his bag and stating, as the ancient saying goes, all fear stems from insufficient firepower. As long as my firepower is formidable enough, even the King of Heaven must kneel before Han Li. The criminals finally comprehended the source of Han's confidence. He was indeed equipped with an arsenal. At this juncture, Ouyang Rong's team swiftly penetrated the depths of the bank, undeterred by any obstacle. Officer Li, rest assured, our plan is proceeding successfully. Await my good news. Thus far, the situation unfolded. They had yet to encounter a single eliminated police chief. How fierce was the assault, you ask? To put it succinctly, the robbers were bewildered, uncertain of whom to fire upon. Before they could retaliate, they had already been riddled with bullets. I have never engaged in such a prosperous battle in my life, brothers. Charge, charge. Ouyang Rong revealed his excitement. Victory was within reach. Just as they were evacuating several screaming hostages, they failed to notice a few smoke grenades rolling to their feet. Smoke grenades. A flurry of dense smoke erupted, followed by the sight of grenades being hurled toward them. Take cover. The explosions claimed many of their ranks immediately, and Ouyang Rong retreated, contemplating. So this is their strategy to thwart us? A mere dream. We have plenty of men. No worries, let them throw their fill. Ouyang Rong remained remarkably composed. It was merely a fleeting spectacle. Indeed, the explosions ceased. All right, it's our turn. Just as he was about to lead his subordinates into the fray, another wave of grenades was thrown. What on earth? Retreat, retreat, retreat. They hastily fell back, sensing something was amiss. The grenades were raining down incessantly. Officer Ouyang, the enemy's firepower is overwhelming. What did you say? I can't hear you. The detonations were so overwhelming that they could barely hear one another. Thus, Officer Han Li, exposed, began to hurl grenades with wild abandon. As the police chiefs dodged, he took a moment to rest. Back and forth it went. Good grief. The viewers in the live stream were bewildered. Is this a turn-based game with me, General Han? All the fear stemmed from their inadequate firepower. Damn, is this a war film? Han Li had secretly prepared a massive supply over the past few nights. A whole bag full, enough to satiate. Boom. A thunderous blast erupted, injuring Ouyang Rong's arm and splattering him with colored powder. Damn it, is my arm broken? He stumbled back, filled with regret. With so many chiefs clustered together, there was no time to escape, resulting in significant losses among his subordinates. Who would have thought that their initial advantage would suddenly turn into a disadvantage? Han Li stood like an impenetrable wall, an insurmountable barrier. One man could hold back thousands. Was there a solution? Police chiefs. With an infinite supply of grenades. What do you think, Chief? What a farce. At that moment, both sides were entrenched in a protracted battle. Yet, the longer the conflict dragged on, the more favorable it became for Han Li. With no other option, Ouyang Rong reluctantly decided to lead the police chiefs in a temporary retreat. Each sacrificed chief represented a tremendous loss for the Sea City Police Department. Let us not forget, the show was not yet over. They still needed to apprehend other criminals. When Han Li returned calmly, the criminals regarded him as if he were a ghost. What's wrong? General Han, while we are filming a robbery scene, are you off making a superhero movie by yourself? The criminals all bowed in reverence. One man had repelled over 100 police chiefs. Such a feat was nothing short of celestial. As the police chiefs remained oblivious, Ling Han successfully arrived at the dock with the first batch of goods. He handed over the initial load of banknotes to the awaiting staff. Is this all there is? One staff member wondered, feeling somewhat puzzled. Has Han Li run out of ideas? In response, Ling Han looked at him as if he were an imbecile and replied, "What are you thinking? This is merely the first batch. There will be a second, a third, and a fourth." Upon hearing this, the staff member was taken aback. Can you really rob a bank while simultaneously delivering goods? Isn't the bank surrounded by police officers? How are you managing to come and go so freely? Incredible. The unexpected revelation shattered the staff member's worldview. Goodness, are you really milking this situation to the bone? Exclaimed one director. I report this, Han Li is cheating. The production team grew anxious. Oh no, another financial hemorrhage? This Han Li is becoming increasingly audacious. Is this something a mere mortal can accomplish? Real criminals would kneel and weep, calling upon their ancestors. Suppressing fire? Li Yi's face turned pale. There are over 100 of you. How many are on the other side? One, came the reply. He has you suppressed? Yes. Li Yi spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling utterly humiliated. There is nothing we can do. Han Li is cheating. What kind of robber would bring so many grenades? Forget it. Let us seal off all bank exits to ensure he cannot escape. Li Yi was exhausted. Damn it. With over 100 police officers, you can't manage a single situation. No wonder the police ranking in every city has you Sea City at the bottom. That level of incompetence. Just go wash up and get some sleep. Report. All known exits of the bank have been blocked. Unless Han Li digs a tunnel on site, he cannot escape. In the live stream, the audience reacted. Consider the implications of that statement. Li Yi sighed. This is perhaps a stroke of misfortune turned into a blessing. The bad news is that the Sea City police have been utterly dismantled by Han Li. The good news is that the robber's exits have been sealed, leaving him to struggle in vain. Thus began Plan B. Li Yi stood at the bank's entrance, attempting to discern the situation inside. The next moment, his eyes narrowed, and his expression grew intense. His fists clenched as he shouted, Han Li, how dare you? Before him, at the bank's main entrance, several figures emerged. No, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Li Yi observed the hostages, all of whom were strapped with timed explosives. Was Han Li truly intent on taking them all down with him? Just as the police chiefs felt a surge of tension, a man donned in a Peppa Pig mask stepped forward. It was Han Li, clad in a suit and exuding elegance. He had positioned himself in such a way as to thwart the snipers, keeping himself concealed. Damn it, how did he manage that? The snipers were left in disarray, unable to execute their shots. The police chiefs gazed at Han Li, who was trapped behind the hostage, momentarily at a loss as to how to proceed. Officer Li, would you care to analyze the situation? Officer Ouyang Rong turned to his companion, Li Yi. Li Yi replied, it seems Han Li can no longer remain passive. He likely did not anticipate our police force's aggressive strategy. Thus he is finally willing to negotiate. He fears that if this drags on, he may not be able to endure. Ouyang Rong narrowed his eyes, realizing that even this individual had moments of fear. Indeed. Han Li spoke up, I wish to discuss terms. Once the robber expressed a willingness to negotiate, the situation began to shift favorably for the police. However, in the next moment, Li Yi brandished a loudspeaker and declared, as you can see, all exits are blocked by our police force, and prolonging this standoff serves little purpose. Han Li, if you surrender, we can promise to retain 50% of your points. This was a formal attempt at persuasion. Han Li lowered his head, seemingly contemplating the offer, though even Li Yi himself doubted Han Li would agree to such terms. This individual was insatiable. The aim was merely to stall for time. All right, I believe we can have a conversation. To everyone's astonishment, Han Li actually acquiesced. The police chiefs were bewildered. Li was taken aback. The heavily armed Ouyang Rong was left speechless. What is happening? Are you serious? The police were engulfed in confusion. Why was there no response? Did they not initiate this dialogue? Han Li feigned the demeanor of someone genuinely willing to surrender, causing viewers in the live stream to erupt in excitement. Are you really going through with this? Incredible. This could lead to at least 10 minutes of discussion. Han Li remarked. Now, don't say I didn't give you a chance. This was merely a tactic to buy time for Ling Han and the others. Very well. You first need to disarm the bomb on the hostage and allow them to leave, Ouyang Rong stated. Han Li tilted his head. Hold on, let me take a call. With that, he instructed the criminal to guard the hostage while he retrieved his phone, leaving the police chiefs increasingly perplexed. Is he a robber? His demeanor is reminiscent of my father. Why does it feel as though we owe him something? This is infuriating. Ouyang Rong's blood pressure surged. Sooner or later, he would be driven to madness by this situation. Yet, they presently had no means to confront him. Han Li sent a message to Ling Han in front of the police. How's the progress? We've already shipped 30 million. The viewers in the live stream were left in disbelief. Is this acceptable? Is this truly alright? What about the police's dignity? This is a blatant conspiracy. Truly, Han. Have you no sense of propriety? Ling Han, currently handling the third shipment, felt a twinge of concern. Han, is everything alright on your end? All is well. The police are watching me chat with you, Han Li replied. Now it was Ling Han's turn to be bewildered. Is this how it's done? He boasted to the other criminals. Look at what it means to be a fierce bandit. The crowd responded. Come on, this isn't even your fight. Why are you so excited? Faced with Han Li's provocative behavior, Li Yi yearned to storm in and unleash a barrage. But upon seeing the hostages kneeling at the door and the bomb at hand, he hesitated. The previous reprimand from Chief Jiang made it abundantly clear that in Huaxia, the safety of hostages takes precedence above all else. The duty of the police is to protect the citizens, rather than indiscriminately eliminate criminals. Let us engage in discussion. Li Yi seemed resigned to his fate. After all, the exits were sealed, and escape was impossible. He would simply bide his time. Damn it, Han Li. Could you show some consideration for the chief and negotiate properly? 50%? I have toiled endlessly, solving countless cases, only for you to claim it all? What do you propose? At least 70%. I cannot agree. A staff member interjected. The chief responded, what business is it of yours? Ouyang Rong and Han Li were embroiled in a fierce argument over the bonus, akin to two old women squabbling in a market, neither willing to concede. A slight misstep, and Han Li would press the remote control, resulting in the immediate demise of 10 hostages, leaving the chiefs in a state of utter disarray. No, 70% is my principle. Goodness, is this merely a farce? Are you truly prepared to stand your ground? What exactly do you want? Ouyang gasped for breath, his tongue nearly tripping over itself. Han Li waved his hand, feigning innocence. Sir, my brothers need to eat. With such a meager sum, it would be difficult for me to justify it to them. Allow me 10 minutes to negotiate with them. Han Li turned back once more. You won't seize the opportunity to attack, will you? The chief, quietly concealing weapons behind his back, replied, please proceed. Han Li chuckled. The onlookers were taken aback by his audacity. Ouyang Rong remarked, isn't this akin to inviting trouble? Think twice. It clearly appears to be a trap. It's a feigned retreat. There must be a trick. We cannot rule out the possibility of entering a veritable minefield of explosives. Han Li's nonchalance only heightened the vigilance of the chiefs, rendering them hesitant to act, and they consequently missed this opportunity. Han Li shook his head and addressed the camera. Now, don't say that Brother Han hasn't given them a chance. The viewers in the live stream were left in awe. Unbeknownst to the police, Han Li was the sole occupant within the bank. They had squandered their only chance. Shortly thereafter, the police outside heard a commotion emanating from within the bank. It was quite loud, seemingly Han Li grappling with his subordinates. Damn it, are you disobedient? Boss, I'm not satisfied. At your command, we'll charge forth. Ouyang Rong wondered if this indicated an internal conflict brewing. The cacophony was indeed alarming. Officer Li, why not take advantage of the situation and strike? Why do you always think of Han Li's downfall? Li Yi shook his head, dismissing the notion. Have you not noticed the 10 hostages kneeling at the bank's entrance? The moment we make a move, Han Li will eliminate them on the spot. Ouyang Rong was taken aback. At the entrance, the 10 hostages looked pitifully at them, their eyes pleading not to provoke Han Li. Indeed, with those 10 hostages, any miscalculation could lead to Han Li detonating the explosives. Thus, Han Li's maneuver was to wield the hostages as a weapon, placing them before the police chiefs, instilling fear within them. The gamble was on their unwillingness to take risks. Li Yi's heart brimmed with indignation. Had it been at an earlier time, he might have seized every opportunity to launch a frenzied assault. However, now his gaze encompassed not only Han Li but also a personal hostage, a living life, vibrant and pulsating. He would never allow the sacrifice of any hostage. Otherwise, he would be betraying Director Jiang. Observing the seemingly transformed expression of Li Yi, Ouyang Rong was momentarily taken aback. This fellow, at this moment, within the confines of the bank, the eliminated female employee's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she were beholding a madman. Han Li stood there, exclaiming, dare you question the boss's words? Before leaping to the opposing side, his voice abruptly morphed into that of a coarse man. Humph, I've been fed up with you for a long time. Care for a tussle? Then his tone shifted again, adopting a timid voice. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Let us take him down. Han Zong is so handsome. All these voices emanated from a single person. Han Li suddenly noticed the awakening female employee. She promptly understood and quietly closed her eyes. You may continue, as if I were never awake. The audience in the live stream erupted in jubilation. What a spectacle. Incredible. 1 man against 1,000. Han Li declared, don't ask. Just know that having multiple skills is never a disadvantage. Outside, the police officers were alarmed by the commotion. No way, are they really fighting? They thought the criminals were remarkably foolish. Excellent. Infighting works to our advantage. Although Li Yi was unaware of the reason for the internal conflict, his instincts informed him that this was the opportune moment. Officer Ouyang, now is the time to make your move. Ouyang Rong stealthily led his team through the back entrance. Meanwhile, in the underground passage, the criminals, each with a backpack filled with cash, shared laughter and conversation, completely devoid of the demeanor one would expect from desperate fugitives. Not far ahead, Ling Han's vehicle had been waiting for quite some time. Where's Han Zong? Chapter 104. Hello? Are you there? I'm reporting he's cheating. The police outside overheard the continuous quarrel within the bank and assumed that Han Li and the robbers were still inside. Little did they know that the bank had long been devoid of any criminals. They had all fled. The audience in the live stream was exhilarated. This is thrilling. If the police charge in suddenly, Han Zong would be in grave danger. On the other side, Ouyang Rong's team, having successfully breached the back door, pressed on undeterred. Encountering no resistance along the way, several team members felt a surge of joy. It seemed those robbers were indeed congregated in the lobby. providing the police with the perfect opportunity for a surprise attack. We're almost to the lobby. Prepare yourselves. Ouyang Rong held a gun in one hand, unable to use the other. His team members displayed expressions of tense anticipation. Yes, let us take them all down. Ouyang Rong gently pulled open the door leading to the lobby, revealing a narrow gap, then cautiously peered inside. He froze, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. For in his line of sight, there was no sign of any robbers. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew eerie. The sounds of quarrels reverberated throughout the lobby, yet not a single robber was in sight. Is it haunted? Bang! Ouyang Rong forcefully kicked open the door, his gaze sweeping across the desolate hall. A shiver ran down his spine. On the floor lay a solitary female employee. What on earth was happening? Not a single robber in sight. Ouyang Rong disregarded everything else and rushed to assist the woman, only to discover the explosive device strapped to her body. This was dire. The bomb activated, sending his heart racing. His face paled instantly as he shouted to his comrades behind him, "Run!" The bomb detonated with a deafening boom. Outside, Li Yi heard the explosion and sensed something was amiss. The confrontation had begun. Quick, support Officer Ouyang. Yes. The armed sergeant stationed outside led the charge through the main entrance. Upon entering the bank, each officer stood frozen in place, bewildered. Li Yi ordered the evacuation of the hostages and drew his weapon to follow. What are you all standing around for? The officers, faces drawn, replied, Officer Li. There are no enemies here. Who are we supposed to fight? What? Li Yi's eyes widened as he assessed the hall. Realizing that apart from the eliminated Ouyang Rong and others, there was no one else present. Where was Han Li? Where were the robbers? Hadn't they been arguing? Where had they gone? Officer Li, take a look at this. One of the armed sergeants spoke up, holding a mobile phone that was playing a pre-recorded message. Beside it was a speaker, the sound reaching every officer's ears. Boss, I refuse to comply. Think again. At worst, let us just do it. It dawned on Li Yi that the voice they heard emanated from this device. He pressed his forehead in disbelief, recalling Han Li's previous words, finally realizing that, perhaps, he had been the only one left in the bank. Han Li had covered for the others to escape. Damn it. But wait, the exits were sealed tight. How could they have escaped? Ouyang Rong stood up, eliminated but unwilling to accept his fate. Logically, the bank was sealed off, so where had the robbers gone? Li Yi's expression darkened. This indicated they were privy to secrets unknown to them. Damn it. The cash in the vault is essentially gone. The sergeant exclaimed, WTF. That's nearly 80 million in cash. Even with a truck, it would take several trips. How could Han Li's small group possibly take it all at once? Unless they made multiple trips, Li Yi concluded. The others were momentarily stunned. In other words, while they were in a standoff, Han Li had already begun transporting the cash. Blood pressure rising, but where had they taken it? There must be a hidden passage. Li Yi was resolute and immediately dispatched personnel to search the entire bank. Ouyang Rong, feeling frantic, thought to himself, does Han Li possess magical powers? How could he have escaped? A sense of despair engulfed all the officers. Surprise? What kind of surprise was this? The sergeants must have felt utterly hopeless. Come on, big brothers. Soon, they discovered a suspicious area near the vault. The armed officer kicked aside the barrier. To everyone's astonishment, it revealed an underground passage. Is there really such a place? An underground tunnel? How unbelievable. Li Yi and Ouyang Rong were both taken aback. Within the vast Sea City Bank, there existed such an undisclosed tunnel. It seemed likely that it had been constructed by the government previously, but subsequently abandoned. Why was this not reported to us? The bank manager, who was brought in for questioning, trembled as he replied, I just found out as well. This underground passage has hardly been used, and over time, the bank ceased to pay it any attention. At this juncture, there was no doubt that Han Li and the group of robbers must have escaped through this tunnel. Quickly, dispatch a team to pursue. Yes. Li Yi turned to the bank manager beside him and inquired, do you know where this passage leads? I believe it connects to a forest. Go, send several police cars to block it off. Li Yi's expression was one of fervor. Only 5 minutes had passed. From here to the outside, it would certainly take longer than that. The robbers could not have escaped entirely. Yes. The officers promptly entered the underground passage to commence their pursuit. In the pitch-black tunnel, each officer activated their lights, only to discover the labyrinthine pathways, rendering navigation nearly impossible. Which route do we take? There are several forks ahead. Li Yi descended, feeling a headache coming on. Dispersing the police force to pursue at this point would only complicate matters further. No, Han Li and the others must have left some markers for memory. Indeed. His keen eyes spotted a green arrow beside one of the passages. A marker. This way. Li Yi led the officers, racing against time. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have escaped. Reward skill. Fade into darkness. Fade into darkness. Slip into shadows, undetected by anyone. After such a long wait, he finally acquired a new skill. Han Li, carrying a bag filled with money, glanced back. He faintly heard the distant sound of approaching footsteps. Have they arrived? It seemed the pursuers had noticed the markers he left behind. In the haste of his escape, he could not erase them in time. Beep beep at that moment. Ling Han called him, President Han, we only need you. Hurry. You all go ahead. The officers are closing in on me. Let us meet outside. All right. Ling Han had always trusted President Han's capabilities. After hanging up, Han Li took only a few steps before realizing the footsteps behind him were growing louder. Quickly. They're just ahead. Everyone hurry. Don't let him escape. Chapter 105. Han Li's presence stirred the entire Yangzhou. Hearing the footsteps drawing closer, Han Li vaguely saw several clusters of bright lights approaching. They were right ahead. Hurry. Nonetheless, Han Li remained calm and did not move. Witnessing this scene, the audience in the live stream erupted. What does this mean? President Han, run. Oh no, they're catching up. Is he trying to get himself killed? Han. Something is off. Every day seems to inch closer to danger, as if death were imminent. Yet, I, Han Li, stand resolute. While the audience is perplexed by my enigmatic maneuvers, I merely smile softly to myself. I switch off my phone's brightness and leisurely step into a nearby shadow. At this moment, I, Han Li, have vanished into darkness. Meanwhile, a spectator from Ingzhou scoffs. Is that it? Just standing in the shadows? Do you think you're one of our Ingzhou ninjas? Awaiting a slap in the face. Footsteps echo urgently. They are coming. They are coming. The officers, frantic and hurried, follow the faint light, closing in on me. 3 meters, 1 meter, so close. Got him. The Ingzhou netizen prepares to celebrate. However, an astonishing scene unfolds. Numerous officers, flashlights in hand, rush past without casting a glance to the side. Where did he go? One officer scratches his head, bewildered that I have vanished. Little do they know. In the darkness, a pair of calm eyes observes them, nearly face to face. Oblivious, the officer scans the area, yet fails to spot me. He must have run away. Let us chase him. And so, I watch as they sprint past, completely unaware of my presence. I have successfully evaded capture. The viewers in the live broadcast stand in disbelief. Am I blind, or are they blind? Han Li, I have disappeared into darkness. Wait, just standing there makes you invisible? To all, I assure you, I have mastered the art of invisibility. Upstairs, I believe you. No magic for muggles. The absurdity is overwhelming. It appears as if I am cloaked in darkness, rendering me invisible. Is this not the essence of invisibility? The Ingzhou netizen exclaims, what the heck? My mindset is exploding. Could it be he truly possesses ninja skills? In haste, the Ingzhou netizen screenshots the moment and shares the video with compatriots far away in Ingzhou. Soon, the internet buzzes with excitement from Ingzhou netizens. How did he do that? There's an old saying in Huaxia, returning to simplicity, and this is it. When it comes to ninjutsu, I concede. Perplexed, they ponder, are Huaxia competitors truly this extraordinary? Countless ninja dojos, overnight, see their apprentices donning Peppa Pig masks. Han Li has become their new idol, leaving the dojo masters in cold sweat. Baka, are you planning a rebellion? As Ling Han exits the underground passage, he drives away with the competitors. Despite leaving Han Li alone being perilous, the leader has spoken. The juniors dare not protest. Let us go, before the officers encircle us. We'll make our exit. Thus, they merge into the flow of traffic, stealthily concealing themselves. After all, money is everything. This vote is bound to create a sensation throughout City C. Indeed, it seems the bank will be depleted. The production team is likely cursing at this very moment. Inside the vehicle, the criminals are chanting praises for General Han. Once he returns, they will be able to share the rewards. Just as the conversation was unfolding, several police cars approached. The criminals were taken aback. Could it be? Just as they were boasting, they were about to be apprehended. Tension filled the air. Thankfully, the police cars passed them by, seemingly heading toward a small grove behind. Damn, General Han is in danger. Could they be attempting to intercept him? Turning back, I must assist General Han. Old Master Chui exclaimed. Damn, I haven't said anything, yet you all appear so agitated. If someone didn't know better, they might think we were part of the underworld. We cannot return. Doing so would only complicate matters for General Han. He alone may not face restrictions. Ling Han had no intention of turning back. Gritting his teeth, he pressed the accelerator, leaving this perilous place behind. Let us not forget, we have yet to fully evade capture. General Han is holding back to buy us time for escape. Upon hearing this, the group began to see the reason in his words. At present, General Han is diverting the attention of the officers. Indeed, Han Li had contemplated this. To ensure absolute safety, he chose to expose himself, deliberately drawing the officers' focus onto him. In truth, when it comes to being bait, I am far inferior to Ling Han. Had it been Ling Han as the decoy, there would have been no need for such extensive efforts. One person, one car, would suffice. Having evaded a group of pursuing officers, he took a detour and reached the small grove. As soon as he emerged, his expression fell. Several police cars were barreling towards him. Hey look, don't move. A few officers spotted Han Li as he crawled out and raised their guns, commanding him to halt. Officer Li remarked, you were right. Han Li has escaped from within, and we are currently in a standoff. Han Li swiftly deployed a smoke bomb, distracting the officers. With a quick movement, he fled the grove. Damn it. He's getting away. Hurry, let us pursue and stop reporting. The officers hurriedly jumped into their vehicles, sounding their sirens to alert others before beginning the chase after Han Li. As the saying goes, 2 legs can never compete with 4 wheels. Han Li never entertained the notion that he could outrun police cars on foot. Not far away, a driverless luxury car awaited, having been prepared for some time. Han Li had long been ready. He produced the key Ling Han had given him and opened the car door. Climbing inside, he started the engine. The moment had arrived. It is no exaggeration to say that this luxury vehicle has quite literally saved General Han's life. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before he was caught by the officers. Upon closer inspection, this was indeed the luxury car that Ling Han had previously stolen from the dealership. The officers were left bewildered. What on earth? How could a luxury car be here? The audience in the live streaming room erupted in excitement. I remarked, why hasn't Ling Han made a move? Ah, so this was the plan. My fellow brothers, do you think that Director Han anticipated this all along? The thought is chilling. Everything has been meticulously orchestrated by him. Do not inquire further. It is merely a facet of the grand design. Naturally, I am Han, and this maneuver is celestial in its execution. Han Li, you predict? That's all right. I shall predict your predictions. Officer. With a tremendous roar, the officers emerging from the underground passage were momentarily stunned. They witnessed a luxury vehicle speeding by. Inside, Han Li, adorned with a Peppa Pig accessory, waved his hand and sped off, leaving a trail of exhaust that made them cough incessantly. It was the luxury car seized by Mickey. Lee cursed inwardly. It was so close yet vanished in an instant. He was on the brink of despair. For the second time, Han Li drove away right before his eyes. Chapter 106. The strongest team in City C, Black Hawk. The police cars from Su-Du pursued Han Li, but to their disbelief, they simply could not catch up. Not even a glimpse of his rear end. What a driving god. In this sprawling metropolis, Han Li casually abandoned the luxury vehicle and seamlessly blended into the crowd, disappearing without a trace. Sir, one Bowsy please. Certainly, young man. Han Li entered a Bowsy shop, casually ordered a Bowsy, and attentively gazed at the large screen overhead. He was not alone. Others silently lifted their heads. In today's programming, anything could be absent, but not crime role-playing. It was exhilarating. Han Li was exceedingly cunning. It was uncertain if he could be apprehended this time. Absolutely. Our City's officers are numerous. I just saw several police cars in pursuit. How could he possibly escape? Right? An elderly gentleman glanced at Han Li, who was dipping his Bowsy in vinegar. Han Li chuckled innocently. Isn't that so? The officers are invincible. Invincible. The audience cheered, determined that Han Li would not evade capture this time. Look, the footage has resumed. Everyone focused intently, awaiting the moment of Han Li's capture. When they saw the officers surrounding the luxury vehicle, they were filled with festive excitement. After all, this was a notorious criminal who had evaded capture until now. At that moment, on the screen, Li and his team approached slowly, guns drawn, taking one step, then another. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the scene. Slurp. The crowd murmured. Han Li, apologies, please continue. The officers are invincible. Humph. As the crowd turned their gaze back, they realized, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to witness a miracle. Old Han, let us see how you escaped this. Wasn't he at all, but certain he was doomed? Just a step away. Quick. Let them see Han Li's panic. Li approached the car door, gripping the handle tightly, and pulled it open. However, inside, there was not a single soul. Boom. All within the shop were left agape, as if they were on the verge of destroying the opponent's crystal in a game, only to find their teammates had perished. What the hell? It exploded. It is simply inconceivable. How could he have accomplished that? This Han Li must be a ghost. How infuriating. The old man wiped away tears, reminiscing about his prior life as a retired police officer, fervently wishing that his juniors could apprehend Han Li. Little did he expect that they would fail to do so. Can you imagine the frustration? Who, pray tell, can truly capture Han Li? Before departing, Han Li left behind a $100 bill and glanced back at the old man, stating, in this world, the only one capable of capturing Han Li is likely to be himself. The old man. The crowd. What an audacious proclamation. It sounds as if you were Han Li himself. Where does this audacity stem from? The audience in the live stream erupted with disbelief. Goodness. He really has some nerve. Driver, to the dock, Han Li commanded, having savored some steamed buns before leisurely heading to the harbor. There. The criminals and Ling Han awaited him, a breath of relief escaping his lips. The staff, witnessing Han Li's unfazed demeanor as he exited the vehicle, turned pale with alarm. Is this truly acceptable? The police have suffered greatly in their pursuit of you. After calculating Han Li's points, his ranking was revealed. He remained in second place. The first, Q, was as solid as a rock, unassailable. What caliber of player is this Q to dare eclipse me, Han? Ling Han rolled up his sleeves, ready to stand up for his friend. In due course, it became apparent that Q had gone abroad to compete. Unbelievable. Venturing beyond the domestic servers to challenge the world? How could he even do that? Ling Han was perplexed, as the rules clearly stipulated that participation was limited to within Huaxia. The staff smirked. Can't figure it out. Can you? Han Li responded coolly. It's quite simple. He exchanged his points. On the leaderboard, the first place Q bore a peculiar mark that others lacked. The staff looked at the composed youth with trepidation. How frightening. How could he deduce that? Fear not, Mr. Han. Just because he has gone abroad does not mean he surpasses you in skill. Indeed, they had amassed a staggering 80 million. How impressive. Yet Han Li remained indifferent. This only proved that points could be exchanged not only for rewards, but also for advantages unattainable by ordinary competitors. It appears that accumulating points is essential. The group began to divide their spoils in front of the staff. Are you even serious? Exclaimed one of the workers, tears streaming down their face. Han Li, Ling Han, and the elderly Chui discreetly returned to a certain apartment in City C, while the other criminal contestants were dismissed. Han Li contemplated acquiring a factory to serve as a refuge for his subordinates, establishing a stronghold for their gang. As the trio settled on the sofa, pondering what to do with their winnings, an epiphany struck Han Li. Have we forgotten someone? He hurriedly rushed to the solitary confinement room where Joseph was held. Upon opening the door to the dimly lit chamber, they were met with a sight that sent chills down their spines, a writhing maggot, foaming at the mouth, as if it had fainted from hunger. Joseph had never anticipated that a simple egg fried rice could be so delectable. He nearly met his demise. Han Li, what do you truly desire? Finding me here without care. If you possess the ability, why not release me? Very well, I shall set you free. Han Li replied with a chuckle, his tone lighthearted. Joseph exclaimed in disbelief. You actually mean it? You want to leave? Han Li inquired. The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement. What is happening? This is utterly unpredictable. Joseph secretly chuckled to himself. Foolish. You genuinely let me go? Just wait. Once I return, I will gather people to deal with you all at once, burying you three beneath the earth, dancing upon your graves. No need to see me off. As he turned, after taking only a few steps, his legs suddenly weakened. He thought it was due to being bound for too long. His body stiffened. And he paid it no mind. Just as he was about to descend the stairs, his legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to his knees. Han Li and the others were taken aback. Oh my, how polite. What is this? Are you not leaving? Han Li approached him, tilting his head in feigned confusion. Do you feel utterly drained, with a pain in your lower back? Joseph looked at him in terror. How do you know this? Ah, if you raise your arm, you will see a dark bruise. Is that true? Joseph lifted his hand, and indeed saw the purplish-black bruise. Poisoned? No, wait. I distinctly remember, there was poison in the egg fried rice. Just as he was about to curse, a sharp pain pierced his chest. At the Sea City Police Headquarters, Li Yi pinched the bridge of his nose, realizing he had failed once again. Officer Li, good news. Ouyang Rong, who had been eliminated, approached. What news? The boss of Sea City has returned from out of town. The boss? I've heard that Sea City's police station has a special team, Li Yi recalled. As Director Jiang had mentioned, it was quite formidable. Just as he finished speaking, the door burst open. Li Yi turned to see a fully armed team. Their faces concealed by black masks. The members were diverse, and the man at the forefront, with a square jaw, smiled gently. I've heard Sea City is in quite a disarray lately. All the officers were overwhelmed with excitement, rising to salute. Sea City's strongest team, the Black Hawk. Chapter 107. Establishing a factory, producing AKs, Han Li, aim to grow and strengthen. Among the team, striding forward was their leader, Li Gang, exuding an air of composure. Two tall, slender men, presumably twins, exchanged sharp glances, their eyes sparkling, as they muttered under their breath. A hoodie-clad hacker girl, revealing her fair legs, stands alongside a spirited young man with clenched fists. Trailing behind them is a cunning old police chief, wearing a sly grin. Each of them dons identical black masks, reminiscent of fangs, exuding a chilling aura. They cannot possibly be police officers, can they? Aside from Captain Li and the seasoned veteran, none hail from a policing background. However, they are all prodigies in their respective fields, each an elite. This special task force has begun to gain traction in various regions, and thus far, the results have been remarkably promising. This very team has solved numerous cases. Why were they not deployed earlier? Li Yi glared fiercely at Ouyang Rong, questioning why such a formidable team wasn't brought forth sooner. Are you toying with me? Ouyang Rong hastily explained that they had been dispatched to another city, collaborating with local police to apprehend Q, only returning yesterday. Q? Li Yi recalled that this individual was a significant figure ahead of Han Li, the top contender. It is astonishing that elite teams from various cities are mobilized for the pursuit. How formidable must Q be? Yet, despite this effort, they have not captured him. Li Gang approached them, shaking his head with a sigh. Li Yi was taken aback. Just who is Q? Let's put that aside for now. I am Li Gang, the captain of the Black Owl team. These twins are Wang Yi and Wang Air, and this is Ran. Li Gang introduced each member to Li Yi. Hello, I am Li Yi from City S. I wonder how Wang Zhiguo has been lately? Li Gang graduated from the same police academy as him, though they ventured into different cities for their careers. Li Yi remarked, I imagine he must be quite pleased at this moment. Without Han Li in City S, how could he not be content? It was exhausting for him. Li Yi had become somewhat familiar with this team. Why do you wear the Black Cat police chief mask? Wang Yi inquired with curiosity. Is the rumor online about your affair with Peppa true? Wang Air interjected. Get lost, Li Yi retorted coldly. Alright, it's time to focus on our mission. We have returned at the behest of the Jiang Bureau to assist you in capturing Han Li, Li Gang said, turning to reveal a smiling countenance. Behind them, a timid man in prison garb hung his head, too fearful to speak. Who is he? A bank robber. We have uncovered something intriguing on him. With that, Li Gang produced a mysterious phone. This phone can locate Han Li? I cannot. But she can. The group turned to the hoodie-wearing girl, who was engrossed in a game. And Ran set down her gaming device, muttering, this boss is so dull. Who's next? A sudden sneeze interrupted Han Li as he rubbed his nose, wondering who might be thinking of him. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, Han Li and Ling Han observed Joseph, seemingly awaiting his response. Joseph, resolute yet conflicted, pinched the bridge of his nose. This fellow Han Li wants me to betray the organization? No way. I, Joseph, am steadfast. The antidote, only I possess it. If you wish to avoid spending the rest of your life incapacitated, then, Han Li spoke in a calm, yet chilling tone. My friend, why not join us in our endeavors? With your fortune and my prowess, we shall grow prosperous, far surpassing your so-called angelic aspirations. I, Han, am a man destined for greatness. Ling Han embellished the narrative. Old Master Cui dismissed it nonchalantly, stating, it matters not. I shall take action. Joseph's eyelids fluttered. Have you truly considered your decision? Three of you, attempting to shake the foundations of the vast angel. It's akin to moths drawn to a flame. Humph. I merely send you to your demise. I shall not betray the organization for the antidote. So be it. I shall grant you the opportunity to seek death. I concede. Speak. What is it you require of me? Joseph finally capitulated. Han Li revealed a smile laden with intrigue. I need you to return to the organization and facilitate connections for me. Upon hearing the plan, Joseph was beset with anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His mouth parched, and his heart racing. Damn it, this plan is ruthless. Han Li, this won't do. I require more compensation. Joseph exclaimed. Han Li responded, young man, I advise you to tread carefully. Old Master Cui clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously. I have always sought to win people over with virtue, he lamented, releasing the pressure of his grip, reflecting on his own compassion. Joseph, bruised and battered, leaped up in anger. However, given the circumstances, he felt powerless. Remember, if you execute this properly, I will provide you with the antidote. Otherwise, prepare for your demise, Han Li warned, his demeanor devoid of earlier jest, now imbued with gravity. Joseph was taken aback, glancing at the markings on his arm, which appeared to have intensified, instilling fear within him. He hurriedly took the latest version of the exhilarating substance Han Li provided and departed to return to his lair. Han, are you truly allowing him to leave? Rest assured, I have equipped him with a tracking device. Han Li would never place blind trust in Joseph. By the way, I intend to purchase a factory. A factory? Questioned the audience in the live stream, bewildered. Ling Han, flustered, thought, you're not considering venturing into the realm of commercial giants, are you? Nothing of the sort. Han Li glanced at the prompts visible only to him. Congratulations, host has triggered side quest, the arrival of angels, to replace malevolent forces and establish your own organization. Reward skill, craftsman. Craftsman, you can create special equipment. Scanning the current list of items available for crafting, the limited, it was impressive. Bring forth the AKs and rocket launchers. To fabricate these items, a large processing plant was essential, perfectly suited for accommodating those criminal contenders. A dual advantage. Do not concern yourself. Just investigate for me, Han Li commanded before retreating to his chamber. Ling Han reluctantly acquiesced, spending the night scouring for factories on the market. Old Master Cui contacted his old comrades, revealing a satisfied smile. Since aligning with Han Li, his wealth had burgeoned. The conditions for his comrades had improved significantly. They had even replaced their beds with velvet. One day, I shall exact my revenge. He produced a photograph, featuring himself alongside a young man, whose image bore a prominent red cross. The old man gazed upon the youth. In his eyes, a surge of lethal intent suddenly arose. Han Li, however, was fast asleep, unaware that his phone beside him had suddenly lit up, poised to deliver a notification, only to plunge into darkness moments later, revealing a single line of text, under siege. Days passed, and Han Li maintained a remarkably low profile, refraining from causing any disturbances, which left the police officers quite exasperated. Damn it. How do we catch a turtle hiding in its shell? You need to come out. As everyone sat lamenting their plight, a girl in the corner, munching on chips and sipping cola, abruptly straightened up, gazing at the small red dot displayed on her phone screen. She revealed a grin reminiscent of a hunter fixating on its prey. Boss has taken the bait. Chapter 108. Masterful driving. Mr. Han Li was driving with Ling Han, en route to inspect a factory as per an agreement with an online merchant. Suddenly, he noticed through the rearview mirror that 2 police cars were tailing them. We are being followed. What? Ling Han gasped, turning to glance back and confirming the presence of the 2 police vehicles. At that moment, a police car ahead made a U-turn and barreled towards them. In an instant, they found themselves encircled by a formidable blockade of police cars. In the command vehicle trailing behind, and ran, while savoring a lollipop, peered at the positioning on her screen. A smile crept across her lips, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Let the struggle begin, boss. She evidently viewed Han Li as a game boss to be systematically conquered. Beside her, Li Yi raised an eyebrow in surprise, never expecting her to track Han Li's location through that mobile device. Could she be a top-tier hacker? A second glance revealed that she was simulating numerous strategies to encircle Han Li, plotting his potential escape routes in red dashed lines, leaving him utterly astonished. How did she manage this? And Ran had indeed clinched victory in an international hacking competition, Li Gang explained. No wonder. Wang Yi and Wang Air commenced the encirclement. Li Gang commanded. The 2, driving in perfect synchrony, swiftly tightened the noose around Han Li. Viewers in the live stream were on edge. This is bad. The situation is dire. It said that the police chief dispatched the strongest team. Mr. Han, you are in peril. Damn it, how do we escape? Inside the car, Ling Han observed the police cars closing in from both the front and rear, as well as those rushing in from the sides. Taking a deep breath, he felt a surge of fear. Buckle your seatbelt. Why? Because I'm about to take off. Han Li gripped the gear shift, his gaze sharp. Speaking in a calm, yet resolute tone, it's time for a long-awaited thrill. Ling Han hastily fastened his seatbelt, his heart racing with trepidation. Wait, in that instant, the roar of the car's engine erupted with an unprecedented ferocity, reverberating throughout the surroundings. Wang Yi raised an eyebrow. Is this a provocation? Damn, let us take him down. Several police cars converged on Han Li, rapidly closing in. Yet, Han Li remained unfazed, refusing to make the first move. Damn it. We've been encircled. How did these officers locate Mr. Han? This is dangerous. Li Gang seized the walkie-talkie, exclaiming, too arrogant, apprehend him. Yes. Ling Han's heart raced to his throat, urgently shouting, Mr. Han, if we don't leave now, it will be too late. Just as the police cars approached, Han Li suddenly smiled, then slammed the accelerator. In an instant, he unleashed the full force of speed. The car shot forward like a finely tuned arrow, targeting a gap exposed by a police vehicle. Before the officer could comprehend the situation, a flash of crimson light darted past, as swift as a shadow. Several police cars were left bewildered. What had just passed? A thunderous roar echoed, captivating countless spectators and the officer alike as Han Li, in a daring maneuver, tore open a path amidst the encirclement. He sped away, remarkable. My Mr. Han, this maneuver is truly that of a driving deity. It's astonishingly fast, even I, a race car driver, feel dwarfed by his prowess. Absolutely stunning. Han Li temporarily escaped the surrounding trap, yet to his astonishment, 2 police vehicles quickly followed his trail. Impressive. Indeed. Little did he know that the drivers, Wang Yi and Wang Air, were even more astounded. They were seasoned race car drivers, unmatched in skill among criminals. Typically, their escapes were seamless. However, this time, Han Li's fortuitous maneuver, a precise threading through the needle, left them dumbfounded. Brother, was that threading through the needle? Indeed. What on earth? Is he even human? In the command vehicle behind, Li Gang's expression shifted slightly. He had underestimated Han Li. How could he escape under such circumstances? Nevertheless, I have instructed nearby officers to set up roadblocks. He won't escape this time. Meanwhile, the cunning veteran smirked. No matter how skilled he is, when he encounters roadblocks, he will meet his end. Indeed, just after his escape, Han Li discovered several police cars stationed within a tunnel ahead, establishing roadblocks and awaiting his arrival. The police vehicles were positioned to completely seal off the road. Any rational person would instinctively slow down. This was merely a show. Life was paramount. A roadblock? This is bad. Ling Han's heart sank. Just as everyone expected Han Li to decelerate, another roar erupted. Han Li accelerated, undaunted. The officer exclaimed, "What the hell? Why isn't he slowing down? Is he insane? Damn it, he's a lunatic. Fire at will." The officers drew their weapons and fired several rounds. Han Li skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel, evading the incoming projectiles with astounding precision, leaving no trace behind. The ground bore witness to his swift escape. Wang Yi and Wang Er, watching from behind, felt their hearts race. Is he invincible? Viewers in the live stream gasped. Is he about to collide? No way, mister. Han has lost his mind. His driving skills are unbelievable. What just rushed past me? The officers watched in horror as Han Li maintained his speed, growing even faster. Damn it, is he risking his life? It's just a show, Han Li declared. The word surrender does not exist in my vocabulary. He surged forward once more. Mr. Han, I have yet to purchase insurance. What are you planning to do? Ling Han grasped his hand, leaning back while trembling as he spoke. Han Li turned the steering wheel and pressed down with his foot. Car God activated. The vehicle did not collide but instead veered, ascending diagonally, with relentless momentum. It surged against the wall adjacent to the tunnel. Utilizing the immense force, the car maneuvered past the police vehicle below, briefly traversing along the wall. Then, with a resounding thud, it crashed heavily onto the road, effortlessly bypassing the barricades set by the police behind. It appeared as though it were walking along the wall, driving against the wall. The legendary technique. Wang Yi and Wang Er had to halt their car, staring in terror at the vehicle speeding away before them. Unable to calm themselves for an extended period. Could it truly be possible for someone to achieve this? The police officers stood with mouths agape, frozen in disbelief. As if they could hardly trust their own eyes. Had the car just taken flight? And was it actually driving against the wall? Incredible. If they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, who would have believed such a thing could occur? Yet Han Li had accomplished it. After a peculiar 2 seconds of silence in the live stream, the audience erupted. Someone, kill me to support Mr. Han. Oh, driving against the wall is utterly insane. Han Li, if I don't show my skills, do you truly believe I am incapable? Police officer, what the hell? This is invincible. Newton-esque coffin can hardly contain this. Upon arrival of the command vehicle, Li Gang, with a look of astonishment, inquired of Wang Yi and Wang Er, who, after their exchange, appeared even more shocked. Even you two couldn't catch up? Wang Yi and Wang Er found it difficult to speak, their faces flushed. As accomplished race car drivers, they could not even keep pace with Han. For the first time, they experienced defeat. It seems that Han Li is indeed formidable. Li Gang stroked his chin, realizing that a person capable of inciting chaos in City C was not one they could apprehend so easily. Chapter 109. Unyielding Joseph. Seeing that the police vehicles had vanished behind them, Ling Han finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared he would meet his end today. How did these officers manage to track us down? In the past, they could roam this city freely, relying on the officers' inability to ascertain their locations. But now, they were being followed? It felt as though a beast lurking just out of sight was trailing them, an unbearable sensation. It seemed the opposition had deployed a top-tier hacker. Han Li picked up his phone, noticing traces of an attack. He had been completely unaware. Remarkably, the adversary had managed to breach his intricate defenses in a remarkably short time, pinpointing his location directly. This time, it was a match of equals. Han Li temporarily erased his location and pocketed his phone. Subsequently, they arrived at the factory, and after confirming its authenticity under the owner's guidance, they hastily purchased it. They concluded their business in a flurry and returned home. In the coming days, he planned to lay low. At a certain upscale club, the air was thick with a hallucinogenic scent. Women posed alluringly, attending to each guest that entered. Joseph's expression was grave as he stepped into the establishment, deliberately avoiding the throng of patrons. Instead, he made his way to a secluded elevator, pressing the button for the lower level. With a soft chime, the elevator descended. And Joseph exhaled, mentally rehearsing his forthcoming words. Ding. As the elevator doors opened, a new scene unfolded before Joseph's eyes, a bustling casino. Waitstaff produced bags of white powder, pouring them onto the tables, while numerous pale-faced, yet frenzied-eyed patrons eagerly leaned in to inhale the substance. These were addicts, nearly stripped of their humanity, with some even resorting to borrowing money to partake. Boss. A throng of men in white suits flanked Joseph, standing at attention, their respect palpable. Such was the authority of a leader. Get to work. Yes. Joseph proceeded to a particular room, knocking on the door. Come in. Upon entering, he was taken aback. A member of the Angels was mercilessly pounding a man's kidneys, leaving him bruised and gasping in agony. The man writhed, barely able to keep his eyes open, trembling uncontrollably. Seated nearby was a middle-aged man, smoking a cigar, who observed the gruesome scene with keen interest. In a low voice, he remarked, "You arrived just in time. Care to take a look? Who is he?" Joseph inquired, eyeing the horrific wounds. The middle-aged man grimaced and spat, an undercover sent by the cops. Damn, he must be tired of living. I despise two-faced scum like him. Beat him to a pulp. Listening to the relentless strikes against the undercover agent, Joseph wiped the sweat from his brow. Indeed, in this line of work, betrayal was a cardinal sin. Exactly, they ought to learn from your steadfastness. The unwavering facade of the Angels, never yielding. That's you, Joseph. The higher-ups have their eyes on you. And the mission? The man asked. This pertained to the matter of Han Li's new contraband. I was just about to mention that. I've secured the items. You can relay them to the higher-ups. Saying this, he produced a small package and handed it to the official. The man scrutinized it, bemused. This little thing is worth the risk of exposure to the top brass. He opened it and inhaled deeply. I don't see anything remarkable here. Just this? Damn it. Our contraband is selective, you know. It better not be rubbish. What are you doing? Joseph pointed at the man. The man paused, suddenly realizing that he had unconsciously taken a hit. What the hell? Why didn't he even notice? It dawned on him that his body had acted of its own accord. Years of exposure had dulled his interest in contraband, yet this substance stirred a ravenous desire within him. His entire being was agitated, an instinctual response he could not suppress. It was akin to hunger. When one is hungry, one must eat. How terrifying. The excitement was overwhelming. Who had crafted such an extraordinary device? The man quickly cast aside his previous exhilaration, a wave of apprehension washing over him. If categorized as contraband, this could be akin to nuclear weaponry. Yet, upon further reflection, exhilaration surged within him once more. If this could be supplied for our organization as trafficking, the profits would be astronomical, beyond my imagination. I must report this to the higher-ups immediately. Joseph, you've done splendidly. I always knew you had it in you. Joseph replied, for the organization. It is the least I could do. Once he stepped outside, he retrieved his phone and sent a message to an anonymous account. They have obtained the item. Predictably, it wasn't long before the upper echelons of Angel received the exhilarating news with unanimous acclaim. This contraption is revolutionary. At all costs, they must acquire the formula. Even the highest authorities intervened personally, commanding Joseph to bring forth the creator of this formula within 3 days. Have you heard? The higher-ups will be present. Oh my, could this be a prelude to a confrontation with some formidable power? It seemed to revolve around a certain individual. Angel was suddenly engulfed in turmoil, with everyone curious about the identity of the person who had ignited this upheaval within their organization. Rumor had it that they had produced contraband capable of shaking the entire industry. Joseph, you've truly made a significant contribution. The man clapped Joseph on the back. The higher-ups were exceedingly pleased, and rewards were surely forthcoming. Joseph, feeling slightly embarrassed, modestly replied, it's nothing. The upper management expressed a desire to meet this individual. Joseph set down his glass, his eyes narrowing slightly, then feigned an air of joy. Ha ha ha, no problem at all. Old ma, I have 2 travel tickets for you. Take them and enjoy. Joseph handed him the tickets. The man was puzzled. When had this fellow become so generous? After a night of drinking, the man became thoroughly intoxicated. Joseph calmly made his way to the room where the undercover officer was detained, gently laying the man down and whispering, actually, I am also an undercover agent. As storm clouds gathered, Hanley had uncovered the identity of the group that had pursued him last time. It was said to be a specialized team from the Sea City Police, known as Black Hawk, comprised of geniuses from various fields under the leadership of the police. They had resolved numerous troublesome cases. Elites among elites indeed. Among them was a top-tier hacker. No wonder they were able to pinpoint my location last time. Well, patience has its limits. A gentleman takes his revenge. One must act swiftly. Leaving a deliberate flaw, Hanley intentionally leaked his whereabouts. He tucked away his phone, whistling as he entered a steamed bun shop, ordering a plate of fragrant buns. Come on, let me teach you a lesson, he mused. Chapter 110. I, Hanley, declare war on Black Hawk. Hey, young man, can you possibly finish all this food by yourself? An elderly man noticed the mountain of food on the table, while Hanley sat alone. I never said it was all for me, Hanley replied with a mysterious smile. He checked the morning news on his phone, documenting the latest significant events in Sea City. To his astonishment, the front page featured news of the Sea City Police dispatching their strongest team, Black Hawk, to corner Hanley, accompanied by the caption, Hanley is no longer invincible, for we are Black Hawk. In the midst of their conversation, sharp words were exchanged, praising the police chief while disparaging Hanley. One might think they had been overwhelmed by him. Clearly, it was all for the sake of sensationalism. How audacious. Hanley rose, settled the bill, left behind a note, and hurriedly departed. Shortly thereafter, the once boisterous restaurant fell into a sudden silence as patrons set down their utensils, gazing at the approaching Lee Gang. The Black Vulture. Excitement rippled through the crowd. This was the very force that had driven Hanley to the brink. Boss, we are conducting an investigation. Your cooperation is appreciated, Lee spoke gently. The owner felt a pang of anxiety. He was well aware that associating with someone of the Black Vulture's stature was risky. All right. Did you see any suspicious individuals this morning? The owner pondered for a moment before responding. Well, there was someone who ordered an entire table of food. Does that count? Oh, where? Lee Gang followed the owner to a table laden with an array of dishes at the back. Raising an eyebrow, he discovered a note left on the table. Upon reading it, his eyes widened in disbelief. How brazen. The note depicted a Peppa Pig, with the message, eat more, it's good for the journey. This was unequivocally a declaration of war against the Black Vulture. Crumpling the note, Lee Gang's expression darkened. It was the first time a criminal had so blatantly disregarded the Black Vulture. Boss, do you have surveillance footage? No need. I've already cracked it. And Rand stepped out of the car, clutching a portable notebook to examine the records. The footage revealed a young man clad in a hoodie, deliberately obscuring his face. Exiting the restaurant, judging by his silhouette, it was indeed Hanley, and he seemed to have timed his departure meticulously. A flicker of distaste crossed in Rand's face. The members of the Black Vulture wore grave expressions. Who would have thought that the formidable team from City C could be toyed with by a mere passerby? To be honest, I am quite angered, Lee Gang addressed the group. Once is permissible, but a second offense will not be tolerated. Captain, I have tracked his location. And Rand once again breached Hanley's firewall, though this time it was more challenging. This Hanley is not so formidable after all. Excellent. Let us depart. The members of the Black Vulture were resolute this time. They would not allow Han Li to escape again. In the live broadcast room, the female host displayed her determination. The Black Vulture was the strongest team in City C, comprised of geniuses who would undoubtedly capture Han Li. I cannot wholeheartedly agree. It remains uncertain who will outsmart whom. Professor Li remarked with a smirk, fully aware of Han Li's cunning nature. Hey, do you want a ticket? I can sell you one for 50, a $20 discount. A scalper nudged a handsome young man. Han Li turned his head. I do not require a ticket. What do you mean? Without a ticket, how will you enter? To their astonishment, Han Li retrieved a Peppa Pig mask from his bag, donned it, and then brandished his submachine gun, exclaiming excitedly at the scalper, I'm robbing you. Whoa, Peppa Pig. As gunfire echoed throughout the park, Han Li compelled the security personnel to use the loudspeaker system to evacuate all visitors from the premises. Thank you for your cooperation. Bang. The security officer touched his forehead, stained with paintballs. My apologies. I, Han Li, do not prefer leaving witnesses. Amidst the chaos, the frightened travelers scattered in every direction, creating a scene of utter disarray. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone make way. Han Li raised his submachine gun and unleashed a burst of fire. In an instant, the previously tumultuous crowd parted with remarkable order, yielding a clear path leading deep into the park. Thank you, Han Li said, maintaining his composure as he hoisted his backpack and ventured further into the park under the watchful eyes of the onlookers. Throughout the entire encounter, no one dared to move. Some even held their breath, fearful of attracting Han Li's attention. The live stream exploded with excitement. What on earth is this display of dominance? I declare Han Li the most formidable outlaw. A terrified traveler exclaimed, I'm utterly terrified. Before long, the Black Hawks arrived first. Upon witnessing the fear etched on the faces of the travelers, one remarked, What are you afraid of? He is Han Li. Li Gang glanced back at his team, sighing. Look at the current state of City C. If we do not stop Han Li now, one can only imagine how terrifying he will become in the hearts of the people moving forward. Therefore, we must defeat him. For the sake of justice. Follow me. And Ran, you'll handle the surveillance. Li Gang commanded, fully armed, leading a few team members. Sitting in the command vehicle, and Ran smiled, casually sucking on a lollipop. Don't worry, the boss is not invincible. As long as Han Li is human, we can handle him. Her slender, fair fingers danced across the keyboard. And in no time, she successfully hacked into all the park surveillance systems. A series of monitoring feeds emerged, ensuring that no blind spot could escape their scrutiny. Thus, their team would be the first to discern Han Li's movements. And Ran turned her gaze towards Li Gang and the others entering the park. Captain, the target has yet to notice our presence. Excellent. The communication among them was encrypted, impervious to eavesdropping, specifically designed to thwart Han Li's hacking attempts. They split into 3 groups, swiftly scouring the entire park. Thanks to Enrant's reports, their efficiency was astonishing. It seems these areas are the target. On the map, aside from a few locations, all others were marked with red crosses, drastically narrowing down the search. And Ran meticulously monitored the feeds, her attention unwavering. Just then, she noticed a figure passing through one of the surveillance frames. Han Li, I've got you. And Rand's eyes sparkled with excitement as she magnified the image, checking the surveillance position and relaying the location to Li Gang and the others. Indeed, splendid news. Everyone, follow me to capture Han Li. Several members of the Black Hawks revealed sinister smiles, relishing the prospect of the chase. Let us see how he escapes this time. They sped toward the designated location. Meanwhile, and Ran remained fixated on the screen. The figure halted midway, perfectly aligned with the overhead camera. What the hell? And Ran shouted. In the next moment, Han Li gradually approached the camera, tilting his head to gaze directly into it, as if staring at Ran on the other side. And Ran raised her middle finger defiantly. You're about to be captured. In the blink of an eye, Han Li smiled slightly. Hello, and Ran. And Ran's heart raced, chills cascading down her spine. The surveillance footage suddenly plunged into darkness. What could be happening? And Ran quelled her terror. How had Han Li managed this? It was nothing serious. If need be, the darkness would return. And Ran held confidence in her technical skills, for she had previously breached the firewall. However, to her astonishment, she discovered that she had lost control over the park surveillance. The second monitor went black, followed by the third and the fourth, a vast expanse of darkness enveloping the screens. And Ran's heart raced as she stared into the pitch-black void of the monitors. Her nerves frayed to the utmost. This was her first encounter with such an anomaly. Yet, it was not over. The darkened screens flickered back to life. But instead of the park's cameras, she was confronted with her own visage. What on earth? Her mouth fell agape in shock. In the ensuing footage, her own face mirrored the same expression of horror. A sudden chill coursed through her mind. It was a gun. Chapter 111. The Black Lord, Annihilation, is this it? Is your name really Ran? Han Li gently squeezed the trigger, his tone laced with menace. And Ran bit her lip, her heart racing and her cheeks flushed. To have a criminal point a gun at her head was an unparalleled humiliation for someone of her stature as a Black Lord. Moreover, how had he arrived here? The thought struck her with dread. If the real Han Li was present, then what of the Han Li in the footage? As if reading her thoughts, Han Li clarified. That was a pre-recorded video. They've been toyed with. The audience in the live stream erupted in amusement. A Black Lord? Is that all? Don't be afraid. Young lady, Han Gij is a good person. Han Li retorted. You thought I was serious? He bound and ran to a chair, forcing her to watch the surveillance feeds. And Ran, bewildered, wondered what Han Li intended to do. Suddenly, he vanished from her sight once more. Li Gang, accompanied by several team members, elite graduates from the police academy, was renowned for their exceptional teamwork and had apprehended numerous criminals. They were arguably the most formidable group among the Black Lords. However, upon encountering Han Li, they would undoubtedly be overpowered. Strange, team leader, we've lost contact with Ran. one team member exclaimed in astonishment. What? The group was taken aback. A realization struck Li Gang, disbelief washing over him. Could it be that Han Li was capable of such? He hastily grabbed a specialized walkie-talkie and ran. Please respond. Please respond. Unbeknownst to them, in those fleeting seconds, their so-called surveillance had entirely become Han Li's plaything. Bound and unable to reply, and Ran could only whimper in disbelief. In but a minute, Han Li had infiltrated all her surveillance systems, rendering them unmodifiable. It was unfathomable. Just moments ago, she had reveled in her ability to breach Han Li's firewall, yet it had all been a ruse on his part. Her once prized hacking prowess was, in his eyes, utterly insignificant. How humiliating. At this moment, having lost contact with Ran, Li Gang's expression turned tense. He commanded the other team members, "You two, return and investigate." The squad disbanded their defensive formation. Just as Li Gang was about to regroup, a sudden crackling sound pierced the air. Who goes there? Swiftly. The entire team aimed their weapons towards the source of the noise. Come out, or I will shoot, Li Gang warned, directing the others to focus in that direction. Don't shoot, officer. From the bushes emerged a ragged, stooped homeless man, stammering and gesturing. I'm just passing through. Passing through? With all the travelers evacuated. Who else could be around? The homeless man attempted to explain, stepping closer. He could very well be Han Li in disguise. Don't come any closer, or I'll shoot, Li Gang commanded, raising his weapon. Put your hands up. Several hearts raced with anxiety. The homeless man knelt, cradling his head with his hands. Just as they exhaled in relief, suddenly, gunfire erupted. Li Gang and the others were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend what had just happened. They were covered in paintballs. Hit. What was going on? Amidst their confusion, Han Li emerged from behind, tossing a grenade towards the bewildered group. Boom. Another explosion rang out. They were now painted figures. Finish them off, and show some understanding, Han Li quipped. You're using grenades to finish them off? He passed by the bewildered members of the Black Hawk team. Approaching the homeless man with a smile, here's 200 for you. Thank you. The homeless man snatched the money and fled. The live stream audience erupted in excitement. What a comeback. He laughing. He actually laughing. Li Gang exclaimed in disbelief. What the hell? Using a grenade to finish them off? I never saw that coming. Impressive. The homeless man muttered. He offered too much. Li Gang and his team were speechless. Were they eliminated in such a manner? Their earlier bravado now felt like mere illusions as they observed Han Li's cheeky grin. Damn it. One of the team members slammed the ground in frustration. Filled with indignation. Han Li, you're quite formidable, Li Gang remarked. Han Li approached him, expressing gratitude while his hands wandered, stealthily swiping the walkie-talkie from Li Gang's pocket. Li Gang mentally cursed repeatedly. Meanwhile, Ran was suffering the most, watching helplessly as one teammate after another was eliminated by Han Li on the screen, feeling utterly powerless. It was excruciating. However, she could not have anticipated that this was merely the beginning. In front of Li Gang and the others, Han Li picked up the walkie-talkie and mimicked Li Gang's voice with remarkable accuracy. Return immediately. We discovered Han Li's whereabouts. Understood, Captain. Upon hearing the familiar voice of Li Gang, the two team members didn't think twice. Wait, ISNT that Captain Li Gang's voice? The similarity was uncanny. More Li Gang than Li Gang himself. Li Gang thought, am I now a stand-in? This guy's such astonishing skills still exist. What further shocked them was that Han Li had planted landmines in their vicinity. Han Li, you are but corpses now. Do not breach the rules, dear friends. Observing Han Li's smile, Li Gang felt an overwhelming urge to shoot him dead. Before long, enticed by Han Li, the two remaining team members rushed back. Don't come over. The eliminated Black Hawk team members felt a surge of anxiety. What had transpired? The two team members stepped forward, inadvertently entering the minefield. Boom. A loud explosion echoed, followed by a dense fog enveloping everyone's figures. Cough, cough, cough. The two Black Hawk members stared in horror at the colorful paint splatters on their bodies. They had been blown up. Eliminated. What on earth? One person's mind went blank, utterly oblivious to what had just occurred. Landmines. Right there, right beside Li Gang and the others. It was a blatant trap. No way, we just returned. And we're already out? Annihilated? The Black Hawk members were struck with immense shock. They prided themselves on their seemingly impregnable formation. Yet before they could even set it up, they were eliminated? Unbelievable. They were the strongest team on the front lines, capturing the truly ruthless criminals. And yet they were so easily cast aside? Watching Han Li emerge, smiling, sent chills down the spines of the Black Hawk members. Had this been reality, they would have scattered long ago. Shattered. The viewers in the live stream were astounded by the series of counterattacks. Goodness, it's like the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather. One by one. Black Hawk. Oh no, we've been outmaneuvered by Han Li. Han Li, pay attention and learn well. I shall teach you only once. Indeed, I, Han, am here to take down the elite. The Black Hawk members wore expressions of utter despair. As elites, they had been eliminated in such a manner. Black Hawk is nothing more than this. With that final remark, Han Li turned to leave. Passing by the Black Hawk command vehicle, he noticed and ran inside, weeping uncontrollably. Han Li, I hate you. Sigh. Han Li was also puzzled as to why Black Hawk had fallen so swiftly. The conclusion? He was simply too powerful. Invincible. Thus, Han Li swaggered back, having annihilated the Black Hawk in just one day. Chapter 112. Delving into the Angel base, the major incident begins. Within the Sea City Police Department, the chief stared at the Black Hawk team, standing before him, his face flushed with anger. He slammed a newspaper onto the desk, his voice rising in indignation. How could the esteemed Black Hawk be annihilated by a mere civilian posing as a criminal? Li Gang and the remaining Black Hawk members wore grave expressions. Their pride as Black Hawk had been shattered by Han Li. Aren't you the self-proclaimed top hacker? Don't you boast of unparalleled driving skills? And you, old fox, outsmarted by a young man? Each face burned with humiliation. The director slumped in his chair, his eyes clouded with confusion, as if he had exhausted his last ounce of strength. He lamented, Sea City can no longer accommodate this colossal figure. Alas, the formidable team, Black Hawk, was annihilated in a single day. Where can one seek justice in such a situation? Director Jiang, that old rascal, should be summoned to take Han Li back. He must not wreak havoc in my Sea City. Before long, news spread like wildfire that Han Li had single-handedly eradicated the Black Hawk team in less than a day. The entire city was shaken, gripped by fear. This man named Han Li was extraordinary. Various forums in Sea City hinted that the future would belong to Han Li. As long as he was present, no police captain would be considered remarkable, and all manner of chaos could ensue. Han Li cast aside the newspaper. The press had changed. The previous newspaper that had glorified Black Hawk was now facing severe backlash and dared not show its face. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have annihilated the Black Hawk team. Reward skill, Warlord. Warlord, the ultimate capability in solo combat. Han Li was astonished. What he had always lacked was the ability for individual combat. Now, it seemed he was invincible. In any case, this incident served as a wake-up call for the police captains of Sea City. He believed they would become increasingly formidable in the future. With a smile, Han Li remarked, Did you think my rampage was for show? Incorrect. This was to enhance the police's capabilities. A truly noble endeavor. Brother, teach me a move. Ling Han was thoroughly convinced. Serving beside Han Li, hoping to learn a few tricks to flaunt later. To single-handedly eliminate an entire team. How impressive was that? Han Li replied, You will lure the enemies. And I will handle the slaughter, alright? At that moment, a knock resounded from outside the door. Ling Han peered through the peephole and beheld the imposing and fierce muscular man outside, none other than Joseph from before. Moreover, he was accompanied by a group of equally menacing subordinates. Brother Joseph, with a word, my brothers will storm the place. Let us finish them. Kill, kill. Joseph, puffing on a cigar, swiftly knocked down an overly enthusiastic subordinate with a punch, disdainfully declaring, Damn it, do I need this bunch of useless fools? I, Joseph, the iron-willed, can take on a legion of chicks. What can they do to me? There was an undini Joseph flashed a crooked smile, addressing his companions. Wait for my good news outside. With an air of nonchalance, he swaggered into the room, casting a dismissive glance at Ling Han. As Ling Han shut the door, he turned to Han Li. I heard you intend to take me down with a single punch? Han Li raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, a thud echoed through the room. The three were taken aback as Joseph dropped to his knees, prostrating himself with hands clasped together, voice earnest. Brother, there were too many people outside earlier. Now, I kneel before you. Please show mercy and do not hold this against me. He trembled, his previous bravado nowhere to be seen. It was clear, he could flaunt his bravado, but not in front of Han Li. The audience in the live stream erupted with laughter. Brother Han, I was merely putting on a show. You don't mind, do you? Joseph inquired. You've got some sense, kid, Han Li replied. Goodness. A gang leader is kneeling before our Mr. Han. The police officer exclaimed, bewildered. Thus began Han Li's ascent to becoming the godfather of the underworld. Brother, I'm at my wit's end. Please give me the antidote. Joseph pleaded with a pitiful expression, revealing his somewhat ghastly arm. My arm is killing me. Han Li shook his head. Once we finish our business, I will naturally provide you with the antidote. You may rise. Oh. Joseph got to his feet and led Han Li and the others outside. Brother, what a presence. Look how our brother Joseph has frightened these little chicks. Behave, or I'll give you a smack. One of the younger members threatened as he prepared to strike Han Li. Damn it. This kid dares to be more handsome than me. After mulling it over, he decided against it and hurried to the car. Joseph, watching from behind, felt his heart race. Nearly terrified out of his wits. His eyelids twitched. Damn you. You scared the life out of me. Do you know who he is? You almost got me killed. Once Han Li and the others were in the car, Joseph deliberately chose a good seat for him and occasionally muttered curses, all while offering him cola and snacks. Brother, why are you giving our snacks to him? The younger members mournfully asked. Joseph retorted, You don't understand. This is to let them lower their guard. Really? Are you serious? It feels like you're just buttering him up, one of them questioned. After about an hour and a half, as Han Li and the others exited the car, they found themselves before an upscale club, its entrance marked with a sign indicating it was closed. Is this the base of Angels? Joseph led Han Li inside, taking the opportunity to have Ling Han and Old Master Chui blend into the kitchen area of Angels, as per their plan. He provided them with 2 sets of chef uniforms and prepared employee IDs. Did you get the items? Ling Han joked, assuring that they would not return empty-handed. With Old Master Chui, a good man armed with a knife, Han Li was unconcerned for their safety. Besides, Joseph would be there to create distractions. Let us go? Han Li, Joseph guided Han Li into the high-end club named Heaven on Earth. They proceeded to a mysterious elevator that descended to the basement level, and as the elevator doors opened, the scene was thick with tension as a group of men, their upper bodies exposed and adorned with tattoos of Guan Yu and the 9-pattern dragon, awaited their moment. The air was charged with a palpable sense of menace. Any ordinary person would have been paralyzed with fear at such a sight. Han Li scratched his head, dismissing it as a trivial matter. One of the thugs approached, showcasing a butterfly knife, licking his lips with a sly grin. So, you're the infamous Han Li? He taunted. Yes, indeed, my son. Seeking death, are we? The man intended to intimidate Han Li, lunging with the knife. Joseph flinched. Wait, is this for real? In an instant, the thug was bewildered to find the butterfly knife had vanished from his grasp. Don't move, Han Li commanded, holding the knife to the man's throat. Amusement glimmering in his eyes. Is this all you have? The thugs stood in stunned silence, utterly perplexed by the display. Laughter erupted, and the thugs began to retreat as a man strolled forward confidently. Chapter 113. The Relentless Thug, the Gang, and the Inspector. A triad of tension. How about a one-on-one, if you think you're so tough? The thug, realizing his pride was at stake, shouted defiantly as he attempted to rise. Hanley smiled slightly, applying just enough pressure to elicit a sharp pang from the thug's shoulder, contorting his face in agony. Damn, that hurts. Let go, let go. Oops. Brother, I was mistaken. The thug whimpered. Hanley nodded, loosening his grip. The man collapsed to the ground, clutching his shoulder, gasping in pain. The crowd watched in disbelief. What an overwhelming display. Joseph was taken aback, questioning if Hanley had always possessed such prowess. A mysterious figure emerged, applauding. Mr. Hanley, truly exceptional. Why not consider joining us at the Angels? For reasons unknown, the thug seemed to regard this man with trepidation, even Joseph tempering his aggression. Hanley surmised that this man was likely one of the upper echelons of the Angels. I am here to discuss a collaboration, he stated. What a pity. Please, come in. The others are waiting for you. The man gestured. Adjusting his glasses, he remarked, that esteemed individual has also graced us with his presence. The esteemed individual? Everyone was taken aback. The boss would personally appear for this man. Even powerful figures typically communicated with the boss via video call. Yet, this young man had elicited a personal appearance from the boss. Extraordinary. Hanley ended the live stream and followed the man into a dimly lit chamber. Inside, there were no lights, only the flickering flames of candles illuminating a rectangular table, casting shadows on the sinister faces surrounding it. Their sharp gazes fixated on Hanley, revealing a spectrum of emotions, predominantly greed. Could it be that he has indeed created something remarkable? One high-ranking individual mused, fingers interlaced, eyes narrowed in scrutiny. Another man, clad in a suit yet exuding the aura of a thug, scoffed. What a fool. A mere blow would send him tumbling. Hand over the goods. Calm down. We are here to converse with honesty. The gentleman, adorned with spectacles, spoke with a gentle smile. Observing the high-ranking officials, Hanley could discern the weight of their many transgressions. He casually selected a seat and settled down. However, as he did so, the remaining executives were momentarily taken aback, their faces etched with astonishment. What are you staring at? Hanley queried. Young man, this is our boss's seat. Indeed. Hanley occupied the prominent position at the rectangular table, surveying the high-ranking officials on either side. This is the position of the Angel boss. Just as the assembled staff presumed that this individual would graciously vacate the seat, Hanley defiantly propped his legs upon the table. Youngster, do not be overly arrogant. Hanley retorted. If I am not arrogant, how could I be called young? An aggressive man shouted, advancing to seize Hanley, rolling up his sleeves. His fists adorned with brass knuckles, he approached Hanley menacingly. Do you even deserve this seat? Hanley remained unmoved, not shifting an inch. How outrageous. I am a gang officer. In a flash, a powerful punch was thrown, one that an ordinary person would find unbearable. The brass knuckles glinted in anticipation. Learn your lesson. Kid, take this punch. Yet, the Hanley of today was no longer the same as before. With a swift sidestep, he evaded the blow, leaping into the air and striking at an unusual angle, reminiscent of a whip cracking. A sharp sound echoed, akin to a resounding slap to the faces of all present. Hanley lowered his legs, steadied himself against the chair, exuding calmness. On the other side, Brother Tiger, struck by the kick, staggered back, clutching his nose in terror as he gazed at the unmoving Hanley. Blood trickled through his fingers. The scene left all the high-ranking officials in a daze. What had transpired? Had the battle concluded? Tell your angel leader to speak with me, Hanley demanded, his expression stern, lacking time for trivialities. His aura, emanating forcefully, even intimidated these seasoned gang officers. I believe you are qualified to discuss collaboration with me. Just then, a figure emerged from behind the curtain. Angel Kitchen. You two are the newcomers? A chef inquired, eyeing the elderly man and the youth. Damn it. Can you, old man, even wield a knife? Until old Master Chui produced a butcher's knife, showcasing his carving skills, causing the chef to exclaim in disbelief. What can you do? Ling Han replied, I can eat. Eliminate him. Wait, I can cook deliciously, Ling Han hastily added. The chef pondered for a moment before instructing. Let me tell you, everyone coming today is a significant figure. If my usual helper hadn't mysteriously disappeared, I wouldn't be using you too. Understand? Work hard later. Absolutely. After the chef's orders, he commenced cooking, while Ling Han and old Master Chui assisted. Hey, that soup is bubbling up. Damn it, was that intentional? The head chef rushed over. Ling Han hurriedly retrieved the item given to him by President Han. Soul confounding powder. A relentless pouring into the dishes, colorless and tasteless. Imperceptible to the ordinary eye. All was ready. Once the dishes were completed, the chef instructed the servers to deliver them, letting out a sigh of relief. However, upon turning around, he found that Ling Han and old Master Chui had vanished without a trace. Curious, he wondered, where could they be? Meanwhile, at the gathering place of the Angels, a group of individuals stirred with anticipation. The leader frequently cast glances to the side and addressed his companions, saying, when the signal arrives, we shall act. Yes, Captain Li. Indeed, this man was none other than Li Yi. Just days prior, he had intended to accompany the Black Owl to capture Hanley. However, before their departure, he unexpectedly received a message, the address of which was none other than the base of the powerful faction known as the Angels. Although he was unaware of the sender's identity, Li Yi vowed to pay a visit in gratitude in the future. A true benefactor. Soon, the time would come to commence. Inside the room, an air of silence prevailed. The higher-ups dared not speak, obedient before their boss like children. Han Li regarded the elegant man across from him, impeccably dressed, exuding the aura of a true leader. To the side, a figure with a bandaged nose, known as Tiger, produced a small mound of powder. Delightful, the man remarked, inhaling deeply. Invigorated by the rush it provided, his joy was palpable. This was nothing short of a masterpiece, a divine creation. Once unleashed upon the market, it would undoubtedly sweep away all contraband, monopolizing the trade in no time. At that moment, the angels would reign supreme over the domestic illicit trade. If you reveal the formula, name your price, anything you desire, he offered, his eyes gleaming with insatiable greed, as if he had glimpsed an elixir of immortality. Han Li, with his arms crossed and legs casually crossed, replied, "Allow me a moment to ponder." At that instant, the servers wheeled in the dishes, placing them meticulously on the table. The guests began to eat and converse. After a while, Han Li continued to hesitate, dragging out the time, which caused the boss of the angels to grow increasingly impatient. He spoke in a low tone, "Is it not ready yet? My patience is running thin." Suddenly, all the high-ranking members rose, drawing their firearms and aiming them at Han Li, who sat at the head of the table. The triggers were poised, ready to be pulled. Tension hung thick in the air. "Now, will you cooperate with us?" the boss of the angels asked with a sinister smile. Chapter 114. I declare that the angels are now under my control. In the face of the guns aimed at him, Han Li remained composed, turning his gaze toward the boss. "Are you attempting to threaten me?" The boss sneered disdainfully. "I threaten you, and what can you do about it?" Rising to his feet, he tore away his facade of benevolence, revealing the ruthless nature of a gang leader. "If you refuse to comply, they will shoot you dead." The higher-ups grinned maliciously, their weapons ready to fire at a moment's notice. "Just a little scare, let us see if that frightens you." The boss watched the scene with amusement, relishing the power he held over life and death. Would it be death, or would there be a compromise? Han Li did not respond. Instead, he glanced at the time and began to count down. 10, 9, 8. The crowd was bewildered, questioning his sanity. Is he counting down? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. What a fool. Is this a countdown to death? You'd be better off begging for mercy. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. The boss, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and stood up, dismissively stating, "It's all yours." Yes. The others turned to leave, planning to torment him until he divulged the formula. The boss listened to Han Li continue his countdown, mocking him internally. What an idiot. However, the anticipated gunfire did not occur. The silence that followed was palpable. The boss turned to the unmoving high-ranking officials, confused. "What are you waiting for? Shoot." Yet, it seemed they were oblivious to his command, remaining frozen in place. Han Li stepped forward and, facing the boss, declared, "One." In an instant, the remaining high-ranking officials collapsed one after another, incapacitated. The situation had reversed dramatically. The boss was filled with terror, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. "You poisoned them." He glanced at the food on the table, panic surging within him. It wasn't until Han Li picked up a gun from the floor and aimed it at his forehead that he truly felt fear creep in. The handsome young man smiled. "Now, you have no choice." The boss shouted in anger. "Do you think I was unprepared? My men are outside. Get in here." However, after calling for what felt like an eternity, there was no response from outside. Impossible. Outside, a mountain of fallen henchmen lay piled high, while an elderly man sharpened his knife, sighing. Life is tough. He had dealt with the henchmen long ago. Ling Han exclaimed, "We are truly strong." Old Master Cui noted the prolonged silence. The boss, now panicking, stumbled backward, gazing at the young man before him as if he were a ghost. "Don't kill me. The hall is full of my angels members. You can't escape." Most of his men were gathered in the hall, and even if Han Li killed him, he would be unable to flee. Han Li waved his hand. "They are likely quite busy at the moment." "What do you mean?" Suddenly, the boss's face turned pale as realization struck him. This young man had been well prepared. Meanwhile, in the hall, the hidden police led by Li Yi finally sprang into action, swiftly suppressing a large group of angels members, gunshots ringing out. "Don't move. Get down. Damn it. How did the cops show up here? This is bad." The scene descended into chaos, but it was clear the police held the upper hand. Soon, the shouts of confusion from downstairs echoed into the room. The boss, in a panic, saw Han Li approaching like a demon. He cried out, "Don't be impulsive. You're still young. Don't follow the path of crime. Stay calm." Han Li advanced slowly, resembling a hunter approaching prey ensnared in a trap. This was the process of slaughter. A remarkable delight unfolded as the boss, in a state of panic, leaned against the door, which was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Entering was the indomitable Joseph. Upon seeing this man, the boss felt as though he had encountered a savior. His prior anxiety dissipated, replaced by a menacing grin. "Excellent. You are indeed my salvation. Eliminate him, and I shall elevate you to the higher echelons." The boss rose, casting a smile towards Han Li. "Yes, boss." Joseph retrieved a firearm from his pocket. In the next moment, he pivoted, leveling the weapon at the boss who was still lost in the aftermath of survival. "Joseph, what are you doing?" Joseph replied, "I'm sorry, I have a new boss now." As the boss watched Joseph step back to stand alongside Han Li, the realization dawned upon him, plunging him into despair. "How could this happen? I am the leader of the angels." Joseph inquired, "Shall we dispose of him?" "Leave him. He still serves a purpose." Han Li instructed Joseph to bind the boss. Then he proceeded to take his seat at the head of the rectangular table. The sides were eerily empty, with numerous high-ranking members of the angels sprawled lifelessly on the ground. Under the flickering candlelight, his shadow elongated, as if to envelop the entire room. Han Li raised his glass, addressing the fallen villains. "A toast to you, gentlemen." 2 hours later, Li Yi observed the successive waves of gang members kneeling in captivity. He exhaled a sigh of relief, thankful that his people had sustained no injuries, crediting their surprise attack for the advantage. Take them all back. Report. We have discovered a mysterious chamber. It appears to be a stronghold of the higher-ups. Move. Without delay, Li led his team to the chamber's entrance, only to find the door ajar, seemingly anticipating their arrival. Let us investigate. Upon entering, the team was momentarily stunned. Inside, high-ranking members were bound and suspended from the beams, writhing in agony, crying out, "The devil! He is the devil!" Most astonishing to Li was the sight of a table piled high with documents. After professional examination, it was revealed that these were indeed the criminal records of the angels from recent years. All were accounted for. This is enough to sink them. Li pressed his forehead, overwhelmed by the unexpected revelation. Who orchestrated such a trap, ridding us of the malignant angels? As he pondered this, a figure spontaneously materialized in his mind. No, it can't be. That would be too terrifying. After escorting the high-ranking members back, the police promptly sealed off all angel-related businesses, apprehending nearly 2/3 of their members. The following day, sensational news broke, shocking the citizens of City C and eliciting widespread applause. These criminals deserve to be captured. To my astonishment, the chief of police in City C possesses such formidable prowess. It is rumored that an individual has been discreetly aiding the chief, and one could attribute the accolades solely to this collaboration. Is it truly credible? This is indeed remarkable. In that moment, many were left intrigued by the identity of this enigmatic benefactor, pondering why they chose not to step into the limelight and claim their share of the glory. While others remained oblivious, the director of the program featuring the mysterious figure was well aware, yet opted for discretion, willing to bestow the honor upon the chief. Even if the chief were to inquire later, the director would feign ignorance, choosing to remain hidden, embodying the spirit of humility. As the director reflected on the news, he mused, what a true hero. Just as countless souls celebrated the chief's illustrious achievements, in a secluded basement, Han Li donned a pristine white suit and a brand new, pure white mask, standing at the railing. Beside him were Joseph, Ling Han, and Cui Hao, all similarly attired in white suits and adorned with distinct white masks. Han Li gazed down upon the multitude of gathered members of the Angels, a collective of those who had grown disenchanted with the organization's sordid ways and had withdrawn. Now, Joseph had summoned them once more, for the former angels had been irrevocably transformed, and a new angel was rising. This was the leader who would guide them toward a novel future. Ladies and gentlemen, I harbor a bold ambition, Han Li proclaimed. The throng of returning angels murmured amongst themselves, speculating about the reliability of this youthful new leader. As Han Li emerged in his immaculate white suit, leaning on the railing, he declared with fervor, I possess a daring vision. Instinctively, the assembly leaned in, eager to hear his forthcoming words. Would it be a scheme for immense wealth, smuggling, or perhaps a rise from rags to riches? Numerous conjectures flitted through their minds. However, Han Li uttered words that rendered the crowd aghast. I aspire for City C to be solely under my angels. What audacity! Such grand ambitions were rarely voiced, even by the previous pinnacle of the angels. It is crucial to recognize that City C is home to various factions engaged in the smuggling of contraband, each a formidable adversary. No one can reign supreme alone. Yet here was this youth, harboring such aspirations, truly astonishing. This is the leader I envision. It was about time. Initially, Joseph harbored concerns regarding Han Li's ability to sway the members with his new position. However, as Han Li delivered an impassioned speech, his voice resonated with an unusual penetrating quality, reaching the hearts of all present. Ultimately, as Han Li lowered his arms, the crowd erupted in exuberant applause. Very well. Let us commence the cleansing of the refuse. A tempest of bloodshed and turmoil would soon engulf City C. Armed with intelligence from the former boss, Han Li meticulously compiled information on rival factions and swiftly relayed it to the chief of police. According to the compiled list, he would methodically settle accounts with each faction. In Han Li's eyes, there was no room for even a grain of sand. Thus, the stage was set. In City C, it seems that each day brings shocking news of the downfall of a certain power. This elicits both astonishment and curiosity, as it appears that behind the demise of each faction lies the intervention of a mysterious organization. Who could be the mastermind behind this? Is it not enough to send the police chief of City C into a frenzy? Alas, it has been said that the angels have been vanquished. Yet this newly emerged angel raises questions. The leader of the Wild Dog Gang, notorious as one of the 3 major criminal factions in City C, sat in his vehicle, cursing vehemently. His gang is notorious for human trafficking, particularly targeting children, making it a haven for traffickers. Fear permeated his voice as he spoke. Rumor has it that the boss of this new angel is exceedingly enigmatic, eliminating factions with alarming ease. Consequently, he hastily gathered his belongings, intent on fleeing City C, believing that as long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Rest assured, we are already far from the borders of City C. His secretary interjected. Even this new angel cannot catch up with us. Furthermore, with our numbers, would he dare approach? The secretary glanced out the window, observing a convoy of several luxury cars, each occupied by fierce gang members. If he dares to come, he will surely meet his end. Indeed, the leader sighed in relief, picking up his tablet to scout for new trafficking opportunities. The journey was smooth, and they were on the verge of entering another city's territory. It seemed that fate had spared him this time. However, he wondered why the roads were so devoid of other vehicles today. His secretary, puzzled, had scarcely voiced her thoughts when a thunderous roar erupted, reverberating throughout the road and commanding the attention of everyone in the Wild Dog Gang. The leader's left eye twitched, and upon glancing back, his complexion paled. Behind their convoy lay a dense formation of nearly 100 vehicles, a dark mass that exuded an overwhelming presence. The cacophony of engine roars sent shivers down the spines of the Wild Dog members, inducing a near-cardiac arrest sensation. Meanwhile, amidst the throng of vehicles, Han Li sat in Ling Han's car, casually toying with a butterfly knife. At that moment, his camcorder, which had been off, sprang back to life. The director of the program received Han Li's message, and excitement coursed through him. What is happening, director? Han Li is going live to combat the criminal forces. The director exclaimed, his fists raised in triumph. This meant that the enigmatic figure everyone had been speculating about was finally ready to expose the truth. The viewership would be unprecedented. Which show has ever broadcast a gangster obliterating another gang? It was unimaginable. Han Li would be invincible that day. Immediately initiate the broadcast. Let City see. Indeed, all of Huaxia witnessed this live. In the broadcast studios across various cities in Huaxia, the scene suddenly shifted. A man donned in a white mask and dressed in a white suit appeared on screen, leaving everyone utterly bewildered. What was happening? The feed had changed. Who was he? It appears that all the live broadcasts are solely featuring him. Who on earth is this person, to have such prominence? The audience is baffled by the production team's decision to focus exclusively on this one contestant, leading to a surge of outrage. However, their protests ceased abruptly upon witnessing the convoy following Han Li. The viewers in the live chat erupted in astonishment. What is happening? In just one day, has our Han become a mob boss? How many subordinates does he have? Good heavens, Han is rallying his followers. Reports are streaming in from S City. Reports are flooding in from C City. Our Han is on the rise. In no time, those familiar with Han Li began to inundate the chat with comments. All curious as to why he was not wearing a Peppa Pig mask, but rather a white mask resembling that of an angel. Furthermore, they were puzzled as to why such a vast number of vehicles accompanied him. It was then that a netizen stumbled upon the updated name of Han Li's live stream. Upon glancing at it, he was instantly taken aback. The chat exploded. Brothers, something big has happened. Quick, check out the new name of Han Li's live stream. What? All netizens promptly switched to Han Li's stream to see the updated title. In an instant, the chat fell silent. Soon after, the entire internet erupted. What on earth? Angel Boss? Is our Han truly becoming the godfather of the mafia? Could this, Angel, be the same one who was previously apprehended? It seems so. No doubt about it. It's official. This is going to soar to unimaginable heights. Could it be that Han has been the mysterious figure assisting the police in dismantling